I was a communist for the FBI.
Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. From the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Cvetic come many of the incidents in this unusual story. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Cvetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI.
This was Lenin's idea. By controlling the minds of our youth, we can eventually control the world. During my 9 years with the controlled minds of communism, I saw startling attempts to put Lenin's theory into practice. This is the story of one of those attempts, and a mind that refused to be controlled.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. Here is Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked Little Boy Red.
The Freedom League Camp for Underprivileged Children. Sounds pretty, doesn't it? Inspires the illusion of sun-starved kids from the tenements, collecting freckles and extra pounds in pure mountain air. Well, it's an illusion, all right. A bright red illusion. The fresh air and freckles are the bait. The kids are the victims, hooked on the party line and reeled into the commie nest of mental corruption. I was on my way to one of the largest of these youth traps, sent by my red comrades to act as special counselor. I was to learn more about my duties after I reached the camp. It looked pretty pleasant at first. A pastoral setting dotted with tents and rustic cabins. Then I saw the hammer and sickle banner, the high wire fence, and a man at the gate.
Just a minute there. Stay where you are. Stay where you are, I said. You.
Okay. Take it easy.
Well, who are you? What do you want here?
I'm looking for Daniel Perrin, your camp director.
What for?
He's expecting me.
What's your name?
Cvetic, Matt Cvetic.
Oh, just a minute. Somebody named Cvetic at the gate. Says Comrade Perrin expects me. Right. Okay.
Well?
Go right in, Comrade Cvetic. The big cabin near the ball field. That's the camp headquarters.
Oh, thanks. Oh, what about my car?
Give me the keys. I'll take care of it.
Okay. Here you are.
Thank you. Well, I hope you enjoy your stay here, comrade.
I headed toward camp headquarters, noticing the neatly clipped lawns, the tidy cabins, the rows of tents pitched with machine-like precision. This was fine, but somehow the orderliness had a cold, impersonal look to it. Something was missing. Laughter of kids having fun, maybe. The informality of summer games. Everything was too neat, too tidy, almost sinister in its silence. As I reached the ball field, I realized that my first impressions might have been all wrong. The teams on the field looked great. The kids played like best pocket DiMaggios. It was the top of the ninth, and a skinny 10-year-old slugger was facing the pitcher with blood in his eye. Then the pitch, the swing.
Attention camp personnel. Attention camp personnel. All play equipment will be turned into the supply tent immediately. The daily lecture in dialectics will begin in 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Strangely enough, there were no signs of protest from these kids. Almost mechanically, they collected the bats, gloves, balls, and responded to the metallic commands of the public address system. And then, another sign of that cold, impersonal communist efficiency.
Comrade Cvetic, report to camp headquarters without further delay. Comrade Cvetic, report to camp headquarters without further delay. Comrade Cvetic.
Comrade Perrin?
Hmm? Ah, Svetik. The gateman announced your arrival some time ago. Where have you been?
Oh, I just stopped to watch the ball game for a moment.
Promptness and obedience are bywords here at Freedom League Camp. Counselors are expected to set the example for the boys.
Yes, comrade.
Don't forget it. Now then, you have your orders?
Well, just that I'm to be a special counselor, nothing more.
All right, sit down. Sit down.
Thanks.
Does the name Samuel Kautzman mean anything to you?
Kautzman? Oh, sure. He's a military attaché from...
Exactly. His government is a glowing example of the glories of communism. Kautzman has been a trusted official for years, a good representative of the Communist International, until recently.
He's been on duty here in America for quite a while, hasn't he?
Yes, too long. He's been swayed by the soft life of the bourgeoisie. We have proof that Samuel Kautzman intends to become a traitor to the party.
I don't quite understand this. How do you know he intends to turn traitor?
Simple. He wrote a letter to his wife stating his views. It's in his own handwriting.
You've seen the letter?
Naturally. It's in the party files. But as I say, steps have been taken to make Kautzman reconsider his plans.
He hasn't become an American citizen, has he?
No, which makes it easier for us to deal with him.
Just how are we dealing with him?
Kautzman has a son, Johann, an intelligent, well-mannered boy, about 13. We had him brought to the camp this morning. When Kautzman realizes that his son is in custody here at Freedom League Camp...
Well, just a minute, comrade. These phrases, had him brought here in custody. Sounds like you kidnapped the boy.
The kidnap is an unfortunate word, Svetik. See to it that our guest does not leave the camp.
You mean I was sent up here to guard a kidnapped boy?
For the time being, that's your job. Dismissed?
Now, look, I'm not...
Dismissed?
As simple as that. Hold a man's son as hostage until the man bows to the commie demands. All part of the Red routine. But was it just routine to send me 55 miles to guard a 13-year-old prisoner? There must have been other sickening chores in store for me. But what were they? And the boy, what was in store for him? Johann was in his tent, our tent, huddled at the far end of his cot, sobbing softly. He was a sensitive-looking kid, small for his age, neatly dressed in a well-tailored brown suit. His trim appearance was in direct contrast to the disheveled, loppy brown and white pup he held on his lap. Both the boy and the dog looked startled when I entered the tent.
How do you do, sir?
Hi, Johann. My name's Matt. Looks like we've both been assigned to this tent.
Yes, sir.
Hope you don't snore at night.
No, sir.
Good. How about the pup?
Nikolai is quiet, sir. He is a good dog.
He is, huh? Hi, boy. Up. Hey, Johann.
Yes, sir.
This Nikolai, he's a her.
Yes, sir. My father always tells me that, too.
Yeah, no, there's nothing to cry about. Yeah, now, come on. No need for tears around here. Here, blow.
Thank you, sir.
Okay now?
I am sorry. Sir,
Hmm?
may I ask you something?
Sure.
How long am I to stay here? My father, he will be worried about me. I did not say goodbye.
Oh. Well, that's all been taken care of, Johann. If you like, you can send him a postcard later. Say, how about taking a walk around the camp with me? Get acquainted with the kids and...
No, thank you, sir.
Nat.
Matt.
Might as well have some fun while we're here, son. Looks like we're stuck with each other for a little while.
Oh, Matt, I want to go home. I do not like it here. Please, I have some money. Let me go. You can't tell them I slipped out while you were sleeping. Oh, Matt, please.
No, Johann, I can't. What's the matter? I know how you feel, and I'd like to help you, really. Hey, what?
Your face, Matt. You look so worried, so concerned for me.
Hey, wait a minute. What's all this about?
He was funny, huh, Nikolai? He was almost believing my tears.
Believing? You mean all that crying, his tears, was just a gag? An act?
Do not be angry, comrade.
Comrade?
Of course. We are friends, Matt. Comrades. I know I can trust you now. You look so funny.
I get it. You were putting me to the test, is that it?
And I fooled you, too, did I not?
Yeah. Yeah, you had me fooled, all right. What about your father? Are you really worried about him, or was that an act, too?
Sentimentality is for the weak, is it not? My first loyalty is to the party. I proved that with the letter.
What letter?
Why, well, my father's letter to my mother.
You mean you turned that letter over to the party? Reported your own father to
You seem so surprised, comrade. It was my duty. I am sure you would want your son to do the same thing. Would you not?
Comrade Svettik, report to camp headquarters. Comrade Svettik, report to camp headquarters. Comrade Svettik.
Are you getting on well with our little guest, Svettik?
Yeah, great. Listen, Comrade Perrin, that kid doesn't need a guard. He's perfectly happy up here. A good, loyal party worker. He even sacrificed his father to the cause.
True. But children are unpredictable. We can't risk losing him now. Which brings us to the main reason you're here.
Oh?
Moscow wants Samuel Kaufman to take the next boat home. When he returns to his homeland, of course, he'll be treated in the prescribed manner for traitors.
I see. And the boy, Johann?
He'll be returned to his father only when Kaufman boards the ship, not before. They'll sail together. Here, the details are listed right here. Study them carefully.
You mean I'm to present the party's case to Kaufman?
Exactly. You are to convince Kaufman that he has no choice. If he wants his son back, he must accept our terms.
Now, wait a minute. Let's be realistic about this. Johann has been a pretty treacherous son.
That's a matter of values, of course.
Sure, but by Kaufman's values, it's treachery. His own son has reported him to the party.
That's true.
The boy prefers the party to his parents. Do you suppose Kaufman would want his boy back?
That, comrade, is why you've been chosen for the job. You must be very, very persuasive.
And if I can't convince Kaufman?
If we lose control of Kaufman, it can be disastrous to our cause. The party is placing its welfare in your hands, Svettik. Failure on your part is bound to be considered a form of treason. Need I say more?
No, comrade. You've said enough.
Now back to Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Svettik in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
The diabolical hospitality of the communists. Welcome to the party, but don't try to leave. If they couldn't keep Kaufman, they'd see to it that he lost his son. The FBI could settle this case quickly, but how could I get to them? The only phone at the camp where we could call outside was an antique wall instrument in the back room of Comrade Perrin's headquarters cabin. I had to figure some way to get off the camp grounds. I worried about it for hours and then returned to Perrin's office.
Well, Svettik, what now?
About this Kaufman project, Comrade Perrin. Can I count on you to help me?
Naturally.
Good. Kaufman doesn't know we have his son here at the camp, does he?
Not yet.
Then I'd like you to let him know immediately. A short, curt note would be most effective.
A note from me? Well, why me? You're handling this.
Sure, I'm handling this, but Kaufman knows you. He knows you rank high among the party leaders. Chances are he doesn't even know my name.
Well, you're probably right.
A note from you could get action fast. He'd realize we mean business.
All right. What shall I say?
Let's see. How far away from the closest town?
There's a little village about 6 miles from here.
Any hotels there?
Just one, the Pine Top Lodge. Why?
Tell Kaufman that you're holding his son as hostage. If he wants his boy back, he's to register at the Pine Top Lodge by Wednesday noon. I'll contact him there.
Good. Simple and to the point. I'll send the note special delivery immediately.
There was no turning back now. I was in it up to my ears. If Kaufman had any love for his son at all, he'd bow to the commie terms. I couldn't let Kaufman be sent back to his homeland. But as long as Johann remained a willing captive of the Reds, there was no way to prevent it. Maybe I was just being naive or desperate. But I thought I'd try to appeal to Johann's human qualities. Maybe I could stir up enough emotion in him to make him want to get away from the camp. He might even want me to help him get away.
Look, Matt, Nikolai is learning to beg for food. Hot Nikolai up. Good dog. There, eat it all.
That's quite a few meat scraps you've got there.
From my supper tonight. I save scraps for Nikolai every night.
Look, Johann, your father is coming here. He'll be Wednesday. I'll try to get him a visitor's pass.
Father, here? He will be unhappy. He does not approve of our beliefs.
You don't want to see him?
Comrade, my father is a traitor. Why should I bother with him? Look, Matt. Nikolai is begging again. Oh, she learns so fast.
Yeah. Now listen, Buster, and listen hard. Your father's in trouble. You got him into trouble. As long as you're a prisoner here, he hasn't got a chance. Doesn't that bother you at all?
Oh, Matt, you cannot fool me. You're testing me now, aren't you? Do I pass the test, Matt? Are we still comrades?
Yeah. You passed the test, all right. You're at the head of the class.
But, Mr. Svetik, I did not come to compromise. I want my son.
What you fail to see, Karlsman, is that you haven't any choice. No choice at all. Your government bought your tickets for you, right?
Yes, of course they did, but...
Then you have no complaints. You're getting off easy. You're being sent back home.
I see. And what of Johann? What has happened to my son?
Your son is a true party worker. He didn't even let his own father stand between him and his loyalty to our cause.
Yes, I know about the letter. But I cannot hold him responsible for this sort of act. I am the responsible one. I taught him to be like he is.
You still want him back?
Johann is my son, Svetik. I've made terrible mistakes as a man and as a father. I just want him with me again. Please, what must I do to get him back?
The motor ship Gregor leaves New York on Friday. Your embassy has reservations for you.
To win my son, I lose my freedom. Perhaps this is my atonement. What of Johann?
He'll sail with you. That is, if you still want to go through with this.
Right, Svetik. Friday, I will have my boy again.
Karlsman looked 10 years older when he left the hotel, and I was responsible for his agony. If I let him board that ship for his homeland, I'd be more than just a commie torture master. I'd be a murderer, too. Here you are, operator.
Murdoch speaking.
Murdoch, this is Red Sea. I've just got a minute.
Okay, Matt. Let's hear it.
Samuel Karlsman's son is a hostage at Freedom League camp.
Where are you?
I'm about 6 miles from the camp.
Oh, we'll come up and get the boy.
No, wait. If the FBI showed up, they'd suspect something. I'd be on the spot. I can't explain the complications now.
What should we do?
Send someone up here, cruise in the area around the camp. I'll try to get the kid off the campground somehow.
And you want us to pick him up, that it?
Yeah, that's right. And be patient. It may take a while, but I'll figure some way to get the kid out of there. If I can't get to you by phone, I'll tip off the cruising car somehow. If nothing else, the trip to the village did give me a chance to contact the FBI field office. But now I had to smuggle Johann out of the camp before Karlsman boarded the ship on Friday, whether Johann liked it or not. It was dark when I got back to the camp, a night as black as my mood. I was rounding the rear corner of the mess hall on my way back to the tent when... Hey, who's back there? Hey, wait a minute. Hold on. Slow down here. Here. Now, hold still. You're not going to get hurt. There, now, what's the big idea? Well, what do you know? What were you doing in the kitchen, Johann?
Oh, Matt. Oh, please, Matt, don't tell them. Don't turn me in for discipline.
Here, calm down. What's this all about?
I just wanted more food for Nikolai, Matt. Nothing else. They will not give me dog food. They will not give me extra scraps. My dog is hungry, Matt.
By what party order are you permitted to own that dog at all? I wanted to ask you that before.
Nikolai's mine, Matt. She likes me. She is my dog.
Sure, you're a dog. And you steal food from the mouths of vital party workers to feed a useless mutt. Comrade, the party has no use for any being that cannot further the cause.
Nikolai has nothing to do with our cause.
Exactly.
What are you going to do?
Get back to your tent.
What are you going to do to Nikolai?
Just what's expected of me. First thing in the morning.
Matt, are you awake?
Oh, what now?
Please, Matt. What will you do to Nikolai?
Oh, for Pete's sake, go to sleep, Johann. It's late.
You must tell me, Matt. What will you do to my dog?
I guess she'll have to be liquidated.
Matt.
Oh, go to sleep.
You cannot kill Nikolai. I never had an animal before. She likes me, Matt.
Well, that's fine talk for a party member. Bring Nikolai down to the lake before breakfast. He can help me drown her. I fought to stay awake then, hoping to see my plan take effect. Then, hours later, I floated out of a light doze to see Johann dressing rapidly in pre-dawn gloom. In a moment, he scooped up his dog and ducked through the tent flap. I lay on my cot, waiting, giving him time to clear. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, time enough. I hopped out of bed, pulled on some clothes, and ran for the phone at camp headquarters to alert the FBI. Perrin's headquarters cabin was dead ahead now. I didn't want to take the chance of being spotted in the front, so I ran to the rear, up the stoop. I was inside the screen door and across the room in a minute, fumbling around for the phone at the wall. There it was. Hello? Hello, operator. Hello. Operator. Hello.
Who's there? Who's back there?
Perrin. I hadn't noticed the light under the door. Had no way of knowing he'd been working at his desk in the front room.
Here, who's back? Svetik, what are you doing here? What are you doing at that phone?
Well, I was just trying to call the gateman. Johann's gone. He's escaped.
What?
I woke up a while ago and his cot was empty. Hurry, the alarm.
Svetik, he can't escape. If we lose him, I'll hold you fully responsible for this.
Never mind that now. Wake up the camp. Come on. Where's the switch for that loudspeaker of yours?
Right over there by the desk. Turn it on. Hurry up.
I turned it on, all right. I flicked on the power, then twisted the volume control as far as it would go. The louder, the better. I meant for everyone to hear it. Everyone. Okay, go to it, comrade.
Attention all camp personnel. Johann Kaufman is missing. Find Johann Kaufman.
Svetik, you fool. Turn down the volume. We'll wake up the whole countryside.
That's just what I wanted it to do. If it was loud enough, it might be heard by the FBI men cruising outside the camp. For a while, my hopes were high. Half-dressed, half-awake kids ran through the weeds shouting Johann's name. Confused counselors barked orders at each other, but no one found Johann. Then a cheer went up just outside the gate. A moment later, the report came to Perrin. Johann Kaufman had been found. They were holding him at the main gate.
Let me go! Let me go! I don't want to go back there. I won't go back there. I won't go back. Take your hands off me.
Johann, what sort of foolishness is this? Come back to your tent.
No, get away from me. I won't let you kill Nikolai. I won't. Get away.
I'm kicking you, little fool. Get back in the camp. Get back before
I won't.
Better let him go, Perrin. We've got company.
Let me go. Let me go. I hate you. I hate all of you.
Why, you little...
Easy with that boy, chum. Let him alone.
What are you... Get off of these grounds. What do you want here? This is none of your affair.
My name's Murdoch. Federal Bureau of Investigation.
What? Svetik, do you know anything about this? What's it all about?
I don't know, Perrin. I thought you might know.
This camp has been under observation for months, Perrin. We've been waiting for one little slip. One little reason to come in and get you.
Oh, please, mister, take me home. Take me away from here. They want to kill Nikolai.
It's all right, son. We're going. But I'd like to have a few words with Mr. Perrin first.
Me? Why me? What about him? Svetik. What about Svetik?
We're interested in you, Perrin. We have other plans for Svetik.
Maybe you remember it. There were hearings, trials, all sorts of excitement. especially when Samuel Carlsman told his story and showed the kidnap note, signed by Perrin. And when it was all over, there was a picture in the newspapers. You probably saw it. A boy, his father, and a lop-eared brown and white pup, together, understanding each other. They had found something communism could never offer, something I could never hope to find, as long as I walked the crooked red path, as long as I walked alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews. In the story you just heard, names, dates, and places are fictitious to protect innocent persons. Many of these stories are based on incidents in the life of Matt Svetich, who for 9 years worked undercover as a communist for the FBI to help assure that our country will remain free. Next week, another fantastic adventure. Join us then, won't you? I was a communist for the FBI.
Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. From the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Svetich come many of the incidents in this unusual story. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Svetich, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI.
You've heard it said, too often, no doubt, that it's a woman's privilege to change her mind. The communists I've known don't go for that theory at all. Rather than have a woman change her mind, the Reds will go to great lengths to change the woman. This practice can be dangerous for the woman and for the Reds. This story will tell you why.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Svetich, Undercover Man. Here is Dana Andrews as Matt Svetich, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked The Unwelcome Hosts.
Sounds very cozy and civilized, doesn't it? Everyone's having a gay old time, and why not? This is a communist cell meeting, and these happy Reds are planning to liquidate an unsuspecting comrade. What could be more fun for a commie than that?
Can you imagine her face when she finds herself on the boat back to Russia for discipline? Well, let's get down to business here. The Control Commission has issued a few instructions.
Oh, Comrade Loche.
Oh, yes, Comrade Savetic?
I'm still not sure why this Rostov woman is considered an enemy of the party.
It really doesn't matter why, Savetic. Moscow has informed us that she is, so she is.
Well, we can't question that, but still
We do know this, however. Sonia Rostov was a trusted news correspondent for Soviet publications. She wangled a trip to America, presumably to cover events at the legation. But actually, it was her way of escaping from the party.
But are we sure of that? I'd hate to see an innocent woman punished.
Do we doubt the word of our leaders?
No, of course not.
All right, then. Before Comrade Rostov left for America, she confided to one of her close friends that she intended to quit the party and become an American citizen.
Oh, I see. And her friend informed our leaders in Russia, that it?
Exactly. Now we have orders to see to it that Sonia Rostov does not become an American citizen. As a Soviet newswoman, she learned too much of party operations. As soon as possible, passage back to Moscow will be arranged for, and our job will be done. Now, about these instructions from the Control Commission. Here we are, Savetic. Savetic.
Oh, yes, comrade.
You are assigned to handle the Sonia Rostov project.
Me? Why me?
Naturally, I'll help in any way I can.
But I don't even know the woman.
And get to know her. You're familiar with the workings of our communist press. She's a part of it. Win her confidence. Make her trust you.
Well, look, comrade, I'm very flattered by all this, but after all, I'm no ladies' man.
This Rostov woman is a widow and alone. She probably has a few friends here. Some of them are loyal party workers who keep us informed of her activities. But since she's leaving the party for the bourgeoisie, she must be hungry for someone to trust, someone to help her.
All right, comrade. I'll help her.
Good. There's a ship leaving for the Soviet in 2 weeks. It's up to you, Savetic, to help Sonia Rostov to be on it.
I visited Sonia Rostov at the legation's press room. She wasn't really a beautiful woman, but her smile was shy. Her deep-set eyes were large and full of memories. Her manner gentle. All this added up to a disarming attractiveness. After a few visits, our conversations came easily. Maybe she was flattered to find someone so interested in her work, or maybe she was just eager to find a friend.
There. Done. Well, perhaps this dispatch will please our leaders more.
Haven't they been satisfied with your others?
Comrade Svetic, it is so difficult. I am told to describe American life. Well, I write what I see. Then I am chastised for it.
Why? You don't favor this capitalistic rat race, do you?
Oh, no, of course not. But in describing the truth, one cannot avoid mentioning the stores so abundant with so many foods. But the gleaming white appliances for cooking, the colorful fashions for women, the untroubled children. No, of course, these are all symbols of the superficial bourgeois existence.
Sure.
I hope you realize that by acknowledging them, I do not praise them.
Say, I've got an idea. As long as these superficial symbols are here, let's you and I exploit them a little.
No? I do not understand.
Let's have some fun at the expense of the capitalistic system. Let's squander American money on useless bourgeois entertainments.
Oh, no, Comrade Svetic. A worker for the cause cannot stoop to impractical pleasure.
Oh, don't be silly. I'm as loyal to the party as you are. How can you describe American life if you don't know how Americans have fun?
That is true. No, really, I thank you, but I must... No.
Must what?
I must... I must nothing.
Good, let's go. Let's show the capitalists that communists can have fun, too.
Test your strength, little lady. Test your strength. Just raise the sledge above your pretty little head and bring it down with all the power in your body. You ready now?
Yes, I am ready.
Okay. A 1, a 2, swing!
Did I do that?
You and your own little biceps.
That's a healthy little lady you got there, mister. Strong knocks. Oh, what will you have, lady? The Cupid doll or the genuine plastic flower vase?
Well, the vase is more functional, Sonia.
Yes, I know. I will take the Cupid doll, please.
Say, gal, you look mighty pretty on that white horse.
Oh, and you, Matt, you look so funny.
What's so funny about me? I was born to the merry-go-round saddle.
You're just not the type to ride a lavender swan.
Okay, here you go. Jump down.
Ah, that was fun.
Well, where to now? Roller coaster, snap the whip, adagio.
No, nothing more now. Carnivals are exhausting.
Okay, let's sit down a bit. This bench okay?
Good. Matt, forgive me.
For what?
I have been thinking.
Oh, forget about it. We all make that mistake.
No, I'm serious. I've been thinking how much you enjoy all this.
Sure. Don't you?
Oh, yes, I do. So very much. But, Matt, these enjoyments, they do not contribute to the progress of our cause, do they?
Oh. Well, guess we're a couple of traitors. You're not really worried, are you?
Oh, Matt, there's so much fun in America. Is it wrong to enjoy things now and then? To do things just for the sake of enjoying them?
No, Sonia. It's not the least bit wrong.
Oh, I'm so glad, Matt. So very glad that you feel that way, too.
Ordinarily, I wouldn't have dared to agree with Sonia. But under the circumstances, Comrade Lochet would have to consider my attitude a part of the gag. Part of the treachery I was expected to work against Sonia. To Sonia, though, my words of agreement were an act of faith. A sign that I'd be willing to help her. And actually, that's just what I wanted to do. In spite of Lochet and the other Red cellmates, I was determined not to send Sonia back into the hands of the commies. She could be invaluable to the FBI in the fight against Reds. I might have figured a way to save her if I'd had the time, but the next day I received an unexpected visit from Lochet himself.
Comrade Savick, I hate to interrupt your courtship with Sonia Rostov, but our superiors are getting jittery.
Jittery? Why? I have her eating out of my hand.
New orders, comrade. Moscow is displeased with the latest dispatches the Rostov woman has been filing. They want her taken out of circulation till she sails next week.
What do you mean, out of circulation? She's not that dangerous.
Evidently she is, Savick. She'll have to be taken into custody until...
Take a prisoner? Why, you're crazy. We'd just be calling attention to
Savick, I'm surprised at you. There are many party members who'd be delighted to keep Comrade Rostov for a week. Maybe even one of her own friends.
Yeah, fine.
Naturally, we'd supply the opiates and other drugs.
Drugs? You're talking like a two-bit melodrama.
Would you like to see the orders yourself? They came this morning.
All right, I believe you. But what arrangements have been made? How am I supposed to take Sonia prisoner?
That, my comrade, is your problem. I'll make sure that the other cells in this area are alerted. When you've prepared her for the trap, let me know. I'll see to it that the trap is sprung. Oh, and Savetti.
Yeah?
Work fast. Our leaders want prompt action. If you can't satisfy them, I will.
The whole thing was like a pulp story nightmare. But this nightmare was real. There was no time for intrigue now. If I didn't get to Sonia fast, Lochet would. There was only one thing for me to do. Take the big chance. Bank on Sonia's faith in me. I went to her apartment and told her the truth. The whole commie plan to send her back to Russia. I told her to get out of town, hide, do anything to stay out of the reach of the Reds. But she had no money, and you can't travel far on hope. So we checked through her address book, found the names of John and Myra Levitt. Sonia had met them at a ceramics course they'd all taken together. They were nice people. Mr. Levitt answered the phone. When he heard the desperation in Sonia's voice, he told her to come right over, and that's exactly what we did.
Sonia, dear, you have the best room in the house. I'll fix it up with clean curtains and a new bedspread.
Oh, no, please, no bother.
Well, I can see Sonia's in good hands.
Don't worry about a thing, Mr. Svedik. She's in very good hands.
Oh, charming. A charming room.
It's a good room for her.
I'm sure it's very comfortable.
Go inside, dear. Change your clothes. Make yourself at home.
Perhaps I will. I'll only be a moment.
Yes, go ahead. And take your time.
Oh, Mr. Levitt, did your wife lock the door?
Naturally, I locked the door. What would you expect?
But you took the key. Sonia's in...
Oh, he's here. I'll get it.
Oh, we made good time. We only called him after Sonia called us. You must admit we worked fast, eh, Comrade Svedik?
Comrade.
Well, Savetic, I see you delivered the woman after all.
Hello, Shay. What?
I must say you didn't give us much warning. At least the Levitts were alert enough to call me immediately.
You mean you came over here?
Oh, if she's going to make that much noise.
Don't worry, Comrade Levitt. I've brought the remedy for that.
Look, you're going to keep a prisoner here?
Why not? The Levitts are respectable people. By the way, Comrade Savetic, just what did you tell Sonia to make her so willing to come here? Well, Savetic, speak up. What did you tell Sonia?
Back to Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Savetic in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
I was the spider, the unwilling red spider, and Sonia Rostov the fly. But my efforts to keep her out of the commie web had brought her directly into it, and I was caught there with her. I stalled while Sonia hammered on the locked door. Then the Levitts went into Sonia's room with an ominous-looking hypodermic syringe. In a few moments, she was quiet, and Lochet was quizzing me again.
I'm waiting, Savetic. What made Comrade Rostov so eager to come here? What did you tell her?
What do you think I told her, Lochet? If I'd lost her confidence, I'd never have gotten her here. So I did the only sensible thing.
What did you tell her, Savetic?
I told her exactly what you were planning to do to her.
What?
I told her you were planning to ship her back to Russia. I told her she had to hide, to get away, to disappear.
Savetic, are you out of your mind?
Am I? Think about it, Lochet. Think hard. Sonia's in our custody now, isn't she? She's just where we wanted her, isn't she?
Yes. Yes, of course she is. But if that foolhardy plan had failed...
It didn't fail, comrade. If I'd thought it would fail, I never would have used it.
You play a dangerous game, Savetic.
Are you satisfied with the results?
Yes, I must admit that I am.
Then I'd appreciate it if you didn't find fault with my methods.
I'm sorry, comrade. Frankly, I admire you. Courage, efficiency, and results. A noble combination.
Yeah. Now, what about Sonia? Is she to stay here or what?
She'll stay until it's time to put her on the ship. The Levitts will see that she's properly cared for.
Ah, with those sedatives?
The Rostov woman is dangerous to our cause, Savetic. What's more important, one woman's life or the progress of the Red Master Plan?
I'd managed to bluff my own way out of the trap, but Sonia was still there, a prisoner of the commies. I'd hoped to avoid calling the FBI for help, but now the situation was desperate. I phoned my FBI contact, explained the problem as well as I could, and arranged to meet him that night.
Fill her up, sir?
Yeah, it's practically empty.
Regular or Ethel? This Ethel should get a red star for mileage.
I'll take the red star, Ethel.
Okay, Matt.
What did you find out, Beaker? Can you get Sonia out of the Levitt apartment?
No, Matt. The FBI can't interfere. Sonia Rostov isn't a citizen. Maybe the local police...
No. If the cops showed up, the Reds would know someone tipped them off.
Yeah, you're right.
Look, Beaker, this gal isn't just a commie with cold feet. She's had a tough time. Her husband was accused of being disloyal back in Russia. He was taken away like that. She stayed with the party because it was all she knew, all she'd ever been taught.
Okay, Matt. We'll think of something.
When she finally realized the truth about the Reds, a friend turned her in.
Better check the oil. Come on.
And what's more, she knows plenty about party operation. The FBI can use her information. We've got to get her out of there.
Well, maybe a writ of habeas corpus would do it. Well, oil's okay.
Well, how does a habeas corpus work?
If a private citizen thinks someone's holding another person illegally, he has a right to make both parties come to court and prove it's all above board.
Then let's file a writ.
Listen, if the FBI pokes around in the case, it'll stir up suspicion. You find us somebody, Matt. A friend who's willing to file that writ of habeas corpus. And we'll see that it's served. Okay?
Well, I'll try. But with commies in every corner, how do you know when a friend's a friend? All that day and the next, I tried to think of someone who might be willing to help Sonia. I spent another day at the legation in the press room, hoping that someone there might have missed her. But I found no one I dare confide in. I was frantic for an idea, a plan of action. I decided to go to Sonia's apartment to find her address book. I had no trouble picking the lock and getting in. No trouble finding the address book either. I opened the book, looking for a name that might ring a bell. When someone did ring a bell, but it wasn't the kind of bell I had in mind. I held my breath and waited. Whoever it was had given up. I waited a moment and tiptoed to the door and opened it a crack. Down the hall, just starting down the stairs, I saw a little old man carrying some freshly cleaned clothes. They were covered with large paper wrappers used by tailors and dry cleaners. He hadn't been able to deliver the clothes to Sonia. Maybe this was my cue. Maybe this little old man was the answer.
I'm pressing clothes at my age. My arthritis is killing me.
It looks like hard work, all right.
I should be on acrobat better. No? What can I do for you?
It's about Miss Rostov's cleaning.
Miss Rostov, it's about time, I'd like to tell you.
Why? Has it been very long?
Listen, mister. She brings the clothes last week. She says she's got to have them Monday. Rush, she tells me. So, I break my back to have them for Monday. No, this is Thursday. Where is she?
Well, she's staying with some friends a few blocks from here. She'd like you to deliver her clothes over there.
Over there? Huh?
Can't you possibly deliver them? Here, I'll give you the address. The name is Levitt.
She needs them. So let her come and get them?
Just a minute. Hey, just a minute.
Mister, I ain't got time to schmooze. I'm a busy man.
Well, I know you are, but you've got to understand. Sonia Rostov is at this address. She needs her clothes.
So, she can't get away for a few minutes?
No, that's exactly it. She can't get away. Do you understand? She can't get away.
Oh. Uh-huh. What's the matter? She's sick?
No, but she needs all the help she can get. Do you understand that?
Mister, if you got something on your mind, say it. Stop talking in circles.
Well, answer one question. Would you be willing to help Miss Rostov if you could? I mean, really help her.
All right. I'll deliver the clothes on my way home tonight. Such a federal case you're making. I'll help her.
Good. Thanks a lot.
Hey, wait a minute.
What?
What's Miss Rostov to you? Who are you, anyway?
Well, the name is Locher. Locher. Henry Locher. Beaker, this is Red.
Hi. What's up?
I've got the man for you. He runs the dry cleaning shop on Sonia's block. His name is Geller.
Did you explain about filing the writ?
No, I couldn't take the chance. But I pumped enough curiosity into him. He knows something's fishy. Now it's your turn to take over.
Okay, Matt. Should I tell him the truth?
Sure. He's got all the decent reflexes. Once he knows you're an FBI man, I'm sure he'll cooperate. That is, I hope he'll cooperate. I was right this time. Mr. Geller cooperated. He filed the writ of habeas corpus, and the next day I learned from the FBI that it had been served on the Levitts. Now they had to appear in court with Sonia Rostov and prove that she was not their prisoner. It looked like things were pretty well buttoned up. But that night, as I was congratulating myself, I got a sudden thought. A thought that made my flesh creep. Trapped commies do desperate things, and the Levitts were ruthless people. What if they tried to duck out on that court order? What would they do to put Sonia out of the way?
I grabbed my hat and headed down to the Levitt's apartment building. From a doorway across the street, I could see the lights still burning up there in their fourth-floor flat. Then, one by one, the lights blinked out. I ran for the drugstore on the corner and phoned Beaker at home. Come on.
Hello.
Oh, Beaker, listen. The Levitts are pulling a vanishing act.
What?
Wake up, will you?
Okay, I'm awake. Tell me again.
The Levitts are about to duck out. If I called the local police, I'd have to identify myself. Call them, will you? I'll try to stall the Levitts till they get there.
Okay, Matt. I'll get right on it.
When I got out of the drugstore, all the lights in the Levitts' apartment were out. By the time I got to the building itself, John and Myra Levitt were just stepping into the street. They each carried a suitcase. Oh, John! Myra! Wait a minute! Hey! I almost missed you. Where are you going?
Svedig, we haven't time to talk now. You'll have to excuse us.
Why? What's the matter?
Comrade, please, don't ask questions.
Where's Sonia?
Don't ask questions. Come on, John.
For just a minute.
Svedig, get out of the way.
Where's Sonia?
Upstairs in the apartment.
You left her alone? Are you crazy? I'm sure Comrade Lochet wouldn't appreciate that one bit.
Comrade Lochet, that idiot.
Lochet has done enough damage. Don't worry, we've reported him to the Control Commission.
What are you talking about?
Just because he can't keep his mouth shut, some tailor or somebody served a writ of habeas corpus on us. Now get out of the way, Svedig. We haven't much time.
Well, what about Sonia? What did you do with her?
Upstairs. We fixed it so it looks like she took an overdose of sedatives, sleeping pills. Now, for pity's sakes, comrade, stop bothering us.
Just a minute there, you with the suitcases.
Myra, look.
Oh, no.
Frank, there must be some mistake, officer. Mr. and Mrs. Levitt haven't done anything.
Levitt, huh? That's who we want, all right. Come on, you two. We got a warrant for your arrest.
Officer, I'm sure there's
Never
been
mind. Well, where are you keeping Sonia Rostov? All right. Let's go back to your apartment. No, not you, buddy.
What?
You heard me. You're not invited. Keep moving.
I watched them disappear into the building. Then I walked on down the street. They found Sonia, all right, in time to treat her for that lethal dose of drugs. She's an American citizen now and still takes her cleaning to Mr. Geller's little tailor shop. They've become good friends, too, Sonia and Mr. Geller. I walk by there every once in a while, hoping to catch a glimpse of them and hoping they won't see me. They'd never understand why I can't keep a friend. They'd never understand why I stay in the shadows and walk alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews again with the reminder that free people never have to choose their friends. Their friends choose them. In the story you just heard, names, dates, and places are fictitious to protect innocent persons. Many of these stories are based on incidents in the life of Matt Svedig, who worked undercover for the FBI. Next week, another fantastic adventure. Join us then, won't you? I was a communist for the FBI.
Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. Many of the incidents in the story you are about to hear are based on the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Savetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Savetic.
I spent 9 years living a nightmare called communism, a nightmare from which the awakening is more terrifying than the dream. During those years, I hated communism constantly. And occasionally, I hated you too, mister, because I was afraid you wouldn't recognize the nightmare until you and your wife and kids faced that terrifying awakening. I'm still afraid of that, so take warning from my story. It's a story of communism.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, Undercover Man. Here is Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked No Second Chance.
Well, it was quite a meeting, Comrade Savetic.
You didn't ask me to wait until the others had left just to tell me that, Comrade Harden.
No. You have no time for anything except party business, do you, Comrade Savetic?
When I joined the party, I put everything else behind me, just as you advised the new members at tonight's cell meeting.
Of course. Unfortunately, some members forget that advice.
The party knows how to handle those termites.
Yes. Now we've reached the reason for asking you to wait, a matter of termite exterminating.
What do you mean, Comrade?
I don't know the details. I know only that you have been ordered to Los Angeles to cooperate with the MVD in a matter of termite exterminating. You'll go by train tomorrow.
Hello, Warren speaking.
This is your phone booth man again. Get me?
Got you. Go ahead.
I'm taking the train to Los Angeles tomorrow.
Alone?
Yeah.
Well, what's the deal?
Termite exterminating, they call it.
Uh-huh. Who's a termite?
No one here knows. I'll find that out in Los Angeles.
Okay. We'll pick you up in L.A. If it turns out that you're the termite, call that Hempstead number we gave you.
Right.
Good luck.
It hadn't occurred to me that I might be the termite up for extermination, and I didn't like thinking about it. That kind of thinking drives you nuts. So when this girl sat down beside me in the club car and smiled, I was glad to forget the party's rotten business. If I'd known what that smile was going to cost, I'd have jumped off the train without waiting for it to stop. But I didn't know, and the girl was young and lovely. And when she spoke, I made the mistake of forgetting that a man can never mix romance and undercover work.
What do you see that's so interesting?
What's that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I really don't make a practice of speaking to strangers, but you've been staring out that window so long I couldn't help asking.
I was just thinking.
Oh, I'm sorry I disturbed you.
I'm not. You've given me something a lot more pleasant to think about.
Thank you. Are you going clear through to Los Angeles?
Yeah. Are you?
Yes, it's my home.
You know, I've often wondered what it would be like to live out there.
Oh, it's wonderful. At least it used to be before my parents died. That was 5 years ago. I haven't been back since.
Oh. But you still call it home?
Yes. My brother still lives in the old house. He's kept everything just the way it was before Mother and Dad died.
Oh.
Even my room is just the way I left it.
Sounds like quite a sentimentalist.
You don't approve of sentimentalists?
Well, I don't meet many of them in my business.
Oh. What business are you in?
Well, I'm traveling at the moment.
Well, then this is a business trip.
Strictly.
No pleasure?
No pleasure.
Well, we'll have to do something about that. Why don't you phone me just as soon as you finish your business? We'll see the town together.
Oh, sounds like a great idea.
I'm glad you like it.
There's just one tiny flaw in it.
What's that?
We don't know each other's names.
Oh, we were talking so easily I forgot that we haven't been friends for years. I'm sorry.
Oh, don't be. I feel very flattered. My name's Matt Savetic.
And I'm Helen Enright.
Would you have dinner with me, Helen?
I'd love to, Matt.
That's the way it began. No hint of tragedy or a double cross. Just a guy and a gal who were attracted to each other and gave that attraction a chance to develop. And during the several days on the train, it did. The FBI, communism, plots and counterplots, all were pushed to the back of my mind by Helen Enright. And if Helen didn't exactly throw herself at me, she made it plain that the only other man in her life was her brother, Jack.
Oh, Jack's several years older than I am, and since Mother and Dad died, he's been wonderful to me.
From what you've told me, he's quite a guy.
Oh, he is, Matt. I'm terribly anxious to have you two like each other.
Well, you won't have to worry about me, because if he's your brother, I like him, even if I hate him.
Oh, I don't think anyone could ever hate him, any more than they could hate you. Did I say something funny?
Yes, very.
What was it?
We'll talk about it some other time. Right now, we better get our things together. We'll be in Los Angeles pretty soon. Our baggage collected, Helen and I sat silently holding hands as our train moved slowly through the Los Angeles yards and into the Union Station. And before I'd helped her to the platform, I'd almost decided that this termite exterminating mission would be my last job for either the party or the FBI. Then, hand in hand, Helen and I walked up the ramp to meet her brother.
There he is. There he is, Matt. The tall brunette in the gray sports jacket. Jack! Jack! Here! Oh, hurry, Matt. Hurry.
Coming.
Oh, Jack!
Helen.
Oh,
you look wonderful, sis.
Oh, you look even more wonderful, Jack, doesn't he, Matt?
Well, he looks good, but frankly, you're more my type.
Idiot. Jack, I'm anxious to have you meet Matt Savetic.
Well, judging from Sis's attitude, I'd better be happy to know you.
Well, I hope you are, Jack.
I'm sure I am. You, live in L.A.?
No.
Well, come on out to the house for lunch. We'll talk it over.
Oh, thanks, but I have to finish this job first.
When will I... when will we see you, Matt?
The very first second I'm free.
I hope it won't be too long.
I'll make sure that it isn't, Helen.
Give us a call just as soon as you can, Matt. You'll find us in the phone book under Jack Enright.
Helen and Jack Enright had just passed out of sight when the comrade stepped up and tapped me on the shoulder. At that moment, I was grateful for their waiting until I was alone. Later, well, after they'd identified themselves, we got into their car and drove to a house on Alvarado, where they gave me my orders.
This is a delicate mission, Comrade Savetic. There must be no bungling.
If you don't think I can handle the job...
We think you can handle it perfectly. It was just a warning.
What's the job?
I like your zealous attitude, Comrade Savetic.
Thanks.
We suspect a local high-ranking party member of traitorous activities. This situation is peculiar in that the party member in question has powerful friends back east, members of the Central Committee. We must have absolute proof of his aiding the enemy before we can exert any discipline.
Who is the suspect?
He's known in the party as Comrade Green. His real name is Jack Enright.
Jack Enright? I just met a man named Jack Enright.
That's your man, Comrade Savetic. We know that he intends to leave the party, that he's engaged in activities detrimental to party interests. Your job is to prove what we know.
But how am I supposed to get close enough to Enright to get this proof?
You're going to be his house guest.
House guest?
Party members often stay at Enright's to save expenses. The arrangements have been made.
Oh, but if he knows that I'm a party member, how can I get any information against him?
Enright's sister should be able to furnish you with all the proof we need. And judging from the way she was playing up to you at the station, you shouldn't have any difficulty, comrade.
Well, what's she going to think about me being her brother's house guest when she knows he just met me?
Enright will be told to explain that you phoned the house and he learned that you're a fraternity brother. Naturally, he invited you to stay with him.
Have you ever dreamed you were walking down the street without clothes and unable to run or hide yourself? Well, that's the way I felt when I got out of the cab and walked up to the Enright's house. Ashamed, embarrassed, and dirty. And feeling that way, I had to pretend that I was happy to be there. And for Helen's sake, Jack played his part, too.
Just put your bags down over there, Matt. Why don't you let Matt sit down and have a drink, Helen, while you go up and make sure that his room is ready,
All right, Jack, but don't try to trap Matt into spending all his time talking about fraternity matters. You remember I saw him first.
I'll remember. There's something you should remember, too, Svedik.
Yes?
This isn't a threat. It's a statement of absolute fact. Stay away from my sister, or I'll kill you.
Later in the day, I reported the conversation to the MVD. They weren't exactly sympathetic.
There's a strong possibility that Enright meant exactly what he said, Comrade Svedik.
Then what do I do?
Follow orders. We must have an airtight case against Enright. And the only way to get it is through the girl.
But suppose I can't get the information from Helen, from the girl.
That would be very unfortunate for you, comrade. Enright has threatened to kill you in the presence of reliable witnesses.
What witnesses?
They can be produced. In the unlikely event that you fail to secure the required information, other witnesses will testify that they saw Enright kill you.
Enright doesn't seem to have much chance.
None. You were sent here to help us eliminate him, Comrade Svedik. And you will accomplish your mission. Alive or dead.
Back to Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Savetic in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
Alive or dead, you will accomplish your mission, alive or dead. Those words of the MVD goon were beating a tattoo in my brain as I headed back to Enright's. Then, while I stood waiting for a bus, a car pulled up beside me, and the driver said,
I'm going your way, wherever you're headed. Get in.
I got in, and the car moved out into traffic. It was my FBI contact. I told him about the spot I was in and asked for his advice.
Well, I can't give you advice, Matt. I can only give you orders.
What are they?
Get all the information possible on Jack Enright. Maybe he's quitting the Reds, and maybe he isn't.
What do you know about him?
Well, we know he has lines reaching back to the Central Committee, maybe even further. His party connections are so solid that he may have orders to go underground, unknown to the local goons.
But he didn't warn me to stay away from his sister until after he'd learned that I was a commie. Why would he do that if he only intends going underground?
I've given up trying to understand any American mind that can accept communism, Matt. It could be any one of a dozen reasons, none of which would make sense to you or me.
You You still want me to play up to Helen, his sister?
She seems to be Enright's one weak spot.
Okay. But I'll never feel clean again. This was the lowest moment I'd ever spent as a communist for the FBI. If Helen had been a Red herself, I'd have had no compunctions about trapping her in any way possible. But she wasn't a Red. She was sweet and innocent and naive. And for some reason, she went for me. Convincing her that she was in love with me was the easiest and the lousiest assignment I ever had.
Jack's gone now, Matt.
Be right with you, baby.
I don't know why we have to be so secretive when Jack's around.
I guess I'm a little self-conscious because we're fraternity brothers.
I don't follow that at all. Let's talk about something else, Matt.
What, for instance?
Us, for instance.
Should I tell you how I smile whenever I think of you?
I know the feeling, Matt.
And how a room lights up for me when you walk into it.
Oh, Matt, I love you.
And I love you, Helen.
Hold me closer, Matt.
Oh, darling. Oh, my poor, poor darling.
Why do you say that?
Why, I don't really know.
I wonder.
Wonder about what?
If you've just been pretending, trying to be kind.
I certainly haven't tried to be kind.
That must be why we've always waited until Jack left the house.
What are you talking about?
My brother. It's because of my brother that you can never really love me.
But I do love you, Helen. In spite of your brother.
In spite of my brother.
In spite of anything.
Then you know.
No. No what?
My brother, Jack, is a communist.
Oh, Helen. You don't know what you're saying. You don't know who you're talking to.
I do know what I'm saying, Matt. I'm saying that my brother is a communist. An enemy of my country and my people. And I know who I'm talking to.
You do? Who?
The man I love. The only person in the world I can turn to.
I should have been very proud of myself right then. I'd managed to make Helen Enright fall in love with me, just the way I'd been ordered to. There was just one small fly in the butter. I was in love with Helen Enright, too. FBI, MVD, patriotism, communism, my love for Helen, all whirling in my brain. But in any case, it was still my job to get the information against her brother. And the next day, Helen dropped that information right into my lap.
Matt! Matt, darling.
Be right with you, Helen. Oh, I take it that Jack has left.
About 5 minutes ago.
And you're just letting me know? Who's the new man in your life?
Matt Svedik. And I didn't call you sooner because I was reading something. Something very important to us.
Did someone leave us $1 million in his will or something?
Much more important than that.
2 million.
No. Jack is quitting the Communist Party.
Are you sure, Helen?
Positive, Matt. Oh, darling, now there's nothing in the world to interfere with our happiness.
Nothing in the world to interfere with our happiness. Nothing but the FBI, the stinking Communist Party, and me, Matt Svedik. Because I loved Helen, I didn't run to the MVD with my information. I didn't have to. They picked me up on the street while I was out walking trying to think things through. And in the house on Alvarado, they put the pressure on.
You're taking much too long on this assignment, Comrade Svedik.
It isn't easy to get the information we want without tipping my hand.
Particularly if you're not too anxious to get that information, eh, Comrade?
What do you mean?
If you were weak enough, foolish enough to think that you were in love with Helen Enright, you might try to protect her brother.
Now, just a second. If I'm going to do this job, I'm going to do it my way. That takes time.
You have no more time, Comrade Svedik. You'll deliver the information against Enright tomorrow afternoon.
And if I can't?
Tomorrow evening, the local police will arrest Enright for your murder.
After that pleasant little conversation, I went to a public phone and called the Hempstead emergency number. The FBI arranged to pick me up.
Get in, Matt. You sounded a little disturbed. What's up?
I got the information on Enright.
Yeah?
He's quitting the party.
Oh, we know that.
You do?
He's going underground.
No. He's really quitting. He told his sister.
We've had other information from New York, Matt. Enright is going underground.
But the MVD's really putting the heat on me for information against him.
Enright's party orders are apparently top secret. The local goons don't know about it. If they want information against him, give it to them.
What?
If these guys get a little overzealous and give Enright a working over, the Central Committee is going to be very unhappy. Someone will come out and work over these guys.
Yeah, well, I like that idea. There's just one thing wrong.
What's that?
I'm in love with Enright's sister.
That makes it tough.
How can I turn in her brother and never face her again? I love Helen. I want to marry her and settle down.
I don't blame you a bit, Matt. But knowing what you know, could you do that before you finish your job?
Beating the Reds isn't all my responsibility.
Of course it isn't, Matt. You could quit right now and no one could blame you. No one would blame you. Except maybe Matt Svetic.
I hated the FBI right then. Yes, and I hated my country, too. I hated everything that stood between me and Helen. Most of all, I hated communism. Because I realized that until communism was destroyed, there could be no love or hope or security for people like Helen and me. I went back to see Helen once more before making my final decision.
You were gone a long time, Matt. It must have been awfully important business.
I guess you could call it that.
Well, I feel pretty important, too.
You're pretty important to me.
Well, I'll be even more important when you see this.
What is it?
A paper with a list of names. I found it while I was cleaning Jack's room. It had fallen behind his dresser.
Here, let me see it.
Of course. See? It says underground contacts, memorize and destroy.
Yeah. Jack doesn't know you found this.
Oh, of course not, silly. He hasn't been home.
Well, don't mention it to him.
Why not?
Well, it might upset him if he knew that someone else had this information. Let me hold you close, Helen.
Oh, darling.
Oh, I love you so much.
And I love you, darling.
I've never felt this way about anyone before. And I never will again.
You better not. After we're married, if you so much as look at another girl, I'll...
Oh, you better forget about marrying me, Helen.
Forget? Matt, what have I done? What's wrong?
You haven't done anything, darling. It's just that, well, last night...
Yes, Matt?
I lay awake for a long time, thinking about us, Helen. Thinking about how much I love you, how much I want you.
And deciding that you wouldn't marry me.
Not that I wouldn't marry, it is. That I couldn't. That I couldn't change my way of life. Not at this time. I'm going away.
Then you don't love me. That's the reason you're leaving me.
I'm leaving you because I do love you, Helen. I will as long as I live. Kiss me goodbye. After making a copy of Enright's list of underground contacts, I gave it to the MVD, together with Helen's statement that Jack Enright was quitting the party.
This is all the proof we need, Comrade Svetic. Congratulations.
Congratulations. You just played Judas Iscariot to the brother of the girl you love. I made contact with the FBI and turned over the original list of communist names. Then I bought a ticket home. I was sitting in a little restaurant that night when my FBI contact sat down beside me.
Congratulations, Matt. That list is invaluable.
What happened to Jack Enright?
He's definitely through with the Reds. The MVD goons beat him up badly before we could get there. Then they wired New York, bragging about it. New York isn't going to be happy with these guys.
What about Helen?
She took it big, Matt.
She loved her brother.
Her brother and you.
Helen called for me, and I couldn't answer, then or ever again. If I didn't know it before, I realized then that you can't mix a woman and undercover work. At least, not a woman you love. Of course, there are women in the party, women who are interested in other party members. But I've known Helen, and I choose to walk alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews. Although the struggle between freedom and communism hasn't flared into open battle here in the Western Hemisphere, the enemies of freedom never stop their efforts to destroy it. Although to protect innocent persons, the names, dates, and places in this story are fictitious, the danger they warn against is very real. Next week, we'll bring you another strange adventure based on the fantastic experiences of Matt Svetich. Join us, won't you?
I was a communist for the FBI.
Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. From the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Svetich come many of the incidents in this unusual story. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Svetich, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI.
A traitor is a miserable thing, even to himself. During those 9 long, endless years I spent as a communist for the FBI, the overwhelming feeling of treachery never left me. And yet you, mister, never seemed to feel a thing. Maybe you ignored it because of your sense of fair play. Maybe the wind of red propaganda confused you. Whatever the cause, ignorance or indifference, this attitude is dangerous. I want you to hear my story. It's the story of communism.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Svetich, Undercover Man. Here is Dana Andrews as Matt Svetich, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked The Red Gate.
You lost no time getting here, Comrade Svetich.
I don't like to keep cell leaders waiting, Comrade Millar, especially when I'm told they want to see me immediately.
This is a matter of great importance. Your success or failure on this mission may mean the success or failure of the party at some future date.
Go on.
These recent wholesale defection and exposures of party members have cost us the services of some of our most valuable people. Members who were in excellent positions for sabotaging war plants, power, and communications.
That's a serious loss.
Your mission is to replace those people with others who are entirely unknown to the FBI.
Recruiting trustworthy people isn't an overnight job, Comrade.
This is not recruiting, Comrade Svetic. Our replacements are waiting below the Mexican border. Your assignment is to get them across that border into this country.
Alone?
You'll have all the help you need when you get to the West Coast.
When do I leave?
Even I won't know until I pick up your tickets. New York made the arrangements.
Afraid of possible information leaks, eh?
Obviously. Go to your hotel and get your things together. I'll bring your tickets there within the next hour.
Warren speaking.
This is Savetic. I'm in a phone booth.
Go ahead.
I'm going to the West Coast. Maybe this afternoon, maybe tonight. Super secret.
Sounds like it.
It's a big project. Bringing strangers across the Mexican border.
Going alone?
Until I reach the coast, I don't know where I'll be put down.
We'll cover all West Coast airports from San Francisco south. Wherever you get off the plane, keep changing your grip from hand to hand as you walk. You'll be contacted when it looks safe.
Okay. I'll see you later.
I hope so. Good luck.
Thanks. After arranging for my West Coast FBI contact, I hurried to my room and threw some things into a bag. I've just flopped on my bed and stretched out for a little rest when Comrade Millar arrives with some disquieting news.
Our West Coast people are handling this, Comrade Svetic, under the direction of the MVD. If they have reason to believe that enemy agents are making their periodic checks of airports, you'll be taken off your plane somewhere en route.
How will I make the contact?
Your plane makes several stops. At each stop, you ought to get out to stretch your legs. The party member approaching you, wherever it may be, will say, "It was certainly a red sunset last night, wasn't it?" Your reply will be, "I didn't notice, really."
I didn't notice, really.
Right. Here's your ticket, Comrade Svetic. It's for San Diego, and your plane leaves in 35 minutes. I'll drive you to the airport.
Comrade Millar stays at my side until I board the plane and stands watching until we take off. So I had no chance to notify the FBI of the possibility of my leaving the plane before it reaches the West Coast airports that they're watching. Following orders, I get out at each stop, but no attempt is made to contact me. I'm beginning to relax. Then, as the plane circles the field at Albuquerque, the man sitting next to me speaks.
It was certainly a red sunset last night, wasn't it?
It's seconds before I realize the significance of what he said. Then I managed to stammer, I didn't notice, really.
Take your bag when you get off this time.
Right.
Walk to the airport parking lot and wait for me at the entrance. I'm Comrade Colma. You're under my orders.
I'm under Comrade Colma's orders. There's nothing unusual about that, but instinctively I tighten up. I don't like this guy, and I can feel that he doesn't like me. I don't know why, but I can sense the hate in him. Hate for me, personally. It's still there when he joins me at the airport parking lot and we get in a car to drive to Los Angeles. He says nothing, just looks at me out of the corner of his eye now and then. Finally, hours later, after we've passed through Needles, California, and are starting across the Mojave Desert, he speaks. But there's no information or comfort for me in anything he says.
You're doing a lot of thinking, Comrade Savetic.
You didn't seem to want to talk.
This is an important project.
Yeah.
If nothing goes wrong, we'll have this country flooded with people the FBI has never heard of. Trained people who can stop production for weeks whenever we get the order.
We've got to get them across the border first.
That's why we're here, you and I. It's believed that we're not known to the FBI, at least on the West Coast.
So that's why I was chosen for the assignment.
Only partially. I asked for you specifically, Comrade Savetic.
Oh, it's very flattering inasmuch as we've never met.
My brother spoke very highly of you once.
Your brother?
He was with you on one of your less successful missions.
Oh.
There was an information leak somewhere, Comrade Zvetic. My brother wasn't as lucky as you. I miss him greatly.
Are you trying to blame me for whatever happened to your brother?
I'm making no formal charges, Comrade. I'm merely warning you. Make certain that nothing goes wrong on this mission. Because on this project, I'm making you my special project. For purely personal reasons.
This makes it really tough. Comrade Colma isn't just a naturally suspicious MVD man. He's an MVD man who lost his brother on a mission and blames me for it. We don't exchange another word until we reach Los Angeles and enter the house of Comrade Walters.
You had trouble finding my place, comrades?
A little, Comrade Walters.
Too bad. But so have the FBI, and that is good.
You have orders for Comrade Zvetic and me?
Yeah. But first, I must explain the operation to you. Sit down, Comrade Zvetic.
Thanks, Comrade.
Now, we can thank the Americans themselves for the mechanics of this operation. It is an underground railway.
And we're helping slaves, too.
Spoken like a true communist, Comrade Zvetic. What is the meaning of this, Comrade Colma?
Nothing.
You two dislike each other?
How could we? We only met on the plane coming out here.
Antagonism between you two could defeat the whole project.
I saved my antagonism for the enemy.
Good. And you, Comrade Colma?
Look, why don't we quit talking and get down to business, huh?
Who is in charge here, Comrade Colma?
You are, Comrade Walters.
Then I will handle this in my own way, without any comment from you.
Yeah, of course, Comrade.
Well, then. It's good we understand each other. Now, from Oceanside North, I have arranged for stations in this underground railway.
What do you mean by stations, Comrade?
Buildings, attics, cellars, where after you get them that far, our people can rest and keep out of sight until we can manufacture the proper identifications and move them into the desired jobs.
This has taken a lot of work, Comrade Walters.
Yeah, and patience, Comrade Zvetic. Some of our underground station masters have required considerable persuading.
Oh.
Look, where do we come into this, Comrade?
You are impatient, aren't you, Comrade Colma?
Sorry.
Never mind. I was coming to that anyway. Because I do not speak exactly English like an American, I have made no attempt to establish stations between the border and Oceanside. Now, these must be established on the ranches in the back country. You and Comrade Zvetic must handle those.
You have a plan, I suppose, Comrade?
Yeah, I have a plan for everything, Comrade. Now, I have here a map. Here, these circles indicate ranches without telephones, ranches where the owners have been very tolerant about Mexican wetbacks. Posing as ranches from Northern California, you and Comrade Colma will approach these southern ranches asking for help in shoving a bunch of wetback laborers north for you. Now, most of them feel sorry for the Mexicans anyway and will be glad to cooperate.
And those who don't, we remind of their previous crimes.
Exactly. Now, after you have completed arrangements with the ranchers, which should not take more than 2 days, you will proceed to Tijuana, Mexico. I will meet you there, in the Hotel Rosario.
For 2 days, Comrade Colma and I drive the back roads of San Diego County, seeing nothing but ranches, reservations, and rattlesnakes. And Comrade Walters has the ranches pegged right. Of course, we promise that the wetbacks will do a day's labor for each rancher who gives them shelter, and that we'll pay for it at the other end of the line. It's a good deal for everybody. Even Comrade Colma acts almost human. And when we report to Comrade Walters at the Hotel Rosario in Tijuana, he's happy about the whole thing, almost.
You have done very well, comrades.
What's our next move?
To send our people back over the route you have just followed. Unfortunately, we must wait a few days.
Why?
The Border Patrol has been suddenly, unaccountably reinforced. It is very strange.
An information leak?
Possibly. However, according to an informant who loiters near the Border Patrol station at the Tijuana gate, They are searching for a missing FBI undercover man.
Back to Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Cvetic in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
They're searching for a missing FBI undercover man. When Comrade Walters says that, I want to yell, dance, and sing. And it must show in my face because suddenly I realize that Comrade Walters and Comrade Colma are both staring at me curiously.
You react strangely to this unfortunate situation, Comrade Cvetic.
Strangely? How do you mean?
Well, a suspicious man might think you're pleased by the search.
Oh. No, as a matter of fact, I am pleased.
Yeah, I thought so.
And why are you pleased, Comrade Cvetic?
Because any time an FBI undercover man is missing, Comrade, you and I have one less rat to worry about.
Yeah, that is one way of looking at it.
This isn't going to change our plans, is it?
It might. This requires thought.
Plenty.
And in order to think, I must eat.
I could stand something myself.
Then you go get some sandwiches, comrade.
All right. What kind do you want?
Oh, it makes no difference, just so there's plenty of them.
Okay.
Yeah, but you stay here, Comrade Colma. I need someone to talk to bounce ideas against. Because you are naturally disagreeable, you will argue and make me think. Comrade Cvetic will get the sandwiches.
This is the break I've been playing for. A chance to get away from Comrade Colma. A chance to contact the FBI, if I could just get to a phone. Then as I spot a phone booth and head toward it, I have a hunch. Walters may have been giving Colma a lot of conversation. They may be checking up on me. I turn around and head back toward the hotel and bump right into Comrade Colma.
Why don't you look where you...
Well, Comrade Colma, I was just coming back to the room.
Oh. Where are the sandwiches?
Well, I didn't get them yet. You didn't tell me whether you wanted yours with or without.
You're pretty clever, Comrade Cvetic.
Clever?
You fool Walters completely.
I hear what you're saying, Comrade, but it doesn't mean anything. At least to me.
But it will someday, because I'm not fooled. Someday, Comrade, you're going to make a slip. And when you do, I'll be there.
I know right then that there's no pretend about Comrade Colma. This is one MVD goon who can take it as well as dish it out. I'm not ready for a showdown, so I turn and go back to the hotel room where Comrade Walters is waiting.
Where are the sandwiches, comrade?
I forgot about them.
Forgot about the sandwiches? That is what you went out for.
Sure, but when I bumped into my shadow, I forgot all about them.
That Colma, stupid.
Look, Comrade Walters, if you don't think I'm right for this assignment, if you don't trust me, take me off it. Send me home.
Yeah, but I do trust you, like a comrade.
You just have more faith in Colma?
Now, why should you think that?
There's no one out following him around.
I was not following you, comrade. It was his idea.
Oh, I wonder.
You doubt my word, comrade?
No, I was just wondering. I've never seen Comrade Colma before this mission, and yet he seems awfully anxious to get me out of the way.
A little overzealous, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe not.
What are you driving at, comrade?
Wouldn't it help an FBI undercover rat if he could drive a wedge between you and me?
You think Colma is the missing... Oh, no, Comrade Cvetic. You are letting your anger talk. Come on.
Where are we going?
To an old deserted mine a few miles out in the desert east of here. 23 of our people are hiding there.
23?
Yeah, all of them key production personnel and expert saboteurs. Comrade Walters does not engage in small projects.
I didn't realize how very important you must be, Comrade.
I am useful. Now let us be on our way, Comrade Sretik.
What about Colma?
He gave you something to think about. We give him something to think about. Come along.
We drive out to the mine over a road that'd break a rattlesnake's back and callous its belly. Rough, tough, and twisting. And when Comrade Walters leads me into the mine tunnel, where our people are waiting, I get a real surprise. At least half of them are blue-eyed blondes. When we get back outside, I mention this to Comrade Walters.
What of it, comrade? The color of a man's eyes or hair cannot lessen his value to us?
How many blonde, blue-eyed Mexicans do you know, Comrade Walters?
Well, I don't know, but there must be some.
Possibly, but those ranchers won't be expecting to see them. And if they do, they'll talk about it.
Yeah, I had not thought of that.
Well, you've been busy with bigger problems.
Yeah, much bigger, comrade.
But one little slip like this could cost us the entire project.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I am glad we thought of it in time. How do we fix it?
Dye their hair and stain their skins. If they look dark enough and keep their heads down, their eyes may not be noticed.
Yeah. Where do we get the dye and stain?
I'll have to make inquiries after we get back to Tijuana. We drive back to the hotel and find Comrade Colma waiting for us. He's ready to blow his top. But Comrade Walters is on my side now.
While you were out running around the town, Comrade Sretik was with me, working on the project. Did you do anything to help the cause, Comrade Colma?
He doesn't even give Colma a chance to answer. Instead, he orders me to go out and get the stain and dye we need to make our blonde comrades look like brunette Mexicans.
And this time, Comrade Sretik, you won't be followed. I promise you that.
Now maybe I have a chance. The first drugstore I go into has the stain and dye that I need, but I don't want to buy it in the first store. I want to attract attention, hoping that the Border Patrol, too, has its informers, and that one of them will report that an American is trying to buy stain and dye that'll make him look like a Mexican. I cover the town, taking plenty of time, but no one follows me. Finally, I go back to the first store and buy the stuff I'm after. It makes a pretty good-sized package, and as I step out into the street, I shift it from one hand to the other. As I do, a guy steps up to me.
Got a match?
Well, I think so. Wait till I shift this package.
You always shift things you're carrying from one hand to the other?
Shift things from one hand to the other. Then I remembered. When you get off the plane, shift your bag from one hand to the other. This is the recognition sign the FBI gave me before I left home. I grin before I answer. Usually I do when I get off planes.
We missed you.
Not half as much as I missed you.
It was a smart move making a conspicuous buy of that stuff.
I was afraid to phone.
What's the setup?
23 trained saboteurs in an old deserted mine a few miles east. Going across as Mexican wetbacks as far as Oceanside. Red Underground Railway takes over from there.
When do they move?
It hasn't been decided yet. The reinforced Border Patrol has scared them.
Okay, we'll contact you through Walters.
Walters? Is he on our side?
No. But we have people who give him information we want him to have. Only the next information will be for you.
Before I can mention that Walters has informants who are not working for the Bureau, the agent breaks the contact by walking into the crowded store and never looking back. Now I'm worse off than I was before. The Bureau will be sending me information, but Walters will be getting other information, and I won't know which is which. I'm in a great spot to lose my neck. And when I get back to the hotel room, I can see that Colma has been working on Walters again.
You took plenty of time, Comrade Svetic.
Well, it isn't easy to buy large quantities of this stuff without arousing suspicion, Comrade Walters.
What makes you think you were successful?
What makes you think I wasn't?
The Border Patrol was informed that an American was buying stain and dye to make him look like a Mexican.
When did you hear that?
When you were out shopping. Or whatever it was you were doing.
Here are the packages.
We're going to have to move fast, Comrade Svetic.
You give the orders, I'll follow them.
We're going out to the mine immediately. We will make up our people to look like Mexicans and go across the border tonight.
Tonight?
There will be no moon. We will start as soon as it is dark.
But what about the Border Patrol?
While you and I were gone this afternoon, Comrade Colma was working too.
Yeah?
Yeah. I was able to enlist the services of several experienced Mexicans. Men who've made the trip across the border many times. They will lead our parties.
The contact came too late. The FBI will never be able to get information to me, and I can't get word to them. I get panicky as I realize that the only thing standing between a mob of red saboteurs and their dirty jobs is me, Matt Savetic. We drive out to the mine and stain the faces and dye the hair of our comrades. Finally, it's dark, and the Mexican guides Colma has arranged for come to pick us up.
There are 7 of us, senor. Split your party into equal groups, and we will get started.
Split them up, Colma, Svetic.
Do we go in the same party, Comrade Walters? Or do we 3 split up, too?
We are not going with them, Comrade Svetic.
Why not?
Why should we? We came across the border openly. We will go back the same way.
But if there's trouble, will these people be able to work their way out of it?
Maybe you are right. Maybe we should go with them, Comrade Svetic. What do you think, Comrade Colma?
Wherever Comrade Svetic goes, I'm going too.
After hiding our car in an old shed where it won't attract attention, we head for the border, single file, to cross at a spot where our guides assure us is perfectly safe. We've walked and slipped and stumbled over about 3 miles of desert when the leader of our entire party passes between 2 close-set rocks and disappears, followed by the others. By Comrade Walter's orders, I'm the last man in the last group, guarding against strays and stragglers. And as I pass through the opening in the rocks, a Mexican pulls me into the shadows and whispers,
"Yell out to the comrades. I think this is a trap, then run back through those rocks."
"Who are you?"
"A friend. You're not the only ones who can use that stain and dye. Now, before they get suspicious, yell a warning to them and get out."
Comrade Svetic.
Oh, yes, Comrade Walters?
What are you doing? Why aren't you here?
Yell your warning.
Well, I think this is a trap, Comrade.
What?
I think this is a trap. I'm getting out of here. Follow me.
All right, stop him! Stop that man! I'll stop him, friend! I'll stop him! Good!
Well, Matt, that cleans it up.
Yeah, those Mexicans certainly had me fooled.
They fooled Comrade Colma, too. If you hadn't gotten in touch with them, well, we'd never have known you were moving out.
They don't like spies and saboteurs any better than we do, huh?
Not a bit. In fact, it was one of those boys who settled Colma's hash when he was trying to knock you off.
What happens with Walters?
He's being deported. Incidentally, while he refuses to give us your name, he speaks very highly of you and taunts us with the way you escaped our trap.
Comrade Walters admired me. Spy, saboteur, possible murderer, he admired me. While my brothers and sisters, loyal Americans, grew cold and distant when I entered the room. For 9 long years, this was my choice. To be shunned by those I loved and served, or to be admired by those I detested. I couldn't face up to either choice, so I chose to walk alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews. Although you may not see any surface indications, the tempo of the Cold War is rising. At the moment, it's a silent, bitter, undercover struggle. And in that silence lies our greatest danger. If we feel that we can relax, we can't. To protect innocent persons, the names, dates, and places you've heard mentioned are fictitious. But there's nothing fictitious about the danger. Next week, we'll bring you another strange adventure based on the fantastic experiences of Matt Svedek. Join us, won't you?
I was a communist for the FBI.
Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. From the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Svedek come many of the incidents in this unusual story. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Svedek, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI.
It was weird, and it was terrifying. I'd begin to get so much into the choking spirit of my character that I'd talk and act like a real communist, even to myself. That's when I'd get scared. But if I didn't play it to the hilt, the comrades would suspect, and I'd be scared again. Come to think of it, for 9 long years as a communist for the FBI, I was never anything but scared.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Svedek, Undercover Man. Now, here is Dana Andrews as Matt Svedek, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked Red Rover, Red Rover.
I walk slowly down Dawson Street, pretending I'm not looking for anybody. Comrade Revson, who is supposed to rendezvous with me here, had better look sharp, because the sidewalks are crowded. He's supposed to pick me up so we can get down to the next shady item on the red agenda. All at once, I have company, and it isn't Comrade Revson.
All right, Mrs. Svedek, we'll take a taxi from here.
Who are you?
Just keep walking and keep talking and head for the curb.
I've got another date, so goodbye.
Do as I tell you and everything will be jolly.
I asked you who you were.
I'm not Comrade Revson at the start.
You know somebody by that name?
Both of us do. Stop right here.
Now listen, girl.
Taxi?
I don't even know you.
But we both know Revson, don't we? Come on.
Where to?
1010 Atherton Plaza, driver.
Do tell. Atherton Plaza. I'd have worn my clean shirt, but I never dreamed.
Oh, quiet.
Tell me, pretty maiden, could this be fun?
Very definitely not.
Mm-hmm. Now, what will Revson say when he doesn't meet me?
We'll handle him.
Who's we?
You'll see.
I see.
Now, be quiet. A taxi is a public place.
We enter a district that makes Park Avenue look like a slum clearance candidate and pull up at a facade that would look natural with a mink canopy. We take the elevator to the 5th floor, and I'm being seriously worried. I don't know if this smart little brunette is for me or against me. Is she comrade or FBI? And how will I explain things to Revson? It sounds like a radio cliffhanger. Be sure to listen tomorrow, and I sincerely hope I'll be with you then. We stop at a white-paneled door. The girl lets herself in with her own key. In the lush living room, a fattish but solid man is sitting on the sofa. He smiles a nothing smile and waves a plump hand at a chair.
Sit down.
Yeah, but first, my name is Matt Svedek. What's yours?
Mr. Svedek, this is Comrade Yusutin.
Yusutin? Usatine?
The name is not familiar to you, I'm sure. If it were, you might not be here.
But I am here, and I'd like to know why.
We may have a little job for you.
Thanks a lot, but I have a job.
How?
I already told him not to be concerned about Weston.
He'll undertake to explain to him, Comrade Zvedek.
You will?
You will say nothing to him. Do you understand?
No. No, I don't understand.
You will. We've been watching your work, Comrade Zvedek. We like it. We've decided to entrust you with your most important mission so far.
Again, who is we?
Some extremely important documents are being held for us in Canada. You have to secure them as we shall instruct you. Shasta will help you.
Shasta?
I'm Shasta.
Oh.
Comrade Zvedek.
Go ahead.
You'll proceed to Toronto, Canada, where you will be given an envelope. You will return and deliver the envelope to me with Shasta's assistance.
Oh, I'll receive this envelope from whom? How?
Just be in Toronto day after tomorrow.
But what do I do when I get there? Where do I go?
Just be there.
It'll not be as simple as it sounds.
Look, comrade, I'm a direct guy.
Yes.
Would this be a cozy little business to get rid of me?
Do you know of any reason why we should want to get rid of you, Comrade Zvedek?
Of course not.
Why worry then?
Okay. When do I leave?
Tonight.
I'll wind up my modest little affairs.
Shasta.
Comrade Discipline.
Brief the comrade.
Come with me. The other room will do. And here are your tickets, your plane transportation, train ticket, bus.
All three, just to go to Toronto?
In fact, you'll finish the trip by taxi. Anything to shake possible pursuit.
Would be after me.
Oh, don't be silly. The FBI, for one.
What do you mean, for one? Who else would it be?
Must you question everything?
Live and learn.
Not if you learn too much.
Nicely put.
I thought Comrade Revson was a strict disciplinarian. With us, you do exactly as you're told.
With us? Does that mean you're something different from the party? Or something apart from it?
Ask enough questions, Comrade Zvedek, and you'll ask none.
I'm sorry.
You may have use for a gun. Here, take this automatic.
Oh, that's nice.
Scared?
I was admiring the gun.
All right, take it then. You know what to do.
Be in Toronto day after tomorrow. Just be there is enough?
Mm-hmm.
Seems hardly enough. Impressive, though.
Speak to nobody between now and the time you leave.
Nobody at all?
Nobody.
All right.
When you get back in town, call this number.
Ask for you?
Won't hurt. Yes.
Aren't you afraid this place might be wired?
Not in the least.
Oh?
And don't waste time thinking about it. It'll get you nowhere. All right, you may go now.
Have you had your lunch yet?
You may go, Comrade Zvedek.
No sale.
Just bring back those documents.
I'm on my own, and I'm worried and a little scared. This is something new in being a communist for the FBI. I go down the elevator thinking, those cold fish upstairs talk like communists and treat me like one of them, up to a point. But then there's something offbeat about them, something very wrong about them that I can't figure. But I don't know Usatine or Shasta, the girl with a name like a daisy. And I do know Revson, and he's my official boss. And I'm going to report to him, warnings or not. I step out into the street and hail a cab. As I get into the taxi, two men get into a long black sedan behind us. And friends, there's no mistake about it. They're following me. I don't shake the shadows until almost evening. But I've got to shake them. I've got to tell Revson, and I've got to tip off the FBI. I finally get up to Revson's office.
Is it important, Zvedek?
I think it may be very important.
Then let us discuss it somewhere else.
We can't discuss it somewhere else.
This office may be wired.
I tell you, we can't go anywhere else. I'm being followed.
Followed?
I've shaken them, but if we leave, they might pick me up again.
Followed by whom?
I don't know. That's one of the reasons I had to see you. They didn't want me to tell you.
No?
I figure you're my boss, not these strangers.
Start talking.
I couldn't meet you because some girl picked me up and brought me to a flossy guy named Usatine.
Usatine?
Mean anything to you?
Go on.
I'm supposed to go to Toronto tonight and pick up some envelope with important papers in it. If those shadows learn I reported back to you, I just may be in trouble. I took a chance. Any theories?
I have heard of such adventures from other comrades. This Usatine and this Shasta may be counter-revolutionaries working against us.
What should we do?
Do as they tell you.
But if, as you suspect, they're counter-revolutionaries...
Do as they tell you.
And report everything to you?
No. Yes. No. Just be careful.
But shouldn't I report back to you? It's a chance to check on the enemies and traitors inside the party.
If that is what they are.
Well, what else would they be?
All right, all right. Report to me.
Good.
But be careful. Do exactly as they tell you. Go.
Go, sure. Go where? Do what? When I'm this much in the dark. For the first time in my long connection with the party, I've seen Revson disturbed and worried. Worried. He's scared. And I wonder why. He's tough, and he doesn't scare easy. My own anxiety deepens. I make sure I'm not being followed. Then I find a pay station and dial my FBI contact.
Hello?
Oh, Mr. Adams?
Who's calling, Mr. Adams, please?
Mr. Gwinnett.
Adams talking. Go ahead.
Where can I see you right away? I'm taking off for Toronto in half an hour.
Let's see. This is Friday. There's a bank on Webster and 12th. Keeps open Friday evenings, closed at Saturday. I have a safe deposit box there. We can go to the vault, take the box to a private booth, and talk.
That sounds good. Make it fast, though.
10 minutes?
Well, that's fast. Okay.
Very interesting, Matt.
If that's interesting, you ought to see this little Shasta Daisy.
She gave you an automatic?
Yeah, here it is, right in my
No,
pocket.
no. Don't you touch it. You couldn't have your fingerprints on it already. Here, let me fish it out of your pocket with a handkerchief.
So, can you do something about that?
Well, I'll check whatever prints the gal left on this gun against our files in Washington. See what the game is.
Counter-revolutionaries?
I don't know yet.
FBI, maybe?
I wouldn't know, Matt, would I?
When will you know? An end of suspense. This cold sweat is ruining my clothes.
Call me when you get back into town.
Yeah.
Lots of good luck, Matt.
You think I'm going to need that much and that good?
Call me, Matt.
But it's easy. In fact, it's too easy to be true. I get to the United States-Canada line, and I don't have any trouble at all getting across because I don't go across. Before I start over, an old man bums me for a dime, thanks me kindly, and hands me a thick envelope, heavily sealed, and disappears. Not another word said. Easy, sure. But I know now that I've been followed and watched all the way, and pointed out to the old man by my shadows. Why didn't my shadows pick up the envelope then? Why me? I don't know. But I'm scared now, scared solid. I go back home feeling foolish and unnecessary, and in some dark and terrible way, on the spot.
Back to Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Savetic in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
Hello?
Shasta?
Who?
Shasta, this is Matt Savetic. I'm back.
So soon?
Yeah, I'll tell you all about it.
Did you get it?
I got it.
Let's see, you wanted to have lunch with me the other day.
Well, it's too late now for that lunch. I had one.
How about dinner? There's a noisy place in the 50s where we can talk. It's big, the food is good, and society fairly interesting. Pick me up in front of 1010 Atherton Plaza by 9.
That's right. Just leave everything to me.
You're certainly home ahead of schedule.
Let's talk about that where it's noisy, hmm?
Smart man. Reliable fellow. Bye-bye.
Yeah, smart as the proverbial whip. Any St. Bernard dog could have gone on that mission.
Hello?
Mr. Adams, please. Mr. Gwinnett calling.
Oh, this is Adam. Shoot.
I want to talk to you right away.
Hey, back early, aren't you?
Where can I see you?
Our bench in the park at 9.
No good. Got a date with the fair Shasta at 9.
8, then?
8 it is.
Something I've got to tell you, too, friend.
Well, what is it? Is it anything you can tell me now and save me a lot of... Hello? Hello?
All right, Matt, that's your story.
And I'm stuck with it. Now you. Matt, I've got some pretty strong news for you.
All right, come on, let's have it.
Shasta and Yusatine are not counter-revolutionaries.
Then why did Revson act so scared?
Well, they're on his side, all right, but they play a pretty lone hand. And a grim one at that. Grimmest game on earth, maybe.
How do I figure to be the one they volley back and forth?
I'll tell it to you fast, Matt.
Yeah, I do.
You've been tapped by the MVD.
What?
Mm-hmm. You've been playing around with the Russian secret police. Shasta and Yusatine are MVD agents.
What do they want with me?
Well, they're either testing you, or they're thinking of recruiting you into the secret police.
Oh, no. Not for me.
No, I wouldn't do it all. Not for us. First of all, you could never bring yourself to do the things they'd expect of you. These are the boys who buried an alpenstock in Leon Trotsky's brain, just for example.
Definitely not my line of work.
Stop at nothing. You wouldn't last. They'd get you, Matt. Now, the FBI doesn't ask that much from a man.
I don't want any part of them.
Now, that's the problem, Matt. They don't ask you to join. They tell you. Whether you like it or not, Matt, you've been drafted for the MVD.
Well, what do you think I ought to do?
You've got to finish the job they gave you. If you don't, you'll be in trouble.
Oh, fine. If I come through for them, I'm promoted to the MVD. If I don't, I might be severely dead.
Well, from now on, I'm having you watched constantly.
Well, that way I'll have friendly witnesses to my murder.
We better break it up now, Matt. You've disobeyed orders in seeing Revson and me. The MVD might resent it.
And who knows how better.
Have a nice date with Shasta.
The restaurant where I took Shasta was so crowded I almost had to make an appointment just to check my hat and top coat. But my beautiful date had a drag. And we got a table where if you could read lips, you could hear somebody near you, almost.
I told you it'd be noisy here.
The better for others not to hear us, my dear.
Right. Now about the envelope.
I have it in my inside pocket here.
Don't show it to me now.
Nobody notices anybody but himself in this bunch.
We are being watched.
Where?
Don't look now, you idiot.
What about the envelope?
Keep it. I can't afford to have it found on me.
Can I afford it any better?
You've got to get out of here before those FBI men know what you're up to.
How do you know they're FBI? Let's have a gander.
Don't turn it. That group at the table between us is getting up to dance. Use them for cover and get out here.
Now?
Not yet. All right, now.
I do some fast, broken field walking through the packed restaurant. Just as I reach the door, I see the two men at the corner table jump up and come after me. FBI, nothing. They're my two MVD shadows. What made Shasta think they were FBI, or did she? I don't stop to ask questions. I jam on all canvas and sail past the check room.
Do you have a hat and coat, sir?
Oh, no thanks. I run outside and jump into a taxi. We're pulling away when the two MVD goons come out of the restaurant. That black sedan slithers to the curb and they get in. And off we go again. Around midnight, I get a chance to pull an old gag out of the gag book. I duck into a big drugstore. They're almost ready to close up, but I order a sandwich at the lunch counter, watch my chance, and slip into a phone booth and sit on the floor. Pretty soon, the lights go out. It gets quiet. I stand up and look out. The store is closed and the coast is clear. Very pleased with myself, I go to a door to unlatch it. Then my instinct issues a fast warning.
Hit the floor, Matt.
A cop goes by, trying the doors. Then he continues on his rounds. I stand up again, start to unlatch the door again.
Hold it, Matt. The burglar alarm.
If I open the door, the alarm will go off. If I'm picked up with that envelope on me, I'm in trouble with the cops and with the MVD. What to do?
Call the FBI.
Well, of course. I look through my pockets for a coin. Not a cent. I gave all my change to the taxi driver. Now what?
The cash registers. Try them.
Oh, yeah. Pennies. Nothing but pennies. Who needs them? I must have a coin on me. I've got to have one. Yeah. One solitary coin in the change pocket of my jacket. Oh, boy. Lucky for me. The first time I ever put a coin in that pocket.
What number are you calling, sir?
Bridge 3232. Come on.
You may have dialed the wrong number. Will you please try it again?
Return my coin, then.
Yes, sir.
Hey, what the... Operator! Operator, you collected my coin. Operator!
Operator?
I was calling Bridge 3232 and got a wrong number or something, and you collected my coin.
Please drop another coin, and we will mail you a refund.
I can't drop another coin. That was the last one I had. It's got to be that.
I will try to ring your number.
Bridge 3232. Come on, be there. Answer. Come on.
Yeah?
Adams?
Who is this?
Gwinnett.
Oh, you caught me just going out the door. What's up?
Listen, I'm being followed by some MVD goons. I managed to get locked into a drugstore, but now I don't dare go out.
Are the MVD still out there?
No, but I can't let the cops find this envelope on me.
Oh, that's right.
And I've got to deliver it to Usatine tomorrow, or else.
Yeah. All right, do this. Hide the envelope somewhere around that store where nobody else is likely to find it, and tell me where you're putting it to. You or I can get it tomorrow, see?
In case I get picked up, right. You boys think of everything. Now, hold on while I find a place to put the envelope and...
Hello?
I'm here.
Anything wrong?
I haven't got the envelope.
What?
I must have slipped it into the inside breast pocket of my top coat instead of my jacket.
Where is your top coat?
I left it at the nightclub when the MVD got on my trail.
Better go back and get it, boy.
Yeah, I'd sure better. Funny thing, I open the front door, the alarm goes off and rings like mad. And nobody, absolutely nobody pays any attention. I run all the way back to the nightclub. It's jammed with the after-theater crowd. I head for the check room, breathing hard.
Yes, sir?
I've got a hat and top coat here.
Your check, sir?
Oh, check. Let's see. Oh, I can't find any check on me. Did you give me a check?
I always give a check, sir.
It's a size 42, herringbone tweed, gray-green.
Well, I can't give it to you without a claim check.
Well, yeah, I'll help you find it.
I'm sorry. That isn't permitted, sir.
I'm not going to steal somebody's umbrella.
Are you sure you had a hat and coat?
Yes, I'm sure.
You ran out a couple hours ago saying you didn't.
I've got a hat and coat here, I tell you.
I'll have to see your check.
I can't find a check on me.
I'm sorry.
Well, what does it look like?
It's a little brass coin with a number on it.
Oh, sister. I put it in a pay telephone.
Oh, brother. That's a new one. Mr. Fogarty!
Who are you calling?
The house detective. Mr. Fogarty!
No, don't do that.
Mr. Fogarty!
I can't stay here and be arrested. I've got to get out. Panic to get away and escape. I dash into the street again and right into the arms of the powerful MVD men. They muscle me into the black sedan. I stop fighting. What's the use? I'm tired. It's all over. Why fight? Give up. Why struggle? It's all over.
A figure of a comrade you are, Svetik.
I did my best.
You did your best.
Yes.
Then where is the envelope?
I told you. I'll go back to the nightclub when they close up. My coat will be the only one uncalled for.
No.
Why not?
Svetik, you know what happens to those in our society who mishandle important responsibilities?
I suppose so.
In this case, that papers happen to be of no importance.
What?
They are of absolutely no value. It was a test, a trial to see whether you were worthy of an important promotion.
Promotion?
And you failed. I will tell you now what will happen to you.
What?
You are unworthy of command, Svetik. Therefore, Svetik, you will return to the ranks.
Go back to my cell with Revson?
It is all you are fit for.
Well, comrade, I'm always ready to serve the party in any capacity whatever. And if you...
Enough. Show him out, men.
The MVD men turned me loose on the sidewalk. I'm in the clear and with a whole skin. Almost deliriously, I think. Svetik, if you ever wanted to be wrong, this was the time for it. I walked down the street, breathing in the cool night air, unraveling the knots in my stomach. I fell out of the frying pan, almost into the fire. It's almost like Social Security being back in the frying pan again. It could have been worse. I might be an MVD agent by now, and a dead man a year from now. But I don't fool myself. I'm still in big trouble. I'm a communist for the FBI.
I walk alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews with a word about the story you've just heard. In this story, as in all others, names, dates, and places are fictitious to protect innocent persons. Many of these stories are based on incidents in the life of Matt Cvetic, who worked undercover for the FBI. Next week, another fantastic adventure. Join us, won't you?
I was a communist for the FBI.
Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. From the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Cvetic come many of the incidents in this unusual story. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Cvetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI.
In these complex times, it takes a lot more than a heap of living to make a house a home. But when the Communist Party is your landlord, living and home become cheap, too cheap. This is the story of 2 people who refuse to pay red bargain prices for the privilege of living at home.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. Here is Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked Home Improvements.
It's pretty tough these days for the communists to keep their politicians in power, but they manage somehow. Take the case of one Ralph Rinaldo. This cheap politician was elected not as a communist, but as a candidate for another party, a minor political outfit functioning as a road company of the Communist Party USA. Rinaldo was their star puppet. He danced when the Red leader, Comrade Max Vincent, pulled the strings. But then, who didn't?
Cvetic.
Oh, yes, Comrade Vincent?
Here. Look at this.
What is it?
This message from New York. Instructions from our superiors on the National Board.
What now?
About that big housing project, the one just completed in Rinaldo's district. Our comrades have managed to bully the city housing authority into placing Rinaldo at the head of the committee in charge.
Fine. He'll be able to help some people to decent homes.
We're not concerned with their homes, Svetty.
Oh?
It's their votes that matter. Votes for Rinaldo. He's been slipping badly lately. This housing project will help keep the balance of voting power in Rinaldo's favor.
I don't understand. How can a housing development...
Simple, comrade. Every tenant will be a Rinaldo voter.
Wait a minute. Are we supposed to tell the tenants how to vote?
Not at all. They'll tell us. Their applications will be carefully screened so that only registered Ronaldo voters will occupy the units.
But there's bound to be hundreds of applicants.
We need every vote, Svetic. You'll have to do a careful screening job.
Look, Me? I'm to do the screening?
These instructions are your orders to work with Ronaldo. They outline the entire plan.
And I'm to be responsible
Here, study these orders carefully. Keep them handy. I'll want to refer to them myself from time to time. With your competence, Svetic, and Rinaldo's personality, the party can expect nothing but success.
I studied the orders all right, trying to discover some clue, some hint to help me scuttle this rotten red scheme. But I found none. When I reported to Rinaldo's headquarters in the tenement district, I realized the true viciousness of the plan. The place was jammed with trusting, slum-weary families, eager for the little self-respect and dignity these new homes could give them. But my job as a commie was to keep them out of those homes, unless they voted for a crummy politician who posed as their savior.
This is the last batch of suckers, Svetic.
Yes, Ronaldo, this is the last of them.
About time.
All right, my happy neighbors, let's buckle down now, shall we? That's the way. Now, those applications that Mr. Svetic gave you are most important. Be sure to fill them out carefully, neighbors, and answer all the questions. If anything puzzles you, feel free to ask me for help. That's my job, you know, helping my neighbors.
Mr. Rinaldo.
Yes, young lady?
Question number 9 on the application.
9? Let me see here.
That's the important one, Rinaldo, the one about voting.
Oh, of course. 9. Young lady, being good friends and neighbors, we'd like to know the political party with which you've registered. It's just a routine.
But I thought every American citizen was entitled to a secret ballot.
Well, of course, but there's no harm in stating your political beliefs. We should be proud.
But suppose the applicant is an independent voter. Suppose the applicant hasn't voted for you. Would that make a difference?
Well, now, really,
pardon me, Mr. Rinaldo. If the young lady has any questions about her application, I'd be happy to discuss them with her.
Good. Good idea. Fine.
I'll be in this office till 6 tonight.
Yes, till 6. Good. Miss, if you'll talk your problem over with Mr. Svetic, I'm sure he'll explain everything. Miss Svetic, find out who she is and get rid of her. She can cause trouble.
Here it is, Varga. Antonio and Rose Varga?
That's it. Antonio's my father.
It's funny. You have 2 other applications in this file, Miss Varga.
I know. And they've both been rejected, Mr. Svetic. This one will be rejected, too. I'd like to know why.
Well, you know, there are many needy families in this area. Sometimes it's difficult
If you're looking for hard luck stories, Mr. Svetic, just read this application. Go on. I can promise you a good cry.
Miss Varga,
Go on, read it. It's all there. Here, right here. It says my father gave up our old house to make room for your housing project. We received some compensation. It wasn't much of a house, but it was the last thing he owned.
Where are you living now?
Read the application. An apartment, 4 rooms, and we share them with 2 other families. And here, right here, it tells you about my father. He's a cobbler, a shoe repair man. But he's ill. He can only work a few hours a day.
And you help him in his shop?
Well, as much as I can. I'm not very good at repairing shoes, you know, but someone has to. Good sob story, isn't it? Well, are you crying, Mr. Svetic? Got a lump in your throat, tears in your eyes? Look, see, I'm crying. It's easy. It's too easy.
Miss Varga, I'll talk to Mr. Rinaldo, but I can't promise anything. You see, there's just a limited number of units in the project.
Limited to what? To people who vote for Ralph Rinaldo?
I'll do all I can, Miss Varga. I'll try to get your application approved somehow.
No, Svetic, if that Varga dame gets into the housing project, we'll have nothing but trouble.
If she doesn't get a unit, we'll have worse trouble, Rinaldo. All she has to do is go to the city housing authority with her story and...
Look around you, Svetic. Look at this neighborhood. These people don't even know the city housing authority exists. If they did, they couldn't spell it.
I'm putting the Varga application through, Rinaldo, for the good of the party.
For the good of Matt Svetic, you'd better not. What are you looking at?
Oh, nothing.
Careful. Watch that curb.
Oh, fine. I knew I should have had these shoes fixed.
Why? They look all right to me.
Well, the soles come loose. Look, you go ahead. I'll get them fixed.
No, I can wait for you.
No, go ahead. Comrade Vincent doesn't like to be kept waiting, you know. I'll stop across the street there and get these shoes taken care of. There was nothing wrong with my shoe, but it gave me a convenient excuse to get rid of Rinaldo and to visit Antonio Varga in his little shoe repair shop. When I entered, Varga was at the machine buffing the heels of a pair of brogans. He was a wizened old man, bent with illness and hard work. He'd never met me, had no idea of my true identity. If I could play my part well and keep him from knowing the truth about me, we might be able to help each other against Rinaldo and the commies.
I be through, mister. Just a minute, I be through.
Okay, take your time.
Everything is so hard to work now. Mister, if you got to have a shoes fixed in a hurry, I cannot do it.
Well, no, Mr. Varga. In fact,
I ain't so good like I used to be. Work a little here, a little there. It's no good. Nothing gets finished. Nothing. Hey, you got the shoes to pick up or what, eh?
No, Well, I'm from the City Housing Authority.
Oh, no, I no can buy anything anymore. Excuse me, I promise to finish these shoes, huh?
Oh, I'm not selling anything, Mr. Varga.
Oh, come another time. You see, my daughter Rosa, she understands about things.
Oh, this is about your home, Mr. Varga. Your home in the new housing project.
What do you know about my home?
Well, I'm with the City Housing Authority. We're checking the applications for the project to see that everyone is treated fairly.
They no treat me fair. The crooks, those people, they take our house. They tell my daughter Rosa lies.
Mr. Varga.
They're crooks.
Listen. Tell your daughter to report your case to the director of the City Housing Authority.
What for? They're crooks, too.
No, they're not crooks. And they're not communists. They can help you. They want to help you.
They're not crooks, eh?
No, but they can't help you until they know your story. Now tell your daughter to go to the City Hall and tell them what's happening. The sooner the better.
Gee, maybe. What's her name again?
Here, write it down. City Housing Authority.
See, I tell you, Rosa.
Comrade Vincent.
Look at these newspapers. Look at them. Have you seen them? Have you?
Well, no, Comrade, I haven't. What's wrong?
Here, sit here, Comrade.
Never mind that. Look at these headlines.
Red plot exposed in housing project.
What's that?
Read it, Svetic. Both of you, read it. Then I want an explanation, and a good one.
The report filed by a shoemaker's daughter late yesterday led the City Housing Authority to the discovery of a vicious plot to use the new East Side housing development as a vote-getting instrument for Ralph Rinaldo, known as a front candidate for the Communist Party.
Well, gentlemen, what's it all about? Who is this shoemaker's daughter? How did she know our plan?
Let me have that paper, Svetic. Late yesterday afternoon, a complaint filed by Miss Rose Varga on behalf of herself and her father, Antonio Varga, a shoe repair.
All right. Now, what do you two know about this?
It's beyond me, Comrade. Maybe...
Svetic.
Yeah?
Show Comrade Vincent your shoe.
What?
Your shoe, Svetic. The one you had repaired yesterday by Antonio Varga.
Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Cvetic in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
I had tried to set a trap to catch the commies, but now I found that I had put my foot right smack into it, literally. As I forced myself to meet the accusing stares of Ronaldo and Vincent, my shoes seemed to grow and grow and grow until I could have sworn my shoes were wearing me.
Well, Cvetic, show Comrade Vincent your shoe, the one Antonio Varga repaired for you yesterday.
I'm not wearing those shoes today.
What's this all about? Cvetic, what do you know about these Vargas?
Let me explain that, Comrade. Cvetic knew that Rose Varga was suspicious of our work with the housing project. In spite of that, he fought to have her application approved.
Not in spite of it, Ronaldo, because of it. Since she was suspicious, it wasn't safe to keep her dissatisfied. I warned Ronaldo that she'd go to the city housing authority.
And she did just that, immediately after your rather sudden visit to her father's shoe repair shop.
What's this? What visit?
I had my shoes fixed. Is it disloyal to our cause to have my shoes fixed?
A strange series of circumstances indeed.
This is idiotic. Comrade Vincent, have you ever had any reason to doubt my loyalty to the party?
Never. Until now. Come along, Cvetic.
Huh? Where?
There's one way to settle this question. You and I, Cvetic, are going to Antonio Varga's shop. I'm curious to see how you and he get along.
It was only a short walk to Varga's shop, but to me it seemed like the last mile. If Varga greeted me as a friend, as a man who had helped him solve his greatest problem, I was licked. And Varga had no reason to greet me any other way. The door to the little shop was open. We could hear the hum of the machines as we approached. Instinctively, I must have slowed down a bit for...
What is it, Cvetic? You seem a bit hesitant.
No, not at all, Comrade Vincent. Come on.
After you, Cvetic.
We entered the shop and looked around. The machines were buzzing away, but Antonio Varga was not to be seen. Then the burlap curtain at the far end of the shop parted.
I'm sorry I didn't hear you come in. Oh. You.
Oh, Miss Varga, this is Mr. Vincent.
Just a minute, I'll turn off the machine.
All right, Mr. Cvetic. What do you want?
Mr. Vincent would like to talk with your father.
My father isn't feeling well. He's ill.
It's imperative that I talk with him.
Why?
Well,
He's not interested in talking with you or any of Mr. Cvetic's friends.
Why? Why is that, Miss Varga?
I've told him about you. You and that whole Ronaldo crowd. You've done everything possible to ruin us. Well, I hope I've done the same for you.
You mean by going to the housing authority?
Yes. Yes, they'll see that Ronaldo gets what he deserves.
We're curious as to what made you decide to take that action.
A member of the city housing authority came in here and talked with my father. He told us what to do. Clear?
Yes.
Yes, very clear.
It's nice to know that there's a difference between communists and human beings.
Yes, Miss Varga, there are many differences. For instance, ordinary creatures would accept a defeat like this. We will find ways to avenge it.
I never thought that the scorn of a lovely girl would be so welcome to me. But Rose Varga's attitude was just bitter enough to clear me of any guilt as far as Vincent was concerned. What bothered me now, though, was the cell leader's ominous threat to the Vargas. Just how would Vincent seek to avenge this defeat? And to whom would his red violence be directed? I found out the next day when Ronaldo and I were called to local party headquarters.
Sit down, Cvetic.
Thanks.
Ronaldo?
Yes, Comrade Vincent?
I've received this communication from our national board. They're quite aware that the city housing authority's forthcoming investigation of your activities will ruin you. You know that, of course.
Oh, I wouldn't say that with the party's legal aid and a good propaganda campaign.
You can expect no help from the Communist Party.
No help? But I...
No help. You've outlived your usefulness to our cause.
But that isn't so. Cvetic, tell him he's wrong. Tell him how loyal I've been, how hard I've worked.
There's not much I can do, Ronaldo. Orders are orders.
But this trouble isn't my fault. I can still come back. I can still serve the party.
The party has no further use for your services.
But, Comrade Vincent, where can I go? What can I do without the party?
Svedig and I have business to discuss, Rinaldo, if you don't mind.
Well, I tell you, I can still serve the party. I can...
Then serve by waiting in the outer office. Go on. Out.
But, Comrade,
Out.
You were pretty rough with him, comrade.
It won't hurt him.
Is it wise to cut him loose like that? After all, Rinaldo knows quite a bit about party activities, and
we're not cutting him loose, Svedig. Not yet, anyway. This treatment is just preparation for the indignity of his new job.
Well, then you're keeping him?
Yes, as a lower echelon worker. We're putting Rinaldo in charge of our physical activity group.
Rinaldo? In charge of a goon squad?
Please, comrade. A physical activity group. Quite a contrast to his status up till now. But at least it'll keep the poor fool busy.
Well, I didn't know our brass knuckle boys were slated for business.
Oh, by all means. Tonight.
Oh?
Yes. Rinaldo may get some emotional compensation from this assignment. He's going to lead a raid on Antonio Varga's shoe repair shop.
Now I knew. Now I knew where and how the violence was to be directed, but I didn't know how to stop it. I couldn't let the Red Goon boys trample all over the Vargas. I couldn't. But it was impossible for me to get away long enough to call my FBI contact or the police. I was closeted with a smug cell leader and a sniveling ex-politician, planning the manner in which commie cowards would flex their misplaced muscles. When Rinaldo left to gather up his bully boys, I thought I saw my cue for a graceful exit.
Oh, Svedig.
Oh, yes, Comrade Vincent.
You're not leaving, are you?
Oh, yes, it's late. I'm tired.
A good commander stays on the scene till his orders have been fulfilled.
You're the commander here, Vincent, not me. I've done all I can to help.
You'd better come with me, Svedig. Someday you may be the commander, you know.
Yeah? Well, until then, I'd better get some rest.
Do you have your copy of those original orders from the National Board, the orders that outlined our strategy?
Yeah, sure. Why?
Read them again. And notice the statement to the effect that whatever else you're assigned to do, your obligation to me and our cell is not lessened.
All right, comrade. What do you want me to do?
I want you to observe with me the work of an efficient Red Physical Activity Squad in action.
This particular Red Goon Squad was directing its efficiency against an ailing old man and his unsuspecting daughter. Rose and Antonio Varga hadn't let the commies cheat them out of their home. So now the Reds were going to ransack the Varga shop and ruin their only means of livelihood. This was a great spectator sport to Comrade Vincent, and I had to be a spectator with him, unable to stop it, unable to help in any way.
Here we are. We'll be able to see the whole thing from here. Varga's shop is just down the street.
Vincent, what good is this going to do? The party will only stir up more hatred.
We thrive on hatred, Svedig.
Well, frankly, I think the whole thing is pointless.
Nothing a good communist does is pointless, comrade.
Yeah. Look, do I have time to mail this letter? There's a mailbox just over
Don't be silly. Stay where you are.
Well, it'll only take a minute.
You can mail it later.
But
stay put, Svedig. There's Rinaldo's car coming down the street now.
Oh, I see. That Rinaldo driving?
Oh, of course not. He's directing the action. Good. Right on time, too. Ha! Bullseye.
Hey, they're taking a chance running into the shop after that noise. Hey, look. The lights went on inside.
Mm-hmm.
But they weren't... Those are cops. Policemen waiting in the shop. What?
Naturally.
Naturally.
We'd better be moving along.
Look, I don't figure this at all. Those cops were waiting there for Rinaldo and the squad. How did they know Rinaldo...
Simple. I told them.
You told them?
Anonymously, of course. A very simple way to get rid of Rinaldo once and for all.
But you assigned him to...
Once the housing authority finishes investigating him, he'll be nothing but a millstone around the party's neck. This raid was the party's donation of one red millstone to the police. Now, here's a mailbox for that letter of yours.
Hmm? Oh, thanks. Say, you might as well go on ahead. I can walk from here.
No point to that. I have the car.
Nothing a good communist does is pointless, comrade.
I'm glad I made an impression with that fact.
Yeah, you made an impression, all right.
Well, good night, Spedding.
Good night, Comrade Vincent. I watched the car till it was gobbled up by the darkness. I knew I'd never see Comrade Vincent again, for the envelope I just mailed was addressed to the FBI. Its contents? The communication from the Communist National Board, the orders that outlined the entire plan that started this cycle of viciousness and named the names that mattered. Then I turned and walked on, naming the names that mattered to me. Vincent, gone. Rinaldo, gone. Rose Varga, to her I'd always be an enemy. Antonio Varga, to him I'd always be a friend without a name. Matt Svedic, a name without a friend. A man in search of the shadows, destined to walk alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews again, friends. It was James Russell Lowell who said, democracy is that form of society, no matter what its political classification, in which every man has a chance and knows it. I hope we never forget it. In the story you just heard, names, dates, and places are fictitious to protect innocent persons. Many of these stories are based on incidents in the life of Matt Svedic, who worked undercover for the FBI. Next week, another fantastic adventure. Join us then, won't you?
I was a communist for the FBI. Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. From the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Svedic come many of the incidents in this unusual story. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Svedic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI.
9 years of solitary confinement. For 9 years, crowds jostled me. Waiters took my orders. Conductors punched my transfers. Operators got me telephone numbers. I was free and at large, but I was in prison. I walked in crowds, and I was alone. I had comrades, but I didn't have friends. And that's only part of what it meant to be a communist for the FBI.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, Undercover Man. Here is Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked Red Clay.
For several days, I've been noticing a peculiar speculative look in Comrade Revchenko's official eye when he doesn't think I'm watching. He's sizing me up. When your chief in the Communist Party takes stock of you, you don't know if you're on your way up or on your way out. I don't have long to wait to find out. Revchenko wants to talk to me in private. And I put on my mad face, which helps me get away with some stuff that would land other comrades in front of the Control Commission for disciplining.
Comrade Savetic, you have lived in this town most of your life.
That's right, Comrade Revchenko.
You went to Uptown Senior High School.
That's right.
Then you know the principal there, Mr. Dexter Delancey.
I never heard of Mr. Dexter Delancey.
He may have been after your time. Dexter Delancey has a very ingenious and realistic approach to the problem of influencing American youth.
He's certainly in a position for it.
He sympathizes with our cause. But so far, he's been reluctant to join the party officially. Now, however, he has agreed to discuss the idea broadly. You are to meet him at his office at 4 o'clock for a general chat. Once he joins the party, you will instruct him in your duties.
You mean I'm to groom this highbrow to replace me?
We need him. Youth is like clay in hands like his.
Well, I understand American kids pretty well myself.
Orders, Comrade Savetic.
What happens to me?
You will be sent to neglected strategic areas.
Farmed out to the miners, you mean?
Sent to strategic areas, Comrade Savetic.
I'm useful here, and I'm at home here. I see no reason...
Comrade Savetic. 4 o'clock, Principal Delancey's office. Cultivate him carefully.
I stroll down the somehow shrunken corridors of my old high school. Same old bulletin board, same old corny student cartoons on it, same graduation dance notice, the same decent, hopeful, eager kids. But to the architects of communism, clay. Red clay to be molded into totalitarian sameness. That would still mean 2 minutes to the final bell. I stop in front of a familiar door. Room 10. Miss Hunter. Miss Hunter with the mass of bronze hair and the electric green eyes. Miss Hunter, my English teacher with whom I once imagined myself deathlessly in love. I reach for the doorknob.
Down to bottomless perdition.
I stand in the doorway, gaping. A big, mature-looking boy is reciting earnestly, but I hear him dimly. It's his teacher I gape at. Miss Hunter, younger and more beautiful than ever. The thick bronze hair, the green eyes, the faintly and pleasantly freckled nose. I just stand there in the open doorway, spellbound all over again.
Round he throws his baleful eyes, with witness huge affliction and dismay, mixed with obdurate pride and steadfast hate.
Very good, Charles. Fine feeling.
Thank you, Miss Hunter.
Won't you come in, sir?
For me? Oh, yes.
And close the door.
Oh.
Are you the father of one of our students here?
What? Oh, no. No.
Don't be so emphatic about it. These are the most advanced seniors in school.
Oh, yes, Miss Hunter.
That's all, class.
Those keen-looking seniors file past me, and I feel as sharp as a sack of potatoes non-select grade. The young man who'd been reciting when I came in is talking to Miss Hunter. I feel a bond of sympathy with him. I know just how he feels. I was in love with my teacher once, too. He leaves, looking at me curiously, and then a beautiful teacher approaches me, straight out of the golden lilac yesterday. Only it can't be.
Hello. I'm Miss Hunter.
Oh, well, now I've got it straight. Mrs. Hunter used to be my teacher, that's it.
My mother. She's teaching in Buffalo now. Oh, you were a pupil of Mother's.
Matthew Savetic, tell her. And not just a pupil. I was her devoted pupil.
Oh, I think I understand. I'm having a somewhat similar problem with one of my students.
Well, he'll get over it.
Well, I hope so.
Unless he meets your daughter 18 years from now.
I'm so sorry you can't see Mother.
Oh, that's all right. I have an appointment with Mr. Delancey.
Oh? What did you say your name was? For my mother.
Well, I have it written down someplace. Now, if you'll give me your telephone number, I'll call you and spell it for you. Okay? I walk out of that dim lilac haze with the telephone number stashed away in my head, along with the memory of bronze hair and green eyes floating around in the lilac mist. I don't want to conduct red business in lilac time, but I've got to. The bubble bursts and soap gets in my eyes. And superior, horsey-toothed Principal Dexter Delancey gets under my skin with his theory for the reconditioning of young minds to the communist idea.
And what is my method? Simply this, Mr. Kubelic.
Savetic. C-V-E-T-I-C.
I am in a position to point out in my own history classes that our American forebears would have been communist sympathizers today.
Oh, that's a good trick if you can do it.
Oh, I can do it. After all, the Declaration of Independence was a document endorsed by the 13 states for the overthrow of government by force of arms.
Yeah, but it was a tyrannical government.
The government overthrown by the Russian Revolution was even more tyrannical.
Yeah.
Rebellion to tyrants is obedience to God. That was Thomas Jefferson's personal motto.
Nothing wrong with that.
Wrong? It's marvelous. In his own words, the writer of the Declaration of Independence admits that revolution has the approval of heaven. Then how can the capitalist world accuse Russia of being godless? You see, etc.
Go on, Mr. Delancey.
Call me Dexter. Now, look at the French Revolution.
The more I listen, the sicker I get inside. Sick and scared. There's danger in this smirking egotist, so vain about his learning. In this man lies infinite danger to America, this walking, talking decay, so close to our youth. I listen to him so I can remember what he says, because I've got to find the answer someplace. When I finally get out into the clean air, I dial Chanute 3211 and invite myself over to call on Miss Mary Hunter. Even if I didn't have a plan, I'd want to see her anyhow and look at her. Just sit and look at her.
Mr. Savetic, right on time. Come in.
I walk in, stumbling stupidly on the throw rug, and walk into the living room in the presence of that other schoolboy admirer of Miss Hunter, the student named Charles.
Mr. Matthew Savetic, Mr. Charles Weber.
Hello, Matt.
Chuck?
I've been helping Charles compose his valedictory speech for graduation.
Oh, I didn't want to interrupt anything.
No, I'd rather talk.
A seasoned debater, this Charles Weber.
Oh, we'll find something to debate about, I'm sure. In less than an hour, by easy, logical steps, I've managed to twist the conversation to politics, world affairs, the American Revolution. It's like an ice-cold plunge. I don't want to take it, but I've got to. I don't plunge in either. I stumble in. Involuntarily, it seems, I'm repeating the slick, sick, insidious mouthings of Principal Dexter Delancey and making Mary supply the answers I need. Well, isn't it true, Mary, that bourgeois minds considered the American Revolution radical?
Isn't bourgeois a strange word coming from you, Matt?
Well, I mean conservative.
Sure, it was considered radical by many. It was radical.
It was nothing of the sort, Charles.
It was overthrow of government by force. And if the Russian Revolution was radical, so was ours.
Or putting it the other way, if our revolution was justifiable, so was the Russian.
Our revolution was political. The Russian Revolution was social revolution by bloodshed and terror, class against class.
Well, what's the difference?
The Russian Revolution differed from ours in this great, great respect. It substituted one form of tyranny for another. Jefferson would be sickened by the turn of events in the Russian Revolution.
I challenge that, Miss Hunter.
Do you, Charles? I didn't realize you were so well informed on the subject.
I've had several serious discussions on the subject with Principal Delancey, whom I respect and admire very much.
Oh?
In class and after class. And he maintains...
Well, it's getting pretty late. I think I'd better be on my way.
I've got the family jalopy. Let me drop you someplace.
I'd like to speak to you for a moment, Matt. Privately.
Oh. Well, I'll take a taxi, Chuck.
Oh.
Well, thanks anyhow.
Good night, Charles.
Good night, Miss Hunter. Matt.
Good night, Chuck.
Mr. Savetic.
Oh, Matt?
You haven't asked me why Mother has to teach in Buffalo when she'd much rather be here with me.
Well, it did occur to me to ask.
She left here rather than be gagged by people like Dexter Delancey.
Gagged? How? Delancey didn't force her out of here.
He's a very powerful and persuasive man.
You mean you could lose your job here, talking up to me as you just did?
If you reported it to the principal, as Charles did, it's just possible. Yes, Mr. Savetic.
I see.
It's very late, Mr. Savetic. I didn't mean to keep you.
Uh-huh. Well, good night, Mary.
Good night, Mr. Savetic.
I spend a bad night thinking of Mary Hunter having to be cautious of a man like Dexter Delancey. I have a knot in my stomach thinking about young Chuck Weber, honor student, parroting the red line right out of the horsey mouth of Dexter Delancey. But that note of jealousy at the very end of the evening gives me the big idea. Turn Chuck against me because of Mary, and he might lump Delancey with me and turn against him, too. Maybe. I'd have to keep on supporting Delancey's views. I'd have to keep goading Mary into fighting me on them. Because if it comes to either Mary losing her job or my losing mine, she'll have to go. It's like that sometimes, being a communist for the FBI, and it hurts. It hurts bad. Back to Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Savetic in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story. All right, I'm a heel, but I have a job to do, and I do it. I play remorseful and persuade Mary to see me again when I know Chuck Weber will be rehearsing his valedictory speech with her. Sure enough, I managed to drag in the line that our early American patriots would be called radicals today. I won't give the unpleasant details. They're too taut and angry and white-lipped, and I hate to talk about giving Mary Hunter pain. But it works in this important respect. When Mary asks again to talk to me alone, Chuck Weber pounds out of there, but slamming that door.
Oh, dear.
He's pretty mad.
Oh, very strange.
He's very jealous.
I'm sorry. He has no cause to be.
Then I'm sorry.
I asked you to stay to ask you a very direct question.
Maybe I know what it is.
I know you were seeing Principal Delancey the day you wandered into my classroom.
I didn't just wander in. I made a point of it.
I'm asking you, are you a communist?
Mary Hunter, teacher. I'm not a communist.
Oh, Matt. I'm so glad.
Why?
I don't know. I'd hate you, of all people, to be a Red.
Why?
One of Mother's pupils.
One of her most devoted pupils. Mary?
Yes, Matt.
All right, Savetic, hold it.
Wait, Chuck. Have you been waiting for me in this alley all the time?
If Mary's finished talking to you, I want to talk to you, guy.
Mary?
Yeah, Mary. And keep away from her, you sneaking Red.
Funny you should say that. All I know is what Dexter Delancey tells me, and you wouldn't call him a Red, would you?
Are you going to keep away from Mary?
You're a powerful 180 pounds of star fullback, Chuck, and I haven't fullbacked in many a year, but the answer is no.
All right, then. Oh.
Don't make me hit you, son.
You won't be able to. Cut it out. Fight, Tommy. Sir, fight! All right, you're not cut. Get out of there.
Chuck, get out of here. Hit the grit if you want to graduate.
Yeah.
Run!
Yeah.
And that's why I spend the rest of the night in the police station cell. I don't dare involve the FBI in bailing me out, and I'm plain scared of how Comrade Revchenko would take it. I'm reduced to calling Mary Hunter the most beautiful teacher in the whole solar system. In the morning, there she is, and I feel awful about it. Thanks for coming down for me, Mary.
I won't ask you what happened.
And I won't tell you, so we're even.
It gives me a sort of an idea of what happened.
Teachers are just too smart.
Savetic.
Hold it.
I will take custody of Mr. Savetic.
Comrade Revchenko gives Mary a withering look and then steers me outside and into a taxi. We don't say a word until we get to his office. He sits down and I stand. He looks at me with contempt. That's okay, though. I don't admire him either.
In the future, Comrade Savetic, save your street brawling for party purposes.
Was it in the paper?
And I came down just in time to relieve that woman of you. Who is she?
A friend.
She is not in the party. I would know her.
She's not in the party.
Then stay away from her.
All right.
These bourgeois women with their emotional demands. Keep away.
I heard you.
Remember, or you will regret it.
Don't worry.
Go.
But I want to see Mary once more. I just want to look at her. It's busy just before graduation, but she takes a few minutes at lunch to sit on a bus stop bench with me, 5 blocks from the school. Neither one of us is very happy, though.
After the other evening, when you denied being a communist, I thought things might work out, perhaps.
I still say I'm not a communist, Mary.
What about that dreadful man who came for you in jail? Well, you toadied to him as if he owned you. Why? Because he does own you, body and mind and soul, and you don't have to tell me why.
Mary, please, don't cry.
I'm not.
You are, though.
There was something just so sweet and sort of tender in a pupil of my mother's.
Falling in love with the daughter? Don't take it so hard, then, Mary. I'm not in love with you. It was a bit of nostalgia and sentimentality.
You prefer it that way?
That's how it is.
Savetic!
Revchenko, I might have known it.
Get it!
Matt.
You'd never understand.
Savetic! Sit down, Comrade Savetic.
If it won't take long, I'll stand, Revchenko.
Very well. You did not want to be sent to some hinterland when Dexter Delancey joins us. For a while, I considered your plea. Now, however, you will go where we send you and without complaint. That is all.
I don't call Mary again, but I've got to see her. I just want to sit and look at her. And the place would have to be the graduation hall of Uptown Senior High School. There's a lump in my throat and fog in my eyes as I watch the proudest kids in the world get their diplomas and become the gravest young men and women in the world. Then, Principal Dexter Delancey, flashing his magnificent teeth, makes a brief introduction.
Our student of the year and 4-year honor student athletically, scholastically, and in citizenship, Charles Weber.
Principal Delancey, members of the faculty of Uptown Senior High School, fellow students and friends. With the generous assistance of Miss Mary Hunter of the English department of this high school, I have prepared a valedictory, but I have decided not to give it. Instead, I should like to debate this question. Is the revolutionary philosophy of our founding fathers radical? I shall ask our distinguished principal and revered teachers to take the affirmative in that debate. Mr. Delancey?
Oh, brother.
Mr. Delancey!
No, most certainly not. This is most irregular, Charles. Give your prepared speech.
Since Mr. Delancey is not prepared to debate this question publicly, I myself shall take both sides of the question and answer the un-American and subversive charges that have been made against our greatest patriot.
It's great. Point after point, slander after slander against our founding fathers. Chuck Weber breaks down, coldly, methodically, magnificently. Dexter Delancey gets up in the middle of it and stalks out. And when it's all over and Chuck Weber sits down, they all stand up and cheer. I stand up in my chair. I want to look at Mary Hunter. I see her, and she's beautiful. She's crying. I just stand and look at her. I just want to look at her. That's all.
Good morning, Revchenko. Mr. Vasetic.
Savetic. Good morning, Mr. Delancey.
Comrade Delancey, soon, I trust. In fact, I am prepared to undertake a full tour of duty at once.
Splendid.
You mean you're prepared to give the party your full and undivided time?
Precisely.
What about your duties at school and on the board?
Well, you'll be pleased to hear that I tendered my resignation this morning.
As a consequence of last night's embarrassing events?
Well, under the circumstances, Revchenko, I couldn't face a board action.
You resigned?
Forthwith.
Fool.
What?
He said, fool.
I don't understand.
Get out.
I don't understand.
Explain it to him, Comrade Savetic. You're my functionary in this district function. I have work to do.
I don't understand.
It's this way, Dexter. As principal, Dexter Delancey of a metropolitan high school and a member of the board, you'd have been invaluably situated for the service of the party.
But
you could have worked behind the scenes. Instead, you became plain Mr. Dexter Delancey, of no use to the Communist Party.
Incredible. I'm ruined.
Sorry, Dexter. Dexter stumbles out in a daze. Then, I walk out on air. He goes his way, I go mine. Delancey is out, and I stay in. As undercover man working hand in glove with the FBI. The work goes on. I win. But when I win, I lose too, always. No more homework, no more books, no more teachers' saucy looks. No more any kind of looks from my teacher. To Mary Hunter, I'm a red. It's always that way. I'm a communist for the FBI. I walk alone.
return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews with the word about the story you've just heard. This play, although based on fact, is happily a rare instance. Rare because the teaching profession has always been outstanding in preserving our American ideals. In this story, as in all others, names, dates, and places are fictitious to protect innocent persons. Many of these stories are based on incidents in the life of Matt Cvetic, who worked undercover for the FBI. Next week, another fantastic adventure. Join us, won't you? I was a communist for the FBI.
Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. Many of the incidents in the story you're about to hear are based on the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Cvetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Cvetic.
I spent 9 long years living a lie called communism, and it was a frightening experience. Many a time I wanted to rush up to you on the street, mister, and grab hold of your coat and shake you and yell, "Can't you see what's going on? Don't you realize what they're trying to do to our country and to you and your wife and kids?" I didn't do it because I knew that at that time you wouldn't believe me. The lie had been told too well. You better believe me now, though, mister, or you may wake up some morning living or dying that same lie. The lie called communism.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. Here is Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked The Kiss of Death.
Constant tension is the lowest price you pay for being a communist, even a communist for the FBI. Wherever you go, whatever you do, you feel that you're being watched, spied upon, and that the Central Committee is getting a constant stream of reports on what you do, who you see, even what you eat. It's party discipline, self-enforced by fear. I have a date with an FBI agent, and as I walk to the meeting place, I'm haunted by the sense of being followed. For no tangible reason, my heart beats faster, my blood pressure pounds in my temples. I duck in and out of arcades, checking my back trail. I see no one that I recognize. Still, I'm out of breath when I round the last corner and find my FBI contact waiting for me in the car. After a last look over my shoulder, I get in the car beside him, and we take off.
Think someone was following you, Matt?
I always think someone's following me.
Nothing new then, huh?
Nothing spectacular, anyway. We had another cell meeting since my last report.
Getting more frequent, aren't they?
Yeah, but nothing's happening. Nothing of any great importance, at any rate. At this last meeting, we took in 3 new members and were notified of another special assessment.
There have been a lot of assessments lately, haven't there?
Yeah, and they've all been ordered by the State Central Committee instead of by national headquarters.
State, huh? Any indication of what they're for?
Oh, not yet.
Well, if they're building up a war chest, they may be going to back some candidate against Senator Stewart.
No, he's too strong. They wouldn't waste the money. The fact is, they seem to have given up on Senator Stewart.
What?
Well, the word's come down to lay off the character assassination.
Then they have a new idea they think is better.
Could be.
Has to be. They'd never give up on any man in public office who has done them as much damage as Stewart had.
You're probably right.
Check into the reason behind these special assessments, Matt. Maybe there is something spectacular cooking.
I asked Johnson to let me out of the car several blocks from home so that I can get some exercise walking. And as I walk, I think. But no matter how much I think, I can't connect the special assessments with Senator Stewart. Back in my room, I give up thinking and stretch out on the bed. I'm about to doze off when a knock at the door sends me to my feet. It's Comrade Hobart, my cell leader, with a message that will eventually lead me to the reason for those special assessments.
Sorry to disturb your rest, Comrade Savetti.
Why, I wasn't asleep.
There's a meeting at my house tonight.
I hope it's more important than the last 2 or 3, Comrade Hobart.
You're not tiring of party activity, comrade.
No.
I'm glad to hear that. For a
I'm
moment...
tiring of party inactivity.
I should have known. There are plans in the making, Comrade Savetic, which should satisfy even your craving for action.
What are they, Comrade?
I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to divulge them, even to you, until they're complete. However...
Yes?
I can almost promise that they will be complete before tonight's meeting. Be sure to be there.
I'm at the meeting, all right, long before anyone else arrives, except Comrade Hobart, and it's his house. I don't learn anything about plans, though. It's strictly a routine meeting, as far as I can see. A couple of comrades report on their activities in various front organizations, but I hear nothing that sounds like new activity. And I don't until the meeting is adjourned and the members are leaving.
I'd like to have you wait until after the others have left, Comrade Savetic.
Okay.
It'll be a couple of minutes before they're gone. Why don't you wait for me in the kitchen?
Anything you say.
Hello.
Comrade Corbin, did you know that the others were leaving?
Well, I hope they were. I was asked to wait, too, Comrade Savetic.
Any idea as to what it's all about?
No more than you. Maybe not as much.
I couldn't even guess.
And wouldn't if you could, huh?
Well, the others are gone, comrades. We can be on our way now.
On our way?
Where are we going, Comrade Hobart?
We're driving to the state capitol for a conference with the State Central Committee.
Right now?
Immediately, Comrade Savetic. I received a phone call just before you arrived this evening, advising me that the plans I mentioned to you are complete.
Well, can you tell us what they are, Comrade?
Sorry, Comrade Corbin, I don't know the details. I know only that they involve Senator Stewart, and that once they're set in motion, no one, not even Comrade Savetic, will have cause to complain about lack of activity.
All I can think of as we get into Comrade Hobart's car and drive to the state capitol is that Johnson, my FBI contact of that afternoon, was right. I want to call him and congratulate him, but there's no chance. Not even when we get to the capitol. Nordstrom, the chairman of the State Central Committee, has waited up for us. He gives us the word and sends us back home that night.
Well, I still can't see why Nordstrom wouldn't let us stay overnight.
There's less chance of our being spotted by the FBI at this time, Comrade Corbin.
But if the plan is
Comrade Savetic is right, Comrade. The essence of the committee's plan is timing. A premature exposure would ruin everything. Do you like the idea, Comrade Savetic?
I think it can be very effective, Comrade Hobart.
Very effective.
However, as you just said, a premature exposure would defeat us completely.
Completely, Comrade. That is why the committee took the precaution of having us drive to the Capitol at night and gave the details of the plan only to us 3.
No one else will know?
No one.
But we're to use other party members.
We will tell them what to do, not why they do it.
Well, in that case, if details of the plan should leak out, one of us must be guilty.
Obviously, Comrade Savetti.
Well,
Why the sigh, comrade?
Relief, I guess, Cameron, knowing that we needn't worry about betrayal.
It would be extremely unpleasant for anyone who betrayed this plan, comrades. It is the perfect formula for giving Senator Stewart the kiss of death.
If the Central Committee's plan works, it is the perfect scheme for eliminating Senator Stewart from public life. In fact, if it is not exposed prematurely, it can be used against any political enemy of the Communist Party. And only three of us, Comrade Hobart, Comrade Corbin, and I, know the details. As soon as we get back to our city, I call the FBI and report. But Johnson can give me no help at the moment.
This is big, Matt.
I know that.
Too big for any snap judgments. You'll have to play it by ear until we have a chance to try and formulate a counter scheme that can be used without exposing you.
Any suggestions?
None except to redouble your usual caution. I'll get back to you as soon as possible.
When Johnson hangs up, I feel more lonesome than ever. I hang around my room, hoping he'll contact me before I have to go to Comrade Hobart's house for another meeting. But he doesn't, and the tension begins to build again. Only three of us know the plan. Not many to share the suspicion if the plan is upset. I wonder if anyone saw me go into that phone booth or come out, or overheard me talking to the FBI. By the time I get to the meeting that night, I'm jumping at shadows, and the meeting is in progress.
And now, comrades, we come to the real purpose of this meeting. Consideration of Senator John Stewart. In our efforts to eliminate this vicious enemy of the world's democratic and peace-loving peoples, we have suffered a serious defeat. Spurred by pandering editors of the captive capitalistic press, the stupid bourgeoisie have closed their eyes and ears to any criticism of Senator Stewart. Now he is running for renomination, basing his campaign almost entirely on his reactionary opposition to communism. At the moment, it appears to be impossible to defeat Senator Stewart in the usual way. Therefore, our brilliant leaders have evolved a plan which will permit us to use Senator Stewart. To this end, our cell has been ordered by the State Central Committee to join forces with our enemy. Comrades! Comrade Savetti. Please join me here. I want you to tell the comrades what is expected of us.
Right. If you'll quiet down, I'll give you your orders. In the first place, we're not joining forces with Senator Stewart for the purpose of putting him in office.
But Senator Stewart belongs to one of the major political parties. I don't see how we can possibly hope to capture an organization of that size.
It isn't necessary for you to see, comrades. In fact, my advice is don't try. Better brains than yours or mine have worked out the details of this plan. And if each of us follows his orders unquestioningly, we cannot fail.
I accept the rebuke, Comrade Savetti. What are our orders?
Well, that's better. The first thing each of you will do is to register as members of the Senator's political party. If you're registered in another party, change your registration tomorrow. Your next move is to join the ward club of the Senator's party in your ward and work hard for the renomination of Senator Stewart.
This will defeat Stewart, Comrade Savetti.
If you follow instructions and work hard enough, comrade, we'll not only defeat Senator Stewart, we will have proved a weapon we can use successfully against any reactionary who opposes communism.
Back to Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Savetic in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
The strongest point of a dictatorship is that it gets things done. Of course, rights are obliterated, property is confiscated, Citizens are imprisoned and executed without trial, but things get done. The dictatorship exerted over members of the Communist Party, even here in America, is no exception to that rule. 2 days after they received their orders, every member of our cell had registered as a voter in Senator Stewart's party. And meeting with Comrade Corbin and myself, cell leader Hobart reports that the State Central Committee is pleased.
The committee is satisfied with the manner in which we have executed the preliminary step of the plan, comrades. I now have orders for the next step.
The committee has furnished you with details, comrade?
They gave us an overall plan, Comrade Savetic. The details have been left to the three of us. First, there's the matter of timing. The committee wants the exposure to be made on the day before the election. That will allow every voter to hear that Senator Stewart has been actively supported by party members.
And there won't be time for them to hear his denial.
That's right. No one ever pays attention to denials anyway. People are much more interested in scandal.
Some newspapers discovered that a long time ago.
The next point is, perhaps even more important than the matter of timing, the method of exposure.
I've been wondering how we were going to handle that without tipping the whole scheme.
The committee has a scheme, brilliant in its simplicity, if we can work it out.
Is that your if or the committee's, Comrade Hobart?
Mine, Comrade Corbin. The committee permits no ifs.
What's the plan?
One of us is to establish contact with some important member of the group in Senator Stewart's own party, opposed to his renomination. After gaining this person's confidence, we'll furnish him with documentary proof of Senator Stewart's communist support and permit him to make the exposure.
Just how are we to establish this contact, Comrade Hobart?
That, Comrade Savetic, is a detail that the committee has left to us.
I want the assignment of making this contact because this is the key to the whole plan. But Comrade Corbin volunteers before I do. I try to draw him out on how he intends to make his contact and with whom, but he's too cagey. And since there's nothing more to discuss, the meeting breaks up. And on my way home, I phone the FBI.
Johnson speaking.
I'm calling from a phone booth, Johnson. The news is bad.
Go on.
The documentary proof of Stewart's red backing will be made public through a member of the senator's own party.
Uh-oh, that'll take time to refute.
That's the plan.
Who's the member of the senator's party who'll make the charges?
I don't know. Comrade Corbin, the unfriendly witness, is going to make the contact.
Oh, that helps. Shouldn't be hard to prove what he's up to.
Yeah, once we know his contact.
I don't have an agent available tonight, but I'll put a tail on Corbin first thing in the morning.
Well, that should do it.
In the meantime, if there's even the slightest change in the situation, phone. Johnson doesn't wait for me to phone him, though. The next day, as I leave my place, a car pulls up alongside me, and Johnson says,
"Get in, Matt, quick."
On picking up so close to home, Matt, but this is urgent.
What happened?
We can't find Corbin.
What?
I sent an agent over to his place early this morning. When Corbin didn't show by noon, the agent phoned his rooming house and learned that he checked out late last night.
He must have been suspicious of my questioning.
Something happened. Under the circumstances, Matt, I hate to ask this, because you may be sticking your head right into the lion's mouth. But we have to know where Corbin is so that we can trail him to his contact.
Yeah. I'll see what I can find out, Johnson.
Good.
Has the Bureau figured out its counter scheme yet?
Not yet, Matt. It's a tough problem, but I understand they're going to decide one way or the other sometime today. I'll probably be able to give you the word when you report on Corbin.
When you report on Corbin. What he meant was, if you report on Corbin. Then unconsciously, I start thinking of ways to avoid seeing Comrade Hobart. But when you're a communist for the FBI, there's no turning back. So I go to Hobart's house. He doesn't act suspicious, so I lead the conversation around to Corbin.
He's a valuable man, Comrade Savetic.
No question about that.
And full of surprises. Apparently, he has an acquaintance in Senator Stewart's party opposition who just fits our plan.
Has he said so?
Not in so many words. However, he called me this morning to report that he had his contract and had moved.
Where'd he move to?
When I asked him, he said he'd tell me after he completed his mission. Right now, he's developing his contacts and avoiding all party members.
Who is his contact?
Obviously, someone of importance, but just who is Comrade Corvin's secret? He didn't tell me, and frankly, I don't want to know.
Why not?
Well, I wouldn't care to share the responsibility, Comrade Savetti. You and I will keep our necks. Let Comrade Corvin keep his secret.
Let Comrade Corvin keep his secret. That's the one thing I can't do. Later that night, I meet Johnson, my FBI contact, and while we're driving around the outskirts of town, report my lack of progress concerning Corvin.
Have you anything else to report?
The money from all those special assessments made by the State Central Committee has come back to the cell with interest.
Oh?
It's being contributed to Stewart's campaign fund.
They don't miss a bet, do they?
They're no amateurs, that's a cinch. Has the Bureau worked out their counter scheme yet?
Yeah. I don't like it, and neither will you.
What is it?
Well, it looks as though you're stuck, Matt.
Go on.
It's a matter of political values. If this scheme isn't exposed before the Reds are set, the nation will lose a valuable man from public life.
And I'm an expendable.
Well, I guess the military would call it that. Naturally, we'll give you all the protection possible, Matt.
When are you going to break the story?
Late Sunday for Monday morning's papers. That way we'll beat the commies by about 8 hours on their release.
Sunday. This is Thursday night. Well, it gives me Friday and Saturday.
Oh, what are you figuring on?
Corvin. If I can find out who his contact is, the guy he's going to break the story to, I can break the story myself.
How?
By phone. I'll call the man and tell him that I'm Corvin and give him the expose with all the details.
Yeah. There's only one thing wrong with the idea, Matt.
What's that?
You don't even know where Corvin is, much less the name of his contact.
Johnson's right. I don't know where Corvin is, and I don't dare ask Hobart again. The tough part of it is I can understand the FBI's position, particularly after talking with Comrade Hobart the next morning.
Everything is complete now, Comrade Savetic. Our workers are publicly identified with Senator Stewart. We have receipts for more than $2,000 contributed to his campaign fund. And Comrade Corvin reports that his contact in the opposition camp is beginning to take the bait.
Well, I hope Corvin plays his hand right. If he puts out too much bait, his fish may bite before we're ready.
I had that in mind when I told you that I wanted to know nothing about Comrade Corvin's operation. If anything goes wrong, he'll take the discipline.
If anything goes wrong, Corvin will take the discipline, but only if it goes wrong before Sunday. On Sunday, it'll be my neck. I leave Comrade Hobart to make my check on our party members working for Senator Stewart, and as I check, I can fully understand why the FBI has to break the story immediately. The workers themselves, however, don't realize how big a job they've done.
Well, I still don't see how this can hurt Stewart, Comrade Savetic. Now, how can this do him anything but good?
You'll be told at the proper time, Comrade.
Sure, that's what Comrade Corvin tells me. Every day I ask him, what goes? Every day like you, he tells me nothing.
You see Comrade Corvin every day?
Like a calendar. He calls on a fella who lives 2 doors from me. Bring him into the party, I guess, like he did me.
Sure. You live on Oak Street, don't you?
Oak Street? Cedar, 400 blocks south.
As quickly as I can, without arousing suspicion, I get away from the talkative comrade and go to the 400 block south on Cedar. For 5 hours, I wait and see nothing. Then, in the middle of the afternoon, I finally spot Comrade Corvin going into a house with another man. They're far down the block, though, and I have to get closer to see the street number. I keep my eye on the house as I walk, so I don't notice anything around me until a heavy hand falls on my shoulder and a voice says...
What's your name? What are you doing here?
Now, look, officer...
Whatever you have to say, you can tell to the desk sergeant.
Well, what am I supposed to have done?
The neighbors complained about suspicious characters loitering around the neighborhood. The other one seems to have got away, but I'm taking you down to the station.
I try to break away and make a dash to where I can get the street number of the house Corvin enters, but the policeman is too fast for me. Thinking of the way I've had my only chance to save myself from the Reds snatched out of my grasp, I blow my top and I try to fight my way free. But it's no use. The cop's a big man, and he knows what to do with his beef. The next thing I really know is that I'm locked in a cell, sore and bruised. Finally, hours later, the cop comes back.
Yeah, you cooled off any, mister?
Yeah. I'm sorry I blew up. Can I use the phone?
I call your lawyer, eh?
No, that's just a friend.
Okay. Stand back while I open the door. Come on out. Walk ahead of me. That way. I got over here as quickly as I could, Matt.
It wasn't quick enough, Johnson. I kind of got roughed up. I had it coming to me, but I'd forgotten the house I was looking for.
I haven't, Matt.
Huh?
After our talk last night, I was afraid you might take some pretty desperate chances, so I tailed you today.
Oh, that cop said there was someone else hanging around who got away.
Me. I saw him coming. Anyway, Matt, I got the address and the name of Corvin's contact. I had a talk with the bureau chief, Matt, and he wants you to make the call and prematurely spill the story of the Reds and Senator Stewart.
That's great, Johnson, except for one little detail.
Oh, what's that?
First, you'll have to get me out of jail. The party gave Comrade Corvin full credit for the premature exposure of the plot against Senator Stewart. I don't know for certain what happened to him. I only know that he disappeared. And that if I hadn't been lucky, it would have been Matt Savetic who disappeared. A communist for the FBI is a man on a tightrope. And on a tightrope, you walk alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews. The technique of communism is the technique of conquerors and would-be conquerors since the dawn of history. It's the old technique of divide and rule. Don't let it happen here. Although to protect innocent persons, the names, dates, and places in this story are fictitious, the danger they warn you against is very real. Next week, we'll bring you another strange adventure based on the fantastic experiences of Matt Savetic. Join us then, won't you?
I was a communist for the FBI. Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. From the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Savetic come many of the incidents in this unusual story. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Savetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI. For 9 years, I managed to live on a communist diet. A diet of indigestible ideals and poisonous philosophies. But even I was shocked to learn that red poison came in cans. This story may save you from a violent case of political ptomaine.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, Undercover Man. Now, here is Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked Treason Comes in Cans.
I should have been used to darkness by now. My life had become a series of grotesque shadow dances for the FBI, with the commies playing the music. But you never get used to darkness when the shadows are alive with treachery, when the mist is like the breath of disaster. The fog hung like a soggy veil over this tiny waterfront town. The buildings, the bleary street lights, everything seemed without shape or form, swimming in a limbo of mist and darkness. And what was I doing here, walking the wet pavements of this waterfront street? I was looking for one particular building, the home of the Oceanic Import Company, a food importing concern that no one ever heard of. That is, no one but me and the commies who'd sent me here. And then, almost too suddenly, the fog swirled with movement. A light appeared over a doorway just ahead, and the darkness spoke to me.
Static.
Who's that?
Wagner.
Oh, I've been looking for you, comrade.
Never mind that. This way. In here.
I stepped out of the darkness into the lighted doorway. The door closed behind me. When it stopped blinking, I found myself facing the distinguished director of the Oceanic Import Company, Comrade Eric Wagner. He welcomed me with typical commie friendliness.
You're late, Svetic.
I know. That fog is...
Of course, the fog. Nevertheless, you're late, aren't you?
Well, I suppose I am.
Aren't you?
All right, I'm late. You want a note from my mother?
I suppose your record for competence makes up for your lack of discipline.
Yeah.
Come along. Here, sit down.
Thanks.
You've been briefed on this project, I imagine?
No. I was told to report to the Oceanic Import Company. I was to find you there. It looks like you found me.
Yes. This is the Oceanic Import Company.
This? Well, it's practically a barren room.
All we need. Now, about your reason for being sent here. You know nothing about it?
Oh, nothing.
Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, a foreign freighter will dock at Pier 2.
Freighter? I didn't think this port had any overseas traffic.
Very little. It's primarily a fishing town. But as I say, tomorrow at 8 a.m.
Pier 2, okay.
In that freighter's cargo is a small crate of canned tuna. It's listed for delivery to the Oceanic Import Company.
Canned tuna?
That's right.
What in the world does the party want with
Everything in time, Svetic. Everything in time.
All right. Go on.
You will meet that freighter in the morning, comrade, as a representative of Oceanic Imports. You will check with the cargo inspectors to see that our crate is properly dispersed.
That's all?
That crate of canned goods must not go astray.
Why not?
Because, Svetic, in those cans are microfilm of top-secret documents from the Communist International.
Oh, I see. Oh, what sort of documents?
The new revised plan for Red action within the United States. The new timetable for the proletariat advance.
I see. Canned goods seem to be going up in value.
Yes. But if you should permit these canned goods to reach the open market, the price will be frightening.
Let's see here. Here we are. Oceanic Import Company. That it?
Yeah, that's it. Has the crate been checked through yet?
Not gonna be checked through at all.
Huh?
Crate's gone.
Gone?
Yeah?
What are you talking
Here. Here's a manifest straight from the ship. It says that the canned tuna was damaged in shipment. Started to spoil, went bad.
Here, just a minute. Let me see that.
There it is, black and white. Your crate of canned stuff went bad. Last night, the crew dumped the crate overboard.
It was there in black and white on the cargo report, all right. A crate of canned tuna had been tossed to the bottom of the murky harbor. Now the official red timetable had been put to sleep in the deep, out of reach of the eager commies. But I was still very much within reach of Comrade Wagner.
This report from the cargo inspector, Svetic. You're sure it's complete?
I'm afraid so, Comrade.
Get your coat.
What?
Your coat. Put on your coat.
Where are we going?
I'm taking you for a boat ride.
Now, look, Wagner, it's not my fault that the crate
You
was
needn't
thrown.
try explaining anything, Svetic. Just get your coat and come along.
Now, just 1 minute.
Are you afraid of the water, Svetic?
All right. Let's go.
Just like the American bourgeoisie, eh, Svetic? Our own little yacht and everything.
Yeah, everything.
Why so glum, comrade? Don't you enjoy the sea air?
I'm a little fed up with this mystery routine you've been giving me. My stake in this project is as great as yours, Wagner, and I don't know
Relax,
I
Svetic.
think I'm entitled
Relax. I'm about to show you exactly where our crate was thrown.
Our crate is at the bottom of the
There's
harbor.
Point Frugas over there, the entrance to the harbor. Just beyond it, our diligent comrades tossed the crate off the freighter into the water.
Comrades? You mean we had party workers on the ship who...
Svetic, you really didn't think the party would let so valuable an item out of its hands for even a moment.
Well,
The crate was tossed overboard at a specified point by specially instructed comrades on the crew of the freighter. In this way, we avoided the risk of a possible cargo inspection on the dock. Understand now?
Yeah, I guess so. Seems like the hard way to do things, though.
Difficult, perhaps, but safe. Now, note this location carefully, Svetic. It will be up to you to get the crate with the microfilm out of the water.
Oh, I see. I see.
You'll hire a diving crew, dredge the bottom. Oceanic Imports will secure the permit.
Hey!
Now,
Hey, senores! Hey, you with the motor!
Who's that doing that hollering?
Go away with the motor, senores! Por favor, senores, go away! You scare the fish!
one of those fool fishermen.
Better change your course, Wagner. You're heading toward his nets.
Go the other way, senores! Go away with the motor, please!
Hey, take it easy. What are you doing?
Let him change his course. He's out to snare some measly fish. We're out to haul in the world.
Well, thank you, operator. Here you are. Beaker, this is Red.
Oh, hi, Matt. Where are you?
Still sloshing around the waterfront. Listen, Beaker. My little chums have tucked away a crate of hot microfilm. The FBI can use it.
Yeah? Where is it?
At the bottom of the harbor.
At the bottom? Oh, fine. Can we reach it?
I'll give you the location. I've been ordered to dredge it out for the commies, but I'll stall it off till you can...
Put the Coast Guard right on it. They can... Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
What about you? Won't your red playmates get wise?
Well, if you get the job done tonight, they'll...
Look, Matt, we don't want to be fishing you out of the drink, too, you know.
Get it done tonight. I'll keep Wagner away from the shore. Now, look, here's the location. Got a pencil?
Right. Let's have it.
The fog that night was thicker than ever. A sodden blanket that smothered all activity in the harbor. I kept Wagner away from the shore, all right, but the fog kept the Coast Guard away, too. When Wagner met me the next morning, The commie timetables were still asleep in the deep. Wagner, however, was very much awake.
The diver to get the crates, Svetic. All arranged?
Well, the crews around here are pretty expensive. I've been shopping around for a decent price.
Price? Svetic, do you realize what the price will be if we lose those microfilms? No time for false economy now, idiot. Just get that job done.
Done last night, Matt. If you can figure a way to sweep the fog out of the harbor, we'll get that crate lifted. But
Baker, I can't stall Wagner any longer. You've got to get that job done tonight. Fog or no fog.
well, we'll try, Matt. We'll do it somehow.
Svetic, just why are you in the office now?
I just got in. Why?
This is the second day you postponed the diving job.
I know. That fog's been awful soupy out
At night, yes. But the days have been clear enough. If you can't handle a simple task like this, comrade...
I can handle it, Wagner. Don't worry about that.
I'm not worrying, Svetic. But I suggest you start worrying a little more. If the crate isn't out of the water and in our hands tomorrow...
Beaker?
Oh, this is Red, Beaker.
Oh, I've been waiting for you to call.
What's the matter?
Matt, are you sure you gave me the right location for that crate?
Sure. We checked it twice, didn't we?
Well, the Coast Guard had divers walking all over the harbor bottom. They combed every inch of it. No crate, no microfilm, nothing.
Nothing. Beaker, it's got to be there. I know it's there. Maybe the tide or the currents or something.
The Coast Guard knows enough to allow for that. The crate just isn't there, Matt. Somebody has picked it off the floor of the harbor, and it's not the FBI.
Oh, great. Great. Well, keep your boys around, Beaker. They may be picking me out of the harbor next.
Back to Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Cvetic in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
The United States Coast Guard had spent the night scouring the bottom of that murky harbor, searching in vain for the crate of communist microfilm. Now it was my turn. By early afternoon, I was on the barge with the diving crew and Comrade Eric Wagner, who had come along, evidently, to expose his nerve endings. We inched toward the area beyond Point Frugus, with Wagner becoming increasingly jumpy every bit of the way. I was wondering how he was going to react when he learned the bitter truth when one of the crew hopped from the deck of the tug to the barge.
Hey, which one of you is Mr. Svetic?
I am. What's up?
Well, I was up there checking these instructions with the pilot of the tug, and
They're all right, aren't they? Your crew can understand them, can't they? I mean, nothing is wrong.
No, everything's fine. You're sure you want the divers to go ahead with this job?
Well, yeah. That's what we hired them for.
Huh? Okay. You're the boss.
Now, just a moment. What's on your mind?
Well, this crate we're looking for, it's a crate of canned tuna fish, ain't it?
Yes, of course it is. Is there any doubt about that?
No, just that one of them Portuguese fishermen pulled in a whole crate of canned tuna the other day.
What?
What's this? Where? Where was he fishing?
He'd spread his nets right out there where we're going. Leastwise, that's what I understand.
And you say he pulled in a case of canned tuna?
Yeah. I saw him tie up at the dock. He was one happy fisherman, that guy. No, I ain't sure it was your crate he hauled in, but...
Turn back. Tell the pilot to turn back.
Don't be foolish, Wagner. We've gone this far. We might as well
Turn back, I said. We can't let that fisherman... You. Who's the fisherman? What's his name?
How do I know his name? I just see him once in a while on the docks.
Who is he, man? For the love of heaven, who is he?
Quit yanking up my shirt.
Mike, we'd like to find that fisherman. What did he look like?
Well, like a fisherman. They all look alike to me.
Well, isn't there anything that... Well, you saw his boat. Did it have a name or anything?
Yeah. I come to think of it, Spanish name, or maybe Portuguese. A pal. You know, like the song. Paloma, that's it, La Paloma.
Turn back. We have to find him. Turn back, I said.
Listen, will you quit clawing at me?
Tell that pilot to turn back immediately.
It'll be a pleasure. More ruckus about some crummy cans of spoiled fish.
For the sake of that unsuspecting fisherman, I had to find him before Wagner did. If he'd opened those cans and found the secret commie microfilms, the Reds were licked. But if Wagner got to the fisherman first, he was in for trouble. Bad trouble. Searching the harbor area, we found that most of the fishing boats were out at work on the water and wouldn't return until about sundown. As for the inevitable fog, it didn't help a bit. The only thing I could find with no trouble was Wagner. He stuck to my side like a barnacle with a complex.
Svetic, I hold you fully responsible for this mess.
Me? Why me?
If you hadn't postponed the diving for 2 days...
Oh, cut it out.
I intend to file a complete report of your laxity with the Control Commission as soon
Look,
as...
Wagner, we're wasting time this way. We ought to split up. Go in different directions.
Might be wise.
Look, you search the south end of the harbor, and I'll cover this bay area. We'll cut the time in half.
Good idea. And Svetic, don't stop looking till you find that boat, the La Paloma.
Don't worry, comrade. I'm as anxious to find that fisherman as you are. The murky waterfront was well covered that afternoon. I roamed the bustling piers, creaking docks. I studied the flocks of fishing boats huddled at anchor in the crescent of the shoreline. But La Paloma seemed to have flown from her nest. I walked along the edge of the seawall, trying to read the names on the boats that swayed at anchor below me. One boat swayed more than the others, as if to keep time with the loud singing that flowed from her deck. That boat bore the name La Paloma.
Hey, mister. You call me, senor?
Yeah, is that your boat?
Si, she's mine. My bonita.
Mind if I come aboard?
Come down, amigo. You can jump from the wall, all right?
I can try.
Okay, amigo, take a chance. Leave.
There goes.
Buenos dias, senor. You know how to mend the nets?
No, I'm sorry. I came to talk business.
Fishing's my business, senor. So we talk about mending nets, eh?
Well, I'm with the Oceanic Import Company.
Huh?
Yeah, we import foods, canned goods, tuna fish, that sort of thing.
Tuna fishing? I import, too. I catch a whole crate of canned tuna in my nets. Big importer, that's me. I give you competition, eh?
No, that tuna you found. That's why I want to talk to you.
You want some? I sell you some pretty cheap.
No, I don't think you'll want any either. The fish in those cans is bad. It's spoiled.
Bad fish in cans?
Yeah, I hope you haven't eaten any. Spoiled tuna can poison you, you know.
See, I know. You sure my tuna is bad, senor?
Look, I spent all day looking for you so I could warn you. I didn't do it because I needed the walk.
See. Maybe I'd better tell my wife, eh?
Well, look, I'll do it for you if you like. After all, my company's responsible.
See, you do it. You tell my wife I'm in the nets.
Okay. Where do you live?
Right down the bay shore. 221 Bay Shore. Over that way.
Okay. Oh, my name's Savetic. What's yours?
Tamorina. Pietro Tamorina. My wife, she's Marie. You see her. Make her give you up the canned fish.
I hope she won't mind my butting in.
Go on. You tell her. But, amigo, hey, you be quiet about it. Do not wake the baby.
Well, I was in the lead now. I'd found the fisherman, and I knew now where the crate was located. I was all set for the home stretch. I looked up to judge the distance for my little leap back to the seawall, and suddenly I knew my lead was gone. There on the seawall, looking down at Tamarina and me, was Comrade Wagner.
Come up here, Svetic.
Sure. Give me a hand.
You found the boat and the man, I see, Svetic.
Uh-huh.
Does he have the crate?
No.
He hasn't? Then where... Who has it?
Well, I'm not sure. Come on, let's walk.
Hey, signori!
Oh, what is it, Tamarina?
You head for the wrong way, amigo. I told you my house is that way.
Losing your sense of direction, Svetic? Come on.
Mrs. Tamarina?
What do you want?
I'm Matt Svetic. This is Mr. Wagner from the Oceanic Import Company.
No, nothing today.
It's imperative that we talk to you, madam.
My baby is sleeping.
We must talk to you now, right now.
Por favor, senor, not so loud, eh?
We just talked to your husband. It's about that crate of canned food he hauled in the other day.
So? It is his, no?
It belongs to our company, madam. We've come to claim it.
Oh, nobody claim it. Pietro hauled it from the water in his snare. What's not yours?
Well, let me explain, Mrs. Tamarina. That canned fish is bad. It's rotten. Spoiled.
Bad? Why so bad?
Bad. No good. Can't you understand that?
Senor, if you wake my baby, I'll call a cop.
You'll do nothing of the sort. You...
There you see, you wake my baby. Adios, señoras. Go away, adios.
Mrs. Tamarina, please. This is important.
Adios. Go away, go.
Madam, you're a fool. If you eat that canned stuff, you may kill your whole family.
Eh? Kill, huh?
That tuna fish is no good. It's poison.
What?
That's why we threw it to the bottom of the harbor. Food like that is dangerous.
Oh.
What's wrong?
Oh, my sister. I gave some of them to my sister.
Will we never see the end of this chase?
Where does your sister live?
Oh, come in. I must fix the baby. My sister, she lives down the street, right close to the bait shop. Por favor, senor, the baby.
Svetic, stay here. I'll get the sister.
No, you stay with Mrs. Tamarino. I can make it faster.
You get along better with this woman.
Just stay put. I'll be back.
Svetic, just a minute. Svetic.
There was no time to argue now. I had to get away from Wagner in a hurry. I ran toward Mrs. Tamarina's sister's house, passed it, and kept right on running till I reached the bait shop. There was a payphone on the rear wall. I started dialing the local FBI office, but I realized that by the time they'd covered the distance, Wagner and the microfilms would be gone. Hello? Police headquarters? Oh, senor, a policeman to my house. Hurry. I live at 221 Bay Shore, senor. A man is trying to steal from my house. Hurry, please. Eh? A name? Or me? My name is Tamorina. You got that? Pietro Tamorina. I knew the local police would find Wagner there, all right. But to make sure the evidence was found, too, I called the FBI and told them to follow through on Wagner's arrest. Once those microfilms were linked to Wagner, one more red would be erased from the commie spectrum. In a matter of minutes, the police car zoomed by the bait shop and stopped at the Tamorina home. I walked away from the phone and turned inland, away from the shoreline. The fog was beginning to roll in from over the water. A soggy veil to hide the face of the waterfront. But this time, the fog was like a welcome friend. It gave me cover, obscurity, the security of darkness. For when you must wallow in treachery to defeat treachery, you learn to greet the gloom more readily. You walk more securely in darkness, as long as you walk alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews, ladies and gentlemen. It was Ralph Waldo Emerson who said, "We want a state of things which allows every man the largest liberty compatible with the liberty of every other man." We have that state of things in America today. 150 million definitions of the word liberty, one for every citizen of the United States, and room for every one of them to flourish. That in itself is the essence of liberty. In the story you just heard, names, dates, and places are fictitious to protect innocent persons. Many of these stories are based on incidents in the life of Matt Severik, who worked undercover for the FBI. Next week, another fantastic adventure. Join us then, won't you? I was a communist for the FBI.
Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. You are about to hear a strange story. Names, dates, and places are for obvious reasons fictional. But many of the incidents are based on the authentic experiences of Matt Severik, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI.
Yes, for 9 years I posed as a communist for the FBI. I was one of them, lived with them, did their dirty work. It was a strange life. Being friends with people I hated, and being hated by people I would have liked to have had as my friends. For 9 years, a communist for the FBI. This is a story of my work and why it had to be done.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Severik, Undercover Man. Here is Dana Andrews as Matt Severik, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked Traders for Hire.
The commies wanted a man in the United States Employment Service, and they wanted it bad. My job? To find out why. So temporarily, I found myself 9 to 5-ing it as an employment counselor. It was pretty dull. until I got a call to visit a certain sporting goods store.
Yes, sir. I'll show you our new shipment of fishing tackle. A spinning reel, perhaps.
The winter is the time to catch red trout.
How many times do red trout bite on flies?
7 in the morning, 4 at noon.
And 7 at night. Step in the back room, please. Hello, Mac.
What's up, Morgan? Your message sounded urgent.
It is. When the FBI helped you swing that new job with the U.S. Employment Service, we apparently did you a bad turn.
Why? The party seemed tickled, if you'll pardon the pun, pink.
Oh, the party wants a man in that spot, no doubt, but your quick promotion made some comrade suspicious. We got a report from our agent in New York. The entire communist record's being checked by Red Secret Police.
Oh, that's just swell.
It's worse. You're slated to be called up before a Communist Control Commission investigation.
When?
When the MVD agents have finished checking you.
How about the application cards of the communists I've placed? I'd better get them back in the file.
No can do. You get them back only after we've made photostats of them. And any new ones must continue to be sent to us. If the Reds don't check your office, you'll be okay. But if they do...
I know. Please omit the flowers.
United States Employment Service. Mr. Savetic's office. Yes, sir. Notification has been made. Goodbye. Yes, sir. Can I... Just a moment, sir. Have you an appointment?
Child, do not be a fool. I need no appointment. Good morning, Monsieur Savetic. Good morning. I am Pierre Levasseur. You will place me as head barber at the Victoria Aircraft Plant. They have a shop for the executives, I understand.
Well, yes, but head barber. No, I'm sorry, but I could...
I want to begin work on Monday.
You're a dreamer, Mr. Levasseur. The position at Victoria is not open.
It will be. It will be. It seems that a few minutes ago there was a tragic accident. A man was injured.
The head barber?
Yes. The poor man was struck by a company vehicle while returning from the plant commissary.
You'd better give me a fast reason why I shouldn't call the cops.
But certainly. It will suffice if I introduce myself properly. Comrade Savetic.
You have identification?
Of course, but not on my person, obviously. You'll be shown them at a special meeting tonight, comrade.
What meeting?
I'm taking over this territory, comrade. You will find my methods different and I am sure much more efficient. For example, a party inspector will check your office and files to make certain of your efficiency.
Inspector? Who? When?
He'll introduce himself at the proper time. If you are wise, you'll be ready for his inspection at any moment. And now, about the job for Pierre. Thank you, monsieur. You have been most kind. Bonjour.
Goodbye. Betty, Mr. Levasseur is to be placed in the executive barber shop at Victoria, starting as of Monday. Draw up 5 copies and have them on my desk for signature this evening.
You're really going to place that... Yes, Mr. Savetic.
I'm going out for a while to my dentist.
Is there a number where I can reach you?
No number. Mr. Burns.
Yes, Mr. Savetic. Is something wrong, Mr. Savetic?
You're in charge of this outer office, Mr. Burns. It would be nice if you could see that it's more like an office and less like a quilting bee.
Yes, sir. I'll put out a memo right away.
You put out too many memos. Tell them. They can discuss their social lives somewhere else, but at work. And put out that pipe.
Oh, yes, Mr. Savetic.
Not in the waste paper basket, you idiot. Oh. You want to set the place on fire? All right, what are you all gaping at? Get to work.
Matt, are you sure about this?
Of course I'm sure. If that barber dies, Levasseur's a murderer.
We'll get to work on the barber's case and advise the local authorities when and if they can move in.
If you nail Levasseur, let me know. I'll help with the embalming.
You better keep your mind on your own problem. Whoever the comrade is that has a knife out for you, he's close.
How close?
Right next to you, according to our last report. Someone in your office, probably.
They don't miss any bets.
Look, we'll continue to use this shop for meeting when you can get away and think it's safe. Otherwise, we'll use a car pickup. And you'll have a new phone number to call.
What is it?
Number will be Brighton 91950. My name will be Worcester. Harry Worcester.
Identification?
Golf score. Use a low score for all's well, a high score for urgency or danger. Got it?
Yeah. Except for one thing. I've never played golf. How the devil do you score it? I left the FBI man, Morgan, and returned to the office to find things running normally. The girls were busy chattering about last Saturday night's failure and next Saturday night's hope. Except one named Carol, who was batting her blue eyes at Wally Burns until the nervous little office manager was ready to jump right out of his chair. Waiting in my private office was a 200-pound man with a 1-ounce brain.
Well, hi, Comrade Svedic. I need a new job. When I
Get out of my chair.
Huh? Oh, sure, Comrade. Only thought...
You never thought in your life, Sargo. You've been fired from 8 jobs already because you can't keep quiet about being a party member.
Only I didn't get fired this time because I'm a party member. I was fired because I carried out the orders of our new leader, your leader.
What are you talking about?
I was kicked out of Victoria because I had an accident. They said I was careless. Only they don't know how careless.
So you drove the truck that hit the barber.
That's right. On instructions from Comrade Levasseur, and that ain't all. He wants me to get together a police unit for him.
I see. Levasseur is here representing the party's control commission. And you're going to head his private goon squad. Well, you fit, Sargo.
Yes, Mr. Svedic.
Get me the personnel manager, Mr. Lewis, at the Marshall plant.
Yes, sir.
A few minutes of talk, and I had Comrade Sargo placed again, this time in the Marshall plant. The rest of the day I spent examining my office force, wondering which one was the commie spy. Betty, my impulsive but efficient secretary? Wally Burns, maybe. Or was it Carol? Or some other typist? Whoever it was, I had to find out soon. When I got off at 5:30, I was picked up by Comrade Sargo. He took me to the special meeting in a shabby hotel room, giving me no chance to contact the FBI as to its whereabouts.
Here he is, Comrade Levasseur.
Bonsoir, Comrade Serretti.
Hello, Comrade Levasseur. Where are the others?
Others? There are no others. This is a special meeting for the 3 of us. I prefer that what we discuss remains with us. That way any leak can be quickly traced.
To one of us, I understand.
Then to business. I am bringing in hundreds of loyal communist workers from all over the country. You will see that they are placed in vital positions. I want them in every plant.
That's quite an order.
You must do it, Comrade Siletic. With our men in key positions, we can disrupt the war production of this area at will.
Hello, Harry Wooster?
Speaking.
My golf game's lousy, Harry. Shot 115.
Everything's clear, Matt. Go ahead.
It's big, Morgan. Levasseur is planning on flooding the war plants in this area with commies from all over the country.
What? Oh, that's great, Matt. Go ahead and place them. We can pick them up at the first sign of trouble, before they can sabotage so much as a bolt.
All right. But I'll have to stop sending in the application cards. With this big a plan on, the party's bound to send an agent to inspect my file sometime.
Sorry, Matt. Right now we need those cards more than ever.
But, Morgan, if the party spy in my office checks my file, I'll be caught.
Use a locked file. Keep the only key. That'll stop them.
But not a Soviet secret police investigator.
I'm sorry, Matt. I'm afraid that's a chance you're just going to have to take.
now back to Dana Andrews, starring in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
146 communists I placed in the war plants, and still they kept coming. My locked file at the office became more and more of a threat with its empty sections that were in FBI hands. Always over my head hung the fear of the surprise inspection by a Soviet agent. And to make life just that much worse, I had the knowledge of a communist spy being in my office staff. A spy that had me facing an inevitable trial by the Control Commission, the party's equivalent of a Gestapo.
Yes, Mr. Sargo, may I help you?
Well, I don't know, baby. Try and see.
Mr. Savetic is out at the moment. Will you wait?
Well, sure. With you, it might be fun, honey.
The name is Miss Ward to you.
Oh, is it? Well, me, I got just a remedy for a snooty little doll like you. Little kiss.
Let go of me, you big ape. Let go. I'll see you pay.
Hey, milk-faced little fascist. I'll teach you some respect for the party.
Sargo! Let her go.
No, not until I teach you something.
Oh, you filthy communist knucklehead. I said let go.
Why, you... What? Wait, no, don't hit me again.
I'll show you to manhandle a decent girl, you thick kid. Come it. Slime. You're not out, you dirty red. Get up and get out of here. Take your smelly communist ideas of decency with you. Get out.
All right, I'm going. Just give me a chance. Go on, get out of my way.
Good heavens. What was all that about, Mr. Svetic?
Nothing. Get back to work, all of you.
Why, of course, Mr. Svetic. I'm sorry, Mr. Svetic, but the noise and all,
Oh, gee, thanks, Mr. Svetic. I hope this fight won't get you into any trouble.
Sargo had that one coming, Betty.
He sure did. Funny. You know, for a long time, I thought you might be a communist.
It was a bad mistake. I knew the spy had heard me spouting off, and I knew it was coming. It came at 4 a.m. when I was asleep in my hotel room. Yeah. So I owe you money. I'm coming.
Good morning, Mr. Svetic.
What do you want, Sargo? Who are those guys with you?
Don't act so scared, tough man. We just come to invite you to a party.
At 4 a.m? Go back to the sewer and sleep it off.
Get your pants on, comrade. The party wants to ask you a few questions. Now. Here he is, Comrade Levasseur, bright and shiny.
Did you search him?
We did better. We watched him dress.
The Control Commission has been checking your record, Comrade Svetic. We've been quite thorough.
Yeah, and?
Unfortunately for you, the record shows only the best service to the party.
Well, and what's the idea of bringing me...
A clear record does not mean you are free of suspicion. Your promotion to counselor in the U.S. Employment Service... did you manage it so easily? Who got it for you?
I worked for it.
Perhaps the FBI helped a little?
I've told you, I have no connection with the FBI.
But you have changed. You lost your faith in the party.
No.
But you did attack the comrade today.
Well, yes, but
And during this attack you said things.
May I speak?
By all means, comrade.
First of all, I'm surprised that you would listen to an idiot like Comrade Sargo.
Why, you do...
What? Do I understand by this that you deny his accusation?
If he says I have in any way been disloyal to the party, yes.
You've made the mistake I was waiting for, Comrade Svetic. It was not only Comrade Sargo's word, another comrade testified to your comments. Open the door.
Yeah, comrade.
Huh.
Well, Comrade Svetic?
Burns, Wally Burns.
Yes, it's me, you rotten spy. Me, Wally Burns. I knew you were a traitor when they put you in as counselor. That was my job, you stole.
Enough, Comrade Burns. Well, Comrade Siretic, do you still persist in your lies?
I repeat, I have never been disloyal to the party.
Explain.
My proof lies in common sense, Comrade Levasseur. If I'd done anything else except throw Sargo out of my office and make a big pretense of hating communism, how long do you think I'd have kept my job?
Mm-hmm. As you say, Comrade Siretic, common sense.
Oh, now, just a moment. You're not going to swallow that hogwash.
That hogwash, Comrade Burns, makes a great deal of logic. If I were you, I would examine my own loyalty to the party.
My loyalty?
Petty jealousy over a fascist job is a grave weakness.
No,
As for you, Comrade Sargo, your stupid behavior jeopardized months of work. I'm recommending you to be transferred to another district for proper disciplinary action.
No, please
That's
don't.
That's all, comrades. Good night.
Just a moment, Comrade Levasseur. If I'm cleared, I want to request that Comrade Burns leave my office at once.
I prefer he stay. He's the logical choice for your position, in case anything should happen to you.
When Levasseur smiled that sly, wet smile at me, I knew I had only partially won. He was reserving judgment and waiting for me to be overconfident enough to make that one slip. I had an idea, so I called my FBI contact, and in half an hour, a sleepy Morgan picked me up in his car. As we rode around the dark streets, we talked.
Matt, you know I want to pin that barber's accident on Sargo and Levasseur, but Sargo looks...
Believe me, Morgan, he's ready to crack wide open. I know he looks tough, but he showed a yellow streak a yard wide in our fight. And now that he's in bad trouble with the party, he's ripe.
All right, we'll pick him up.
Do it now, while he's off balance. Throw a scare into him about having a witness. And when he starts talking...
He'll talk himself into prison and Levasseur with him. Okay, Matt. Is that all?
All? What do you want from one night's work, Stalin? I didn't get much sleep, but I felt good going to work the next morning. For I was sure Sargo would sing, and loud. I could even stand the sight of Wally Burns back in his role as the nervous little office manager who always forgot and knocked his pipe out in wastebaskets. He had reason to be nervous that morning. And so did I, only I didn't realize it until I was in my private office and found Pierre Levasseur waiting for me.
Good morning, Comrade Siretic.
Something wrong at your plant?
No. You intrigued me last night, Comrade. That is why I decided to look at your records this morning instead of waiting to have a regular inspector come in.
Well, the file's locked. The key is... I seem to have misplaced it.
I hope you find it. I'm going to see those files.
Well, yes, naturally. Oh, here's the key. The file's in the other room. I'll go open it and bring you the...
I'll go with you, comrade. You may need help.
This was the payoff. One glance through that file, and Levasseur would know I was an FBI agent. I led the way to the outer office, trying desperately to think of some way out. Seeing Wally Burns gave me one faint hope, as I remembered his habit of knocking out his pipe in wastebaskets. It was a thin chance, but as I passed the wastebasket, I palmed my lighter, snapped it into a flame, and dropped it unnoticed into the pile of crumpled papers. The file is over here, Mr. Levasseur.
Open it, quickly. Good. Let's take it into your private office.
Fire! Mr. Spetic, fire! Fire! Samantha, give me that
The burning wastebasket made a lot of smoke, and the excited clerks helped the confusion, but Pierre Levasseur was not to be distracted. He yanked the file drawer from me and headed for the outer door. I knew if he reached it, I was finished. So with my right foot, I hooked his ankle going by, causing him to fall headlong against a desk in a snowstorm of open files and papers.
Levasseur! Oh, Mr. Levasseur, let me help.
I'll take care of him, Burns. Get those girls and the others out of here.
But, Mr. Spetic, he's unconscious.
I said get these people out of here.
Yes, sir. All right, outside, everyone. Outside, I said. Move outside. Clear the room.
Once the room was empty of people, I went to work fast, seeing to it that the wastebasket fire destroyed enough of my file cards and papers to make Pierre's investigation useless. Then a few minutes with a fire extinguisher, and the fire was a wet and smoldering mass of papers. Then I dragged the limp Pierre Levasseur out to the sidewalk in fresh air. It took a while to clear away the crowds and assure everyone things were all right. But by the time Pierre was recovering, he and I and Wally Burns were alone, while inside the office staff was starting to clean up the debris. Take it easy, comrade. You had a bad fall in there.
What happened? There was a fire.
You were running with the file and tripped over a phone cord. I tried to catch you, but I missed.
I see. It's too bad. I suppose it cannot be helped now. Only, how did such a fire start?
Ask Wally Burns.
Me? Why, I had nothing to do.
He has the habit of knocking his pipe coals into a wastebasket. It would seem he did it once too often.
Is that true, Comrade Burns?
Well, yes. That is, I did forget once or twice, but I swear I didn't do it today. You've got to listen to me.
That's enough. I've listened to you too often. You'll pay for your bungling, comrade. The party will see to that.
No, you won't get me in that cellar. I'll quit first. I'll go away. You won't find me. Not me. You're not going to find me.
Fool will find you, Comrade Burns, when we want you. Help me up, Sir Ethic.
All right, sure.
Merci. This time I am going...
You are not going anywhere, mister, except to jail.
Jail? Where are you? What are you talking about?
Lieutenant Daniels, homicide. You are Pierre Levasseur.
Mais oui, but...
No buts. Just come along. Cuff him, Frank. You hired the wrong boy, my red friend. Sargo told us the whole thing.
Hey, now, wait, Lieutenant.
Stay out of it, fella. Take it on this punk who reads assault and battery with intent to commit murder. Come on, Tommy. You got a date with a new cell, the prison kind.
I'm sorry, Mr. Levasseur. It looks like I can't help you. Now. They went off, friend and enemy, and I started for my office. No, my job wasn't ended. This was just another part. A part of my undercover war against communism. As long as communists tried to murder freedom, I would be in battle. A strange battle and a stranger battlefield, across which I knew I would always be walking alone.
Our star, Dana Andrews, will return in a moment.
This is Dana Andrews. All over America, people like Matt Savetic are fighting to win over the forces of communism in our country. It's a never-ending fight, one that concerns you and me and all loyal Americans who love this country and hate the subversive forces that threaten to destroy our American way of life. Next week, we bring you another strange and fantastic story based on the true life experiences of Matt Savetic. Plan to be with us at that time, won't you? I was a communist for the FBI.
Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. Many of the incidents in the story you are about to hear are based on the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Cvetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Cvetic.
9 years. 9 nervous years. Always looking over my shoulder. Because if I didn't, my head might roll when I didn't want it to. Years of isolation and tension. Being alone in crowds of comrades. A long, hectic dream. But now that it's over, the dream is more real than ever. For all of us now.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. Here is Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked Card Game in the Clouds.
The federal courtroom is jammed. There's no stir and no sound in the room except the voice of the attorney for the federal government making his opening to the court. Everybody in the room knows that this matters. This is important. This is part of an enormous struggle for our survival. We listen spellbound.
And we shall present witnesses whose testimony will prove beyond any shadow of a reasonable doubt that these defendants, all members of the Communist Party, have been guilty of sedition, seeking the overthrow of the United States government by force, and by force of arms if need be. We are ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Are you ready to leave, Mr. Cvetic?
Well, who are you?
Come with me.
Give me one good reason, and maybe I will.
Revchenko wants you.
Revchenko?
Not so loud.
Headquarters?
Certainly not. I'm to telephone Revchenko that I found you. He'll pick us up at a spot that I'll designate.
You must be quite a gal with the party.
I am.
We'd better go. Revchenko is an impatient man.
Comrade Cvetic, you know that we wish to know at all times where our comrades are and what they're doing.
You seem to know where I was, Comrade Revchenko.
Only because you were seen in the courtroom by a comrade.
I've been looking all morning for you.
Ah, so the lady tells me.
The lady is Comrade Laura Black.
Comrade?
Comrade.
Well, I'm ready for orders.
When we reach the city limits, this automobile may have been wired by the FBI. We will abandon it to talk.
Interesting problem, Comrade?
When we leave the car, Comrade. Here, this will do. I'm about tired of walking in fields.
Well, Comrade?
Comrade Laura, I'm out of breath. Begin for me, if you will, and be direct.
Comrade Cvetic, you and I will meet a plane at Municipal Airport tonight. The plane is from Washington, D.C.
Oh.
I will meet a man coming off the plane.
What about me?
You will stay in the background. The man will give me a portfolio, which we will deliver to a comrade in New York City.
The Park Lowell Hotel. You will take the night train.
Does it take two?
If one of you is detained, shall we say, the other must get through with the briefcase at all costs.
Should I know the contents of the briefcase?
No.
Simply follow orders and to the letter.
And the letter is?
Exactly. You are to report to a Mr. Penrose at the Park Lowell Hotel tomorrow night, no later. Mr. Penrose has made elaborate and delicate plans for leaving the country Friday night.
With the briefcase?
Of course.
Suppose Laura and I become separated and she has the briefcase. Do I report to Mr. Penrose anyhow?
Yes.
Empty-handed?
Yes.
Okay.
Good stroke, huh, comrade? Our executing this audacious move during the communist trials when the FBI expects us all to scurry into hiding.
Oh, yeah. It's a good time for us to move.
You have a revolver, Cvetic?
Yes.
Take it with you. Take all orders from Comrade Laura.
Is that all?
See to it that one of you succeeds in getting the information in that briefcase to New York. That is all.
Hello?
Mr. Oxford, please.
Who's calling, Mr. Oxford?
Cambridge.
This is Oxford. Go ahead.
The boys dragged me out of the federal courthouse this morning for an assignment with all the romantic gingerbread. Mysterious gal, briefcase by plane from Washington, D.C. Gun toting.
Hold it.
Yeah?
Where did you say you're calling from?
Pay station, drugstore, 12th and Main.
Fool with a sandwich there, and I'll pick you up in exactly 10 minutes.
Sound big to you too, Oxford?
10 minutes.
The FBI has been waiting for this chance for a long time, Matt. This looks like it.
It felt important the second that gal tagged me.
Vital information leaks have been occurring in Washington a lot too frequently. We've wanted to know how the commies do it. This looks like a look-in on one of their methods.
This could be my big moment.
It's peculiar. Why do they want you to report to this Mr. Penrose Friday night, even if you don't have the briefcase with you?
For discipline, I suppose. That's what worries me.
Matt, we want you to deliver that briefcase.
And believe me, I want to deliver it, too. If only as a personal health measure.
Keep in touch all the way, Matt.
Stay with me, boy, huh?
We will. We'll be with you at the train. Sort of.
I pick up Laura at 6. We drive to the airport and wait for Flight 695 from Washington, D.C. to taxi to Gate 5. A tall man in a flapping topcoat and dark glasses steps out of the plane. He's carrying a briefcase. I crowd the wire fence for a good look, but the girl pushes ahead of me and faces me. Her eyes are cold toward me, but I sense an inner excitement in her manner. But I'm not the guy that's exciting her.
Please go inside and wait for me.
Why can't I meet the gentleman from across the Potomac?
Do as I say, please.
You're pretty set on my not seeing your boy up close.
And you're set on seeing him close. Why?
Just being a good party member is all.
More like one of those contemptible FBI plants who are going to testify at the trial.
How does that figure? That's a rough remark, Laura.
Then please don't intrude until you're needed. Now go.
Yes, Sergeant. I go inside and wait, doing a slow burn and starting to worry a little. 5 minutes later, another plane is announced departing for Washington, and Laura comes into the waiting room with the briefcase. She also has a smudge of lipstick on her cheek.
Thank you for waiting.
Where's the watch on the Potomac?
He's on the way back to Washington.
I'd be glad to carry your school books for you.
Thank you, but I'll carry the briefcase. Wait here.
Again?
I'll pick up our plane reservations.
I thought you said we were taking the train.
We were. Now we're not.
That can be confusing.
I mean it to be confusing.
Well, you made it, sister.
No objections?
I don't like to be treated like the bourgeois rich relative while I'm an accredited and trusted member of the party. Unless maybe you don't trust me. I don't know, do you?
Do you trust me?
Let's say I trust Comrade Laura Black. But plain Laura Black, who isn't plain at all and with a smudge of lipstick on her cheek, may be something else again.
Warren and I happen to be in love.
Oh, Warren, is it?
And you'll forget it, do you hear?
The tender passion and the party.
Is it quite all right with you?
The question is it all right with the party?
The answer is that if we weren't in love, he wouldn't be doing this for me and the party.
Flight 802 for Buffalo is now loading at Gate 7.
Well, I'd better hurry and pick up our reservations.
No hurry. That's 802 for Buffalo.
Yes, that's for us.
We're going to New York.
By way of Buffalo.
Why?
You'll see.
Passengers for Flight 802 for Buffalo, please board your plane at
You
Gate
wait here.
7.
I'll get the tickets.
I look around for a telephone booth. I've got to let the FBI know that I'm flying to Buffalo tonight instead of training out to New York. All the phone booths are filled and people are waiting except at one where a soldier is talking and smiling in pantomime behind the glass door. Come on, soldier. I'm next. Ring off. Hang up. Because if that briefcase that Laura Black carries under her arm gets to Moscow, it may wipe that smile off your face for good and for a lot of other guys like you. He keeps on talking. There's the telegraph counter. I go to the counter and scrawl a message and hand it to the clerk, just as Laura Black's hand reaches past me and takes the yellow blank out of my hand.
May I, Max?
You may not.
Oh, private?
And personal, and you're getting pretty personal with my privacy.
There's no such things in our lives, is there?
Go ahead, read it.
Mrs. Vettick.
My mother.
Who is Mr. Oxford?
A prospect of mine.
What kind of prospect?
Insurance. I sell insurance as a front as well as a livelihood. I've got to live while I'm serving the party.
You tell your mother to phone this Mr. Oxford at Crest 2211 and tell him you're flying to Buffalo tonight.
Right.
Why?
Mother expected Mr. Oxford and me for dinner tonight before I took the train. I want him to know my plans have changed, and we can't dine together tonight.
Crest 2211.
That's right.
Why not telephone him?
The booths are full.
No, they aren't.
They were a minute ago.
Better still, let me telephone him.
What for?
Well, you'll think I'm your secretary. It does make an impression.
Oh, no, not with smaller investors. They feel somehow it runs up the cost to them.
Oh, I'll know how to talk to Mr. Oxford. You wait here.
No, Laura, no.
Wait there.
Oh, no. I'll wait if it kills me. And if Laura makes that call and they tell her there's no such person there, I'll wait. I've got to. I've got nothing to lose but everything.
Now back to Dana Andrews, starring in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
Laura Black goes to the telephone booth and stops there, fumbling for a coin. I shove the telegraph blank at the clerk again and hand her $2 and start after Laura. If she phones Crest 2211, the unlisted FBI number, there won't be a Mr. Oxford there, not for her. If Laura Black calls and doesn't get Oxford, she'll be more suspicious than ever. I'll be in trouble then. I reach her side just as she finds a coin in her purse.
I thought I told you to wait for me.
Well, I saw you needed some change.
I have it now, thank you. Excuse me.
Well, Laura, look...
This is the last call for passengers for Flight 802 to Buffalo, now ready to depart.
Oh, dear.
Oh, never mind. It's all right. Oxford will understand.
Well, we'd better hurry. We mustn't miss connections with our man in Buffalo. Come on.
In the plane, Laura and I play canasta with cards furnished by the stewardess. The briefcase on her lap serves as a table. On her lap. Somehow, I've never even touched the leather portfolio. So far, I'm excess baggage on this assignment, and I don't like it. We play indifferently at first, idly. Then, as the coveted stack of cards on the briefcase grows larger, the play grows tense and watchful. Strangely, some enormous stakes seem in the balance. Our playing is careful and charged. Stuck? All out of wild cards?
Well, I may have a throwaway or two left.
Sure. Fatten a pile for me to take.
You don't want to pile, do you? You're ready to go out.
Okay, I'm ready to go out.
Agreeable monster, aren't you?
Play.
I just can't help it. I gotta give you the deck. There.
I don't know. All at once, the innocent card game in the clouds is a clue to another, more sinister game that lovely Laura Black is playing. She She's trying to keep me in the deal until she can raise her score just enough to win. It's like putting me on an important job for the commies so that the FBI won't want to call me off that job, even to testify at the trial. If that's the game, then they know I'm an FBI spy. Or do they? For a long time, I stare at my cards unseeingly. A long time.
What's the matter, Matt?
What?
Make up your mind. We're coming into Buffalo.
All right. I'm not going to bite.
You refuse all those juicy points?
Yes, I'm going out. Operator. Oh, operator, I was connected with my party long distance. There's no time to...
Hello?
Oxford?
We were cut off. You say you were calling from Buffalo Airport?
Yes, and I want to know if you heard from my mother. I wired her to call you.
She called. I recognized her voice and got your message.
I wanted to be covered here in Buffalo.
Don't worry. Where's the girl?
Getting plane reservations for New York now.
Go ahead, then.
Look, does this make sense, or am I getting in an uproar? I just got a brainwave that the Reds know I'm FBI and are letting me string along here so they won't call me to testify. Or am I screwy?
No, you're not. It makes sense, Matt.
What do I do?
Play the game out to the finish, that's all.
Stay with me, fellas. Stay with me, huh?
On that, you can depend.
I've got to ring off. Here comes the gal. So long.
So long.
Buffalo American Products Corporation.
Baxter and Baxter Law Offices.
Fantis and Arbogast. Stop here.
May I help you?
Yes. Will you tell Mr. Arbogast that Miss Black is here?
Oh, yes, Miss Black. He's expecting you. Go right in.
Thank you. Will you wait out here, Matt?
What else have I got to do?
Give me your revolver, please.
What?
Your revolver.
Why?
Because I asked for it.
Don't you trust me with a gun?
Perhaps I don't trust Mr. Arbogast without a gun.
I have definite orders from Revchenko to go armed.
You have definite orders from him to take orders from me. Your gun, please.
All right. Don't shoot yourself in the foot.
Thank you. Wait here.
I sit in the small waiting room of Fantis and Arbogast advertising, waiting. The typewriter thumps louder. My heart begins to stumble crazily. Needling perspiration chills my whole body. Panic takes charge. I stand up. Get out of here. Run for it. If I did, would that crisp piqué blouse reach for a gun and start shooting? Nonsense. That best girlfriend of the bride wouldn't shoot anybody. But I don't try to go out.
Thanks for waiting.
It's been a joy.
Here's your revolver.
Thanks.
Come on.
I thought you were making plane reservations to New York. How come the bus?
The object is to deceive.
Deceive who?
The FBI.
Yeah?
Just for example.
Good example.
Well, you know they have stool pigeons among us.
Yes?
Then why do you ask such stupid questions?
I happen to be stupid.
I wonder.
I'm especially stupid about that gun in the waiting room.
We won't discuss it.
All right. You do all the talking.
I want to go to sleep now.
I'll take care of that briefcase for you if you
I'll
like.
take care of it, thank you. Good night, Mr. Svetic. Matt. Matt, it's gone.
Huh?
The briefcase is gone.
What? When?
I don't know. I thought you might be able to tell me.
Oh, I was fast asleep. Hey, what kind of a lopsided remark do you call
Never
that anyhow?
mind, never mind.
Never mind. You sit there and imply that
Well,
I
we
may...
both can't sit here and argue about it.
What are we supposed to do about it?
Well, I'll have to go back and report to Revchenko, and then call Washington.
See if you can get a new set of data?
Yes. You go on to New York.
Without the briefcase?
We haven't got it, have we?
What happens to me, arriving empty-handed?
It'll be worse if you disobey orders. Hold the door, driver. I'm getting off here.
Laura is gone. The briefcase is gone. And we're underway again. In the gloom of the bus, I check the chambers of my gun. The gun is still loaded. That's something. And another thing is that I'm still safe. It's still dark when we roll into New York. I go to the hotel. There's a note waiting for me. Meet me, Pier 11, East River, urgent. No signature. I go outside. My throat is dry and my palms are moist. Meet whom? Why, on a dark, lonely waterfront? Taxi! The bulldog edition of a paper on the driver's seat. The headline says, FBI plant takes stand against accused Reds today. Now, if the Reds suspect me, they can knock me off. And no bearing on the case whatever. Here goes. Pier 11. The darkest hour before dawn. Waiting behind a stack of packing cases. Waiting. Steps. I slip my revolver from my shoulder holster, slip the safety catch, and wait. A beam of light spears my eyes and I go blind. Blind and wild, and my finger tugs at the trigger. Nothing happens. The gun won't fire.
Hold it, Svetty.
Who is it?
One of the cartridges might be good.
Oh, Oxford.
Yeah, I'll take the gun now.
You left that note in my box.
Sure, I didn't know if you or your comrade contact would check in first. In fact, I couldn't be sure it was you until just now.
You can get killed that way.
Not with your gun. It's full of blanks.
Blanks? Well, that's why Laura took my gun away.
Now I'll take it, Matt.
They do suspect me, then?
If they did, they wouldn't have loaded your gun with blanks.
I don't get it. I give up.
Our agents checked all landings at Buffalo until they latched onto you and Comrade Laura. They tailed you to Fantis and Arbogast.
Advertising, go on.
After you left, we picked up Arbogast on a long-standing illegal immigration rap. They can't possibly connect his arrest with you. And while we were there, we found out that Fantis and Arbogast advertising is a cover for a microfilming laboratory up there.
That tiny film thing?
Tiny enough to roll up and fit into a cartridge, emptied of powder, and the lead replaced. Yeah.
Are you telling me they microfilmed the stuff in that briefcase and put it into the cartridges of my gun?
Well, here they are. And they didn't go off, did they?
I'm in trouble.
Comrade Laura never lost the briefcase on that bus. Our agents were on board watching. She slipped it to a Confederate while you slept. We let them. We'll get them in Washington when they try to put the data back in the files.
Yeah, and I'm in trouble. I've got to go back to the hotel and give Mr. Penrose, whoever he is, my gun with those microfilm bullets in it.
Right.
You got it.
Here's your gun back.
Well, what about the bullets?
It's got bullets with doctored microfilm in them. I've reloaded your gun with FBI prepared ammunition. It'll make the Kremlin very, very happy with you, Matt. And it won't do them any good at all. Feel better?
Clever, you bourgeois bloodhounds.
Oh, we got to be, or we'd all be in the doghouse. Get going, Matt. You don't want to keep the Kremlin waiting.
I leave Pier 11 feeling great, exhilarated. The card game in the clouds has come down to earth with plenty of inside stuff for high stakes. And I've won. And then, I think, no, the game isn't over yet. I've just won the deal. The long gamble is still ahead of me. And when the final chips are down, I'll be on my own. I'm a communist for the FBI. I walk alone.
Our star, Dana Andrews, will return in a moment.
This is Dana Andrews with a word about the story you've just heard. In this story, as in all others, names, dates, and places are fictitious to protect innocent persons. Many of these stories are based on incidents in the life of Matt Savetic, who worked undercover for the FBI. Next week, another fantastic adventure. Join us, won't you? I was a communist for the FBI.
Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. From the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Savetic come many of the incidents in this unusual story. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Savetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI.
In all these fantastic years, fear was my worst enemy. The average man in the normal course of events comes face to face with fear only a few times in his life. But I faced the terror of fear almost constantly for 9 years as a communist for the FBI.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, undercover man. Here is Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, undercover man. This story from the confidential file is marked The American Kremlin.
An early spring afternoon in a large Midwestern city. The sun has found its way through the haze that shrouds the downtown business section and is drying the remnants of a morning shower. I decide to walk from my rooming house to the meeting at party headquarters, an unobtrusive address on an undistinguished side street.
Yeah, mister?
No, thanks, Cabby. I'll walk.
I think you better ride, mister. Pin 4-7.
7 is a lucky number.
You're clear. No one following.
Why the emergency contact?
2 top agents the MVD have been smuggled into the country. Their job to close any loopholes in party machinery.
Who are they?
We don't know who they are, what they look like. But so far they've been efficient. Too efficient. 2 of our New York contacts have disappeared. There's a chance these agents are here right now. You see them, we want them. Now don't waste any time calling your contact. Anything to report?
No. Okay, you can let me out. two top agents of the MVD here to check on their own party members. They're never sure of themselves or the people who work for them and with them. For how can you really trust a man who's a traitor to his own country? It's still rather early for my meeting, but there before me is the party headquarters. Outwardly, it resembles some of the other faded and forlorn buildings on the street. But there the resemblance ends. For this building is the nerve center of the entire communist network in this section of the country. This is the American Kremlin. Comrade Barstow? Comrade Barstow! The door to Barstow's office is open. I walk in. Barstow? Not here. Beyond this office, the printing presses. I start to call Barstow's name, but the words choke in my throat. There, above me, dangling like a limp cord of an overhead light, hanging and swaying from a pipe which runs across the ceiling, the body of Comrade Barstow. I look around for the box or platform which he used to raise himself off the ground, but there is none. The floor beneath his swaying feet is clear. This isn't suicide. This is murder.
Hello?
Yes?
Is it done?
Yes. I stagger wildly out of the building, gasping for air. Sure, I'm scared. I didn't recognize that voice on the other end of the phone. Let's hope I wasn't recognized either. Why did I answer it? Call it an automatic reaction. A phone rings, you answer it. Just like you see a body swinging from a pipe and you know it's murder. Except in this case, there's a frame attached to it, and I could be the picture inside. I can't understand why the building is empty. The presses should be rolling a symphony of inky lies, and some of my beloved comrades should be at the door. Of course. This is Sunday, and even a communist sometimes takes advantage of a decadent bourgeois custom, like not working. I walk around the block, and then I spot Comrade Cover, the local party leader, entering the building I just left, the American Kremlin. I wait about 2 minutes, and then I walk back in.
Who's there?
Well, it's me, Comrade Svedik.
Quickly, lock the door and come back here.
I had seen only Comrade Kova enter the building, yet...
Comrade Svedik, this is Colonel Polanski, who is here from Moscow.
It is my privilege.
Open the door to the press room, Comrade Kova, so that Comrade Svedik may also see.
Barstow? Who did... Either my eyes are playing tricks on me, or else I didn't get a good look the first time. For there, under the swaying feet of Comrade Barstow, is a box.
Yes, Comrade Svedik. Barstow realized that any weakness in our party structure is dangerous to the entire cause. You may close the door, Comrade Kova.
Comrade Svedik, Colonel Polanski has asked me to recommend a man to take Barstow's place. I have recommended you.
I'm here to serve.
When the revolution comes, our strength will lie in the instrument of the workers, the trade unions. Your first assignment, Comrade Svedik, is the Shipbuilders' Union in the Brooklyn Navy Yard. There's a train which leaves in exactly 40 minutes. You will be on it. Your contact is the waitress in the King Street Diner. Her name, Millicent Johnson. Comrade Kova here will give you specific instructions. About Barstow. You have seen nothing? You know nothing.
Wait for me, Comrade Svedik. I will accompany you to the station.
Oh, don't bother, Comrade Kova.
No bother, Comrade Svedik. Who knows when I may see you next?
He helps me pack. He helps me find a cab. He's too much of a help. He's right with me as we enter the railroad station. I buy a ticket, Look at the clock. There's less than 10 minutes to train time. 10 minutes in which I should get to a phone and tell the FBI that one of the 2 MVD agents is right here. But how to do it without arousing suspicion on the part of Comrade Cover, who is being most solicitous and most comradely. Comrade Cover, will you watch my bag while I wash my hands?
Sure, go ahead.
Hello?
3 and 4 are 7.
Comrade Svetic, whom are you calling?
Oh, I was just checking the time with Meridian. The last thing I see as the train picks up momentum and speeds out of the station is Comrade Cover standing on the platform and smiling goodbye. I've been cornered, boxed and shipped. 8 hours before the train arrives in New York. 8 hours before I can get to a phone, contact the FBI, and tell them the MVD agents have arrived. 8 hours in which Colonel Polanski and the hatchet woman on the phone could be in Dallas, Chicago, Los Angeles. You pick the spot. Penn Station, a canyon of noise and activity. I disregard the porter with the outstretched hand waiting to take my bag and head for a telephone booth. I call home to my FBI contact and reverse the charges.
Hello? What are you doing in New York?
I'm on my way to the Brooklyn Navy Yard, replacing a local comrade who was killed.
Details?
August Barstow, party courier. Murder made to look like suicide. The body was still hanging in the press room when I left 8 hours ago. Be careful how you check it. I don't think anybody knows except myself, Comrade Cover, and one of the 2 MVD agents you're looking for.
Name?
Colonel Polanski. I think his partner is a woman. What's my Brooklyn contact number?
Your Brooklyn contact number is...
What'll it be, mister?
Hello, Millicent.
Hello yourself.
Brooklyn isn't near Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh isn't near Brooklyn. We've been expecting you. The meeting starts in 30 minutes. I finish here in 10. I'll get you a cup of coffee while you're waiting for me.
What about a place to sleep?
We have a room for you.
Hey, Millie, how about some cybers?
Brooklyn headquarters is an innocuous 3-story brownstone, a couple of blocks from the waterfront. A converted rooming house which boards all the local agents. I'll be under constant surveillance here. Is this by design or accident?
Ah, Comrade Millicent. Come in. And this is...
Comrade Svetic from out of town.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Where is Comrade Aachen?
She's due here any minute.
She, Comrade Smith?
Yes, Comrade Hedvig Aachen, one of our most brilliant party members. Direct from the Stalin Institute.
Are you discussing me?
Ah, Comrade Aachen, this is Comrade Svetic.
Where is Barstow?
I'm taking his place.
Comrade Smith, how did he get here?
Comrade Millicent brought him.
How do we know he's not an FBI spy?
He identified himself correctly.
So, but how do we know?
Well, this is childish. You can check me whenever you please. I'm here to carry out a mission.
Which is?
The Shipbuilders Union.
I'm satisfied. Comrade Millicent, you have contacted one of the union men?
Yes, Hans Martin. He's been a party member for 2 years, and he's anxious to do what he can.
Comrade Svetic, this is an important union. They are at work on some vital naval projects. So far, we have only been able to win over Martin. But one man in there is not enough. He will help you join the union.
When do I meet Comrade Martin?
He comes into the diner every day before his shift, around 3:15. You'll be at the diner tomorrow, and I'll introduce you.
There are other items on the agenda, so I just sit back and listen. I listen and look and catalog their faces. What is the connection between Hedvig Aachen and Comrade Barstow? Was she the voice on the phone?
There being no further business to discuss, the meeting is adjourned.
Comrade Svetik, may I speak with you alone?
What about?
Alone. Come into the hall.
What's on your mind?
Why did you kill Barstov?
What did you say?
Why did you kill Barstov?
Now back to Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Savetic in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
This was it. Fear again. Fear projected by the cold, deadly, accusing voice of Comrade Hedvig Aachen. Why did you kill Barstov? I had to stall for time. The best defense is an aggressive offense. I grabbed her arm and replied, "What did you say?"
Why did you kill Barstov? Let go of my arm. You're hurting me.
Come on.
Let go. Let go.
What is the meaning of this?
Come on, Comrade Aachen. Repeat what you just asked.
You fool.
I said repeat what you asked me.
I will hear it from you, Comrade Svetik.
She asked me why I killed Barstov.
Comrade Aachen, you place yourself in a very bad position with such a question. How many times have you seen Comrade Barstov? And under what circumstances? Was there a romantic attachment
Comrade
between you?
Smith, you exceed yourself.
Comrade Smith, perhaps Comrade Aachen's suspicions might be alleviated by a long-distance phone call. And you might ask Comrade Cover why Colonel Polanski recommended me.
Colonel Polanski? Comrade Smith, I wish to withdraw my charge against Comrade Svetik. Good night.
The next morning, I use an empty cigarette pack as an excuse to get out of the house and call my Brooklyn contact.
Hello?
3 and 4 are 7.
7 is a lucky number. Have you made contact?
I'm living at local headquarters. Nothing to report as yet. Did you hear from out west?
Party headquarters had a visit from the local building inspector, but everything was in order.
Did they find Barstov's body?
No.
Was Barstov an FBI contact?
No.
Okay, if he were, you wouldn't tell me. Any other contact besides you?
The shoeshine man outside the King Street subway station. Tell him you prefer a red polish. A deep red polish.
3 o'clock, and I'm sitting at a table in the corner of the diner. And over in the opposite corner, a fat, paunchy individual blows the steam off a spoonful of soup. It's during my second cup of coffee that Hans Martin comes over to the table. Sit down.
You're Millie's friend?
And your friend, Hans Martin.
First, we got to get you into the union. There's a meeting of our shift tonight at 11:30. The business agent for the union will be there. You meet me at 11:30, and I'll introduce you as my cousin.
Where is the meeting?
In the warehouse off Pier 9. And don't worry, nobody will stop you. Just walk past Pier 10 and across the cutover, which you can't miss. Meet me at the entrance to the warehouse.
I walk out of the diner with Hans Martin, walk him partway back to the pier. As we pass the King Street subway station, I say goodbye to him.
Shine, mister?
I start to say yes, but as I look up, I see Colonel Polanski coming out of the subway. He looks straight at me, through me, and around me, and walks on.
Shine, mister?
Well, yeah, I prefer a red polish, a deep red polish. Oh, well, my cab driver from home, how come?
I had a feeling out there that you might be heading into something.
I can't get over the feeling. I'm being watched. I sit back in the shine chair and let my eyes wander. Sure enough, across the street is a fat man who had been blowing steam from his soup spoon in the diner.
Anything to report?
Colonel Polanski.
What about him?
Can't talk. Being watched.
Well, there you are, sir. Got the soup, please.
As I walk away from the shoeshine stand, I notice that the fat man has disappeared from the doorway. Rather than walk the 4 blocks back to the party headquarters, I take the trolley. Was the fat man really watching me? Did I do anything to give myself away? Oh, nuts. I'm falling for the old commie trick that the guilty man will always worry. The innocent man will only be confused. As I start up the stairs to the 3-story brownstone, I turn around and freeze. There, across the street, is the fat man. I shut the door behind me and run up the stairs into the meeting room.
Ah, Comrade Sverik.
Colonel Polanski.
What is it, Comrade Svetik? You look perturbed.
I think I've been followed. He's right across the street.
Who?
The man who's been following me. Look. Polanski and Smith cautiously move across the room and through a parting, and the drapes get a good look at the fat man standing on the other side of the street.
Comrade Smith, will you leave us alone?
Yes, Colonel.
Well, this is no laughing matter.
Easy, Comrade Sverik, easy.
I watch as Colonel Polanski lowers and raises the window shade twice, and then see the fat man across the street come up the steps and into the brownstone house. A minute later, the door to the room opens again, and he waddles into the room and smiles at me with the lower part of his face. His eyes can never smile.
Commissar Turen, this is Comrade Sverik.
Commissar, I'm honored.
So, it is you who have taken Comrade Bastov's place.
This is the other member of the 2-man team from the MVD. This is the voice on the telephone.
I watched you handle your contact in the diner, and I'm very pleased to know that we have such workers in the party.
Good. Comrade Sverik, what have you arranged?
I'm to meet Hans Martin on the pier tonight at 11:30. He's introducing me as his cousin to the business agent of the union. I should have no trouble.
My dear comrade, but the test of a good agent is to always be prepared for trouble. Colonel Polanski will accompany you. In the meantime, I suggest you get some sleep. You look tired.
At exactly 11, Colonel Polanski knocks on the door of my room and takes me down to the car he has rented especially for the occasion. He opens the back door for me, and there is Commissar Turin.
Oh, come in quickly, Comrade Svetik. The night air is a bit cold. Comrade Svetik, you wonder why a commissar and a colonel should accompany you on such a routine matter.
My duty is not to wonder, just to obey.
Very convincing, Comrade Svetik. You should not have run out of the building where you found Bastov's body after you spoke to me on the phone. Oh, yes, do not look startled. It was you. And you should not have entered the building a second time and acted as if it were the first time you had seen the body of Comrade Bastov. And finally, you should not have called the FBI.
This is some sort of joke. I don't get it.
Oh, come now, Comrade Svetik, spy, traitor, fascist tool of the FBI. Let us put an end to pretenses.
If as you say, I am an agent for the FBI, why do you accompany me to my meeting with Hans Martin? Why don't you just kill me now?
You have an appointment with him. If you do not appear, he will ask questions.
Commissar, we are approaching Pier 10.
Turn your lights off.
Why was Comrade Barstow killed?
Let us say he served the cause.
Served the cause?
Yes. To trap any traitors in our ranks. And we did trap you, didn't we? I shall put it all in my report tomorrow. Moscow will be pleased. Bear in mind that Colonel Polanski and I are both armed. Now we shall get out and keep our date with Hans Martin.
The shrill whistle of the tugs, the basso boom of the larger vessels are playing a funeral dirge across the night winds of the Brooklyn waterfront, carrying the coffin to its final resting place.
You think you get accustomed to staring death in the face only.
Where's that light coming from?
Drop your guns. An FBI trap.
This is my cue. I make a dive for shelter behind some piling. I miss my target. Find myself choking. The water drags me down, choking, gasping, fighting my way up. I break for air, and I hear the barking of guns punctuating the stillness of the night. There's an eerie quiet, and then...
Medic, are you all right?
Just a little wet, that's all.
Here, grab this rope and I'll pull you out.
Thanks. Where are Turin and Polanski?
We've got them.
Are they dead?
I don't know. The boys will find out.
How did you manage to get here?
We've had a stakeout on local headquarters ever since you arrived. The shoeshine man reported your contact, and when you got on the car tonight, we just followed. Did anybody else know of their suspicion?
I don't think so. But I'm supposed to meet a party member on Pier 9 at 11:30. What time is it?
Well, that's the 11:30 break now.
What do I do?
Tell him you slipped and fell overboard to explain your wetsuit. We'll take care of Polanski and Turin. Well, what are you waiting for?
As I make my way to Pier 9, the calm of the waterfront is as before. As if those gunshots had never been. As if Polanski and Turin had never been. But there will always be more Polanskis and more Turins. For this fight I'm in is a lonely fight. An undercover man who must forsake his friends and family for the false friendship of the comrades in the party. I must continue this fight alone, as I walk alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews with a word about the story you've just heard. In this episode, as in all others, names, dates, and places are fictitious to protect innocent people. However, party headquarters, described as the American Kremlin, did exist. And similar places will continue to operate in this country until we won the fight against communism. Next week, another exciting adventure based on Matt Cvetic's experience as an undercover man, a communist for the FBI. So join us, won't you?
I was a communist for the FBI. Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. Many of the incidents in the story you are about to hear are based on the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Cvetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Cvetic. I was in it for 9 long years, a member of the party. I lived with communists, worked with them, watched them. I learned their methods, their tricks, their plans, and their weaknesses. This is my story, the story of my life as a communist for the FBI. In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, undercover man.
Here is Dick Andrews as Matt Savetic, FBI undercover man. This story from the confidential file is marked Tight Wire.
There's no 8-hour day for an undercover man, no 40-hour week. The working day is 24 hours. The week is 7 days long. It's not a job, it's a way of life, a tough way, and a dangerous one. You've got to be ready for anything, anytime. Play it tight, and you play it smart, or you're out of the game. And there's only one way out, the hard way. Whenever possible, you plan your schedule to contact the FBI, but they don't have a schedule, of course, so you never know when or how.
Taxi, mister?
No, thanks. I'm not going far.
Taxi's better than walking, though, Mr. Fisher.
Oh? Did you say Fisher?
Yeah. I was sure I recognized you, Mr. Fisher. Some buddies of mine, a friend of yours. How about a ride?
Okay. I guess a taxi will save time.
Sure. Time and shoe leather. My name's Davis. Transferred last week from the FBI office in Chicago.
I see. Who are some of your buddies, Mr. Davis?
Richards, Spaulding, Blake. Barkley's the district inspector here, and...
Okay, that's good enough. I was just checking.
Smart idea. You never know.
What's up, Davis?
Got a job for you, Matt. Maybe a rough one.
What kind of a job?
What's that meeting you told us about? The one for that big shot from the West Coast?
Yeah, Lato Corini.
Mm-hmm.
He's one of the national coordinators. The meeting's Thursday evening. There'll be cell chairmen here from 10 states.
So there'll be names named, people, places, plans, so on. Matt, we've got to have all that verbatim.
Verbatim?
Yeah, by dictograph.
Dictograph? What about that new radio gimmick? That miniature transmitter?
You can't always be sure of it, Matt. We might hit a static problem, miss half the meeting. Now, here's what we want. Between now and Thursday evening, plant a microphone and wire the meeting hall.
That's all?
Yeah, I know. We're not giving you much time, but the job's got to be done, Matt. Go to it.
Well, there it was. Wire the hall. It sounded simple. But it was going to be one of the toughest jobs I'd ever done for the FBI. The party offices were on the same floor as the hall, and they'd be in use all week. Davis gave me 2 button microphones, 500 feet of bell wire, and his best wishes. It was all up to me. At 7 o'clock that evening, the cell leads met to discuss plans for the big meeting. I was present at the table. I had a plan of my own.
All right, comrades. Now, we're pretty well lined up on how to handle the delegates from out of town. I don't think there'll be more than 85. You agree, Comrade Mapes?
Carl Jones was cell chairman at the time.
Definitely, Conrad Jones. 85 is more than safe.
Lieutenant Mapes, the local secretary, a transfer from Kansas City.
Then we'll plan accordingly. Now, is there anything else we have to work out?
Yes, there is, as a matter of fact. Let's talk about security measures. This meeting is big. Agents' names will be mentioned. Our future plans will be discussed. The FBI would love to get in on it.
True enough. But unless there's been some new development, I don't see why...
There has been a new development. Take a look.
What is it?
A piece of wire. Where did you get it, Comrade Svetic?
In the corridor, a few feet from the door of the hall.
Well, my goodness.
It was caught between the edge of the rug and the baseboard. I saw it by sheer accident.
It's mic wire, all right. I'll bet on it.
Then I'd say there's only one answer. The FBI has got in somehow.
Yeah, that was my idea.
Comrade Svetic, I'd like you to follow this up.
All right, comrade.
Go over the hall with a fine-tooth comb. Your job is to find the microphone. To it.
I'd played an outside chance, tried an approach right in the open, and it had worked. My orders from the FBI were to wire the hall, and my job for the commies was to find the FBI's wire. The same wire I was going to install myself. With a little luck, I might combine the 2 jobs. But luck was just what I didn't have.
Morning, Comrade Svetic.
Oh, Comrade Etheridge. What are you doing here?
Well, now, you don't act very glad to see me, Matt.
No, it's not that, Ben. I'm surprised, that's all. Comrade Jones said I'd have the hall to myself today to look for that FBI wiring job.
Yeah, I know. I've been assigned to help you. You know, Matt, there's only one way the FBI could have wired this place.
How's that?
By having an agent planted in the cell.
Yeah. I thought of the same thing, Ben. I've been keeping my eyes open.
Any results?
No. Not yet, at least. Well, let's get to work.
Any time.
We'll start at one corner of the hall and go over it in a square yard at a time. Floor, walls, ceiling, everything. Okay, Ben, let's go to work. Well, my bright idea was knocked right in the head. I'd planned to make the installation during my supposed search. But now, with Comrade Ben Etheridge breathing down my neck, I didn't have a chance. All I could do was go through the motions and try to figure some other angle. It was 4 p.m. when we finished our shakedown of the hall.
Well, I guess that's everything, Matt.
There ought to be another screwdriver.
Oh, yeah. Here it is. Well, what do you think?
You tell me. We covered every square foot and didn't find anything. I'd say the hall's clean.
What about that piece of mic wire, Matt?
I don't know. It got into the hall some way. But the FBI hasn't planted any microphone in here. I'll swear to it.
Well, I'll take your word for it, Matt.
My word for it? Look, Ben, were you assigned to help me or watch me?
Well, Chairman thought you kind of jumped at the job. A little of both, I guess.
So now, added to everything else, the chairman was suspicious. I'd wasted a day, and there was less than 2 more days to go. Dozens of names would be mentioned at the meeting, plans discussed, information the FBI needed badly. That hall had to be wired some way.
Richard speaking.
Fisher here, Bob Fisher.
Check. Go ahead.
Listen, that wire job's not going so good.
It's got to go. Washington really wants this one.
Yeah, I know. Look, I've got wax impressions of a couple of door keys. Took them right under my helper's nose this afternoon. How long will it take to get duplicates made?
30 minutes. What are they for?
The meeting hall and the alley door of the building. I'm going to slip in late tonight and string that wire. Look, I'm calling from the phone booth in the Gavin Hotel lobby. I'll leave the key impressions behind the coin box.
Check. We'll pick them up in 10 minutes. Where do you want the keys delivered?
Leave them behind the cushions in the next to last booth in the hotel coffee shop. Anytime before 9.
Right. Watch yourself, boy.
You know it.
Good luck.
The keys were there when I went in at 9 o'clock that evening. I slipped them into my pocket, ordered and ate slowly, while I read a couple of papers. Timing was the one important thing. I knew that between 10:45 and 10:48, the watchman would be punching the clock on the 7th floor at the far end of the hall. And during those 3 minutes, I had to get in that alley door. The time was 10:47 when I slipped my key into the lock of the alley door. I closed the door behind me, hurried along the corridor, and began climbing the service stairs. I was almost to the 3rd floor when the switch was thrown up above me, and I heard the elevator coming down the shaft. I froze on the dark stairway and waited. Good. The night watchman was back on the 1st floor again, and the coast was clear. I climbed the few remaining steps, hurried along the 3rd floor corridor, and fitted my 2nd key in the lock of the meeting hall. Inside, I took the microphone buttons and the wire from my coat pocket, went to work. In 20 minutes, the job was done, inside the hall, that is. But the final connection in the shaft meant a few ticklish minutes swinging on an iron ladder over empty space. I used my knife blade to spring the catch on the shaft door. And I slid it open, stepped in on the ladder, and closed the door. I could see the top of the elevator 3 stories below me, and the height made me sick and dizzy. I worked quickly and had just finished the connection when the elevator started up. There was no space in the shaft for me and the elevator, and no time to get out the door. I did the only thing I could. As the elevator reached me, I stepped onto the top and clung to the cable. We kept going up. 6th floor. 7th. I could see the spinning drums winding the cable above me. Coming closer and closer. 8th floor. 1 more to go. The drums were right over my head. I threw myself flat on the top of the elevator. Prayed. When we stopped, I had barely 18 inches clearance. When the watchman closed the doors and started back down the shaft, I clung to the iron ladder and stayed there until he reached the main floor. Then I fumbled at the catch on the shaft door, slid it open, and stepped out onto the 9th floor.
Okay, Matt. Don't move.
Ben, what are you doing here?
Waiting for an FBI stool pigeon. For you, Matt.
I don't know what...
Now back to Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Cvetic in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
I stood there in the dim corridor in front of the elevator, staring at the gun in Ben's hand. One move and he'd kill me, he'd said, and I knew he would. Ben impressed people as being good-natured and easygoing, but underneath, he was a fanatic. I knew that, and I knew he meant what he'd said.
Matt, what are you doing here this time of night?
I'm just looking around, Ben. Checking up on things.
What things? What were you doing in the elevator shaft?
Look, comrade, maybe I've got a couple of questions of my own. What's your reason for being here?
A hunch, Matt. I got to thinking. So I came over, had the night watchman let me in.
I don't follow you. Got to thinking. What?
How would be a smart idea for an FBI agent planted in the party to search the hall with a witness and then come back and put in a microphone after the search?
I'm afraid that's pretty weak, Ben.
Weak?
Yeah. I think we'd better talk to the chairman.
I'm way ahead of you, Matt. We're going downstairs to the party office. I'm going to phone him and have him come right over.
Okay.
And don't forget, Matt, the gun's still loaded.
Comrade Etheridge snapped on the lights in the party office and called Chairman Jones and told him what had happened. Then we sat and waited for Jones to arrive. I kept trying to think of some way out. One fortunate thing, I'd hidden the keys, the extra wire, and my tools on top of a girder in the elevator shaft. I was clean, and that was some advantage, but not much.
Well, you made a quick trip.
Sounded as though the situation called for it. Well, Comrade Cvetic, it seems we've been mistaken about you.
That depends on what you mean by...
Shut up! Get up, Cvetic. How long have you been working for the FBI?
I haven't been, comrade. That's your mistake.
Mistake? When Comrade Etheridge caught you right in the act tonight?
There are a couple of ways of looking at that. Look, Comrade Jones, you're the one in charge here, aren't you?
Of course.
Then why is Ben holding the gun?
Well, I wasn't trying to take over any authority. Here you are.
Thanks. Feel better now, Cvetic?
Yes, it was making me nervous having a gun pointed at me by an FBI agent.
Oh, no, wait on
Ben, you claimed you came here tonight because you suspected me of planting a microphone in the hall. All right, where's the mic?
Well, I didn't have any chance to look for it, you know that.
But the mic was there this afternoon, Ben. Why didn't you find it then?
Huh?
What are you driving at, Cvetic?
One of the sections of the hall Ben searched included the electric outlets next to the radiators. Did you take the cover plates off those outlets, Ben?
Well, no, they hadn't been tampered with, and it...
One of them had. It's got a button mic planted in it.
What are you
The wire runs behind the baseboard. I saw it this afternoon. How come you didn't?
Well, there wasn't any wire. There couldn't have been.
I don't see how you could have missed it. That's why I didn't say anything this afternoon, and that's why I came back tonight.
Wait a minute, Cvetic. Maybe you wired the place tonight before Ben caught you.
How? As you said, Ben caught me. Search me now. I don't have any wire or tools. The hall is locked. I don't have a key to it.
That's another thing, Svetic. How did you get into the building?
Ask the watchman. Watchman, that's a joke.
What do you mean?
The front door of the building was unlocked tonight, and the watchman was asleep in the lobby. I walked right in past him, and he didn't even move. Security. A microphone planted in the hall, and my so-called helper didn't even see it.
Now, take it easy, comrade.
All right, so I'm mad, and I've got a right to be. The party's the biggest thing in my life. I'm giving my life to it. And when things happen like they have today, a helper who's either too stupid or too crooked to see a microphone when he stumbles over it, and a so-called watchman who goes off to sleep and leaves the door of the building wide open, of course I'm mad. Well, it worked. Temporarily, at least, I was off the hook as far as my party membership was concerned. But the last chance of getting that hall wired had gone right out the window. Davis, the FBI agent, agreed when I told him the story the next morning.
You went at it the right way, Matt. There's no question about that. You just had a run of bad luck, that's all.
Look, Davis, I've been thinking about this most of the night. I've got a halfway idea. It may sound crazy, but...
Let's have it. I haven't even got a halfway one.
Well, Richards was telling me a couple of months ago about that new miniature shortwave transmitter.
Yeah, but we only use that as a last resort, Matt.
This is a last resort. How big are they?
Oh, about the size of a couple of packs of cigarettes. What do you got in mind?
It has a built-in mic, I suppose.
Oh, yeah, it's a complete unit. You just switch it on, and it's good for about 20 hours of continuous transmitting. Life of the batteries.
Davis, suppose one of those transmitters were planted in the hall. Could you pick it up?
Sure. They've got a radius of about 6 blocks. We could park a truck on the street as a mobile receiving unit. But can you do it, Matt?
With a little luck, I think I can. I arrived at the hall at 5 in the afternoon, and I noticed that several baskets of flowers sent by the front organizations had already been delivered and placed on the speaker's table. The basket from my own group, the Pan-Slav Congress, wasn't there yet. Good. So far, the plan was working.
Matt.
Huh? Oh, hello, Ben.
I shouldn't have jumped at conclusions last night, Matt. When I found you here in the building, well, I thought sure.
Oh, forget it. I was pretty rough on you as far as that's concerned.
No, I just followed up. I don't know how I could have missed that mic.
It's a matter of training. I remembered later that you said you'd never had...
Matt.
Yeah, Carl?
There's some guy here from the garden florist. Says he's got a flower order for you.
Oh, yeah. It's the bouquet for the speaker's table for the Pan-Slav Congress. I'll take care of it. Thanks.
You the fellow that ordered the flowers?
That's right. Thanks.
Just sign here, please.
All right.
The transmitter's in the basket. It's already turned on.
Fine.
Good luck.
Thanks, Richards. There you are.
Thank you, sir. Goodbye.
Well, now, you went pretty elaborate on it, didn't you, Matt?
4 dozen roses. Comrade Carini is an important man, Greta. Only the best.
They smell wonderful. Those must have been specially selected.
That's right. They were. Well, the transmitter was in the meeting hall and right on the speaker's table. It was already turned on, Richard said. And parked down the block somewhere was a panel delivery truck with a tape recorder and a pair of stenographers with headphones, taking down every word. My job was over. There was nothing to do but wait.
Now, Matt, is that microphone you found still hooked up?
Yeah, Comrade Jones decided we wouldn't disconnect it until just before the meeting. That way, the FBI wouldn't try to plant another one.
Good idea. Catch them flat-footed. I wonder how they got in to install it.
Well, with that watchman not paying attention to his... Oh, this must be Comrade Carini.
Oh, I guess so. Carl's bringing him over.
Comrade Carini, Comrade Svetic.
Comrade?
Comrade?
And Comrade Etheridge.
What is this?
Why, they're flowers sent by the various organizations in honor of...
I am sorry.
What?
The honor I appreciate. But the flowers must go. I have the allergy, you understand. The hay fever. I am unable to...
I'm sorry, comrade. I had no idea. Well, we'll have them placed outside in the corridor.
Yeah.
Matt, would you...
Oh, yeah, sure. Ben, you grab a couple of these baskets. I'll take these at the end.
I wish to cause no offense.
Oh, that's all right, comrade. It's quite all right.
Quite all right. As far as I'm concerned, it was quite all wrong. In a few minutes, the meeting would start, and the FBI wouldn't be in on it. Ben and I carried the flowers out and set them along the corridor. And suddenly I decided to take one last chance. Ben's back was turned. Quickly, I reached into the flower basket, fished out the transmitter, and dropped it into my inside coat pocket.
Comrades! Comrades! Before I open this meeting, I wish to inform you that the FBI has managed to establish a beachhead in our very midst. Comrade Svetic?
Yes, comrade?
You take care of the matter?
Of course. There you are.
You see, comrades, a microphone.
Right here.
The FBI will be most disappointed. And now I wish to present our national coordinator from West Coast headquarters, Comrade Lazzo Corini.
I sat through the meeting while name after name was mentioned, plan after plan discussed. The transmitter sagged my coat pocket, pressed against my chest. I was conscious of it every second, and conscious, too, of what would happen if the commies knew I had it. The only thing I didn't know, was it working all right? Was the stuff going through? Was the FBI getting it? I found out around midnight when I put through a call from the public phone booth.
Richard speaking.
Fisher here, Bob Fisher.
Check. Nice work.
Everything come through all right?
Perfect. We got every word from start to finish.
Good.
One thing we couldn't figure, though. Who was beating that drum?
Drum?
Yeah. It kept up all through the meeting. Sounded like a funeral march.
Well, there wasn't any drum that I... Hey, wait a second. I had the transmitter in the inside pocket of my coat, Richards. That drum beating was my heart. I left the phone booth and walked along the street. It was after midnight, and the city had gone to bed. And I could hear my footsteps echoing against the dark fronts of the buildings. An hour before, I sat in a hall with 100 people, supposedly my friends, my comrades. And now I'm alone. But I was alone then, too. Because they aren't my comrades. And I have no friends. That's how it is with me. I'm a communist for the FBI. I walk alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
Next week, another exciting adventure from Matt Svedek's official records. Join us, won't you? I was a communist for the FBI.
Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. From the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Cvetic come many of the incidents in this unusual story. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Cvetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI.
Your friends avoid you. Your enemies smirk and say they always knew Matt Cvetic was a wrong number. Your mother accepts you as you are, with the reproach in her eyes, breaking your soul. Your dad gives you $10 to change your name so you won't disgrace the name of Cvetic. 9 years of it, and you're talking to yourself like I'm doing now.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, undercover man. Now, here is Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, undercover man. This story from the confidential file is marked Where the Red Men Roamed.
It's a brilliant morning with 21-carat sunshine and the air diamond bright, but I'm seething. All morning I've been pushing doorbells, getting housewives to sign commie-inspired peace petitions. Yesterday, I picketed an aircraft factory. The day before that, I dated a secretary to a War Department official. Object, sedition. And the day before that, I solicited ads for the Workers' Daily, and the day before that, never mind. All I know is that I'm suddenly sick of it all. Work, the party, discipline, the revolution. Until you drop in your tracks, Cvetic. Until you wind up in the booby hatch, boob. Finally, I'm off duty, and I go to a phone booth to check out with Comrade Selinsky, the former MVD agent. Now my cell chief and my chief beef in the local Red setup.
Yes?
Comrade Cvetic reporting and going off duty, Comrade Selinsky.
Come down to headquarters at once.
But I'm supposed to be off for once.
I want to talk to you.
Well, talk to me now.
At headquarters, Comrade Cvetic.
Look, I've had one lousy, tough week, and I have a right
At headquarters, Comrade.
Well, I haven't eaten. I'll get down when I can.
Now.
When I've had some lunch. And not before. And maybe not even then. You wanted to talk to me, Comrade Selinsky?
That was hours ago.
Well, I hadn't had breakfast or lunch. I've been on the hoof all week.
Hours ago, Comrade Cvetic.
Well, I must have dropped off to sleep after lunch.
You dropped off to sleep?
I'm very sorry.
Where did you drop off to sleep?
Well, not on a park bench, that's for sure.
Not at home, certainly. I called your home.
Oh?
You were not there.
Well, as you know, Comrade, I'm not very welcome at home. Mother and Dad feel I've disgraced the family, turning communist. So I only go home to sleep at night.
We searched all over for you.
I took a room in a hotel. I was beat, I tell you. Yeah, I'm tired.
Perhaps I can arrange a holiday for you.
What sort of holiday?
You know Jacques Andos, the pianist, of course.
I know his work.
He's working for us now.
I know that, too.
His last concert was picketed by capitalist hirelings.
I certainly think he was asking for it.
So? How?
The man makes a fortune in America, and when the orchestra struck up the national anthem in Detroit, Sandoz sits at his piano noodling at something.
Whose national anthem?
The Star-Spangled Banner, of course.
Of course.
Look, Selinsky, we're operating in America. When in Rome, common self-interest dictates that we do as the Romans do.
When in Rome, comrade, listen only to Caesar.
Okay, I'm listening.
Tomorrow night, Sandoz plays before a crowd of 3,000 at Hiawatha Dells. We expect violence.
Why?
Because we are planning violence.
That figures.
We will instigate a riot and blame reactionary anti-foreign elements in the crowd. By such devices, we win the foreign element in cities to our side.
What's my part in all this? What about my holiday?
As his last encore, Sandoz will play Chopin's Revolutionary Etude. This will be the signal for some of our comrades posing as reactionaries to start a riot.
I see.
You will see that members of your cell are dispersed in the audience, prepared for action.
That's my big holiday?
You need not stay to the end. Slip away when the fighting begins.
Let the peasants do the dirty work.
Candidly, you're too useful a man to risk in mob fighting. And you will enjoy the concert, I know. Now, how many tickets do you wish to buy for the concert?
You mean I have to pay my way into this armed rhubarb?
It all helps the party treasury. How many?
How much?
$1.80.
One.
Better make it two, Comrade Svet.
All I need is one.
That will be $3.60, thank you.
I'm burning. A holiday. The day and the evening off, and all I have to do is lead the fighting blood in my cell into battle at Hiawatha Dells. I wonder if the folks at home might have spilled something to Selinsky to make him honor me with this crummy assignment on my one day off in months. I find a pay station and dial home.
Hello?
Hello, Mom.
Oh, Marty.
Mom, I got a call from a man this afternoon. Did you answer the phone?
No, Marty. But Tip, he talked to him. How are you, son?
I'm all right. I'm tired, but okay. Can I talk to Tip, please?
You don't ask about Papa?
How is Dad?
Oh, not so good. I tell him you ask. Oh, here is Tip.
Yeah?
How are you, Tip? How's the Navy?
Fine. How's yours?
Tip, a guy phoned for me this afternoon.
Yeah. He had a deep red voice, sort of maroon. So?
Did you tell him anything about me?
I just told him you weren't here. Did he give you my message?
No. No, he didn't give me a message.
I told the comrade clear as day to have you call me when he located you.
He never said a word to me.
Real chum, the comrade.
Yeah. What did you want?
It isn't my idea. Mom wanted it. She wants us to go on a picnic tomorrow and wanted you to come along.
Me?
It wasn't my idea, believe me.
I'd sure like that, but I'll call you back this evening. Thanks, Tip.
It was Mom's idea.
Sure, but thanks anyhow, Navy. Let me see. What's that new FBI number to call? Oh.
Are you serious, Matt? You dragged me away from adult FBI business to bench sit with you in the park and talk about picnics? I'm going back to the office.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute, will you?
Anyhow, I thought your family was cold on you.
Well, that's just it. They think I'm a red and I've lost them. And all at once they asked me to go on a picnic with them. And, Chief, I've got to.
Yeah, but you've got to go to the Sandoz concert, too.
Go to the Sandoz concert, picket, get signatures, report to the FBI, get recruits for the party, scrape and bar Selinsky. Selinsky. Work myself ragged for him, and he can't give me a simple message. It might mean an awful lot to me.
The picnic, you mean?
The picnic, I mean. Look, I want to know. Can I go to that picnic with Mom and Tip? It sounds like, can I have a nickel for the movies years ago when I was a kid? I can't help it.
Look, could you persuade your folks to hold the picnic near Hiawatha Dells?
Say, that may be something.
Then you'd be close enough to slip away to the concert and do your job for the commies, too.
Sure.
Fixed?
Yeah, they'll go for that. They'll buy that, I know. Because Mom wants me along so much. Isn't it wonderful?
Yeah, Marty, sure. I write it down.
Hiawatha Dells. It's a beautiful place. Used to be an Onondaga Indian village. You'll like it.
I write it down.
I'll be at the house at noon, okay?
Yeah. I pack good things, Matt.
No cares, no worries. Just us, the Svetiks, huh?
Yeah, son. I buy you red balloon again.
No, Mom. Anything but red.
I forget something.
What?
Fremont 2311.
What about it?
A girl call you. She say call Fremont 2311.
A girl?
Fremont 2311.
1-1. Okay. I'll call her. I'll see you at noon tomorrow. Bye, Mom.
Goodbye, son.
Hello?
Is this Fremont 2311?
Oh, Mr. Smith?
I was told to call this number.
Oh, yes, that was me. Right. Anyway, Tanya. I'm Tanya.
Do I know it, Tanya?
I was wondering if you could stop by tomorrow and pick me up. I'll be all ready.
Pick you up? What for?
Take me on a picnic with you.
Picnic. Hey, listen, who are you?
I'm Tanya Joseph. You're taking me to the picnic tomorrow.
I don't know why I should, and I don't think I will. Why should I? Hello?
I thought that in the party you don't ask questions, Mr. Svetick.
I'll pick you up a little before noon.
412 Forest Drive. See you then.
See you then. I might have known it. Zelinsky, a former MVD man, knowing all the infernal tricks of the Russian secret police. Watching me always now. Policing me with a girl named Tanya. They were all over. The watchers. Finding out. Knowing. Reporting. Punishing. There's no escape. No escape ever.
Back to Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Severik in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
The apartment where Tanya Joseph lives is one of the better apartments in one of the better neighborhoods. I wonder if Miss Tanya Joseph figures on comparable diggings comes the revolution. Then Miss T. Joseph opens the door, and I receive a non-proletarian jolt. Miss Joseph, you're a looker.
Oh, right on time. Do come in.
Said the spider to the fly.
Pardon?
Nothing. Practicing my mumbling is all.
Most spiders are harmless, even useful.
Then you did hear.
Aren't they?
Some of them are black widows. But it takes all kinds, doesn't it?
I hate black, and I'm going to marry a man younger than I am, so I won't be a widow. Shall I wear a coat?
It's going to be chilly, but a coat won't help any.
Maybe you'll help break the ice with your family. Is that what you mean, your family?
I'm part of the chill.
You'll tell me more about your folks in the drive over, won't you?
I'll tell you all about them right now. They don't like communists.
Not even you?
Especially not even me.
Do I have to be a communist?
Ask yourself that, not me.
I mean to them. Can't I just be a girl you know?
That might keep things on a pleasanter basis at that. Okay, you're a girl I know. Not partial to black.
Or red.
Good, let's go. Mother, this is Miss Tanya Joseph.
I'm happy.
And I'm very happy to know you, Matt's mother.
My younger brother, Pip.
Oh, not so much younger.
I live right, and he doesn't. Hi, Tanya.
Hi.
Where's Dad?
Oh, he's feeling pretty good, but he'd rather stay home today.
Oh, can't I see him before we go?
Oh, sure. He's nothing contagious. He likes pretty young girls like you.
Hey, something's cooking.
I make something for Papa.
Pachenka. I smell Pachenka.
Oh, you hear, Bush? She knows from Pachenka.
She's lived then.
Oh, you come to dinner sometime. I'll make you Pachenka. Look, Papa. Look what I bring you for this house.
Off to a fair start, anyhow.
It'll work, Tip. We'll have fun. You'll see.
Quite a gal there. When did you meet up with that?
Let's not be disrespectful, younger brother.
She's got, what, 2 years on me?
2 years is 2 years.
Where'd you meet her?
Why?
Can't I ask?
You can ask.
Why so mysterious? Does she know you're a Red?
I never told her.
Is she?
If she's a Red, she never told me.
That's good enough for me. It'll have to be.
Tip, don't get interested in this girl. Please.
You're not serious about her, are you?
No.
Then what's the beef?
Well, for one thing.
Shoot.
She's older than you are.
That may be. But I've lived.
It was nice, the picnic. This was home and love and family. This was America and the sweet remembrance of things past. And I knew that I loved it and Mom and Tip and Dad as much as I hated being a communist. Even for the FBI. I had enough. I wanted out. The old oaken bucket, the iron-bound bucket, the moss-covered bucket that hung in the well.
Hey, wait a minute, listen to this one. The old family toothbrush, the Bolshevik toothbrush, the communist toothbrush that hung on the wall.
Here, here!
The old family toothbrush, the Bolshevik toothbrush, the communist toothbrush that hung on the wall.
Good evening, friends!
It was fun. I loved it. Mom and Tip probably thought I was being a good sport about it, not to upset Tanya, who wasn't supposed to know I was a Red. But I knew something and knew it surely. I didn't want to be a communist anymore for the FBI or anyone else. I wanted out. Twilight. I sat alone on the river bluff, thinking, planning escape. How?
Matt,
What? Oh,
I've been searching for you.
I've been here.
Oh, it's a lovely evening.
It's been a wonderful day.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful.
But it's the life our philosophy sneers at. It's bourgeois and hokey.
And you love it.
I never realized how much I missed it.
Only you mustn't think or talk that way.
That's why they sent you, isn't it? To see that I didn't fall for the old hokum bucket. Peace and simplicity and sentiment. To police me.
Yes.
I know the technique. I'm lucky. Other backsliders are invited to Moscow to get a refresher course on communism, and they never come back. I'm lucky.
I shouldn't say this. I'm sorry for you.
I shouldn't say this to you. But I'm not going to the Hiawatha Bowl tonight.
They might miss you at the concert.
They might not in that crowd. Unless somebody warns them I'll be playing hooky.
Somebody.
Tanya! Tanya!
Oh, here, Tip, with Matt.
And Tip isn't red bait, I warn you.
Hi, Matt. Tanya, would you help Mom pack up the stuff, or she'll never be ready in time for the concert?
What concert?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. Jacques Sandoz is playing at the bowl, and Tip said he'd take me.
All of you. You're all my guests tonight.
Fine.
Well, I'll help your mother with the picnic baskets now.
Tip, there might be trouble at that concert tonight.
Well, Tanya wanted to hear Sandoz.
They're getting too interested in that girl.
Except she isn't that girl.
It's been a good day, Tip. A nice day for all of us. It may never be this way again. I don't want to spoil... Brace yourself, Tip. I've got news for you. Tanya Joseph is a communist.
Like you said, Matt, it's been a great day. Like old times. We don't want to spoil it.
No.
When a commie wants to smear anybody, you call him a commie. Or her.
Let's not spoil it, Tip.
Then let's all finish the day right and finish it together, huh?
I'll go to the concert with you, Tip. Okay. The girl wins.
Getting late.
Yeah. Later than you think. The big Hiawatha Dell bowl was packed, and packed with dynamite. I kept watching Mom, enjoying every second of it, wondering, how much longer does she have on Earth? I'm in a long, hard fight, and she might go before she learns that her Mattie was really on the right side all the time. How much longer? And then the last encore. I watched Tip and Tanya. Tip's face is puzzled.
What's that he's playing now, Tommy?
Revolutionary Etude.
What's the idea? This Sandoz bum is the guy who stayed set when the national anthem was being played once.
Take it easy, Tip.
Don't tell me he's playing that revolutionary etude just by accident.
It's a classic, Tip.
Plenty of other classics. Why just that? He's a jumping red and everybody knows it.
All right.
It isn't all right. I like my propaganda music above board, like so.
Sit down.
Bolshevik toothbrush, the communist toothbrush, the old family toothbrush that hung on the wall. First we used toothpaste, and then we used powder, and then we used car soap, but now we use lye. No, but you're getting red.
It happens in an instant. The bottle flying over the heads of the crowd and hitting Tip square in the mouth. Tip staggering back, spitting blood, and then sailing into a guy who tries to swing brass knuckles on him. The whole crowd surging and muttering like an angry tide. Fists flying, brickbats, clubs, blackjacks coming out of concealment, and the battle of the bowl is on. But not the way the commies wanted it. Reporting.
Couldn't allow you to come down to regular FBI headquarters, Matt. You understand that. How are you?
Bruised.
Head bloody but unbowed? Excuse me. Have Jerry come in, will you? Thanks. I have a confession to make to you, Matt.
Anything you say will definitely be used against you.
And I'll deserve it, too. But, Matt, I knew you had to go on that picnic, but I also knew the deep emotional and sentimental effect a fine day with your family might have on you. I couldn't risk your blurting out the truth to your folks. You were working for the FBI. So, I sent somebody to guard against that. Matt, this is Geraldine.
Hello, Matt.
Tanya.
Or Geraldine, or Norma, or K124. Or just somebody.
One of our best FBI girls, Matt, and definitely our best looking.
I had to do it, Matt. Line of duty.
I thought Zelensky wished you on me.
We wanted and expected you to think that.
Okay, Matt?
Okay, great.
Only we mustn't see each other again.
Great.
Good work, Matt.
Goodbye, Matt.
Yeah.
You won't crack now, will you?
Not for a while, anyway.
Maybe when it's all over, Matt.
So long. Somebody? That's how it is. It's always goodbye. Goodbye to peace and picnics, family and sentiment. Goodbye to katydids whirring in the summer haze and whippoorwills in the dusk. Goodbye to sentiment, the old oaken bucket.
Maybe when it's all over, Matt.
Yeah, maybe. But I chose it this way. I'm a communist for the FBI. I walk alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews with the word about the stories you hear on these programs. Many of them, like the one you've just heard, are founded in fact, but with essential details disguised or modified to protect innocent persons. Next week, another exciting story based on incidents in the 9 long years that Matt Svetich spent as an undercover man for the FBI. Be with us then, won't you? I was a communist for the FBI.
Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. Many of the incidents in the story you're about to hear are based on the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Svetich, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Svetich.
To use a simile, communism is like a time bomb, innocent enough on the surface, just a box. It isn't until you get inside that you find the dynamite intended to blow you apart. I know because for 9 years I was inside the party. I met the red dynamite on its own terms, and one thing I found out while working as an undercover man, you, mister, yes, and you too, lady, you're the target for that red explosion. The explosion that was my job to help prevent.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Svetich, undercover man. Here is Dana Andrews as Matt Svetich, FBI undercover man. This story from the confidential file is marked The Dangerous Dollars.
Young Communist League, $6,809.44. Dues paid in full. Contributions up 3.5%.
Good. The Committee for the Protection of the Foreign Born?
$11,200. Dues in full, contributions down 0.5. Notice this collection from Conrad Hartig's cell is up 100.
I was assigned to the Communist Finance Committee in charge of collections for the district, and I watched the figures mount up on Comrade Nora's adding machine. Money, big money, from Reds and from just plain suckers. Dues paid monthly, contributions paid as often as could be squeezed out of so-called voluntary donors. Subversive activity is expensive, and it was my job to get the money to pay for it, and to make sure the FBI knew where the money came from and where it went.
Big jumbo red hot, popcorn. Get your popcorn here, mister. Be a sport, feed the pigeons.
Sure. Give me an order of 17 peanuts.
17's a lucky number.
For a man who eats red popcorn. Hello, Jaycox. How's business?
Lousy. But I love blowing this darn whistle.
That's what I like about the FBI. The agents have so much talent.
Never mind my talent. Did you trace that money?
Yeah, I think so. A big portion goes to party headquarters in New York, of course. But there's one other big chunk that is picked up by a special messenger.
Regularly?
Well, for the past 6 weeks, anyway.
Who's the messenger? Who gets the money?
I don't know. And the messenger I know only by number. 43. The blonde woman. Tall, beautiful if you like the type, and who doesn't. Slavic accent. She's due to make a pickup tonight.
Good. I'll have men waiting to tail her.
Important?
Plenty. This is a hot one, Matt. Meet me in my office tonight at 11. I want to give you a rundown. Where's it? Come on, buddy. You've window shopped long enough. Beat it. Make room for the customers. Peanut. Big jumbo red hots here. Peanut.
That does it. Here, comrade.
Overall increase of $79.20.
That should satisfy National Headquarters, Comrade Matt.
Please them, perhaps. Satisfy them, no. Okay, Comrade Nora. I think we've done enough for tonight. Let's wrap it up and...
Oh, Comrade Matt, it's her, 43.
Good evening, comrade.
Good evening. Your package is there on the desk.
18,000.
And $10. Count it.
I'm sure it's right. Your figures are always right. A sign of your intelligence.
Oh, bully for me.
You're a very interesting man, Comrade Fettig. Someday we may be able to meet on more social terms and discuss your intriguing nature. Good night, comrade.
Good night.
Comrade, did you see that coat? Mink. And that dress, why, it was outrageously bourgeois. Oh, she should be investigated. I don't trust that one.
You forget she's on special assignment. Undoubtedly her clothing is a requirement. Well, it's time for us to close up.
Will you walk me home, Matt? Comrade Matt?
Well, I'd like to, but not tonight. I want to pick up some things at the drugstore before it closes.
Oh, well, there's one on the way to my place. I wouldn't mind waiting.
Well, sure, on the...
I'll make you some coffee, and I have some cake.
All right, Commodore. I'll take you home. No, I didn't want to take Nora home, but I was afraid to be too insistent. It was the usual distrust, the penalty I paid to live. Was Nora's interest because she was lonely, or could she have somehow discovered I was to meet my FBI contact that night? It wasn't until I was entering Nora's apartment that I was reassured of her motive.
Come on in. I want you to meet my children.
Children?
Well, that's what I call them. Here, babies, come to Mama. Oh, here they come.
Hey, cats. Cats.
My babies. Aren't they beautiful?
Yeah, it was a pretty tragic sight. A homely girl so starved for affection she adopted cats to take the place of the children she'd never have. As soon as I could, I ducked out, and after a complicated series of turns and doubling back and forth to throw off any possible tail, I went to the Federal Building and up the rear way to the office of my FBI contact, Frank Jaycock.
Oh, hi, Matt. You're late.
Yeah, I had an unexpected delay. What is it, Jaycock?
It's an MVD agent, Krasnov.
He the guy 43 is delivering to?
We think so. Only we don't know that he's a he.
What?
All we have is the name, Krasnov. Otherwise, it's man, woman, or monkey. He pays your money, you take your choice.
We've got men following 43. If she takes that money to Krasnov, you'll know soon whether he's a man or not.
Krasnov's sex is not the problem.
What is?
Sabotage. Krasnov was the commie secret police agent behind a job at a West Coast aircraft plant a while back. Held up production for weeks.
You got proof?
Yeah. We got him nailed if we can find him.
If your men are covering 43 like a blanket, she'll lead you to him.
Maybe, and it seems too easy. Krasnov is the Reds' top agent. Word we've gotten is that Krasnov plans to import a small but highly trained group. Specialists in arson, demolition, and murder. Yeah. It's the kind of organization we can't afford to let get started. And that's the why of it, Matt. Krasnov and that money have got to be stopped.
Greenview 61124. Who's calling? Just a moment. Comrade Matt, it's a Mr. Jorgensen for you.
I'll take it here. I've got it, Nora.
Of course, I'm sorry.
Hello, Mr. Jorgensen. I didn't expect you to call me here.
I know it's dangerous, Matt, but I had to talk to you fast.
Well, your wife's operation didn't go too well last night?
You guessed it.
Where was it done?
43 was trailed to a small resort called Skyline Rancho, up in the mountains about 100 miles north of here. The resort is a commie hang-on. No one can get past the desk unless he's a rep.
Oh. Have you tried another doctor?
If you mean force, no.
So?
So we've got to get an agent inside that resort. Someone who can move around, find out which one of the guests or employees is Krasnov, where the money is, what Krasnov plans to do with it.
It sounds like a tough operation. You'd better have a good surgeon.
We have.
Who?
You.
What?
Sorry, Matt, but you're the only one who can do it. As a commie, you can get in. You've got a vacation coming. Take it. At Skyline Rancho.
Well, there it was, right in my lap. It was that kind of assignment, so the first thing I did was to make sure my life insurance policies were paid up. The next thing was to get off from work without arousing suspicion. Comrade Nora, my assistant, made it easy.
Comrade Matt, here are the vouchers. Matt, what's the matter? You look ill.
Oh, I guess I'm just tired out. Oh, what a headache I got.
You should take a rest. Oh, I can handle things for a few days without any problem at all.
Do you think you could? You wouldn't mind?
Oh, certainly not. You know I'd do anything for you.
Yeah. I wonder where I could go.
Oh, goodness, there's plenty of places to go, Comrade Matt. There's Chateau Regal, Victor's Ski Lodge, Skyline Rancho, or...
The Skyline Rancho. Well, that sounds like it might be nice.
Oh, it is. And it's exclusive, too. The owner's a party member, and he only lets in other members or fellow travelers. Why don't you go there? You'd love it.
I bet I will. All right, Comrade, you made up my mind. I'll go.
Welcome to Skyline Rancho, Mr.
Sabetic. Here.
Thank you. I'm Mr. Hungerford, the owner. Odd coincidence. You're coming to this resort?
It was well recommended. I'd never heard of it.
Who recommended it? I want to write and thank them.
Nora Bayless, my assistant. Why not call her? You'll get the answers quicker.
You're a clever one. Come with me. I'll show you around.
Skyline Rancho turned out to be a small group of bungalows, a stable, and a main lodge situated on a flat, heavily wooded mesa. After seeing my bag stowed in bungalow number 8, I let the suave Hungerford take me to the main lodge to meet the other guests.
Ah, Hungerford, there you are. Let's go outside. Coma Benaices is clear tonight, and Vega is unusually bright.
Later, Charlie. Matt Svetic, Charlie Grace, our amateur astronomer.
Oh, hello. Do you like to watch the stars, Mr. Svetic?
Not too much, Mr. Grace.
Oh, dear. No one seems to care about the things in our heavens. It's just disgraceful.
Which one? You met them all, but which one was Krasnov, the MVD agent? The last one I met was
a squat ape of a man with black fingernails and an expression like the devil with a hangover.
This is Mr. Kane, Matt Svetig.
Hi. Hi. Been here long?
Nah.
Well, it's nice to see you're having such a happy time. Later that night, I decided to make my own private survey of the resort. I found nothing interesting around the bungalows, and the stables contained nothing but horses. But when I left the stable, I found myself pinned in the brilliance of two powerful flashlights that blinded me.
It's late, Svetig. You'd better go to bed. This night air's cold. It could be the death of you.
To Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Svetig in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story. So far, I was getting no place in my search for the MVD agent Krasnov. All I had done was met a few guests at Skyline Rancho, and from the darkness received a warning about which I was still worried the next morning as I shaved. Oh, for the love of Pete. Now what?
Come! Well, how are you this morning, Mr. Svetig?
None the better for that warning last night.
Warning?
Don't be coy. You're not the type.
But I
recognized your voice. Look, I'm on vacation. What your deal is here, I don't know and care less. But I'm an important party member. I don't like being treated this way without reason.
I have reason. It's in your living room. Good morning.
What did that mean? You.
Me.
Well, what are you doing in my bungalow, Comrade 43?
I like being in your bungalow.
Well, why?
Why not?
Because it's early morning and
Now, what have you got against morning?
Oh, nothing, but... Yeah?
Matt?
Yeah. Hello, Mr. Jorgensen.
How are things with your mother?
All right. She had a few early complications, but at the moment she's holding her own.
Doctor's diagnosis very dangerous?
Worse than expected by the symptoms. I'll let you know how things develop, Mr. Jorgensen. So for heaven's sake, stop calling me.
I understand. I'll wait for your call.
That bum.
What is it, Matt?
Oh, nothing. Mom's been a little sick, and this friend of hers keeps calling me to find out how she is.
Well, let's forget other people's troubles and work on our own.
Yeah, only start with you being the reason for me being threatened last night.
I will if you sit here beside me.
Okay. Now make it good, Comrade 43.
I'll begin with my name. It's Connie Marachek.
You know mine?
Yes. And you know I'm on special assignment for the party.
What?
Sorry, Matt. It's secret, even to you. But it's very important to the party. So much so that when I saw you up here, well, let's say the coincidence made me suspicious. I told Hungerford.
And when he saw me taking a walk around in the dark, he pulled that flashlight routine.
It was his idea of teaching you a lesson. I apologize, Matt. I should have waited before saying anything to Hungerford.
I agree to that. Threats give me a headache.
Oh? Why don't you lie down and put your head in my lap, Let me rub your temples.
Sure. Go to it. Nice lap.
You like me just a little, Matt?
You ever find a man who didn't?
I never found a man like you before.
Well, Connie, what would have happened if Hungerford had decided I was really a spy?
He'd have shot you, I guess. Oh, but you're not a spy, so let's not talk about it anymore.
What'll we talk about?
Why talk at all? Head feel better, darling?
What head?
I'd better go. But do me a favor, Matt. Those walks, don't take them.
Connie gave me a smile that could have melted a 10-foot snowdrift and left me with one very positive determination. To take that walk everyone was so worried about. I ran into my first obstacle in front of my bungalow, a hollow-chested plaid coat supporting 2 binocular cases and waving a long, jaunted brass telescope.
Well, good morning, good morning. Who are you?
It's afternoon, and we've met, Mr. Grace.
Oh, yes, Mr. Svetic. I remember now. Oh, my goodness, call me Charlie. Everybody calls me Charlie.
Good for them. Bye.
Oh, don't go. I will show you
I've
something.
seen it. Why don't you toddle on to the main lodge, Charlie? Your aunt's waiting. Charlie Grace gone, I headed in the opposite direction, past the stables, searching for whatever it was I wasn't supposed to see. My first success was a faint path leading into the trees, a footpath. 2 miles through the trees, I found Krasnoff's secret, a tiny airstrip and camouflaged hangar. In the hangar, a powerful black cabin plane equipped with extra wing tanks, all full to the top. It was information worth a big risk. I hurried back and took the risk by calling my FBI contact, Jaycox, from a payphone in the lobby of the main lodge.
Jorgensen speaking.
Jay, this is Matt. I'm sorry, but this is hot, and I can't double-talk it.
Go.
Krasnoff's got a plane stashed out on an airstrip back in the trees. A cabin plane. No NC number. Painted black. Extra tanks, all full. A guy staying here named Kane. His nails are full of black grease. I figure he's the mechanic.
Krasnoff?
I haven't spotted him yet, but I'm playing footsies with his messenger, 43. Her name's Connie Marachek.
Marachek, got it. You better get Krasnoff fast. Black plane, night flight, wing tanks. Long flight, probably to Canada or Mexico.
Yeah.
Hate to ask you to do this, Matt, but you'd better jimmy that plane first thing.
Do what?
You have to. We can't let him escape now. You know anything about planes?
They got wings and they fly.
In that case, open the engine cover, reach in and grab something.
Yeah, then what?
Pull. If it comes loose, you're right.
It was nearly dark when I made it back to the plane, and my luck held as I opened the engine cover and yanked loose a copper tube that spewed gasoline. It was the plane's fuel line, and that was when my luck started to run out. For across the clearing, I could see Hungerford and Kane coming toward the hangar. I retreated into the dubious shelter of some boxes in a far corner and waited.
Come on, Kane. Let's get this plane out on the field.
Wait till I get the tool room open. I want to give the motor a last check out.
No, let that go, Kane. You've checked it a dozen times already.
But I want to be...
I said forget it. Now, come on. Help me roll the plane down to the end of the strip so Krasnoff can take off without delay.
I watched as the plane was pushed out and down the field several hundred yards. It was turned into the wind, ready to take off, so they thought. When the 2 men headed back to the hangar, I got an idea. I tied a long piece of wire to a heavy wrench on the table inside the windowless tool room, ran the loose wire out to my hiding place among the boxes. When Hungerford and Kane entered the hangar, I yanked the wire so it pulled the wrench off the table in the tool room.
What's that? It came from the tool room.
Let's take a look.
It was close timing. When Hungerford and Kane moved cautiously into the tool room, I came out from behind the boxes and moved to the open door, then...
Hey, what is this? Open this door!
The room had no windows, so I knew the 2 Reds were in for keeps until that door was opened. Scratch 2. Next stop, Krasnov. But you have to flush a quail before you can shoot it. So back at the lodge, I dug up the last of my nerve for a bluff that had my heart pounding like a pneumatic drill.
Matt, what's the matter? You look so...
Connie, I've got to talk to you.
What is it, Matt?
Look, I don't know what assignment you were on, but if it's got anything to do with someone named Krasnov, get him out of here in a hurry.
Why?
FBI men, 2 of them. I overheard them talking.
Where? Are you sure?
I'm sure. One of them followed Hungerford and Kane into the woods back of the stables, and the other left. Said he was going to bring up the rest.
Rest?
Where they talk, they've got a whole army coming in.
But they can't. That is, we have to get away before...
We? You mean this Krasnov person and you?
Yes. You may as well know the whole thing now, Matt. You've proven I can trust you. The money I delivered went to Krasnov for him to use in organizing a sabotage ring. Charlie, come here, quick.
Of course, my dear, but do be quick. I want to plot the position of Sagittarius.
You can drop the act. Matt, this is Major Krasnov of the secret police. Tell him what you told me.
When Connie spoke, Charlie Grace changed, and suddenly the harmless stargazer didn't seem quite so harmless. After I told my story, the MVD agent went into action, racing to his bungalow and picking up a valise. Then, with Connie in tow, he vanished down the path to the airfield. I waited near the stables, and in 16 minutes by my watch, they were back, running.
Matt, the plane won't work.
The FBI man broke the fuel line. We'll have to use a car.
No, you...
Huh?
I mean, that is, the FBI will be watching the road.
Yes, very probable. We'll have to get out of here before they move in.
Wait a minute. I've got it. Take horses. You can shortcut down the mountain to Asheville and catch the train there for the city.
Of course. They won't be expecting us to use horses.
True. And we can charter a plane in the city. Thanks, Comrade Svetic. You've been a great help.
It was my pleasure, Major Krasnov. Believe me. I watched Krasnov and Connie ride their horses into the darkness. Then, in the main lodge, I went to the payphone and made a call that was a real pleasure.
Jorgensen.
Hi, Jay. Better meet the train coming in from Asheville. Couple of people on it you'll want to see.
Krasnov?
Yeah. I found out. He's a he. You'll know him. He'll be with Connie Marichek. Oh, and he'll be carrying a valise. Take good care of it. It's full of happy cabbage.
Don't worry. We'll take care of it.
And while you're at it, send a squad of men up here to make a phony raid to cover my story. They'll find 2 men locked in the tool room of the hangar.
Got it. You coming back to the city?
Sure. I've got to get back to my little red cabbage patch. There it was, another fragment of the story. A man's life is made up of bits and pieces. Only a purpose can give them meaning. I found my purpose in the underground fight against communism. It was no fun, but don't mistake me. It was worth it to know I was helping in the struggle to keep freedom alive. It was worth it even though it cost me my friends and made me a man who always had to walk alone.
Our star, Dana Andrews, will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews. Many of the stories of Matt Svetic's underground war against communism are dramatizations of incidents from Matt Svetic's own confidential file, compiled during the 9 years he was a communist for the FBI. To protect the innocent, all names, dates, and localities have been changed. Next week, we'll bring you another exciting adventure of Matt Svetic. We hope you'll join us.
I was a communist for the FBI.
Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. From the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Savetic come many of the incidents in this unusual story. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Savetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI.
Love, to a dedicated Red, is the business of the idle. During the 9 loveless years I spent as a communist, I learned that hate is a business too, a big business. I'd like to tell you how the hate business pays off in the Red.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, undercover man. Here is Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, undercover man. This story from the confidential file is marked Rich Man, Poor Man.
A communist cell meeting can take place anywhere. In the loft on a dark street, perhaps, or in your neighbor's rumpus room, in the rear of a candy store, or in a fashionable penthouse. This meeting was held in the home of our cell leader, David Bowden.
Comrades! Good news, comrades! Delightful news. The plum has been chosen for our exalted cause. A fat, ripe, juicy plum. His name? The name of our plum. The irony delights me, simply delights me. His name is Jules Jordan.
Oh.
Jules Jordan, the publisher? The same. A millionaire with a social conscience. Publisher of that great liberal weekly, Open Thought.
Well, Comrade Bowden.
Ah, Comrade Savetic. You look worried.
Well, this man, this Jules Jordan, with his bourgeois conception of liberalism, I don't trust him.
Comrade Savetic, Jordan is obviously a capitalist who fears the inevitable revolution. We have been assigned to put his millions to work for the Red Master Plan. In the past few weeks, I've made it a point to become friendly with Mr. Jordan. Quite friendly, in fact. He now comes to me for advice on the editorial policies of his magazine. One liberal to another, that sort of thing.
You work fast, Comrade Bowden.
This assignment is my responsibility, Comrade Savetic. Its success is my success within the party. Its failure...
There can be no failure.
Good. Good. I'll need competent, trustworthy assistance. You will help me.
Comrade Bowden, I'm honored.
Will you pass the menu, please?
Oh, here you are. There's red on the M.
Red on the C. You're losing weight, man.
It's understandable, isn't it?
They're not suspecting you, are they?
I don't think so. I just got a new assignment. Assistant to our cell leader, David Bowden. The job's to suck Jules Jordan into the party.
Oh, that's a new twist. A red millionaire. How come they picked Jordan?
His magazine, for one thing. They'd like to print it in red ink.
What about Jordan himself?
He's a perfect patsy. Young, naive, worried about doing some good with the dough he inherited. He thinks he's a liberal, but the commies think he's a chump.
Have they started work on him yet?
Bowden's become real palsy with him. He's even advising Jordan how to run the magazine.
Ouch. And the next step?
Just run the magazine.
When does the FBI step in?
You better wait. There may be more to this than I know. I'll keep in touch. You're bound to have trouble when half of you is communist and the other half is human being. My communist half was supposed to consider Jules Jordan a wealthy chump, a sucker to be despised and exploited.
The human half of me, however, couldn't help feeling he was a decent, honest guy. As I grew to know him better, it was easy to understand his two greatest loves, his wife, Jane, and his weekly magazine.
Listen to those presses, Matt. It's beautiful music. Beautiful, beautiful music.
You sure it isn't just plain noisy, Jordan?
Printing presses are supposed to be noisy. Let the whole world know how important they are.
Can't hear you.
Never mind. Come on, my office.
It's a good idea. There's something I want to talk to you about.
Uh-oh. You and Bowden have been hatching up another improvement for the magazine. I can feel it. Come on in.
Thanks.
Something wrong?
Bowden tells me that Harry Rainier fired George Krepko.
Krepko? Krepko. Oh, him, yeah. Incompetent writer. I understand he's a Red.
He was recommended by Bowden, you know.
Well, heck, David can't help it if the man wrote bad editorials.
But Rainier never consulted us.
Harry's the editor, Matt. He has the right to fire a man who can't do the job.
This might interest you, Jules. Krepko has been unable to find work since he left here.
No kidding? It's that bad, huh?
He has a wife and 3 children.
Gosh, 3 kids.
And the reason George Krepko can't find work is that he's been branded a communist by your editor, Harry Rainier.
Mm-hmm. Well, is he a communist?
Why not ask Mrs. Krepko and the 3 kids?
Look, Matt, if there's anything I can do...
That's strictly between you and your conscience, Jules. See you later.
Ah, Matt, you were superb. Shut the door. I heard it all on the speaker. You followed instructions to the letter, comrade.
Thanks, Comrade Bowden. Tell me something. Does Comrade Krepko have a family?
Of course not. But Jordan will never know that. Will he?
It made me sick just thinking about it. But evidently the germ that had been planted in Jules Jordan's conscience took effect immediately. The following night, David Bowden and I were invited to dinner at the Jordan home. Jules was his usual genial self, light-hearted, gracious, charming. His wife, Jane, was charming, too, but cold. Cold as ice.
What's the matter, Janie? You don't seem to be with us.
Huh? Oh, I guess my mind was wandering.
Which way, Mrs. Jordan? To the right or to the left?
Politics again. Very strange.
Strange?
Yes. Other men talk about their families or baseball or that terrific weekend in Atlantic City or have you read any good books lately? But not you. You and Mr. Bowden seem to be impaled on one subject, politics. The revolt of the masses.
Jane, I invited them here to talk politics.
I'm sorry, Jules. Must be the woman in me that objects.
As for the revolt of the masses, Mrs.
I said
Jordan...
I'm sorry.
Here's what I had in mind, gentlemen. After Matt left yesterday, I did a lot of thinking about, what's his name, the fellow who was fired?
Krepko.
Yes, Krepko. Now, I'm sure that Harry fired him on the basis of his ability alone, but still, if he's been branded a commie...
He's been unable to support his family because of it.
And that bothers me. It really does. I'd like to do something for Krepko. I can't help feeling responsible.
Why stop at Krepko, Mr. Jordan?
What do you mean?
Well, I think David means that there are many individuals in this country today who are being persecuted for their views. Krepko is just one of thousands.
Well, I can't really help thousands.
Why not?
Why not? Well, after all,
After all what, Mr. Jordan?
More dessert, anyone?
After all what, Mr. Jordan?
You, Mr. Svedick?
No, thank you.
Look, suppose a man like, say, Krepko gets fired, needs money, can't get a job, all because of mistaken ideas about his politics. Now, isn't there some place he can go for financial help, legal aid?
Well, there are a few organizations.
None that has been set up specifically for that purpose. There's no fund as such available to unfortunates who are victims of political persecution.
Mm-hmm. You know something, folks? I'd like to set up that fund.
Jules, for heaven's sake.
We could call it something like, Fund for Freedom.
American Liberty Fund. How's that?
Say, that's great. American Liberty Fund headed to the preservation of security for the individual or something like that.
You probably want a charter from the government. They're hard to get.
Jules, how do you expect to get a charter? You're considered a fellow traveler. You've been hanging yourself on the party line for years.
Jane, yeah, I've told you 1,000,000 times they can consider me anything they please, but they can't consider me a commie. It's just unfortunate that some of my ideas coincide with the Red.
Unfortunate is right.
Certainly, Mrs. Jordan, you'll agree that a man of your husband's means should have no trouble securing a charter. This is a mercenary world, you know. Money is influence.
The remainder of the evening was miserable. While Bowden and Jordan buzzed and fussed over plans for the American Liberty Fund, Mrs. Jordan burned withering glances across the room at me. Finally, after a small eternity, it was time to leave. I paused in the open doorway to button my coat.
Mr. Steady,
Yes?
I'd like to ask a favor of you.
Of course, Mrs. Jordan.
Believe it or not, I've never interfered with my husband's work before. But you and your friend have changed all that. Let my husband alone, please. Go away and let him alone.
Are you afraid of losing him to a greater cause, Mrs. Jordan? Is our influence stronger than yours?
No. No, it isn't. I won't let it be. I think I love him more than you love that greater cause.
Coming, Matt?
I'll be right there, David. No need to make a contest of this, Mrs. Jordan. Some things are inevitable.
Like the revolt of the masses?
Exactly. It's a difficult thing to be hated by a beautiful woman. But in this case, there was one consoling thought. If Jean Jordan could hate me violently enough, she might prevent her husband from becoming ensnared in the communist web. That web, by the way, was being drawn tighter and tighter about him. The charter for the American Liberty Fund was granted before I could have my FBI contact stop action on it. And then my Red Cell leader, Bowden, introduced a new element, something I had hoped to be able to avoid.
Sit down, comrade. I want you to listen to this.
What is it?
Perhaps you've wondered why I mistrust that Harry Rainier. I recorded this conversation in Jules Jordan's office this morning on tape.
Those hidden microphones are invaluable, aren't they?
Standard procedure. Very practical. Listen.
Those two friends of yours, Jules, the place is crawling with Reds.
Relax, Harry. You're getting giddy.
Giddy? Wake up, Jules. Check up on your personnel. Check up on the content of your magazine. No matter what measures I take, the stories come right out from under Stalin's mustache.
I've been expecting this from Rainier for some time.
These things yourself, Jules. If you'd spent less time with that American Liberty Fund.
What's your beef about that?
Have you noticed where that money is going? Your money is being used to bail out commie goon boys. To give a bunch of red plug uglies a chance to...
Yeah, I see what you mean about Rainier, comrade. But I think he feels a need here. Keeps things in proper perspective.
Rainier is dangerous, Comrade Svetic. You will please see that he's eliminated.
Aye. How?
Any way you see fit, as long as it's quick and lasting.
To Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Savetic in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
Now then, you'll enjoy these reports, I'm sure. First of all, the American Liberty Fund. Contributions from our inadvertent ally, Jules Jordan, have brought the total up almost 200% since its inception. Of its expenditures, 70% has gone out as direct aid, mind you, to members of our party. This, of course, will increase as time goes on. Comrade Savetic, will you report on the progress made within Mr. Jordan's magazine?
Thank you, Comrade Bowden. I'm happy to announce that as of today, 65% of the personnel on Open Thought are actively contributing to our exalted cause. The editorial policy is now closer than ever to the party line, In fact, some of the more reactionary American congressmen have already hurled charges against the magazine and Mr. Jordan.
Question, please, Conrad.
Yes?
Aren't we defeating our purpose by calling attention to our success within this magazine?
Comrade Bowden?
The subtleties of the plan have escaped you, comrade. We're more interested in Jordan and his millions than in his magazine.
Yes, but how can we get him into the party?
Remind me, Svetic, no important assignments for that fool. My dear comrade, Jules Jordan doesn't realize it yet, but everything he touches turns red. His magazine, his American Liberty Fund, his companions, his employees. In the eyes of bourgeois Americans, he's a traitor. This will become more and more evident as our pressure increases. When the final die is cast, Mr. Jordan will have no place to turn for sanctuary but here, among his comrades and fellow workers in the Communist Party. Now do you understand?
Thank you, Comrade Bowden.
Good. And you, Svetic, have you arranged for the elimination of Harry Renier?
Yes, tonight, Comrade Bowden. Tonight.
Baker speaking.
Beaker, this is Red.
It's about time. He had us worried.
Listen, Bowden wants me to liquidate Harry Renier.
Who's he?
Editor of Open Thought. He's too suspicious of us.
Can't you get out of it?
Funny, man. It's got to be done tonight.
Tonight?
You've got to help me.
All right, start talking.
I've arranged to pick up Renier at his home about 10 o'clock. I'll drive out Highway 14 to about 3 miles west of
Seems to me it's pretty late to be visiting the Jordans.
Jules insisted on having the meeting tonight, Harry. You know how he is.
Yeah. But what's the big rush?
I don't know. Something about Red infiltration on the magazine.
Well, maybe the boss is waking up at last. That car back there. It's been behind us since we left the office.
Really? I hadn't noticed.
Funny. That car's still back there. I'd swear it was following us.
You've got the jitters or something?
I don't know. Maybe. Say, isn't it taking us a long time to get to the Jordans?
Same as usual.
What are you turning here for? Hey, wait a minute. We're nowhere near the Jordans.
Sit down.
What is this? Where do you think you're...
Be quiet, will you? Nothing is going...
I don't like it. I'll stop the car. Let me out of here.
Sit still, Harry. You'll get hurt. Hurry.
Harry! Look out!
All right, Renier, stay where you are. You won't get hurt.
What's this all about? What do you think you're...
We're from the FBI.
FBI? I don't understand.
You won't for a while. Take care of him, boys.
See that nothing happens to him, Beaker.
Now, he'll be all right, Matt. A little confused, but safe.
At least the commie knuckle gang won't get to him.
How about you, Matt? What are you going to tell your little red teammate?
Oh, lies. After working with them this long, it's easy to lie, especially to them.
Comrade Svetic, do I understand you correctly? You turned Harry Renier over to the FBI?
That's right, Comrade Bowden. I planted some false credentials in his desk and reported him as a communist agent.
A communist agent? Oh, dear me, delightful. Harry Renier, a communist agent. Comrade Svetic, you have a delicious sense of humor. The irony appeals to me. Delightful.
Well, I'm flattered, comrade.
Now we must swing into action. We must report this news to Jordan.
To Jordan?
Of course. He'll be very broken up about it. Renier was his closest friend. He'll need us to advise him more closely now. So closely that we'll be running the magazine. After all, how can Jordan trust his own judgment? His best friend turned out to be A communist agent.
I hadn't expected this at all. Bowden was using my plan for Rainier's safekeeping to bring about Jules Jordan's downfall. There was no time for me to undo what I'd done. Only one chance was left. Mrs. Jordan. I had to make her hate me. Her influence over her husband was strong. I knew that. The best way to put this influence to work was to make her hate me violently, bitterly.
I don't understand it. I just can't understand it. Harry was always such a sensible guy. I've known him for years. He just can't be a red agent. I won't believe it.
Facts are facts, Mr. Jordan, no matter how brutal they seem.
But Harry's the last guy in the world to... I don't know. I don't know.
Reason, Jules. Reason. Emotion is useless at a time like this.
You're not being much help, Mr. Federick.
Look, would you mind, fellas? I think I'd kind of like to be alone for a while and figure this mess out.
Please go. Jules is awfully upset.
But the logic is so clear, so crystal clear. We know now why your friend Rainier tried to turn you against us.
Yeah, okay. This explains why he disagreed with our editorial suggestions, why he accused us of planting Reds on the staff, when he was the biggest Red of them all.
All right.
Mr. Bowden, will you please let Jules alone?
It's important that your husband realize these facts now, Mrs. Jordan.
It's important that you both let him alone. Can't you see he's upset?
It's okay, honey. It's okay.
This display of shabby sentimentality is certainly a poor substitute for reason.
It may be poor, but it's the only one we've got. Now get out, both of you. Get out.
Not yet, Mrs. Jordan.
Indeed not. Your husband must realize his responsibility to his employees, his readers, to the ideals his publication stands for.
Ideals? Whose ideals? His, Harry's, or yours?
Ours, of course. All others are mere delusions.
Get out of here. Get out.
Honey, take it easy. Let them up. They've been right all along. They can handle it better than I can.
Handle what? Your magazine? Jules, you can't.
Let's face it, honey. Who am I to tell them what's right and wrong? I can't even pick my friends. At least I know David and Matt are right thinkers.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. We'll go now.
Jules, for the love of heaven, listen to me. Jules, please, you've got to listen to me.
Comrade Zvedek, I can understand now why Jordan had so much affection for these presses. Now that they're ours...
Ours?
In spirit, at least. And soon the rather broken spirit of Jules Jordan will be ours, too.
You're to be commended, Comrade Bowden.
Well, thank you. You won't mind if I take full responsibility for this project, will you?
Not at all. You deserve it.
Interesting how the humiliating prospects of failure seem less sinister from the pinnacle of success.
What's happening down there?
The presses there, they're stopping. We better see what's wrong.
Nothing's wrong, gentlemen. They're just not working anymore.
Jordan?
The presses are out of business. And so are you.
Well, what's that mean, Jules?
As of right now, the magazine known as Open Thought is closed. Finished. Dead.
Finished? Dead? Well, you can't.
What's the reason for this?
I have a wonderful wife, Zvedek. She explained a few things to me. How you run a self-respecting magazine right smack into the mud. How you sacrificed my best friend. How you tried to break up my home, turn my friends against me, ruin my reputation with that American Liberty Fund. And by the way, that stopped when the presses stopped.
But if you do all this, Jordan, what will become of me?
Didn't know you cared that much, Bowden. I've never been sure what your angle was, but it doesn't make sense. Nothing made sense since you entered my life. So you may go now.
But this means failure. Failure means annihilation.
The magazine is dead. The American Liberty Fund is dead. As far as I'm concerned, you're both dead. Get out.
Dead? I failed.
Goodbye, Jules.
Oh, Zvedek.
Yes?
Just to keep your ego where it belongs, my wife mentioned that she hates the ground you walk on.
So do I, Jules. So do I. It goes on and on and on. the hating, the bitterness, the chaos of mind and soul. Bowden is gone now. He never appeared at another cell meeting. The Jordans? They're around somewhere, nursing their bruised ideals. Harry Rainier is free and safe. But none of them can ever know the real story, the full story. They'll continue to hate the ground I walk on, the ground I must walk alone.
Our star, Dana Andrews, will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews with a word about the story you've just heard. In this story, as in all others, names, dates, and places are fictitious to protect innocent persons. Many of these stories are based on incidents in the life of Matt Cvetic, who worked undercover for the FBI. Next week, another fantastic adventure. Join us, won't you? I was a communist for the FBI.
Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. You are about to hear a strange story. Names, dates, and places are, for obvious reasons, fictional. But many of these incidents are based on the actual experiences of Matt Cvetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Cvetic.
It was a long time to pretend I was what I hated most. 9 years of being a part of the viciousness that is communism. You might have been one of those that sneered at me for being a Red. If you are, mister, I'm proud of you. If you aren't, well then listen. You'll see why you should have. This is my story. This is the story of communism.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, undercover man. Here is Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Cvetic in I Was a Communist for the FBI. This story from the confidential file is marked Canadian Crossfire.
Albany, next stop. Albany, 5-minute stop.
5 minutes. I think I'll get off and buy a magazine, Comrade Millard.
Good, I'll come with you, Comrade Cvetic.
I'll only be a minute.
We should stay together, comrade, for our own protection. You don't want to live dangerously, do you?
I was headed for Canada on a routine assignment for the party. As secretary of the Red-controlled Slav Congress, I was supposed to organize some new labor cells in Montreal.
The FBI had given me the name of a Canadian agent, Ferguson, who was to be my contact. The commies had given me a traveling companion, a squat MVD man, a Romanian red named Milhai who had a sense of humor like an undertaker.
It's funny. I was just thinking of a letter I received.
So?
So my cousin in Romania just died. I owed him $800.
Oh, brother.
What's the matter? No funny bone?
You just cracked it. To me, death just isn't a laugh.
Oh, you're the sensitive kind.
Yeah. Why are you going to Canada?
I have a special assignment. Very specially. But no. My mission is too vital to tell to an agent of the FBI.
What did you say?
Don't be offended, comrade. We of the secret police are trained to regard everyone as enemy agents. That way we stay out of trouble. No?
Oh.
I like you, comrade. You must visit me at party headquarters. Perhaps we will entertain a few pretty girls, eh?
Sure. And discuss the miseries of the world.
Come, let's ready. What a sense of humor. You kill me.
I would have loved to kill him. But Milhai had done one thing for me. He had dropped a hint of something dangerous. MVD agents are always trouble. When there are several of them and on special assignment, it's murder. We crossed the broad St. Lawrence into Montreal by way of the 1 3/4 long Victoria Jubilee Bridge. At the station, I finally got rid of Milhai and made my way through the limestone buildings of the charming city until I came to the Place d'Armes and the magnificent Church of Notre Dame, the largest of Montreal's countless churches. A white-haired man was lounging alone in the right-hand opening of the triple-arched doorway. I went up to him. Good morning, sir.
Aye, it is that.
Could you direct me to a shop where I could buy 48 angels?
Man, that's a very peculiar request. Would you not be satisfied with 9?
Sure would. Hello, Mr. Ferguson. I'm Matt Svedik.
It's my pleasure.
You've gotten the report on me, I take it?
Aye. It's a dangerous work you do.
I don't want to step on any toes, sir. Just tell me...
Nonsense. The Canadian authorities will be glad to cooperate with you.
Thank you.
We'll be grateful to have a look inside the party, such as your work will give us.
Well, my work here will consist mostly in organizing a bunch of red workers. You'll get a complete rundown on who they are, where they are, and so forth.
Good.
But there's one thing else. Something bigger and a lot more dangerous.
What's that?
An MVD agent arrived from the States with me. He's on special assignment. You know what that means.
Aye.
His name is Milhai. 5'4", about 150, dark hair and eyes. Laughs a lot, but his jokes aren't funny.
I have it.
Okay, then I'd better be off.
Before you go, you'd better know what it is this secret police agent Milhai is working on.
You know?
I'm pretty sure that he will be having something to do with a certain bit of espionage.
Oh, espionage.
Have you heard of the Owl's Head project?
No.
It's a combined Canadian-American development of a new type-guided missile. The plant is near here on Owl's Head Mountain.
And there's a leak?
Aye, a bad one. Try and see me tonight. I'll show you what we've done on the case so far.
All right, sir.
Be careful, lad. Be very careful.
A few minutes later, and I was strolling down St. Catherine Street past the theaters and big retail stores to a small shop called Seryoja's. Inside the back room, I met a dozen burly workers and got right down to business. Quiet! That's it, comrades. As you know, I've been sent here to organize you into cells so that you may work efficiently for the party. You are all skilled workers. You will soon find employment in factories and mills.
And until they find jobs, Comrade Svetik?
I brought a small fund with me, Comrade Seryoja. As leader of this district, you will use it to help these new comrades until they can help themselves.
I understand.
Of course, you new comrades realize that once you have employment, you will pay your dues regularly and contribute as much as possible to the work in this area. Comrade Seryoja's shop will be your weekly meeting place. He will collect your dues and contributions.
Comrade, when shall we meet?
Saturday nights at 10 o'clock. Call it a social club. And fine any member not attending.
Of course.
A few general comments. First, join. Join everything. Churches, clubs, movements,
Get into every group you can. Spread our beliefs carefully and slowly until you have control and are able to subvert the group into working for us. Remember, you're in a hostile country. You will need front organizations behind which you can work toward our historic mission. For the rest of the day, I talked and explained. Then, after dismissing the meeting with instructions to gather at the shop the following day, I walked outside with Comrade Seryoja, the store owner and district leader. I was asking him where to stay when Milhai came up and solved the problem this way.
But of course, comrade, you will stay with me at party headquarters.
Well, that's swell, but really I could go to a hotel.
A high-ranking party member like yourself should not have to suffer the indignities of bourgeois companionship.
But I have...
It is settled, comrade.
That was that. I knew my chances of getting away to see Ferguson were pretty slim for a while. Party headquarters turned out to be a church, at least on the outside. On the inside and underneath the empty auditorium was a beehive of rooms, people, and activity.
Busy little place, is it not?
That's an understatement.
Come with me. There is someone I want you to meet. Here, in this room. Good evening, Comrade Grice. This is Matt Svetik.
Come in. Comrade Milhai tells me you are the Secretary of the Slav Congress in the United States.
That's right.
Let me welcome you to Canada, comrade. You're told, of course, that you would stay here?
Oh, I see I really didn't have a choice.
None whatsoever, comrade.
You prefer it here to a capitalistic hotel, don't you?
Certainly.
Good.
Yeah, it's quite a place you have here. The center of all our Canadian activities?
You ask questions. I don't like that.
I'm sorry, comrade.
Show Comrade Svetik to his room, Comrade Milhai.
Yes.
And instruct him in the security regulations. I wouldn't want him liquidated because of some ignorant mistake.
Nice room.
Small but comfortable.
Now, what are the regulations I should know?
There are things going on here that you do not understand. Let it remain so.
Sure.
Be very careful not to let anyone follow you here. Do not make any phone calls from here. Do not ask questions of anyone you meet here. Do not go into any of the other rooms.
All right.
Good. Now let us go out and get some supper and some entertainment. Eh, comrade?
Wow. Who does that belong to?
Oh.
I want to see Mr. Grice. Is he in his room?
Mister?
Yes, miss. Go right ahead. He's expecting you.
Well, since when do we call comrades mister?
She is not exactly a comrade.
Not a comrade? But she's here, in our secret headquarters.
Please, Comrade Matt. This is something you would do better to forget. Completely.
Forget it. Not likely. Milhai's attitude only made me more curious about the girl. But for the moment, it had to wait. When I could, I shook loose from Milhai and his ideas of entertainment and made my way to Ferguson's office. The first thing he did was show me a dozen photographs of workers at the Owl's Head project.
We've narrowed down the suspects to these people in the pictures, Mr. Savetti. Our thief has to be one of those.
No luck. I've cased party headquarters, but no sign of any of these people.
Where are the headquarters?
Under a fake church near the French market.
Near the Bon Secours. Aye, we've had a suspicion about the place, but no proof.
If I can spot your thief there, you'll have your proof. And he must come there sometime to deliver the stolen documents.
Yes, I know you have your own job to do, but keep on the lookout for one of the faces in those pictures.
I will, sir. Do you have anything on a beautiful blonde girl, late 20s?
No. Not that I know of offhand. Why?
Just curiosity so far. I'll keep in touch. For the next few days, I was busy with my organizing of the Red Workers, meeting with them every day.
At nights, Comrade Milhigh saw to it that I was well occupied. But not so well occupied, I didn't see the mysterious blonde girl coming and going on 2 more occasions. By now, I was really curious about her. The next time I saw her in the hall, I took a chance and intercepted her. Oh, miss.
Yes?
May I speak to you a moment?
Why?
Curiosity, maybe?
About what?
You're a girl. I've been curious about them ever since I was a small boy.
Very amusing. Now may I pass?
Wait. What's all the rush to see Comrade Grice?
I'm taking something to him, as if you didn't know. Now get out of my way.
In a second. What is it you're taking?
Mr. Grice said to report anyone asking questions. If I were you, mister, I'd worry for the next few minutes.
Back to Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Savetic in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
I was in Canada on a routine assignment for the party. My Canadian contact for the police was a man named Ferguson. He handed me a tip on a not-so-routine spy ring working in Montreal. I kept my eyes open in the Commie Party headquarters, and now had come up with what seemed to be a dangerous red secret. The secret was blonde and pretty, and very likely to get me killed. At least my fate was in her hands as she went into the room of Comrade Grice in the underground party headquarters. I waited in the hall until she came out.
Well, you can stop shaking. I didn't tell him.
Sure, thank you.
Forget it.
I'd rather not. Let me take you home instead.
No.
Please.
Look, the only reason I didn't turn you in was so I wouldn't have you on my conscience.
I'd rather be on your mind.
Just leave me alone, will you? I don't like you or any of your kind.
Well, you work for us. You must...
Do I go home alone or do I go back and see Mr. Grice?
Bye, honey. She left alone, but as she took a devious, twisting route through town, she had me right behind her. Near the Lachine Canal, the blonde turned into a side street and entered a small cottage. I moved to the lighted and open parlor window in time to get a big shock. The blonde was talking to a young towhead whose face was plenty familiar. He was one of Ferguson's suspects in the thefts at Owl's Head Project. What I heard made it all clear.
Joe, you're a fool. How many times have I told you never to come here?
No one followed me, Paul, so stop being afraid. Besides, I only came to tell you I'm through.
Through? But you can't, Joni. They'll kill me. You know they will.
Turn yourself in. The authorities will protect you.
Law, are you crazy?
No, I'm just fed up with working for Red. Meeting them, talking to them.
Talking? What do you mean?
Oh, one of them questioned me tonight. I tell you, Paul, you have to do something. I won't go to that place again.
I can't stop now.
You can, but you're a coward. Haven't you got any courage at all?
Well, now, that's a fine way for a sister to talk. Why don't you tell on me? You'd like to see me dead. Go on, tell on me. You can identify my body at the morgue in the morning.
There was more, but I'd heard enough. It was time to get my information to the Canadian agent Ferguson. I got 2 blocks when the darkly grinning shape of the MVD man, Milhigh, stepped into my path.
Nice night for walking, eh, comrade?
Well, yeah. Yeah, it's swell.
Nicer night for a beautiful blonde.
What night isn't?
You picked the wrong neighborhood.
Yeah.
That was a mistake.
Comrade Milhigh, I don't know why you say that, but I guess I have the right to pick any... The devil's so funny.
You, comrade, you are so obviously a man who needs the companionship of a pretty girl, but who has failed in his search.
Huh?
Your pride is hurt, but you will get over it. Come with me. I have been looking for you anyway to fill out the foursome.
Well, you mean you have...
Of course. I have 2 girls waiting for us.
Oh, well, I didn't understand.
Yes, they are at the Regal Cafe, but we had better hurry.
Well, comrade, I can't join you.
What? But you must.
No, I can't, honestly.
But what will I do with an extra girl? It will ruin everything. You have to
pick up another man someplace. It's just too late for me. I've got to be at Comrade Saryozha's store in the morning at 9.
Well, can't you at least come along for a few minutes, long enough for me to...
I'm sorry, I need to get some sleep.
I don't understand you, comrade. You seem to lack something. Makes me wonder.
Good night, Comrade Milhai. It wasn't very cautious of me, but I had to get to Ferguson. I left Comrade Milhai scratching his head and frowning. I could only pray he didn't become curious about the neighborhood and connect me with the girl and her brother. In Ferguson's office, I picked out the picture of the girl's brother and showed it to the Canadian.
Aye, Paul Werner. I'm not surprised, but how...
His sister has been acting as the liaison, taking the documents to the Red headquarters.
His sister. So that's the missing link.
Yes, sir. She brought another batch tonight. They'll still be at headquarters, so you can round up the ring any time now.
Aye, but we need one thing more, Werner's testimony. That would clinch our case.
He can be made to talk, sir. He's weak and he's scared to death. His sister will turn him in.
Will she?
No, sir, I don't think so. She doesn't seem to be a Red. She's doing this out of fear for her brother. But she's got guts. She won't talk if she thinks it will hurt him.
Aye, but he doesn't know that.
No, sir. If we can get him away from her, tell him she told us the whole story, he'd open up like a broken dam.
Can you get him alone? Somewhere we can pick him up.
I can try, sir. But we'd better move fast. Milhai spotted me in the neighborhood of Werner's house. If he connects me with Werner, the Reds will cross out Werner's number fast.
We'll be waiting 2 blocks south of the Werner home at the end of the street, where it meets Lachine Canal.
I'll get him there as soon as I can.
Do that. Then in the morning, we'll close in on party headquarters.
Wait till I've left around 9. I'll be going to my organizing work at Saryozha's store. And I'd like to be one Red who stays out of jail.
Yes, what? You?
Me. Inside, honey.
Well, what do you mean by this? It's late.
Yeah. Where's your brother?
None of your business. Now you get out of here.
Get him.
I'll do no such thing.
Then I'll do it.
What's all the rumpus is? Who's this?
Party business, comrade. Get your coat.
At this hour? Are you insane?
I said it was party business.
Look, I don't know you. How do I know you with a party?
Would you prefer that Comrade Grice send a goon squad? I can arrange it.
No. Wait. Look, I'm sorry, comrade. I was just...
Sure. Now, how about that coat?
But why? What have I done? I've been a good member. I've stole you everything I could steal.
If you were a good comrade, you'd give it to the party, not sell it. Get your coat.
Yes, of course. Yes.
What are you going to do to him?
Nothing. Don't worry.
Don't worry. That's all I've done since Paul joined the party.
Quiet.
I won't be quiet. You've made me a liar and a traitor to my country. All the goodness inside of me's been squeezed into nothing by you filthy Red.
Why not tell it to the authorities?
And see you butchers murder my brother? Oh, no, you're safe. I love my brother. I'll do anything to keep him from harm.
Very touching.
Well, touching or not, if he's hurt by anyone tonight or any other night,
Now, what's all this?
Huh? Your sister doesn't like your party work.
Oh, no. Sis, how many times do I have to tell you to lay off? Look, she didn't mean it.
Skip it. Let's go. It was easy until I got Paul Werner outside. Then as we neared the end of the street where it met Lachine Canal, I could tell he was getting uneasy. His eyes darted back and forth, and when Ferguson and his men moved out to meet us, Paul saw them.
Comrade, look! Police!
Hey, Paul, come back! Paul ran headlong to the dark waters of the canal. I did the only thing I could and followed him. When he leaped up on the concrete wall of the canal, I tried to grab him. But it was too late. He'd get away if I didn't stop him, so I dove into the icy canal after him.
Stop! In the name of the law, stop!
30 feet from the bank, I caught Paul and grabbed him.
Let go, you fool! Let go!
Get! You got a cramp!
Stop, you proudest fool! Turn it loose! Turn it loose!
Sorry, fella.
No! Mother, you all right?
I'm taking him in.
Need any help?
Not now.
Revere!
I said
Tompkins! Give the lad a hand.
Yes.
Here, put him out.
Is he...
No. I only held him under till he was unconscious. Guess I'll need some help, too. Getting out. Seem to be done in.
That was the start of the ball. While I went back to party headquarters, Ferguson went to work on Paul Werner. When I left party headquarters in the morning, heading for my organizing work at Serioja's store, I ran into Ferguson a block from the church. He was grinning, and I suddenly became aware of the quiet of the street.
You were right, lad. Werner held out until we told him about his sister's testimony. Then he confessed the whole thing.
Good. But what
we're going to wrap up party headquarters now. The police have it surrounded. We were waiting until you were clear.
Oh. Well, you'll find everyone in the church, and all the stolen documents and data.
That'll make it a clean sweep. With Werner's story to back it up, we'll smash this spy ring completely.
I'll bet Werner's a little annoyed with me.
Aye, that he is. But you needn't worry about him telling anything to the commies.
No, I guess after testifying against them, he won't be doing much chit-chatting with the Reds.
I'm going to signal my men to move in now. Want to stay and watch the fun?
No, the Red workers are waiting for me at Serioja's store. So if you'll excuse me, I'll get on with my business of being a communist. In America, or our good neighbor Canada, the job was one that had to be done, and was being done by the Fergusons and by me. Only my part was different, separate from everyone and everything that was good and clean. There was no recognition. There was no chance to tell my story. There were no friends. My only companions were my deadliest enemies, people sworn to lasting hatred of undercover men like myself. That was why I always found myself walking alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews. The war against communism is a strange one with many twists and turns calculated to make you think it's not a war at all. But it is a war, a deadly war against a group whose flaunted historic mission is their final goal. That mission is revolution by force, a revolution designed in blood. So whether you like it or not, the war includes you. Yes, you, mister, and your wife and kids, too. It's a war we must win together. Next week, we'll bring you another strange story based on the fantastic experiences of Matt Svedek. Join us then, won't you?
I was a communist for the FBI. Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. Many of the incidents in the story you're about to hear are based on the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Svedek, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Svedek. I was a part of the whole dirty mess. For 9 years, I lied. For 9 years, I cheated and betrayed my country in word and deed. For 9 long years, I was everything that decent people hate. For 9 years, I was a communist, working as an undercover man for the FBI. This story may help you understand why I felt my job was important to everyone in America. In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, Undercover Man. Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked, Draw the Red Curtain.
Here. See this? That is what I think of your editing.
Very well, Vladimir. I'll report your change of heart to party headquarters and ask for a new assignment.
No. Wait, comrade.
Why?
I am sorry. I will put in the new dialogue. I do not want to disturb our comrades with such a petty quarrel.
I was sure you wouldn't.
But if only you weren't such an aesthetic nincompoop.
The party had me on an assignment that should have been easy. A soft job, with my only work consisting of editing a play to make sure it followed the party line. The job was a snap, with the one exception of the playwright, Comrade Vladimir Mashenko. Vladimir had a public, and to them he was a white Russian artiste. But I wasn't a part of his public. To me, he was strictly temperament, with a capital temper.
Please, comrade, don't look over my shoulder.
Just checking the new lines.
Go away.
You better be careful of the cop's speeches. It sounds a little like deviationism.
Comrade, go away. You know I can't stand to have you look over my shoulder.
Excuse me.
It is a pleasure.
Hello?
Comrade Savetic?
Yes?
Comrade Norris speaking. Report to me immediately.
And that's the way the job lost any softness it might have had. And trouble was mine without the asking. By now, I had almost gotten so that I was used to having trouble as a daily companion, but I never liked it. I left Vladimir attacking his typewriter like it was one of his hated capitalists, while I went down to party headquarters, located in a forbidding gray stone building that was, ironically, squatting between two symbols of everything communism was against, a church and a bank. Inside, Comrade Norris, the local MVD chief, greeted me with all the warmth of a bowl of ice cubes.
Sit down, comrade.
Thank you, comrade.
How is your work coming?
Oh, it's fine. Vladimir...
Keep it that way.
I'll try, comrade.
But that work is now secondary.
What?
We are going to take over the local dramatic arts guild. This will be...
local dramatics arts guild, but I
You interrupt, comrade.
I'm sorry, but how...
The exact methods you will learn from Evelyn Vickers Hall.
Was she in town?
Yes. You recognize her name, I see.
Naturally. She's one of our best organizers.
She has been brought in as a wardrobe mistress at the theater where Vladimir's play is to be put on.
How did she get that job?
That's no business of yours, comrade.
Sorry.
As you know, Vladimir belongs to the Dramatic Arts Guild. You must get him to vouch for you so you can join, too.
Well, that won't be any problem.
Once in the guild, you're to report to Comrade Hall for instructions. Clear?
Clear. It was too clear, all except the technique to be used. I knew the local Dramatic Arts Guild had a membership of over 2,000, including people in all phases of the theater, from prop boys to set designers and stagehands to producers. I was plenty curious just how a handful of Reds were going to take it over. Curious but not disbelieving, I'd seen too many of their operations to underrate the threat of this one. As soon as I was away from Comrade Norris and party headquarters, I made my report to the FBI from a drugstore payphone.
Hello?
This is the man with the red hat.
We're in the market.
Go ahead, Matt.
Evelyn Vickers Hall is coming to town. Going to try and organize a takeover of the Dramatic Arts Guild.
When?
Right away. I got instructions to work with her. The commies aren't missing a bet in getting their message to the public.
Go ahead with it, Matt. Send us a list of the Reds you find in the guild. Then try to break up the deal without exposing yourself.
That's quite an order.
Yeah. Good luck.
Comrade, you are looking over my shoulder again.
Nice dialogue.
I don't like it when you... Huh? Oh, it's good, huh?
It's great. Can you get me into the Dramatic Arts Guild?
What? Oh, but why, comrade?
You'll learn soon enough. Can you do it?
Of course.
When?
Tomorrow. But in what occupation are you? The guild takes in all of the theater.
What's the difference? Make it I'm a writer.
Okay.
Well, thanks. Uh-oh. Here comes Angel Child.
Vladimir, my own beloved.
Ah, my beautiful angel child. Did you miss your Vladimir?
Oh, yes, yes. I adore you, my strong, my brilliant, my magnificent.
You see, Comrade Svetik, Sally knows me. She loves me.
Yeah.
Sally, be a darling. Put the kettle on.
Of course. Will you help me, Comrade Matt?
He'd be glad to.
But I...
Go ahead. I won't miss you.
All right. Well, this way to the kitchen.
I know.
The kettle is there on the...
Matt.
Huh?
We're alone, darling.
So we are. Well, I'll get the kettle and fill it.
Oh, Matt. Why do you treat me like this? I'll do anything you say, only...
Then turn on the stove.
Here, give me the kettle. There. Now, will you talk to me like a human?
Sure. What do we talk about?
Matt, I like you.
That's nice.
Well, what's wrong with me?
Well, you're smart. You're very beautiful.
Oh?
But you've got the heart of a pawnbroker.
Well, naturally. I'm a woman.
You're a party member.
My mind is. But my feelings are pretty bourgeois.
You need some discipline, comrade.
Badly.
You did a good job bringing Vladimir into the party, but you're risking it with it.
Nonsense. I can handle Vladimir.
Either way, get a new boy to flirt with. I've got a new job to do. I'll be busy.
New job? Oh, don't tell me, with Evelyn Vickers Hall?
Yeah?
Oh, that's wonderful.
Well, what's so blame funny?
You'll see, my darling, tomorrow.
She was a sensation, Sally Northtan. No doubt about that. Blonde hair making a halo over a face that looked as though it deserved it. Only I knew how many lives had been wrecked. How many men Sally had ruined as a communist lure. The next day, I met with Evelyn Vickers Hall backstage of the Regal Theater. The commie organizer turned out to be a dumpy, gray-haired woman with a sweet face and a mouthful of pins. She talked around them as she worked on a costume.
You know our objective, Comrade Savetic?
Yes, but not how we gain it. We only have a few party members in the guild.
28, to be exact. We will need another 100 or so fellow travelers who will vote the way we say.
Is that all? There's 2,000 in the guild.
2,000 members, yes. How many attend meetings?
I don't know.
300 or 400. That's our strength, comrade. These stupid capitalists are not interested in their guild. For the most part, they don't attend meetings and pay less attention to what is done in the meetings.
But that's vital to their work.
Believe me, comrade, they are sheep. They do what the guild says and never question why, as long as their salary checks are good.
In short, all we have to do is control the meetings.
That's right. And we will do it. You will see.
What's my job?
Your first job is the same as my own and Comrade Norstan's.
Sally? She's in on this?
Vitally. She's in the guild as an actress. We three are the nucleus. Our first move is to become important and active in the guild. Secondly, to become members of the board of directors.
Well, that won't be easy. Most of the guild hates communists.
From here on, we are not communists. You and Sally are socialists. I will be a reformed party member, now preaching a so-called new doctrine.
I see. Same thing by a different name.
Exactly. We will work only on those members who attend the guild meetings, and we will use 3 separate methods.
Which are?
Your method is to work on the intelligent. Use the progress theme. The world must move forward. World unity. No more prejudice.
I know that line.
And Comrade Norstand will work on those susceptible to her physical attractions. While I'm the motherly type, so I've been told. I drag in the stupid and the lonely and the confused.
What'll we do? Begin some get-togethers, some coffee clutches?
That's the idea. Play down our real beliefs. Play up our concern about the poor and the oppressed.
I understand. I'll use Vladimir's place as a cover for some parties.
Miss Hall, is that costume ready yet?
In a few minutes, Mr. Tyne.
Well, shake it up. Sally's waiting for it.
Sally Norstand?
Who else, Buster? She's going to be the star of this here drama.
Well, who's that little bundle of vitamins?
Nate Tyne, the director.
Oh.
Stay away from him. He hates the party, and he's the big wheel in the guild.
Any chance for Sally to bring him around?
None. Tyne's married and likes it that way. Be very careful with him. He's the guild president and is the one man who could block us at the elections.
What elections?
2 months from now. The new board of directors for the guild will be elected.
How many directors?
5, counting the chairman. And 3 of the new directors are going to be communists.
To Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Savetic in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
Matt, will you dance with me?
Save it for the suckers, Sally. Get to work on that big actor over there. He's ripe for picking.
Oh, all right. But he dances like a tank with a broken tread.
Henry!
All alone? Why don't you ask me to dance, darling?
Well, but of course, Sally.
What a dame. Oh, hello, Mrs. Walker.
You, what a lovely party. It's just too divine.
Oh, thank you. I meant to tell you, I heard what you said to Nate Tyne last night. I certainly thought you put him in his place. You were brilliant.
Oh, I was? Oh, my. Oh, but they really were your words I used. After you explained how backward we were growing, I woke up to a lot of things.
Good. We certainly need some progressives. People like yourself to fight for the real human values. To tell the public about it.
Oh, don't you worry. I'm going to spread the word. My plays are going to have meaning from here on. Real social import.
Atta girl.
And about the elections next week. You can count on me to vote for you in Miss Hall.
And Sally. She's one of us, too, you know.
Oh, yes. Only, well, she seems... I suppose I'm just being a woman. I'll vote for her, too.
Good. And get some of your friends, too, Mrs. Walker. We need people like you on our side.
Oh, I will, Matt. Oh, my, I called you Matt. I hope you don't mind.
No, certainly not. Would you like to dance?
Me? I'd love to.
It was working, and a nastier operation I've never been in, leading all the innocent and gullible for a red ride straight into trouble. We had nearly 100 fellow travelers with us now, and Comrade Hall told us how we were going to use them.
The divide and conquer method, comrade. Tomorrow night is the last guild meeting before elections. We need a law passed making it mandatory that there be at least 3 candidates for each position on the board.
One for us and the 2 other candidates to split the opposing vote.
That's right.
But we won't have a majority to get the law passed.
Yes, we will. Tomorrow night we're going to filibuster. We're going to stampede our law through.
But with only 100-odd votes,
By the time we've talked until 4 a.m, so many of the opposing votes will have gotten sleepy and gone home. We'll have a majority. You'll see.
There it was, the simple way to control an entire guild with a handful of trained and organized Reds. Evelyn Vickers Hall knew her business, and even the stubborn fight of Nate Tyne, the guild president, couldn't stop us. We made sure of that beforehand.
Our comrades are down front. They know what to do, Comrade Hall.
Good. Let's go on stage. The meeting's ready to start.
And I say that this new law to have 3 candidates is essential, fellow workers, if we are to have a truly democratic election. In the words of Thomas Jefferson, that great leader whom we all remember...
All right, Miss Hall, all right. Make your point, please. We're waiting to vote.
You were elected to the board under the 2-candidate system, Mr. Tyne.
You know I was, but
I
now...
can understand, then, how you would like to stop the passage of this new law.
All I want to do, Miss Hall, is to get some sleep. It's after 11.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tyne seems to dislike freedom of speech.
What? Why, that... What?
I put it to you, fellow workers. Are we to have a voice in our guild, or are we to be forced to do the bidding of a few dictatorial leaders? Thank you. Thank you. I will go on. As I was saying, in the words of that great leader, Thomas Jefferson, whom we all remember as one of the greatest...
10 speeches and 4 hours later, the midnight session was losing attendance rapidly, and Comrade Hall wore a grin of triumph. The vote told why. The commie-inspired resolution was passed 120 to 98. It was the big test of our strength, and from there on, the elections looked like a red cinch. All except for Nate Tyne. The sharp-eyed little director was smelling lots of rats, and he showed it.
You did a lot of talking at the meeting, Savetic. You too, Vladimir. What's your story?
Story? We only said what we believed. Is there anything wrong with that?
No. Only it had a bright pink color, just like a lot of your play, Vladimir.
Pink? Me?
You. If there's any more of it, you may have to get yourself a new director. Where's Sally? It's time for rehearsal.
She's in the wings with one of the actors. I'll get her.
Henry, you're really a very sweet boy, but I can't.
But Sally, please.
Oh, Matt. I hope you're looking for me.
I am, and so is Tyne. He wants you on the stage.
Henry, find something to do, will you?
Of course, Sally.
You train them well.
Clods. I want you.
No dice. You're holding up rehearsal.
Phooey, I'm the star. They'll wait.
How did that happen, anyway?
Vladimir talked to Tyne. Tyne auditioned me. He thinks I'm a good actress.
I'll buy that. Too bad you're not as good a party member.
Party member? Is that all you think about? You make me sick.
You'll be sicker after the Control Commission has you disciplined.
Don't bet on it, darling. You won't report me. It's your word against mine. And I can lie like the devil. Goodbye, dearest.
The laughing, devilish angel child gave me the idea how to break up Comrade Hall's invasion of the Dramatic Arts Guild. I didn't have much time before the guild elections, so the next night I went to the theater and found Vladimir backstage in Sally's dressing room.
Ah, good evening, comrade.
Good evening.
You're ready for the elections?
Sure. Who has the room next door? Tyne, isn't it?
The little fascist. Yes, it's his office.
I thought so. Does he use it after rehearsal?
Of course.
Say, did you hear Sally in this scene she's doing on the stage? I think she's changed your dialogue. It doesn't sound so good.
She's what? Changed my words? She wouldn't dare. I'll kill her.
Vladimir went out like an angry jet, and I went to work in a hurry on the ventilator shaft that connected Sally's dressing room to Tyne's office. In 5 minutes, I had the grate open at both ends, and in 10 more, I had the padded soundboards out of the shaft, leaving it an empty tin tube. I had no time to test it. I could only hope that voices would carry through it. Just as the rehearsal was ending, I caught Evelyn Vickers Hall outside the dressing rooms.
Yes? What is it, Matt?
I think you'd better speak to Sally. She's getting ideas now that she's starring in this play. She's ready to quit the party.
She's what? Why, I'll strangle that pretty cat.
She'll be coming to her dressing room here in a moment.
Yes, and I'll be inside waiting for her.
Now, where's Miss Hall? My costume needs fixing.
She's in your dressing room, Sally.
Thanks a lot, darling.
Well, you're very welcome. Oh, Mr. Tyne.
Yes?
Aren't you going to your office?
Not tonight. I'm going straight home. Why?
I want to talk to you in private.
Well, can't it wait?
No, it's important.
Well, all right, but make it fast. Come on. Now, let's have what...
Finger in my face, you old bat. I tell you, Matt Savetic lied.
Why,
and I say I don't believe you. Believe what you like, I don't care. You
Who's
never
that?
care, comrade.
Sounds like Miss
The
Hall.
party will teach you to care. Don't threaten me. I
Comrade.
don't like it.
Party?
Very well, comrade.
Why, that dirty
There's no time for us to squabble. The guild elections are in a few days. You know your job. Don't worry about me, Comrade Hall. Good night.
Yeah, so that's it. Now I see what... Savetic.
Yes?
Get out. What? Out. And forget what you've heard.
But what do
you heard me. Not one word about this.
Did it work? It was anyone's guess as Tyne hustled me out of his office. I waited in the hall. Then, to my surprise, Tyne came out in a few minutes and left without a word to anyone. For the next few days, I waited in tension for Tyne to go into action. Nothing. It was obvious as the day of elections came around that Comrade Hall had overrated Tyne's hate for Reds, or underrated his susceptibility to Sally. Either way, the election meeting began with no sign that Tyne knew anything was wrong. And I sat on the platform with the candidates, feeling pretty sick as I knew my plan had failed.
Look, Comrade Savetic, our comrades are all here in a solid block down front. We'll win without a struggle.
Yeah.
And when we control the board, the guild will do as the party says, as I say. Miss Hall, look! Look what's happening!
It was beautiful. Through all the doors of the huge hall they came, by the dozens, by the hundreds. In 15 minutes, the hall was jammed with people. Practically the entire guild had shown up for the elections. It was easy to see who was responsible as the grinning Nate Tyne stepped up to the rostrum.
Quiet, quiet, please. Thank you. Fellow members of the Dramatic Arts Guild, as you know, tonight is the night of our elections. The elections that some of our members were certain of winning under the guidance of Miss Hall. Yeah. The very same Evelyn Vickers Hall who is at this moment sneaking from the platform, unwilling to face a guild united in its determination to get rid of communism.
It was a great night, and a group of Americans had proven again that communism can and will be defeated by a democratic people. For me, I had to report to party headquarters the next morning, and Comrade Norris was somewhat less than friendly.
You failed, Comrade Savetic. Failed the party miserably.
But, Comrade Norris, it was not my fault. It was Comrade Hall and Comrade Norston who were overheard by that fascist Tyne.
I am aware of that. But you were part of the operation. Therefore, you must share the blame.
Yes, Comrade.
And consider yourself lucky. You're getting only a reprimand. Comrade Norston has been turned over to the Control Commission for proper discipline.
And Comrade Hall?
Her crime is greatest. The punishment will be accordingly.
Oh?
Yes. It would be good if you kept in mind the penalty for failure.
I think of nothing else, Comrade Norris, believe me. Good day. So there it was, another red plan gone wrong. But there were more plans, and behind them all, the deadly threat of their master plan, their historic mission. Until this threat was gone, I knew my work had to go on, and I would continue to be a man who walks alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews. The names, places, and organization mentioned in this story were fictional. But the danger is a very real one, so be on your guard. Don't let your organizations fall into red hands. It can happen, and it has happened. But you can keep it from happening again. Next week, we bring you another exciting story based on the true life adventures of Matt Cvetic. Join us for it, won't you?
I was a communist for the FBI.
Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. From the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Cvetic come many of the incidents in this unusual story. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Cvetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI.
The still, sad music of humanity becomes silent when a person becomes a Red. And once having been a Red, if that person decides to part company with his comrades, the still, sad music becomes a shriek of pain and terror. This story concerns that pain, terror, and music.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. Here is Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked Exit on the Left.
The regular meeting of our cell was being held in the home of our cell leader, Selma Malnick. Selma's apartment was decorated in the cold, brittle manner of a sophisticated bachelor girl, but actually, Selma was a married woman. She was married to the Communist Party. And at this particular cell meeting, her marriage was being threatened.
Just a moment. Please, be quiet, all of you. Comrade Lorenz, you're a fool, a stupid, short-sighted fool.
Maybe yes, maybe no. You must forgive me, but I'm resigning from the Communist Party. Tonight, now.
Quiet! Quiet, please.
Comrade Malnick.
What is it, Comrade Cvetic?
It should be pointed out to Comrade Lorenz that if he does...
Mr. Lorenz now.
It should be pointed out to Comrade Lorenz that his resignation from the party will place all of us, our cell leader especially, in disfavor with our superiors.
Perhaps that's what he has in mind.
No. Now, wait. No, that's not so. You must understand. Truthfully, I want no one to suffer for the mistakes I've made.
Sweet of you.
Well, I want to start no trouble. You must believe that. I joined the party of my own accord in
March 1937.
Yes, 1937. I joined because the communists were fighting fascism, Hitlerism. I believed in the fight against fascism. I still do. But today, today the communist fight is different. Oh, I tried, but I cannot believe in it.
You can do our cause great harm, you know. Committees investigating our activities are looking for weaklings like you.
From the bottom of my heart, I don't want trouble. For you, for me, for anyone. After tonight, I want you to forget me while I forget you.
No, Comrade Lorenz. A member may give up the party, but the party never gives up a member.
Taxi, mister?
What? Oh. What's the meter say?
Meter's red.
Good, let's go.
You're late, Matt.
Couldn't help it, Beaker. Hectic meeting tonight.
Any trouble for you?
No, it's Arthur Lorenz. He quit the party.
Lorenz. Do we have a file on him?
I doubt it. He was never active enough to bother the FBI. Sort of a quiet type. About 50. He works as a librarian at the Hauser Library.
Why is he quitting the commies?
Coming to his senses, I guess. But his resignation put Selma Malnick right smack on the spot with the party bigwigs. Her future depends on the way she handles Lorenz. And little Selma plays to keep.
Malnick? She's that tall, sharp-looking gal, isn't she?
Yeah, sharp-looking. Like a meat axe. One night later, the meat axe was ready to strike. And I had been chosen to hold the victim on the chopping block. This was revealed to me in a way I never expected. Selma invited me to her apartment for a late supper and conversation. The food was fine, the candlelight seductive, and for a while I was almost convinced that Selma was more woman than cell leader.
Comfortable?
Fine.
Me too. Nice. I've got it all figured out at last. Psychology. A calculated plan. You listening? Work on the mind, that's the trick. Work on the mind. A letter or two at first, and then a few anonymous phone calls. No names, just cordial invitations to return to the party. A call every 15 minutes, all night long. Every night. Hold still.
Comrade Malnick.
Fine time to call a girl comrade.
Comrade Malnick, I think it would be wise to forget Lorenz.
Oh, relax, will you?
No, this is important.
Well, naturally it's important, but you needn't be so rude about it. This isn't a cell meeting.
No, it's become one. The welfare of the party means more to me than petty common courtesies.
Oh, for a while, I almost doubted that.
Are you testing me, Comrade Malnick?
Don't worry, you bet. Tell me, do you like my plan for Lorenz?
Not at all.
Then I'll intensify it until he begs to be reinstated.
He's not worth the effort. Once a man turns from our exalted cause to bourgeois sentimentality, he can no longer be trusted.
Oh, that's true, but as long as we can't control him, he's a threat.
The party's well rid of him. Let him go.
Read the papers, idiot. A committee's investigating Reds on the civil service payroll, and Lorenz is a librarian.
He's too frightened to become a friendly witness.
I can't take the chance. Our leaders hold me personally responsible for him. And you can't take the chance either.
I see. When does this psychological treatment of yours begin?
It started already. And you'll see that it continues.
Very well. Good night.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't leave now. It's still early.
We must never divert our attentions from our cause. Distractions are dangerous. Good night, comrade. And believe me, Selma by candlelight was a surprisingly dangerous distraction. A strange combination of woman and devil, this cell leader of ours. Frozen fire dipped in red. That plan of hers would crack Arthur Lorenz like an old plate.
I'd seen what it had done to other well-meaning dissenters. The phone calls, calculated to scrape a nerve ending with every ring.
Arthur, sorry to call so late. We miss you, Arthur. Does your wife know you're a communist?
The comments muttered by complete strangers passing in the street.
Oh. Sorry. Next time the bump may be harder, comrade.
Letters in the mail, a note tucked in a bag of groceries, a phrase scribbled across a streetcar transfer, all designed to make a man face the most ordinary, prosaic fragments of daily living with fear, suspicion, dread. A deliberate, pre-tested scheme to drive Arthur Lorenz back to the Communist Party or out of his mind. Oh, pardon me. Where's the chief librarian's office?
Just beyond the reference shelves to the... You.
How are you, Comrade Lorenz?
Please, Matt, go away. Let me alone.
You look haggard, worn. Been working hard?
Let me alone, for the love of heaven, Matt. I can't stand much more of this. Please, Matt, talk to Selma. Tell her I won't make any trouble. I swear it. I just want to forget.
Investigating committees would love to hear what you'd like to forget.
You know I wouldn't do that, Matt. Why, where are you going?
To the chief librarian's office.
Why? What for?
Well, he called me this morning, said he wanted to talk to me about you. When Lorenz had been hired at the library years ago, he had listed me as character reference. That's why I had been called. The library received a letter, an unsigned letter, stating that Lorenz had been a communist since 1937. What could I do? What could I possibly do? The letter was as much of a shock to me as it was to Lorenz when he was called in to explain it. Lorenz admitted his red connections, even though it meant his job. But his honesty was no greater than his resentment toward me. He was convinced that I was responsible. As we left the chief librarian's office, the bitterness of defeat echoed in Lorenz's voice.
I've always hated vindictive people, Savetic. But now I hate you more. So help me if it takes the rest of my life. I'll even the score with you.
Arthur, you have to believe me. I had nothing to do with that letter.
Someday, Savetic. Someday, very, very soon.
Frankly, I'm rather proud of that letter. Did you notice the way I made the handwriting look so crude?
Yes, Comrade Malik. Very crude.
That's a funny thing. People are more willing to accept unsigned letters of accusation than the other type. They don't feel obligated to challenge the accuser, I guess. Now, about the next step in Operation Arthur Lorenz.
Comrade, you're underestimating the results of your scheme.
Am I?
Yes. Lorenz couldn't possibly be a threat to our welfare any longer. He's been jobless for weeks, blacklisted. He spends most of his time in bed, on the verge of a nervous breakdown.
Good. Perhaps I'll be commended by our leaders. Nevertheless, I feel we must...
Good evening.
Lorenz.
Comrade.
Welcome home, Comrade Lorenz. So nice to see you.
Just stopping by to pay my respects. Matt, my friend, I never had a chance to thank you for all you did for me.
Thank me?
Listen to him. Such a modest man. Haven't you told Selma and the others here?
Told us what?
Oh, how you convinced me to leave the party.
What?
Oh, he'll deny it, of course. You know how modest Matt is. But really, Selma, in all fairness, he did a remarkable job. Why, if it were not for Matt, I'd still be in the party.
Frederick, is this true?
Of course it isn't true.
Tell them, Matt. Tell them.
Yes, by all means, tell us.
Hours he spent, literally hours, talking, reasoning, convincing me that the Communist Party was no place for a decent, honest man.
Lorenz, do you realize what you're doing?
Oh, please understand, Selma. Matt did it only because he felt I was a poor worker. That your cause would be better off without me. It was in the best interests of the party.
I'm sure it was.
Now, we're all happy. The party is better off without me, and in spite of all I've been through, I'm better off without the party. I think Matt deserves some special attention for his work, don't you?
By all means. And I'll see to it that he gets it.
Back to Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Savetic in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
Arthur Lorenz had evened the score, just as he had threatened. Was I slated to go before the Red Control Commission and accept my fate? What was it to be? If only I could be sure. Or could I expect the same type of mental torture that had made a wreck of the quiet little librarian? A bitter part of that torture, I discovered, was the anticipation, waiting, wondering when it would begin. I found myself jumping at shadows, dreading the sight of every unfamiliar face, until I decided to get this treatment started myself.
Well, this is a surprise.
Can I come in?
Yes, I suppose so. Well?
All right, Comrade Malnick. Tell me what you're after. What do you want of me?
I might ask you the same question. This is an odd hour for visiting, you know.
This silent treatment I'm getting. Did you consider... You traitor. Turn me over to the party leaders and stop this foolish dawdling.
I may not consider you a traitor at all. But others in the party insist on proof. Our cell, you know, gives everyone opportunity to prove one's faith.
Even if one is driven out of his mind in the attempt?
Our cause has no use for that sort of weakling. Nor have I.
Just what must I do to prove myself?
That's up to you, isn't it?
Good night, Comrade Molly.
Seems silly to leave now.
Well, this is a odd hour for visiting, I'm told.
You and I are odd people.
You're really an amazing creature. You'll devise a scheme to drive a man out of his mind.
My concern as a political entity.
But you won't drive a man out of your apartment.
My concern as a woman.
As a political entity, you're fascinating.
And as a woman?
You're just a woman. Good night. As I left, I saw the frosty look in Selma's eyes, and I knew the waiting would soon be over. The bristling silence of anticipation was about to be shattered, but what would take its place? I walked the streets for hours and wondered, looking for signs, omens, symbols, feeling like a man who had just paid the bill for his own funeral.
Hey, look out! I seen it. I seen the whole thing. That dame went right through the red light. You okay, mister?
Yeah, I'm all right.
You should walk more carefully.
Selma.
Lady, you could have killed this guy. He ought to turn you in. That's what he ought to do.
No, it's all right. Forget it.
Silly dame ought to lose her license. Any dame who can't see a traffic light ought to be in the clink.
The man's right. I apologize.
You've been following me, haven't you?
Just for a few blocks. As a political entity, not as a woman.
Naturally.
May I drop you somewhere?
No, thanks. I'll walk.
Be careful, Comrade Svedik. Don't walk against the red.
And so it was officially launched by its guiding spirit, Selma Malnick. From now on, I could expect another kind of waiting. The waiting between incidents. When would the next one happen, and what was it to be? Hello? 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 Anyone on this line? What the devil is this? Hello?
Oh, for Pete's sake. Hello? Hello? What's the matter with this thing? Hello? Oh, the heck with it.
Don't hang up, Comrade Svetic.
What? Who is this? Hey, hello? Who's on this line? Hello? 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 Hello?
Going up, please.
Your floor, sir? Oh, 5, please.
Okay.
You new on the elevator?
Yes, sir. My first day. 5th floor, sir.
Thanks.
Watch your step, Comrade Svetic.
Hello? 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 Who is it? Clicking again. Hello? Anybody on this line? What? Jeepers, 3:30 in the morning.
No, Comrade Svetic. 3:35.
Huh? What was it? Hello? Hello, who's this? Speak up, will you? Who is this? It was beginning to get me, in spite of myself, to get under my skin and strum away at my nerves. I could no longer talk myself out of the jitters, and I couldn't risk contacting the FBI. I knew now what Arthur Lorenz had suffered. But in my case, what did it all mean? Was this my punishment, or my chance to prove my faith as a loyal Red? Or was it merely the whim of a Red she-devil who secretly yearned to be a woman? At least the latter would be the most human explanation. Who is it? Who is it? Tell me, who is it? All right, let's get it over with. Well, look who's here. What do you want, Lorenz?
May I come in?
Sure, come in. Come in and gloat over the job they're doing on me.
Matt, I want to help you.
Help me? You? You can't even help yourself.
For myself, I don't care anymore. About all I have left is my conscience. I'll never forgive myself for what I did to you, Matt. The story I told Selma.
Yeah, maybe I had it coming to me.
Who's to judge that? Communists?
Just why this sudden concern for me?
Not you, Matt. Not you. I don't have to live my life with you. I'm forced to live with myself.
Same reason you left the party, no doubt.
It took me a long time to do it, Matt. It frightened me, but it's done. And now that I have the courage to face my conscience, I can't let this business with you make me a coward again.
You're still a coward. You won't recognize the strength of our cause because you're afraid of it.
Even now you talk like this.
Go on, get out of here. Be a hero. Run to the investigating committees and wallow in bourgeois slop. Go ahead. Then see how long you and your kind will last when we rule the world. Well, don't stand there looking like a cocker spaniel. Get out.
Matt, you mouth all the words, but I still think there's hope for you.
I can do without your hope.
It's the other people. The Selma Malniks, the ones who sit in judgment and handle human beings like so many chessmen. They are the hateful ones.
Will you get out of here? It hurt. It hurt bitterly to treat Arthur Lorenz like that. I stared at the door for a long time after he left. He could never understand me as long as I was forced to play my dual role as a Red and an undercover man. But I hoped with all my heart that he might have understood what I was trying to tell him to do. And then came that insidious probing finger of doubt. Had I veiled my message heavily enough for my own safety? The next night, as I headed for a restaurant, I got the answer the hard way.
You, Svetic.
What do you...
Get in.
Now, wait a minute.
Don't argue, comrade. Get in.
Oh, no, you don't.
Do it.
Hey.
Told.
Okay, let's go. I'll get in. Well, what's everybody staring at?
Congratulations, Comrade Svetic. We're proud of you.
What for?
You've redeemed yourself gloriously. You've proved your faith in the party. You've given us even greater faith in you.
I don't understand.
Your conversation with that whimpering fool Lorenz. Irrefutable evidence of your loyalty to our cause.
You heard what I said to Lorenz?
Standard procedure for suspicious cases. Tap the phone, wire the room. Your every word was recorded. Have your new cell leader play the records for you. You'll enjoy them.
Thank you, Comrade Malik. Our new cell leader. Is that what you said?
Oh, of course you hadn't heard. I've been relieved of my duties. This morning, Arthur Lorenz testified before the committee investigating civil service affairs. His testimony has sealed my fate as a party worker.
Oh, I see, but you seem so pleased.
I'm to report to party headquarters right after this meeting. The penalty for my incompetence in handling Lorenz will be determined by our leaders.
Aren't you worried?
I am exalted, comrade. My case will serve as a warning to other cell leaders. Even in failure, I will serve the Communist Party. My dedication is complete.
The irony, the futile paradox of this sort of dedication. The frozen fire of Selma Malnick snuffed out by the weak, ineffectual Arthur Lorenz when Lorenz stopped being a Red and became a human being. Even among the communists, I found myself constantly seeking out human qualities among the comrades. But always in the final analysis, I had two choices. To walk with the frosty-eyed political entities or to walk alone. I chose to walk alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews. These stories are designed to illustrate one important point about democracy. You can't set free men free. Free men must set themselves free. In this story, as in all others, names, dates, and places are fictitious to protect innocent persons. Many of these episodes are based on incidents in the life of Matt Cvetic, who worked for 9 years as an undercover man for the FBI. Next week, another fantastic adventure. Join us then, won't you? I was a communist for the FBI.
Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. The story you are about to hear is based on the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Cvetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Cvetic.
9 years. For 9 long years I played my part, like walking a tightrope in a circus. But if I fell, there wasn't going to be any net to save me. It's a lonesome, thankless job, trying to be a communist for the FBI.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked The Red Record.
Oh, Comrade Matt, come in.
I went to a meeting of my communist cell. It was Tuesday, 9 p.m. There were 6 of us there, 4 men, 2 women. We went through all the reports, propaganda, the directives, and then Comrade Ted, the leader of our cell, had a word to say.
Now, just keep this in mind, comrade. The party expects nothing impossible, just do what you're told. I think that's all. Good night. Oh, Comrade Matt, wait just a second, will you?
Oh, me? Sure.
Stun.
Yes, Comrade.
Have you ever been in Chicago?
I've passed through a couple of times, but that's all.
You got any connections there? Relatives? Anybody there know you?
Not that I know of.
Okay. You know, comrade, you're a pretty good-looking guy, and that isn't going to do any harm on the job we've got for you.
What job?
Well, the Central Committee decided, from what I told them about you, that you're the comrade to handle this foul-up.
I don't understand.
You don't have to understand. All you have to do is obey orders.
Okay, what are my orders?
Pack a bag full of clothes and be at the information desk at the Union Station at 1 a.m., 4 hours from now.
Where am I going?
Don't worry about it.
Then, how long will I be gone?
Who knows, comrade? Maybe forever.
Comrade Ted gave me some money for expenses, and then we walked out to the street together. At the corner, we parted.
Well, see you again, comrade.
See you again, comrade. That's something that drives you crazy when you're supposed to be a communist and you're working for the FBI. See you again, comrade, they say. They'll see you again. That's one thing you can be sure of. I walked across town to the place where I lived and went up to my room. This is John F. Smith. I want to talk to Uncle Zach.
Okay, Matt, go ahead.
I'm being sent somewhere. I'm not sure, but I think it's Chicago. I'm supposed to make a contact at the Union Station at 1 a.m.
You know what it's about?
No idea.
Chicago. Yes, there's an operation in Chicago that we've heard about. I'll give you a number to call if you need it. Maybe you will. Michigan 91112.
Michigan 91112.
Don't write it down. Just remember it.
I'll remember. At 1 o'clock, I was waiting at the information desk in the Union Station.
Right.
3 for Cincinnati, Columbus, Cleveland, Toledo.
Hello, comrade.
Oh, Comrade Ted.
Here's your ticket and your reservation. The train's due now, so get going.
Where am I going?
Chicago. You'll be met at the station. Come on.
Who's going to meet me? How will I know?
He'll say, "Hello, George. How's Aunt Agatha?"
How will he know me?
Don't worry about that. He'll know you. Good luck, comrade.
I stared out of the window at the lights flashing by in the night. Lights in the farmhouses, gas stations, and stores. Traffic lights. Auto lights. The lights of peace, I thought. Those are the lights we're trying to keep burning.
Hello, George. How's Aunt Agatha?
Mike was the man's name. Comrade Mike. He took me to his room in a boarding house. He took off his shoes and lit a pipe. He settled down in the chair with broken springs. Then he looked at me as if I were something in an aquarium behind glass. Interested, but unsympathetic. At his side, there was a record player, and he switched it on.
You don't mind a little music, comrade? Just in case somebody on the other side of the wall might be interested in our conversation.
Comrade Mike.
Just Mike will do.
Oh, Mike, then. Mike, tell me, what goes on? Why did they send me here?
You don't know?
No idea.
Well, now, comrade's like this. There was this man named Jay, see, Comrade Jay, sort of theatrical producer and pretty high in the party. I don't know exactly why, but they kind of got the idea he was working with the other team.
So, what happened?
Well, poor Comrade Jay.
He died.
Oh, definitely, comrade. You never saw Anita's suicide. When I arrange a suicide, it's what I mean arrange.
No, take your word for it, comrade. But I still don't get the reason why they sent me here.
Well, I'll tell you why. It's this way. Comrade Jay had a little black book with some names and addresses and notes in it. And I always carried it with him, but when we found his body, it wasn't on him. It wasn't in his car, wasn't in his room.
You didn't find it?
No, sir, we didn't. And the party's just got to have that book. And that's why we brought you here.
Well, why me? Why bring me all the way here?
Well, now, I tell you. The party brought you here because they think you got away with women. And you're a stranger.
Wait a minute.
No, that's right, comrade. You see, Comrade Jay produced a show in a nightclub on South Wabash. The star of the show was a girlfriend of his named Gloria Dawn.
Gloria Dawn. So?
So the party believes Comrade Jay may have left that little black book with Gloria. Now, you're a stranger in town, and you're good-looking. It's up to you.
You mean I'm supposed to get this girl to confide in me?
Any way that you please, comrade.
But she hasn't got the book.
Oh, she got it somewhere. And that's why you're here. To talk sweet to that dame till she tells you everything she knows.
Okay. Where do I find her?
She's working in a Double or Nothing club on the south side. You'll find her and you talk to her, and your report to me will be good, I hope, comrade.
Yeah, I'd find Gloria Dawn, and my report would be good. It would have to be. I'd been instructed by the comrade. The Double or Nothing Club was loud and strictly not for children under the age of 35.
And now we take great pride in presenting the star of our show, Miss Gloria Dawn. Here she is. Let's give her a great big hand.
about what I expected, and I was not really surprised when I caught a glimpse of Comrade Mike in a far corner. I expected to be followed because the comrades just don't trust each other out of sight. After several hundred years, the floor show was over. Comrade Mike was still somewhere behind me, and in front of me was anything from simple, flirtatious nonsense to sudden death. Poor Comrade J. I found my way backstage to the dirty corridor where the dressing rooms were.
Yeah?
Miss Dawn?
Yeah?
Remember me?
No.
That's Riddick.
I never saw you before, mister.
Can I come in?
Lose yourself, chum.
All right. I just wanted to talk to you about Jay.
Jay? What about him?
Do you think he killed himself?
Well, I... Come in. Sit down while I take off this makeup. What'd you say your name was?
That's Riddick.
Oh, yeah. Mind if I ask? Are you a cop?
No, certainly not. Why?
And why are you asking me about Jay?
Well, he was a friend of mine. I heard he was a friend of yours, that's all.
You were a friend of his. How long did you know him?
Well, it's been years. I guess I first knew him right here in Chicago.
He was a stinker.
Sure.
A real stinker.
Of course he was, from the day he was born.
Well, why'd you come back here to talk to me about Jay?
Just an excuse to meet you.
Why?
Because you're beautiful. At least I thought you were beautiful out there, but now that I see you closer, without your makeup, you're even more beautiful.
Okay, honey. Wait for me outside.
When I got home that night, I was questioned at length by Comrade Mike. What had I said to Gloria? What had she said to me? Where did we go when we left the nightclub? What was her reaction when I mentioned Comrade J?
We know Comrade J had that book up at the time he went into Gloria's dressing room. We know he didn't have it when he left. We've searched every inch of that dressing room, and we know it isn't there. We know Gloria didn't take it away with her. Gloria is exactly what she seems to be, a body without a brain.
Look, Comrade, this assignment is nothing but trouble. I don't like it.
Well?
Suppose I don't find the book.
Suppose you were dead, Comrade.
To Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Sabetic in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
Just pretending to be a loyal member of the Communist Party was hard enough. But having to be a detective for the party was a little harder. A couple of days went by. Gloria and I were together day and night. I tried to get her to talk about Jay. She wanted to talk about herself. But on the third night, after the show in her dressing room...
Close your eyes, honey.
Roger. Eyes closed. Say, Gloria, why don't you think Jay killed himself?
Did I ever say that?
Believe it, don't you?
Oh, I don't know. Only I think he knew he was going to be knocked off that night. He came in here when I was dressing like now. He had a little portable radio with him. He put it down on the table there and said, "This is for you, babe. If I never come back, this radio will play." He didn't come back, and the thing wouldn't play.
If I never come back, this radio will play.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Did you tell anybody about that?
Tell who? The cops? Oh, I wouldn't tell them the time of day.
What happened to the radio, Gloria?
What did I do with the thing? This dressing room is so cluttered up. I guess I left it in the property room with all the costumes and junk.
Do you think it's still there?
What difference does it make?
Oh, I thought I might be able to fix it for you. I know a little about radios.
Yeah? Well, maybe it's still there. Come on. Here, this is it. It looks so beat up, I don't think you could sell it for $1. You think you can fix it?
Well, I don't know, but at least I can see if the tubes light up. Snap off this back panel. Oh?
You find the trouble, honey?
Yeah, I think so. Let me take it with me. I'll get it fixed for you, something as good as new.
Okay, honey. Honey, do you believe in second sight? When Jay left here that night, he said if he never comes back, that radio will play. I forget about the radio, but he must have known he'd never come back.
Yeah. Maybe he did know he'd never come back. Maybe he was right about the radio, too. Maybe it will play. I took Gloria home to her apartment, and when I finally got away, I had the radio tucked under my arm.
I'll see you again, won't I?
I'll bring the radio back to you tomorrow, baby. Maybe tonight.
Okay, honey. Take care.
Don't worry about that, sweetheart. I'll take care, for sure. I walked along a Chicago street I'd never seen before, and all the time I was conscious of the fact that I was being followed. Comrade Mike, of course, in a slow-moving car behind me. At a street corner, there was an empty taxi.
Where to?
Just drive.
What's the trouble, Bud?
Trouble? What do you mean?
Okay, where to?
Do you know a place that would repair a radio this time of night?
What kind of radio?
Portable.
Yeah, maybe I do. It's a garage where I know a guy. Do you want me to take you there?
That's exactly where I want you to take me.
There's the garage. The guy's name is George. Want me to wait?
No, I don't know how long this will take.
Okay. 1:40.
Your name is Aronsky, isn't it?
Well, what if it is?
A.J. Aronsky, license M12659.
Look, pal, if you got a beat...
Keep your hair on, Aronsky. I was just reading your card. I'm one of those people who remembers everything. $1.40. There you are.
Thanks. Oh. Thanks, pal.
I'll give it a thought. Hello? Hello? George? The clock strikes 2 o'clock, and it's 10 minutes wrong. I was at a small fix-it shop in the front of a garage. George was nowhere, but Comrade Mike's not far behind. Not far. Close.
Hello, comrade.
What's the idea of following me, comrade?
Just routine, comrade. You got your orders, I got mine.
So they don't trust me here.
Who trusts anybody anywhere? Let's have a look at that radio, comrade.
Okay. Why?
Because you got it in that dam. Give it to me.
Now, wait a minute. Wasn't that the idea I was supposed to make friends with that girl?
Well, so?
So she loves music. She wants me to get a radio fixed tonight. Am I doing wrong, comrade?
Look, we trust you. We trust everybody. We trusted Comrade J. Let's look at that radio.
Why, comrade?
Because maybe there's a little black book inside it. Give it here.
All right, comrade. Here.
It's a cute little job, isn't it? Don't suppose it weighs 5 pounds. Now, what do you think is inside it?
I don't know, comrade.
You don't know, huh? Nothing.
Nothing, comrade?
And why'd you bring it here?
I told you, to get it fixed. She wants me to get her radio repaired. Maybe she's crazy wanting to get it done this time of night. But would the party want me to refuse?
Okay, comrade. It might be a good thing for you to find that book. Here comes Calby outside, but don't you worry, comrade. You won't be alone.
Thought I heard somebody out here. Oh, it's this radio. Thought I heard somebody talking to somebody out here. Oh, that was my friend. Out there in the car. Oh, okay. What's the matter with this? Yeah. What's the matter with it? I'll have a look at it. You got a phone? Yeah. Here under the counter. Local call? Yeah, local call. That'll be 15 cents. You can pay me now.
Making a phone call? I saw you from outside. Thought I might be able to help you.
I was just calling Glory to tell her I'd be back in a few minutes.
I'll tell her for you, huh? Hello?
Hello?
Who is it?
Well, who do you want?
What number is it?
What number did you want?
What's the trouble? Wrong number?
For real wrong number. What is her number, pal? Let's try it again.
Let's forget it.
What's the number?
Oh, I don't remember.
Forgot it so soon?
Guess so. I can't find anything wrong with this, mister. Just the tube that was pushed out of the socket. That'll be $1. No Star Garage radio service. Wait a second. Did you call Michigan 91112? No. No, I didn't.
I did. Give me that phone. Hello?
Is this the person who called Michigan 91112?
That's right. Who's speaking?
Who did you want?
Nobody. Must have dialed the wrong number. Let's go, huh? Poor Comrade J.
Doing a job for the FBI. A communist for the FBI. Maybe you ought to feel noble and brave about it. But right now, you're walking along a dark, deserted street with Comrade Mike 1 pace behind you. The bulge in his pocket is either a 38 or a 45. At Gloria's place, Mike shoved his gun in my back.
Now, you look. When we go through the lobby, let's not make any mistakes. Huh, comrade?
No mistakes.
All right, move.
Now, wait a second. Why do you want to see her?
No, either you're a fool or you think I'm a fool. I might have been willing to believe that she didn't know anything about Comrade J's little black book until you made that phone call. Now I think I'm going to find out where it is. It may be a little tough for both of you, but I'll find out. Let's go, comrade.
Now, wait, comrade. Look, you're making a terrible mistake. Why do you think I was sent here?
I know why.
To check on you, comrade.
Nuts.
You don't believe me? How long are you planning to live?
Crazy. The party wouldn't do that to me.
Wouldn't they? I'm not going to try to convince you. But just think about it for a second before you make a fool of yourself.
Nuts.
Sure, nuts. But you can't be sure, can you? You can't be sure of anything in the party. Here, look at this card.
Here, what is it? Let me see that.
Look at it, comrade. The card was nothing but my driver's license, but he took it and stared at it in the dark, and that's all the break I needed. I hit him just right, and he was out like a light, the gun still in his hand. By pure luck, a prowl car came by. I melted into the shadows as the officers picked Comrade Mike up.
Now, wait a minute. Put that light on his face again. Yeah, you know who this guy is? He's Mike Dobronsky. Well, this guy's wanted for everything. Get him in here.
Only a few minutes later, I made my report to the Chicago office of the FBI.
Yes? Yes, go on, Smitty.
It's a taxi. Illinois 4X1297. Driver A.J. Aronsky, license M12659. You'll find the book that was hidden in the portable radio behind the back seat of the taxi. I think it's important. Anyhow, the commies thought it was important enough to justify killing. The street in Chicago, dark, deserted, lonely. Why should you be walking alone, comrade? Where are your friends? When you're in the party, you can't have any friends. Where are you going, comrade? What's at the end of the road? You walk in the night and you wonder, what is at the end of the road? But I know. How well I know. I'm a communist for the FBI. I walk alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews with a word about the story you just heard. The part I portrayed is the part you have to play when you're a communist for the FBI. And it's worth it, a million times over. Because at the end of the road is freedom. In this story, as in all others, names, dates, and places are fictitious to protect innocent persons. Many of these stories are based on incidents in the life of Matt Savetic, who worked undercover for the FBI. Next week, another fantastic adventure. Join us, won't you?
I was a communist for the FBI. Starring Dana Andrews and an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. From the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Savetic come many of the incidents in this unusual story. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Savetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI. When two corrupt forces meet head-on, and one of them is communism, the explosion is terrifying, for it sprays disaster in every direction. This is the story of such an explosion, and the tragedy of the innocent bystanders. In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, Undercover Man. Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked Squeeze Play. In spite of the political cartoons you've seen, communists seldom look like long-haired zombies with bombs in every pocket. Their sinister aspects are much more subtle. For example, well, here, consider this group seated around this table. They might be the local PTA board discussing school lunches, or the social committee of your bowling league planning a dance. But unfortunately, they're not. These ordinary-looking people are red functionaries in the act of choosing a patsy, a fall guy, an unsuspecting lamb to be sacrificed on the altar of public sympathy for the commies. The purpose of this unholy ritual?
Of course, comrades, you understand the real purpose of this public sympathy project is to prove the strength of our cause.
This mild little man is Herbert Samish, our cell leader.
Our job is to convince the American public that we communists are poor, mistreated, misunderstood darlings who are being persecuted unjustly, according to their constitution.
The cure for that is to eliminate their decadent constitution.
Naturally, Comrade Svetic, but we don't say that.
What is the procedure, Comrade Samish?
The procedure. It's been outlined for us by the National Board of the party. We are to choose a man who is awaiting trial in jail for some crime or other, and help in every possible way to set him free. Once we've chosen our man, we'll use every propaganda device we know. Publications, petitions, public demonstrations, that sort of thing. To make the public believe he is being persecuted not for the crime he may have committed, but for being sympathetic to the Communist Party. Political persecution, for some reason, is distasteful to Americans.
Well, Comrade Samish, I have the file here on untried criminal cases.
Oh, very good, good.
All the people listed here are in jail now, awaiting their trials.
What about this Leo Bremner? You've circled his name.
Bremner? Oh, he's worth considering. One of our front organizations in Woodford City received a letter from his mother asking us for help.
Woodford City, eh? That's good territory for us.
Mrs. Bremner claims her son was picked up on a murder charge 2 months ago, and he's been held without a hearing. Lawyers won't take the case, and the police refuse to act on it.
In Woodford City, that's quite possible. This man may be made to order for us.
Is Bremner sympathetic to the proletariat?
What difference does it make? Our propaganda will make it seem that he is.
Of course. And remember, comrades, we'll be helping this poor man. He's in no position to look a gift horse in the mouth, even a red gift horse.
These big excavation jobs sure are fun to watch, aren't they?
Yeah, sure are.
Yes, sir. I'm a sidewalk superintendent from way back. Steam shovels attract me like red to a bull.
Does this bull see red?
Yeah. Come on over here. We can see better. Well, what's the latest, Matt?
We finally picked a patsy for that big propaganda campaign I told you about.
Who is he?
A guy named Leo Bremner. He's been held incommunicado for 2 months over in Woodford City.
Yeah, that figures.
Why? The FBI got something on Bremner?
No, but we know enough about Woodford City. That's Andy Boland's town, you know.
Boland? The political boss?
Yeah. One of those two-bit tyrants who makes the laws as he goes along. Boland's political machine is as corrupt as they come.
Oh, dirty politics. No wonder Samish was so interested in Woodford City.
Sure. Ready-made propaganda for the commies. Just be thankful there aren't more towns run by characters like Boland.
I guess that's why lawyers won't touch Bremner's case. They must be afraid to buck Boland's machine.
Be careful of him, Matt. He can make things rough for you and rougher for the Bremner kid.
Nice spot for Bremner. Dirty politics on one side and the Reds on the other.
Yeah. Just see that you're not caught in the middle with him.
The next day, Herbert Samish and I started to prepare the lamb for the sacrifice. We went to visit Leo Bremner's mother in Woodford City. She was a tired, defeated little woman, dulled by a life of hard work, dismal tenement surroundings, and tragedy. I wanted to warn her somehow of the true nature of our plans, but my hints were buried in her desperate, pathetic eagerness for help.
Mr. Samish, Mr. Savetic, I can't tell you what this means to me. If you could only get them to listen, to give Leo a hearing, a trial.
We'll do more than that, Mrs. Bremner. We'll let the world know of the injustice done to him.
I don't care about the world. Leo is my world.
Your son is a symbol, Mrs. Bremner. A symbol of the little people, the struggling masses, crushed under the heel of decadent concepts of justice.
Justice. In this town, a person ain't got a chance. Not people like us.
This could never happen in a classless dictatorship of the proletariat.
We got a dictator right here, Andy Boland. Him and his dirty politicians. Look what they're doing to my Leo.
Would you mind reviewing the facts for us, Mrs. Bremner?
Oh, there was a killing here about, maybe 6 or 8 months ago. The police sort of ignored it, I guess. Till everybody kept saying it should be solved. This killing.
So Boland's police went out and found themselves a suspect to satisfy the public demand, is that it?
Oh, I guess so. All I know for sure is Leo wouldn't kill nobody. I know he wouldn't.
Has he ever been in trouble before?
He never had time for trouble. School every night and working in the city hall every day. Reading books and studying. What for? For what?
Mrs. Bremner, we'll help your son. We'll do everything we possibly can to help him.
I can't pay nothing. Look how we live. We ain't got money to pay lawyers or...
We're not interested in money, Mrs. Bremner.
No, Mrs. Bremner. We're much more interested in your son.
And it wasn't long before everyone was interested in Mrs. Bremner's son. The red propaganda machine buzzed into action, with Herbert Samish in the pilot seat and I as his co-pilot.
Have the pamphlets been distributed, Zvetic?
Yes, Comrade. We covered the tenement district thoroughly.
300 signatures, all demanding a trial for Bremner. Good work, comrade.
The other petitions are circulating right now.
Fine, fine. Now to get to the newspapers. Any of the Woodford City newspapers using our stories?
None. They're afraid to fight Boland.
And we'll have to rephrase the stories. Look at this headline, comrade.
Police hold red sympathizer for murder. Well, it worked.
It's marvelous. Everyone thinks Bremner is a red because we're supporting him. Now we can accuse Boland of political persecution.
We'd better be careful, comrade. Boland is bound to strike back.
I'm quite prepared for that. Oh, by the way, Zvetic, this message came for you.
Oh, thanks.
Well, anything wrong?
Yes. Just what does this mean?
Just what it says. You've been invited to visit Andy Boland. Sort of a command performance, I imagine.
But the message is addressed to you. Boland wants to see you, not me.
Oh, no, I phoned him and explained that you, not I, were in charge of the Bremner campaign.
But that's not so.
Of course not. Just a matter of protection, that's all.
I don't understand.
Well, Boland obviously wants a showdown. It's very possible that he can undo all the good we've done for our cause. Our party leaders would be terribly displeased with that, wouldn't they?
I see. You'd rather they were displeased with me than with you.
More or less. Let's just consider it your sacrifice for the good of the party.
And there I was, right in the middle, sharing space with the original victim, Leo Bremner, whom I'd never seen. The only way I could avoid the showdown with Boland was to admit I was an undercover man, and that was out of the question. There was nothing for me to do but meet Boland in his office. I found him to be fat, bluff, and hearty, with a blotchy face that seemed to be all chin.
All right, Savetic, let's get down to cases. You and that stooge of yours, Samish, you're commies, aren't you?
Is that what you called me here to talk?
Never mind, relax. I know you're commies. And I know your angle in this Bremner campaign, too, the old sympathy routine. Yeah, used it myself a few times. But it's not going to work for you, my boy.
You're sure of that?
Now, look, in our racket, tools are necessary when you want to build a case for yourself, and Bremner is a tool. So I'm going to eliminate Bremner. Fair enough, eh?
The people wouldn't stand for that, not even from you.
The people? The people, huh? Yeah, the people stand for what I give them, son. And I'm going to give them just what you've got them yelling for.
You mean you'll put Bremner on trial?
Yes, sir. Yeah, you look surprised.
I don't believe it. You haven't got enough evidence to convict him.
You sure of that? My boy, a man in my position can buy all the evidence he needs. You know, your Patsy Bremner is my Patsy, too.
What do you mean by that?
Leo Bremner did commit that murder.
What?
Yeah, maybe you don't know it, but Bremner's just a two-bit ward healer. Yeah, he worked for me buying votes. Started getting uppity, so we sent a man to straighten him out. Well, there was a fight, and Leo killed him.
Then why haven't you put him on trial before?
He knows too much. But you and your Red playmates have given me a good excuse to get him out of the way for keeps. Yeah, I'll tag him as Red. Load the evidence against him for treason. The works. Yes, sir, I'm going to kill two birds with one conviction. The trial will get rid of Bremner, and your commie big shots is going to get rid of you. You see, Svetic? I can play the Red game, too.
Back to Dana Andrews as Matt Svetic, and I was a communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
There are two insidious forces of corruption threatening our freedom today. One, the cheap politicians like Andy Boland who exploit our liberty in the name of Americanism. The other, even worse, the rotten-hearted subversives, led by Herbert Samish and other dedicated Reds, who seek to undermine America in the name of communism. Both forces usually feed on each other. But in this case, they were feeding on me. To ensure a conviction, Boland had loaded Bremner's trial with all sorts of phony evidence. Every point against Bremner was a point against me in the commie records. And there was nothing I could do about it. As the trial went on, though, my busy Red comrades were doing everything possible to set a murderer free.
Order in the court, please. If these constant interruptions don't stop, I'll be forced to clear the court.
Yeah, sure. It's easier to convict a political prisoner in private.
I wish to impress upon the jury the importance of overlooking these interruptions. Please remember that the defendant is on trial for murder and nothing else.
He wouldn't be on trial at all if he had reactionary friends.
There'll be a recess until 10 tomorrow morning.
It didn't stop there. The Reds staged public demonstrations all over Woodford City, claiming that the bewildered Leo Bremner was the victim of political persecution. All this in spite of the fact that Bremner was actually a murderer. At my next meeting with Herbert Samish, I tried to reason with him.
My dear Comrade Svetic, we can't stop our work now. That would be a moral victory for the enemy.
But we'll do the party more harm if we side with an out-and-out killer. Our leaders will be furious.
If that happens, I'm afraid you'll be a martyr to our cause. I've arranged for that, you know.
Yes, I know.
Oh? Is that what bothers you?
My welfare is governed by the progress of the proletarian revolt. I have no...
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Mrs. Bremner, what brings you here?
Oh, I just came to say how grateful I am for everything you've done.
Well, that's very nice of you.
Nobody else would help me. Only you and your friends. Without you, my Leo would never have got a trial.
We appreciate your gratitude, Mrs. Bremner.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you.
You're very welcome.
Is there something else on your mind, Mrs. Bremner?
Well,
That's all right. Speak up.
Well, I came to ask you something. If you please don't mind.
Not at all. We want to help, you know.
I wonder, would it be all right if your friends didn't keep interrupting Leo's trial like they do? I mean, the judge and the jury, they think Leo
Just a minute, please. Is this your doing, Svetic?
Absolutely not. In fact, I resent her telling us how to run our affairs.
But, Mr. Svetic, Leo is my son. His life is my affair, too.
Well, there's a time and place for that sort of sentimental pap.
Exactly. You must remember, Mrs. Bremner, that your son means nothing to us personally. As an individual, he is nothing.
Nothing? Then why do you...
If you have anything else on your mind, Mrs. Bremner, stop dawdling and say it.
Well, yes, I keep hearing people say Leo and me are communists. The newspapers, they keep saying we got communist friends.
And what's wrong with having communist friends?
But it ain't so. Leo and me, we've been good Americans. We don't...
Are you going to stand for this, comrade?
Certainly not. You're a blind fool, Mrs. Bremner. The trouble with poor simpletons like you is that you haven't enough communist friends. You're all alike. You and all the spineless, underfed people like you. You don't know what you want or how to get it. You're suckers. You don't belong in any society, and you have the nerve to tell us how to run things.
Well, I don't understand. You were my friend. You never spoke to me this way. I don't understand.
Troublesome, isn't she, Comrade Samish?
More trouble than she's worth. Sometimes I doubt whether these little people, these downtrodden masses, are worth all the bother.
Our superiors on the Control Commission would be interested in that statement.
Well, I mean it. What do you mean?
I mean that you've talked too much for your own good or the good of the party.
What? Svetik,
your attitude toward Mrs. Bremner is detrimental to our work. And your comment about the masses is downright disloyal.
Well, you don't intend to report me, do you?
It's my duty as a sincere party worker.
But you can't, comrade. You know how hard I work. You know how
As far as I'm concerned, you've bungled this entire Bremner assignment.
Oh, now, comrade, I have made a few mistakes, but really...
And you've made me responsible for your mistakes. You seem to value your personal welfare far more than the party.
No, comrade. Now, really, I hold you responsible only for your advice, your suggestions. My mistakes are my own.
Then take my advice and ensure the success of the Bremner assignment once and for all.
Ensure it? How?
Sit down. I'll explain. Poor Mrs. Bremner didn't know it, but she'd helped me needle Samish into a trap. Now that I had him there, I had to use my advantage before I was caught there with him. I wasn't sure which would close first, the trial of Leo Bremner or the trap, and I couldn't wait to place any bets.
Beaker speaking.
Baker, this is Red.
Hi. You all right?
So far, but it's been a battle.
Who's winning?
Score's even now, but I need your help.
That's what we're here for.
Check up on Leo Bremner. If there's no evidence that he's a Red, there shouldn't be, publish the report in all the papers. If we get the commie element out of this case, the whole Red plan will fall apart.
Yeah. And I'll give Bremner a chance to be tried for the crime he's accused of. Okay. What's your next step?
Samish and I are going to bribe the judge. When I suggested bribery to Samish, he was surprised and pleased. He wished he'd thought of it himself. So I told him to take full credit for it in his report to the Control Commission. That made him even more enthusiastic. As far as Judge Serrano was concerned, I had checked his record in public office and felt pretty sure that his reaction would be characteristic.
Why, of course I'm interested in the money. What normal human being isn't?
But is it enough money, Judge Serrano?
Enough to free Leo Bremner?
This offer puts me in a peculiar position. I suppose you know, Samish, that the Bonald administration wants Bremner convicted. They've made me a similar offer.
I assumed they had, but I wasn't sure.
Now, with this offer of yours, well, I don't know. I'd better think this over a bit. You'll have your answer tomorrow.
Tomorrow was a long time in coming. But when the wide double doors to the courtroom opened, Samish and I were there to seat ourselves among the spectators. From our seats near the back of the room, we could catch fleeting glimpses of Leo Bremner's face. An old face for a young man, frightened, bitter, tired. Andy Boland was there, too, shaking hands and waving to anyone who happened to brush by him. Maybe it was my own state of mind, but the scene of the trial seemed to bristle with unusual tension and excitement. Judge Serrano took his place at the bench, and the formalities were dispensed with quickly. Then the courtroom grew silent as the judge announced that he had a statement to make.
This trial has been extremely hard on everyone concerned. The constant interruptions from the spectators, a tendency to confuse the jury with irrelevant testimony, and now I must confess that I've been tempted with bribery. Last night, a man named Samish, Herbert Samish, tried to bribe me to favor the defense. And earlier, the Andrew Boland administration offered me money to favor the prosecution. Order, please. Order. In this atmosphere of corruption, it's impossible to weigh evidence objectively, and it's most difficult to bring justice to the people when the people are represented by corrupt officials. The proceedings in this court have been a travesty of justice. It behooves me to declare them a mistrial.
A mistrial. The only honest way to treat this vile, dishonest situation. Judge Serrano, an honest man, had stayed in character just as I'd hoped he would. In all the confusion, I didn't see Comrade Samish leave the courtroom. In fact, I never saw him again. For he was held fully responsible for the downfall of this commie project. As for Andy Boland, he stopped me in the corridor outside the chaotic courtroom.
Well, congratulations, Savetic. Nice work.
Why congratulate me, Boland?
Yeah, don't kid me. You were behind that job. You got the right kind of mind, kiddo. I'd give you a job with me in a minute, but looks like I'm through. That judge fixed me for keeps.
Yes, I guess he did.
But I'll be around. Hey, look, I operate pretty much like the commies. Maybe you and me can get together on something else real soon, huh?
Maybe, Boland, but I doubt it. Red treachery, dirty politics, and an honest man, and one. As for Leo Bremner, well, the FBI cleared him of the taint of communism, but his second trial, an honest one, convicted him of second-degree murder. The sentence was lenient but just. Quietly, fervently, secretly, I thanked the Lord for putting more Judge Serranos in America than Andy Boland's or Herbert Samish's. And I vowed that until I could walk once more among honest men, I'd prefer to walk alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews with a reminder that freedom is like a faithful clock. It must be wound and rewound regularly, or it just stops ticking. In the story you just heard, names, dates, and places are fictitious to protect innocent persons. Many of these stories are based on incidents in the life of Matt Savetic, who worked undercover for the FBI. Next week, another fantastic adventure. Join us then, won't you? I was a communist for the FBI.
Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. From the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Cvetic come many of the incidents in this unusual story. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Cvetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI.
There was a time when the word peace was included in the approved communist vocabulary. And there was a time, only recently, when that word was replaced by another. This is the story of that time and the other word.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. Now here is Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked Violence Preferred.
Here, listen to this. The Communist Party and capitalism can cooperate over a long period of time, and eventually the revolt of the proletariat may be attained by peaceful means. Strange talk these days, isn't it? But at the time I joined the Reds for the FBI, that was the official party line. Then, a few years later, something happened. Something that turned the latent disease of communism into an actively vicious crippler. An epidemic intent on polluting the world of free men. It happened at a big party convention when the word of the Communist International became the law of the Communist Party USA.
The message from our comrades in the other parts of the world must be heeded. You, in America, must again become the party of struggle, the party of revolt. The teachings of Marx, Lenin, and our exalted leader Joseph Stalin have shown us that it is impossible to overthrow the power of capital by peaceful means. This can only be achieved by a revolutionary violence against the bourgeoisie, by a revolution that crushes the resistance of the exploiters and creates a new classless communist society, a dictatorship of the proletariat.
Pretty, wasn't it? And it really happened, right here in the land of the free and the home of the brave. Then, to help start the new red ball of terror rolling, the Communist International sent missionaries to America, who carried the word to all parts of the party apparatus. One of those missionaries was Leon Plevna, and I was assigned to escort Comrade Plevna to our district committee meetings.
So, comrades, revolution by peaceful means merely defeats its purpose. It creates impatience, dissension.
Well, Comrade Plevna, this new policy is a much greater risk to...
The only successful revolution, Comrade Cvetic, is revolution by force and violence.
But let's not kid ourselves. A policy of violence here in America will force the party underground.
So? We are underground, then.
It's not that I don't agree, Comrade Plevna. Naturally, I don't doubt the theories of Marx, Engels, and Comrade Stalin, but...
Sit down, Cvetic. You talk too much.
I'm trying to be realistic about this, Crenshaw. We're due for trouble, and we might as well face it.
No harshness with Comrade Cvetic, comrades. He is honest. He speaks his mind.
He can't have that much on his mind.
All right, Crenshaw. You win.
No offense, comrade.
So enough. I am instructed to tell you that all party records are to be collected and destroyed.
Our membership cards, too?
Everything. All incriminating evidence must go.
What about those documents you brought to us from Europe?
They go too.
But they outline the entire course we're to follow. Places, assignments, the names of our most important leaders.
Exactly. Such evidence, so vital, so important, your FBI would relish it. It must go. Cell leaders have committed the essential points to memory. Now the evidence must go. Comrade Crenshaw.
Me?
Yes. I see you are a most aggressive cell leader.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Someone must be responsible for collecting the records, files, and cards from the cell leaders. You will do it.
Well, say, I sure appreciate this chance.
Well, that's a big job, Crenshaw. I'll be glad to help you.
Help? No thanks, Svedic. It's a big job, all right, but I can handle it, comrade.
You will collect all the files and cards and see that they are destroyed. You will do this quickly and thoroughly. Mistakes will not be tolerated. The enemy must not find evidence to incriminate us.
Beaker, this is Red.
How'd the meeting go?
Bad. Plevna wants all the party records destroyed. Membership cards, everything.
What about the papers he brought from Europe?
They go too.
That stuff is invaluable to the FBI, chum. You've got to get it for us.
I tried, but Plevna turned everything over to George Crenshaw.
Who's Crenshaw?
A cell leader. He runs a crummy bowling alley on the edge of town.
Can't you work with him?
I tried that too. No luck.
We can't let them destroy those party records.
Well, what can I do?
I don't know. But try to do something. Anything.
Okay, Beaker, I'll try.
Atta boy. And listen.
Yeah?
Be careful. We need the evidence, but we need you more.
I knew how much Beaker wanted those records for the FBI. These were papers direct from the files of the Communist International, brought here by Comrade Plevna to acquaint American commies with the work of their overseas comrades. The big reds here and abroad were named. Facts and figures were documented. In the hands of the FBI, it would be a potent weapon against subversives. But George Crenshaw, not I, was collecting the files to be destroyed. I had to learn where the files were now and how to get them. So I headed across town to Crenshaw's bowling palace.
Check your hat, kiddo.
Oh, no, thanks.
How about your coat?
No, sorry.
How do you expect a bowl with all them clothes on?
I'm looking for George Crenshaw.
Oh, friend of the boss or something.
Know where he is?
Over there, alley 6. Hey, Georgie, fella here to see you.
Okay, I'll be right there.
You'll be right here.
Thanks.
You know, if all the guys who come in this joint kept their hats and coats on, I wouldn't make a dime.
Well, I won't be staying long.
It ain't the time, it's the money. You know what I mean?
Someone looking for me, Katie?
Yeah, him. The hat and coat.
Hi, George.
Well, Svedic, you old son of a gun. Didn't know you went in for bowling. Come on over here.
I didn't come to bowl, comrade.
I figured that. What's on your mind?
Just a routine checkup, George. Got all the files collected from the cells yet?
What's the matter, comrade? Don't trust me.
We trust you, George. It's just that, well, as long as those papers exist, the party's in jeopardy.
Well, now, relax, Buster, relax. Right now, they exist in my office, right in my desk drawer. They're all there, even those European papers, all ready to be burned.
Then why wait?
Plevna wants to check through them before they're burned. Why are you so interested?
I told you, routine checkup. If I can help in any way...
Help again. Now, listen, comrade. Plevna gave me this job, comrade. Me, little Georgie. It's a big job. It's my big chance to be a wheel, a big shot in the party.
And you don't want to share the glory, that is?
Right. This is my chance to shine, Svedic, all mine. Now, listen, I may look like a big, good-natured, happy boy, comrade, but when someone gets in my way, I get rough. Real rough.
How rough?
Rough enough to report you to Plevna.
For what?
I don't believe your routine checkup gag. Maybe you have plans of your own for those papers.
Are you accusing me of disloyalty to the party?
Not yet, but I might. Like I say, Svedic, when you get in my way, I play rough.
At least I learned enough from Crenshaw to plan my next step. It was a big step, a drastic one. And it worried me more than Crenshaw's threats. Failure would mean disaster. But I had to take the chance. Crenshaw's bowling palace closed at 2 a.m. At 2:15, I was across the street, carrying a suitcase full of dummy cards, blank paper, and phony files, waiting for the building to empty. When all the lights were out and the street was cleared, I ran for the alley behind the gloomy building. I was under the fire escape now, one flight below the window to Crenshaw's office. The street was silent. The shadows were stationary. I tiptoed up the metal stairs, lugging that suitcase full of paper. Every step was a prayer that the window would be unlocked. It wasn't. It was locked tight. Only this pane of glass stood between me and the evidence that could incriminate a select group of rotten-hearted traitors. I had to get them, somehow. Breaking that window was more desperate than daring. But I got inside. And just in time, too.
Who's there? Anybody here?
I hadn't figured on this decrepit building having a night watchman, but there he was. The beam of his flashlight poking holes in the blackness. The light danced up and down the fire escape, flicked across the window I'd just broken, then hopped around the alley below and blinked out. I was alone again and scared silly. No time to waste now. I took the blank paper, phony cards, and files out of the suitcase and stuffed the commie papers into it, fast. There. Now to get out of here. I stacked the blank paper in the drawers where the commie records had been, and I ran to the window and opened it and shoved the suitcase out on the fire escape. Uh-oh, a visitor. I gave the suitcase a frantic push. It went hurtling down to the alley below as the door to the office opened, and the lights jumped on.
Well, Comrade Svedik, I wasn't expecting you tonight.
I wasn't expecting you either, Crenshaw.
Just what are you doing here, Comrade?
You've heard of security, Comrade.
Of course. That's why I came back here tonight.
That's why I'm here, too. Checking.
My files? Me?
That's right.
Well, I'll just take a look. All the papers and file cards are just where I left them. Now what, Comrade?
This is security? Leaving those important documents in an unlocked desk?
No one ever comes into this private office except me.
I did.
So I found out. Come on, Buster.
Where to?
You and me, we're going to visit Comrade Plevna.
Don't you think you should lock that desk first?
Yes. Yes, I think that's a good suggestion.
There he was, leaning over his desk. I had just started to pick up a chair when Crenshaw turned.
Come on, Svedik. Let's go.
Wait. Why the gun, Comrade?
Just to be sure I get you to Comrade Plevna. You've got a lot of explaining to do, Svedik. A lot of explaining.
Back to Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Sebetic in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
When you join the Reds as an undercover man, you're forced to live the back alley life of a commie and speak the festering thoughts of a traitor. But you walk carefully and alone. When you take action, it's bound to be drastic action. Very often, it's downright desperate. Maybe you do it to save democracy, but more likely, you do it to save yourself. My desperate action, though, wasn't saving anything. Those party records, so valuable to the FBI, lay in a suitcase in the alley behind Crenshaw's bowling palace. And I sat in a stuffy hotel room, facing Comrades Plevna and Crenshaw, thinking wildly for an excuse, a reason, an alibi.
So, Svedik, second story work does not become you. You have an explanation, huh?
Yes, Comrade Plevna. A good one.
Yeah, I'll bet it's a dandy.
Look, Crenshaw, I've had just about enough of your...
Comrades. The glory of the cause transcends these petty personal differences. Now, you, Svetik, why did you break into Comrade Crenshaw's office?
He was after the party files, that's why.
If you please, comrade.
All right.
It's true. I was after the party papers. We had put the entire party's safety in Crenshaw's hands. I went to check on his efficiency. But I was too late.
What's that?
The party files, all the papers, they're gone.
Gone? Comrade Crenshaw, you alone were responsible for those records. An explanation.
He's crazy, comrade. They're right in my office, in my desk.
The FBI got there before I did, I guess. The papers are gone.
Oh, I tell you, Svetik, you're crazy. The stuff is in my desk. It was there when I caught you in my office.
You'd better look again. There's nothing but blank paper. All of it. Nothing but blank paper.
What?
Is this true, Svetik?
Check his office and see.
Well, if it is true, you'd better ask Svetik what he did with them.
Comrade Svetik did well to check your efficiency, Crenshaw. Come, gentlemen. We will see.
Back in Crenshaw's office, it wasn't pleasant to watch his reaction when he saw the phony papers and file cards where the party records had been. It was even more sickening to see him led out of the office by Comrade Plegma. But what could I do? Is it better to eliminate a red traitor with tactics approved by the Communist Party, or to fail the FBI just to save the neck of a commie? Plevna took Crenshaw back to the hotel. What happened to Crenshaw after that, I just don't know. I left them there and headed back to the bowling palace, hoping that no one had found the suitcase in the alley. When I got there, dawn was hanging over that section of town like a wet, gray blanket. The shadows in the alley were shrinking fast. I went straight to the area under the fire escape where the suitcase had fallen. It was gone. I ran to the other side of the alley. I looked in all the corners, behind the garbage cans, everywhere. Still no suitcase. I ran the length of that dirty concrete canyon, searching frantically, but it just wasn't there. It had probably been picked up by some well-meaning passerby who...
Hey, you! What are you doing back here, huh? What's going on with you?
Are you the watchman here?
Yeah. Who are you?
I know it sounds silly, but I lost a suitcase somewhere around here. You didn't happen to see it, did you?
Funny place to lose a suitcase, ain't it?
Yeah, I did. You see, we were coming from a party, a welcome home party for me. I just got into town last night.
What about it?
Well, driving by here, I guess we were feeling kind of giddy. One of the gang heaved the suitcase out of the car window. You know, party and everything.
Yeah, I know about them parties.
Well, did you find it?
Yeah, I found the suitcase all right.
You did? Well, where is it? Let's get it.
Keep your shirt on, son. How do I know it's yours?
Oh, now, how many people come up to you claiming a suitcase in an alley?
You ain't answered my question, son. Describe it.
Well, it's about this long and this wide.
What color?
Brown. Dark brown. It's got initials on it, too. MC. That's me, Matt Savetic. Here, you want identification?
Well, I guess it's your suitcase, all right.
Huh, let's get it, then.
I can't.
Why not?
I locked it up.
Where?
In the check room inside the bowling joint.
Well, can't you unlock it?
Nope. Sorry. Rules is rules. All lost articles get turned into the check room. Been operating that way for 18 years, son.
But I need the suitcase now.
Oh, nothing's gonna happen to it. The place opens at noon.
Noon?
Yeah, just go in and see Katie, the girl at the check stand.
Listen, I've got to make a train in about 45 minutes. I've got to have the suitcase now.
I thought you said you was at a welcome home party.
Oh, sure, I was, but you see, I'm just passing through. I need that suitcase, Pop. Here. Will $10 help with the rules?
No, sir. Rules is rules. I ain't broke a rule in 18 years. I can't go losing my job just for $10.
Oh, for Pete's sake. All you have to do is go inside and hand me the suitcase. Is that a crime?
Can't do it. A man has to have a little pride in his work, you know. I can't just up and sell out after 18 years of honest work without
Okay. Isn't there some way I can get the suitcase now?
Not from me, son. Better come back at noon and see Katie. She'll take care of you.
still Katie, aren't you?
Yeah, kid, I'll be right with you. Well, if it ain't the boss's friend. Still wearing the same hat and coat, huh?
Yeah.
Well, you gonna
Katie,
check him today? Warm in here this time of day, you know.
Not this time. I came to pick up a suitcase.
Suitcase?
The watchman found it outside last night. He said he turned it in here.
Matter of fact, lost the suitcase, huh?
He found it outside.
Oh, you ain't that careless with your hat and coat, are you, kiddo?
No, guess not.
Come here, over here. Here, take a look.
That's it. That's the one.
It's all yours, kiddo.
Oh, thanks, Katie. I sure appreciate
Hey, wait a minute. Let's have the check.
A check?
Yeah, a check. You take the suitcase, Katie takes a check. That's how we play around here.
But I told you, the watchman found it outside. He brought it in here for me to pick up. He said if
He didn't leave me no notes or anything. I'm sorry, there's no check, no suitcase.
Katie, I've got to have that suitcase.
Well, I gotta have the check or a note from the watchman.
Here. Will $10 take care of it?
$10. Are you kidding? This bag's worth more than that.
All right. Here's 20.
Say, you sure wanted that, huh? What's in it?
Oh, just some personal things.
That's all, huh?
Yeah, usual stuff. Shirts, handkerchiefs, odds and ends.
Nothing else, huh?
Katie, it's none of your business what's in that bag. Just take the money and give me the suitcase.
Take it easy, kiddo. I gotta be sure who gets what around here. Now, you ain't got a check, and you won't tell me what's in this thing. And how am I supposed to know for sure if it belongs to you?
All right. It's filled with papers. Business papers.
Well, now that's a lot better, comrade.
What?
Okay, fellas, this is the guy.
Thanks, Katie. All right, let's go.
Wait a minute. What is this?
Don't argue. Let's go. And take the suitcase with you.
The two men led me to a car waiting outside. I sat between them in the front seat as we traveled across town to a quiet residential section of the city. Both of the men were ominously silent all the way, and I knew there were no questions I could ask them. Secretly, though, I wondered how Katie fit into the party apparatus, and how the truth of my motives had gotten back to Comrade Plevna. We stopped in front of a small vine-covered bungalow. The sort of place you see in the ads in women's magazines. But the charm of this house was wasted on me now. I could see only its sinister aspects.
This way. Wait in here. Go on.
The room was furnished comfortably, inexpensive but tasteful. It was the average American family's extra room, the den, complete with chairs, a chess set, books, phonograph. There was a small desk to flatter a man's desire for an office at home, and a studio couch for the overnight guest. I waited and wondered about my status as a guest in this house, and the sort of hospitality I could expect.
Well, Savetic, welcome home.
But, Beaker, brother, am I glad to see you?
I'm sorry if the boys worried you, Matt. Only a few of us in the FBI know what you're really doing.
Yeah, well, as long as you don't forget, I'll be okay.
No, we won't, don't worry. That suitcase you brought us will solve a lot of problems. There should be enough stuff in those papers to deport Plevna and a lot more like him.
Good. Say, how did you get a line on the suitcase?
Well, the girl at the bowling alley, what's her name?
Katie.
Yeah. She opened it, saw the commie papers, and called the cops. The cops called the FBI. I didn't think we'd be picking you up, but... Well, it's nice to see you again, Matt.
Thanks, Beaker.
Wish you could stay. I really do.
So do I, Beaker. So do I. I walked away from Beaker's home and down the quiet street. A dog barked in a yard nearby. A little girl sang a rope-skipping song. A lawnmower clattered across the grass. These were the sounds I missed most of all. But I kept on walking back to the fury of red fanatics who cheered for violence. I was walking away from the sound of peace. No wonder I walked alone.
Dana Andrews Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews again. In the story you just heard, names, dates, and places are fictitious to protect innocent persons. Many of these stories are based on incidents in the life of Matt Savetic, who worked undercover for the FBI. Next week, another fantastic adventure. Join us then, won't you? I was a communist for the FBI.
Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. You are about to hear a strange story. Names, dates, and places are, for obvious reasons, fictional. But many of these incidents are based on the actual experiences of Matt Savetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Savetic.
Sometimes it's hard to remember you're a decent person when every word you say, everything you do, comes out of communist manuals. For 9 years, I was torn apart inside with hating of the red lies, and yet spouting them every day of the week. Only my knowledge that it had to be done kept me going, as a communist for the FBI.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, Undercover Man. Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked The Rat Race.
Detroit. A small, smoky room, a handful of nervous men. It was a communist cell meeting, and like all the others I had attended, it was overcast with the tension of fear. It seemed like it would be a routine meeting. As we stood waiting for our cell leader, Comrade Greco, the pudgy, mustached Gorgi Tamashovna babbled his troubles to me.
So she says to me, comrade, she says, Gorgi, why you got to go to meeting tonight? And I tell her, look, Babka, how did I know your cousin was coming tonight to visit? And cousin or not, Babka, the party with me comes first.
You should bring your wife into the party, too, Comrade Gorgi.
Comrade Matt, no one, not even Comrade Stalin, could bring my wife to a place you don't want to go. That Anna, so stubborn like this. Oh.
Comrades?
Good evening, Comrade Greco.
Comrade Savetic?
Yes, Comrade Greco?
Remain after the meeting. I have something special for you.
Yes, Comrade.
Before we take up the business at hand, Comrade Georgi Tamashovna.
Yes?
Are you aware of the way your wife speaks regarding the party?
Oh, yes, Comrade.
She says too much, Comrade. Some of which she has learned from you.
Of course. Honest, my wife, you know how to...
I know nothing. Except you must convert her to the party immediately, or get rid of her.
Yes, Comrade Greco.
Very well. Let's proceed with the meeting.
That was Comrade Greco, a smart young red fanatic rising rapidly in the party, due to his ability to ignore the human problems of more simple men like Gorgi Tamashovna. When Greco and I were alone after the meeting, his guard came down a little, and I saw that he was both nervous and excited about something.
You will go immediately to the Hotel Standish. Ask for the key, room 117. It has been reserved for you.
Yes, comrade.
You ask no questions. That is good. Stay in the room, awake. No phone calls, not even to the desk.
I understand, comrade.
You're a good man to work with.
Blue Star Grill.
Let me speak to the waiter wearing a hat.
Speaking.
This is your customer with a carnation.
All clear here, Matt. Go ahead.
Have to make it fast. I'm in a phone booth and I've got a date.
Where?
Hotel Standish, room 117. Don't know what's up.
We have our own problems tonight, Matt. Grayling Rawson just disappeared. I've got every available man out trying to trace him.
Rawson? Well, if you can spare one, have a man whip over and wire room 117 in the Standish. I have a hunch this is important.
Good enough for me. He'll be there by the time you are. Keep your ears and eyes open for any party rumors about Rawson. We want him at that trial, and we want him bad.
Yes, sir. May I help you? That's why I rang the bell. You have a reservation for me, room 117.
117?
My name is Svedik.
Oh, yes, sir. Here you are. The register has already been signed.
Thank you. Wait, this is the wrong key. I asked for 117. You gave me...
655. But it's the right key, comrade.
Oh.
Instructions are that you're to go right up. Front, boy.
No matter what the clerk called it, the switch of rooms had me stuck. I was taken to room 655. As soon as the bellhop had left, I started to go down and inform the FBI man of the change. But even as I started to open my door, the phone rang. Hello?
This is the desk clerk, sir. Everything all right?
Certainly. What's the idea?
Sorry, comrade. My orders.
To check on my room?
To make sure you stay in your room. I'll be calling you again.
They hadn't missed a bet. I was in room 655, and that was where I was going to stay. While down in room 117, an FBI man was installing a microphone in vain. There was only one thing for me to do. Wait. It was a long one. Then, at 20 minutes to 3, the wait was over. Who is it?
Greco.
Oh, come in, comrade. Oh, have the janitor with you?
Inside, quickly.
Comrade Greco. Is he one of us?
The coveralls have fooled you. He's not the hotel janitor. Look more closely.
Huh? Oh, sure. Rawson. You're Grayling Rawson. But
Comrade Rawson, this is Comrade Matt Svetik.
It's a pleasure. I see you know me.
Who doesn't? You're one of the most important men in the party.
Exactly. Too important to have to go through the ignominy of a trial.
It's your job to see I escape that. I must not stand trial.
They won't get you to trial, Comrade Rawson.
But isn't he on bond?
$50,000 bond. The party will be glad to sacrifice that to save Comrade Rawson from jail.
The FBI will turn the city inside out looking for him.
Let them. He won't be here. That's why you are here, Comrade Svetik. We are taking Comrade Rawson out of the city. Now.
Out of the city? The minute he shows his face on the street...
Leave the details to me, comrade. Yes. Fine, it's right on schedule. We'll be right down.
Well?
All set. Let's go. Here, this way. To the service elevator.
It's a great honor to be selected for this mission, Comrade Greco, but why...
Your record shows some intelligence, comrade. That is why. I could not use the others like Tomashovna. Stupid ones, like sheep. You push, they go. You stop pushing, they stop. No minds, just wives to nag and make problems. And now you can forget your worries, comrade. There is your escape. Perfect, no?
A hearse? I don't like this joke. It's not funny.
No, Comrade Rawson. This is only a precaution against discovery until we're out of the city. The rest of the trip will be different.
The rest?
Yes, didn't I tell you? We are taking Comrade Rawson to New York.
It took us less than 30 seconds to get the red-faced, perspiring Rawson across the freight platform and into the back of the hearse. The commie leader wasn't made any happier at the sight of a long black coffin open for business.
Oh, no, I don't ride with coffins.
You have to. It's all right. It's a lovely coffin. Here, see, the inside is coated satin. Lay down in it, try it out.
What? Lie down? Oh, no, not until I'm a corpse.
Would you rather go to jail?
All right, I'll lie down. And I think I'll take a pill.
Good. Comrade Svetik, you'll drive. Here's the uniform coat and the cap. Now change quickly.
Yeah.
Now, I will remain in back. If we are stopped, I am the mortician, Frederick Dodds.
Dodds. I remember.
Good. And in this coffin will be the earthly remains of one John Carter being taken to the Green Lawn Cemetery in Rockwood, where the poor thing will be cremated.
It was bizarre, and to Comrade Rawson a little gruesome, but it worked. And with Greco keeping a close eye on me from the back, there was no chance to let anyone know that a very live and wanted body was lying in the coffin. On the way, I was given some instructions. Then, a few miles south of Detroit, Greco directed me to turn into a small and decrepit wayside garage called Mike's Place.
We'll drive right inside.
All right, Mike, close the doors. Right on time, comrades. Well, I like your choice of help, Comrade Greco. Introduce him.
Later, my lovely Cobra. All right, come out, Comrade Rawson.
I'd be most happy to.
This way, please. All of you.
Nerve-wracking, this business of escape. I should take another pill.
Take two. It's a long way to New York.
Oh, no. If I take too many, they make me violently ill.
Please have seats, comrades. I'm sorry this office hasn't much to offer in the way of comforts.
How long are we going to stay here?
He talks. I just knew he could do something besides drive.
Look out, Comrade Matt.
Oh, don't warn him. Introduce him.
All right, Matt, this is Candy, short for Candice.
Which is short for Rosemary Wilkinson.
Candice fits better. Candy's perfect.
Oh.
Candy is sticky. And that's the way you impress me, comrade.
What?
Score, comrade. Direct it. Better forget it, Rosie.
Don't call me Rosie. And Comrade Matt.
Yeah?
Candy can be soft and sweet, but it can also be hard. I don't think you'll like hard candy.
Please, when do we leave?
Oh, Mike's bringing up your car now. It'll only be a few minutes, Comrade Rawson.
Call me Grayling, my dear comrade.
Did you check the radio?
Yes, nothing on it. The FBI are keeping it quiet so far.
Probably figure he'll show up soon. Mike knows what to do with the hearse?
Sure. He'll ditch it back in Detroit before daybreak.
If you'll excuse me, I think I'll wash my hands.
Greco, sit down, Svetik.
Yeah, well, all I wanted to...
Orders. Until Comrade Rawson is safely out of the country, none of us will be alone at any time. The party is taking no chances on this mission.
Yes, but...
I repeat, those are orders. Disobey them or even try to disobey them, and it will mean your instant removal.
To Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Civic in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
That's Mike with the car. Wait till he signals the road's empty. That's it. Let's go.
It was a red-hot deal. One of America's biggest commies, arrested 2 weeks before, was jumping his bail. With the help of the party, Grayling Rawson was fleeing the FBI and his trial, and I was right in the middle of it. And I couldn't do a thing to stop it.
So long, Mike. Roll it, comrade.
Oh, are you coming too?
I knew you'd be pleased.
I am pleased, my dear. Your company is most refreshing.
Flatterer. After that coffin, anything would be refreshing.
As a matter of fact, this is my idea, comrade. When the police are seeking a single man, a group can be much less noticeable.
No matter whose idea, the only important thing is that I am not caught again by the FBI. Keep it in mind, Greco. My safety comes above everything else.
Of course. Rosie, turn on the radio. Let's hear the news.
You'll call me that once too often, Greco.
News on the hour every hour, 24 hours a day. Here is your 5 a.m. edition, headlined by a bulletin just released. Grayling Rawson, Communist Party boss indicted last week, disappeared a few hours ago and is suspected of jumping his $50,000 bond. Local authorities believe Rawson may not have left the city, but informed sources reveal the FBI has begun a nationwide search for the missing man who may be trying to escape the country. On Capitol Hill, hopes have risen high that an agreement may be reached within a short...
They're working too fast. I'm not expected a widespread search so soon. Turn off the next dirt road. We'll circle south to Mansfield. All right, pull up here.
Where are we going?
That big white house with the elms in front. Looks like it's all clear. But you stay in the car with Grayling, Rosie. Matt and I will make sure.
Hey, Greco, is this the right house? That sign there says...
Miss Blanche Harris, piano lessons. Yes, I can read.
Yes?
Good morning, madame.
It's Miss.
Miss, of course.
Have a child you want me to teach piano? Mighty early to be disturbing.
My little boy's very anxious. He just arrived from Detroit.
Oh. Do you know the answer to 5 times 5?
Of course. 31.
Come in, comrade.
I am Greco. This is Comrade Svetic, Comrade Harris.
Comrade Harris.
Comrade.
You are alone?
Yes, I was just starting breakfast. My first pupil won't arrive for an hour yet. Where is...
Outside, in the car.
We need to stay here for a while until things quiet down.
It's an honor to help Comrade...
Please. It is best the name never be mentioned.
I understand. I have to put you up in the attic. It's kind of dirty, I'm afraid. Haven't been much on climbing those stairs since I picked up a touch of
it will be fine. Just as long as it keeps us out of FBI hands.
Miss Harris's attic, like Gaul, was divided into 3 parts. One large room, a bath, and a tiny additional room against the eaves. There were cots and blankets and stores of canned goods, a fair supply of debris left by previous tenants, and one window, securely boarded and curtained against showing a light.
Many of our comrades have stayed here while evading the police, but of course never anyone so important as yourself, Comrade.
Thank you. The party won't forget your work.
The men can use this large room.
And I get the broom closet.
Enough.
There's a special radio set yonder. You can pick up Toledo on it. Is there anything else I can get for you?
I'd like to check the papers. I'll run out and
You'll stay here, comrade. None of us will leave this attic for any reason until we leave it together.
Greco was plain enough. As long as he was around, I knew my chances of contacting the FBI were exactly 0. My one bit of cheer was that as long as I was not heard from, the FBI would be able to guess I was in on Rawson's escape and that he had not yet left the country. So they would continue to search. And in this, I was right.
Today, the manhunt for Grayling Rawson goes on undiminished. Everywhere, the authorities are seeking the communist boss who jumped bail and disappeared from Detroit last Friday night. As a public service, we're broadcasting his description again. If you see or have seen such a man, please contact your local police immediately. I repeat, if you see or have seen such a...
Don't they ever give up?
no, not again.
Comrade Harris must give lessons to every child in Mansfield.
Little monsters. After this is over, I'm going out and strangle everyone I see, just on general principles.
Well, it won't be long. Search or no search, we have to leave here in 2 days to be in New York by the 18th.
The 18th? Why the 18th?
You'll know in time. And stop asking questions. You'll live longer.
Oh, I think I'll take a pill.
It wasn't much, but Rawson had given me an idea on how to get rid of Greco, at least temporarily. I remembered what Rawson had said about 2 of his pills being too much, that they made him ill. So the next day while Rawson was washing, I stole 4 of the tablets from the gold pill box in his vest. I mashed the tablets into a powder and kept it in a fold of paper, ready. During our last meal before leaving on the 17th, I palmed the folder of powder, waiting my chance to slip it into Greco's soup. Then I realized I'd have to make my own chance.
Now. Oh, without a can opener in this place, we'd starve to death.
At least with that hot plate, we've had warm food. That sun...
Look, is that smoke coming up over there to the floor?
I don't see any smoke.
Oh, I guess I must have been mistaken. It looked like a wisp of smoke coming up there.
You're seeing things, comrade. Well, that's enough for me.
But you didn't finish your soup.
I don't feel like it.
We'll have a long drive tonight. You may need it.
Huh? Perhaps you're right. That's enough. We'll be leaving as soon as it gets dark.
It is time, comrades.
Good. We must be in New York by morning.
Comrade Greco, something wrong? You look pale.
Oh, just a stomachache. I'll be all right.
Greco!
Bad food, I knew it. We'll all die.
Oh, nonsense. He just got a stomachache.
Should I get a doctor?
No, doctor. Just let me rest.
We must leave right away. There's no time for you to rest. You must get me away.
I don't think I can make it. Comrade Svedek.
Yes?
I must trust you. Boat leaving New York tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock.
What boat?
Polish freighter, Ornetta. Arrangements all made. Good luck, comrade.
After Comrade Harris furnished Grayling Rawson with working clothes and a hat, we were on our way. Greco being left behind gave me hope. I bided my time until we were entering Williamsport, Pennsylvania. It was after 3, and both Rawson and Candy were dozing as I pulled up to an all-night cafe. Then as I reached for the door handle, a small, cold circle touched the back of my neck.
It's a gun, Matt. Greco's gun.
Look, I don't understand, Candy. Why...
I don't trust you.
I was only going to get some...
Orders were for us to stay together. Now, if I were you, Matt, I'd drive on. We made it. There's the Ornetta. You'll be safe before you know it, Grayling.
Yes, I suppose so. Strange. In some way, I hate to leave America.
It has its points.
Well, you'd better stay here. Goodbye, comrades.
I watched Rawson go to the loading foreman, and in a moment the commie was in the line of workers, carrying a box into the freighter's hold through the loading hatch. Whatever I was going to do had to be done fast. At that moment, a burly stevedore brushed by us. I threw a shoulder into him, and he hit the deck. Then he got up, and with a hitch of his dungarees, he started for me, followed by a half-dozen others sensing the brawl.
Come on, Matt. Let's go.
Doll. I'll take care of your boyfriend.
Peddle your papers, ape man.
Hey, you crumbs. You insult my girl, I'll hand you some knuckles.
You'll hand me some knuckles. Make room, you guys. I don't want his blood to splash on you.
Beat it to me. Beat it. It was the hard way, but I was free of Candy, who faded fast at the sight of the police. Me, I got a free trip to the station. Once there, however, I was permitted to make a call. It was to the FBI, and I told them where they could pick up Grayling Rawson. 15 minutes later, a visitor entered my cell.
Hello, Matt.
No. What are you doing here?
I was assigned to handle the... That's a nice mouse. Both of them.
Oh, never mind my eyes. Did you get Rawson?
Nope. I had a sale just before you called.
Oh, no.
It's all right. Our patrol boats are intercepting the freighter before she gets past the 3-mile limit. They'll take Rawson off and bring him back to stand trial.
Oh, well, that's better.
Rough go?
Rough enough. And this little deal's going to take some explaining to the party.
Oh, we've covered you on that.
Oh.
A story to the press is that somebody on the freighter tipped us off.
Thanks. Well, that ought to clear me.
Sure, why not? All you did was get into a fight over an insult to your girl. You'll forgive me if I don't walk out with you. She's a pretty one, Matt. What's her name?
Candy. Hard candy. I'd done my job the best I could, but there was no feeling of satisfaction yet. There wouldn't be, not as long as mechanics named Mike and piano teachers named Harris allow the rottenness of communism to warp them into treachery and treason. It was up to me to live with my enemies until the job was done, which meant I would continue to walk alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews. Too often, the warm security of family and friends can blind us to the threat of subversive elements hard at work trying to destroy our way of life. We must meet that threat with alertness and determination that freedom can and will survive. Join us next week when we bring you another exciting experience of Matt Svedek, won't you? I was a communist for the FBI.
Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. Many of the incidents in the story you're about to hear are based on the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Svedek, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Svedek.
There is no peace, there is no security, there is no hope for those who live in the chains of communism. Those misguided fools who, for one reason or another, have chosen to sleep in the red bed don't realize, until too late, that they can know no rest. They're worshippers in a strange religion, a religion in which their savior, the Communist Party, crucifies humanity to save itself.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, Undercover Man. Now, here is Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked Jump to the Whip.
To most people living in a free country, being awakened at 3 o'clock in the morning by a pounding on the door is merely annoying. Unlike the citizens of Iron Curtain countries, you do not, as yet, live in constant fear of the MVD. But I was a member of the party, a communist for the FBI. And when I was awakened at 3 a.m. by a pounding on my door, I was afraid. Afraid that I'd been found out, and that the time had come for me, like others before me, to disappear without a trace. Yeah, coming. I can't find the light. Wait a second. Oh. Comrade Morgan.
Get out of the doorway and let me in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You kept me out there until I awakened everybody else up in the house. Are you so anxious to be seen going out?
I hadn't intended going out. I was asleep.
Well, wake up and get dressed.
Party business, Comrade Morgan?
MVD.
MVD at 3 o'clock in the morning. I dressed slowly, stalling for time, while I racked my brain for some means of escape. But there was none. I went with Morgan quietly, hopelessly, to meet the man from the MVD. He was waiting for us in Cell Leader Morgan's home, and as the door closed behind us, his opening remarks did nothing toward soothing my jumping nerves.
Is this our man, Comrade Morgan?
Yes, Comrade Cormac.
Good. Bring him in the other room where he can sit down. This may take some time. Sit down. As Comrade Morgan already knows, Comrade Savetic, I arrived in this country this morning to eliminate the traitorous actions of certain party members.
The welfare of the party is my only interest, Comrade.
That makes my mission less difficult. I'm taking you to Chicago within the hour.
Chicago?
A matter of discipline. It was decided to make an example of one man to discourage further crimes against the party. The man chosen is Woodruff Harper.
Woodruff Harper, the Chicago millionaire?
Through fear of the Un-American Activities Committee, he stopped his contributions to the party. Now, he's begging us to save him.
From what?
Criminal charges of arson in connection with the burning of a large, heavily insured tenement building he owns.
How was that arranged?
The two workers who set the fire have confessed to the police that they were hired by Harper to do the job.
Well, that should make an example of Harper, all right.
Precisely.
But I can't see how it'll help the party's treasury.
The party can reward as well as punish, Comrade Savetic. That is why you and I are going to Chicago.
To get the workers out of the jam?
To get Harper out.
When did you say we leave for Chicago, Comrade Cormac?
Immediately.
Well, then I'd better get back to my hotel and pack a bag.
It's too close to train time. We'll be able to buy anything we need after we see Comrade Harper.
And you're not to leave Comrade Cormac's side for an instant, Comrade Savetic. He has no personal knowledge of this country and is to be guarded against unfortunate incidents at all times. I'll drive you to the station.
Despite Morgan's orders against leaving Cormac's side for even an instant, it was vitally necessary for me to contact the FBI before leaving for Chicago. After Morgan had left us at the station, I tried to get away from Cormac, but it was impossible.
Until our train departs, we have only 7 minutes, Comrade Savetic.
7 minutes. Then you better buy our tickets, Comrade Cormac, while I pick up some newspapers and magazines for us to read.
The tickets were purchased earlier.
Oh.
You seem nervous, Comrade Sverik.
Oh, I am. I just thought of something which might destroy my usefulness to the party.
What do you mean?
My landlady. I'm going to have to phone my landlady and tell her that I'm going out of town for a few days on business.
Why? Why should you tell her anything?
She might notify the police that I was missing. We might be picked up.
Why should she even know that you're gone?
Oh, because yesterday was rent day. I came in late, didn't see her, and I didn't pay her. She'll be looking for her money, and for me.
Why didn't you tell this to Comrade Morgan? Let him contact her.
Well, I just didn't think of it. I was so impressed by the party's power in this Harper matter that I had no thoughts concerning myself.
I see.
But if I don't call her...
We can take no chances. You will call her, and I will stand outside your booth to make certain that there are no eavesdroppers.
With only minutes till train time, I couldn't stop to argue, while Comrade Cormac stood outside my phone booth to make certain there were no eavesdroppers. I phoned my FBI contact.
Beaker here.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Carlson. This is Mr. Svedik.
I get it.
I missed paying my rent today, and I didn't want you worrying. I'm forced to go out of town for a few days. Very important business.
Where?
Oh, I'm sure I'll enjoy the change. The city's so windy at this time of year.
Windy City, eh? Okay. We'll contact you in Chicago.
Oh, goodbye, Mrs. Carlson. Thanks a million.
Took you long enough to say nothing.
Mrs. Carlson did most of the talking.
We'll discuss that later. Now hurry before we miss our train. I wish you hadn't called your landlady, Comrade Svedik.
I had to.
Did you have to tell her that you were going on very important business?
It was the best way to avoid suspicion.
To avoid it?
Americans can forgive anything done in the name of business.
Then they should certainly forgive our visits for the Comrade Harper and Judge Valchek.
How long will we be in Chicago?
Not long. This afternoon, we will call on Comrade Harper and secure a large contribution for the party. Tonight, we will see Judge Valchek and secure his promise to exonerate Comrade Harper.
What happens if the judge refuses to cooperate?
He won't refuse. He can't refuse. That is why it was arranged for Comrade Harper's case to be tried before Judge Valchek, without a jury.
Well, where do I fit in?
As Secretary of the Slav Congress, you will be able to arrange a meeting between Judge Valchek and me, without arousing the slightest suspicion.
Should I mention that you have recently arrived from Czechoslovakia?
By all means, and that I bring greetings to Judge Valchek from his wife.
His wife is still in Czechoslovakia?
Yes. She returned to settle her mother's estate. It was her presence that gave us the weapon for implementing our plan. In fact, it was her presence there that instigated the entire scheme.
Someone had great foresight.
Thank you, comrade. The hierarchy agrees with you. That is why I was permitted to make this trip.
Congratulations.
After I have successfully completed my mission of disciplining Comrade Harper and shattering the American workers' stupid faith in their judicial system, I will return to Czechoslovakia and join the hierarchy.
What if you fail, Comrade Cormac?
I will not fail, Comrade Svedik. I will die first, and others will die with me.
Is Judge Walczek a party member?
He is a reactionary of the worst sort.
Well, yet you think he will cooperate in exonerating Comrade Harper?
I know he will cooperate, comrade.
For a moment, hearing Cormac's statement and ghoulish chuckle, I almost forgot that I was an undercover man. I wanted to take his fat, greasy throat in my hands and choke the life out of him. And he seemed to sense my attitude. By the time our train reached Chicago, he was surly and uncommunicative, and suspicious of every move I made.
You walk ahead of me, Comrade Svetic. Slowly, so that we do not lose contact.
You're the boss.
I'm glad you understand that.
Meaning what?
It might be unpleasant if you were to forget.
I never forget, comrade. My mind was filled with deep, dark thoughts as I walked the length of the noisy train shed, followed by Comrade Cormac. In fact, I was so preoccupied I almost missed the message when a man jostled against me and said,
"Take a cab to the Colfax Hotel on North Dearborn Street. The hotel manager will contact you when you're alone."
The man and the message threw me off stride, and I must have hesitated for just a second because Cormac noticed the incident.
What did that man say to you, Comrade Svetic?
What man?
The man who just bumped against you.
Oh, I don't know, some sort of apology, I guess.
Well, don't let it happen again.
I can't keep people from apologizing for their clumsiness.
You can avoid their clumsiness.
Well, I was thinking of something else.
And apparently you can think of only one thing at a time. Where do we get a cab?
Downstairs.
Lead the way.
That's what I'm doing. Just follow me. We'll stop at the Colfax Hotel.
We'll not. I'll direct the driver after we enter the cab. Reservations have been made by the MVD.
Back to Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Svetic in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
When we got into a cab outside Chicago's LaSalle Street station, and Cormac, the Czechoslovakian MVD man, ordered the driver to take us to the Montfort Hotel on West Roosevelt Road, I knew I had lost my contact with the FBI. At the hotel, we found that reservations had already been made for us, so Cormac and I went directly to our room. After a few hours' rest, we went to see backsliding comrade Woodruff Harper in his loop office.
Oh, go right in, Mr. Svetic. Mr. Harper has been expecting you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Come in, gentlemen, and close the door behind you. Won't you sit down? You've come to help me, haven't you? I'll do anything you want, give you anything you want, within reason.
Reason is an elastic word, comrade.
I will handle this, Comrade Svetic, though you're quite right.
Thanks.
Before we set a price on our help, Comrade Harper, let's first examine what help is needed. You are charged with...
The charges were framed against me, and you know it.
The party exercises discipline in varying ways, Comrade Harper.
Discipline?
Watch yourself, comrade.
I'm sorry.
You are charged with hiring 2 men to burn a heavily insured tenement building you own.
You know I didn't.
How large a contribution would you make to the party in exchange for complete exoneration?
Any amount, of course.
$100,000?
Certainly. The moment I walk out of that courtroom a free man.
Would you give $50,000 now as evidence of good faith? It is you who must stand trial, Comrade Harper.
Wait, I have no choice.
You'll give us, the $50,000 now?
To whom do I make the check payable?
No check. This must be cash. Dollars.
It will take time to collect that much cash.
How much time?
I might possibly be able to raise it this afternoon.
I'll be back. If you have the money, you will be a free man tomorrow. If you are short $1, you will face the consequences.
With Harper safely on the hook, Cormac's attitude toward me underwent a change for the better. However, when it came time for us to meet Comrade Harper and collect the $50,000, Cormac insisted that I remain in the hotel room.
You have earned this chance to rest, Comrade Svetic.
But you don't know the city, Comrade Cormac. You might get lost.
In a taxi?
Well, you might get robbed. $50,000 is a lot of money.
I will be guarded.
Not if I stay in a hotel room.
Even if you should drop dead. V, you and I have been under the protection of the MVD ever since we arrived in Chicago.
Just when I was rid of Cormac and had a chance to contact the FBI, I learned that both Cormac and I were being shadowed by the MVD. Cormac had left me alone when I was supposed to be with him every second. Perhaps that was to give him an alibi, away from the scene when whatever was to happen to me happened. My tension made me jump almost 3 feet from my chair at a knock on my door. Reluctantly, I crossed the room and opened it.
I wonder if you'd mind turning down your radio. It's awfully loud.
Radio? I don't have a radio turned on.
You mind if I step in while we discuss it?
What color is your tie?
Last night it was red.
Come in. I couldn't get away to make a contact. How did you find me?
Find the cab driver who drove you and your friend here from the station. What's the setup?
Woodruff Harper stopped his contribution, so the party framed him on this arson charge as a matter of discipline.
Pretty stiff discipline.
He's paying off, and he'll be freed tomorrow by Judge Joseph Walczek, whose wife is in Czechoslovakia. Cormac has a recording she made. He's going to play it for Judge Walczek tonight.
Quite a coincidence, having Harper come up for trial before the only judge whose wife is in red hands, Sweating.
Yeah, that's no coincidence. A party member employed in the courthouse made certain that the case was placed on Walczek's calendar.
We'll take it off his calendar.
Well, it's condemning Walczek's wife to death.
Well, what do you suggest?
I don't know. Maybe Walczek will settle it for us.
I'll turn in your report and get headquarters' reaction. Contact will be made with you just as you leave Judge Walczek's. Be watching for it.
For an hour after the FBI agent left, I was alone in a hotel room, but much of my nervousness was gone now. Then Cormac returned, and I was freed from my vacuum. Cormac was unhappy because he said Harper had been able to raise only $40,000 cash. However, saddest that he was, he brightened considerably when it became time for us to see Judge Walczek. And when the judge ushered us into his study, Cormac was exerting himself to be charming.
You have a lovely home, Judge Walczek.
Thank you, Mr. Cormac. It misses my wife's touch.
She is a charming woman.
Did you see her often in Prague, Mr. Cormac?
Just before I left, I saw her almost every day.
Did she say when she was coming home, Mr. Cormac?
Just as soon as possible.
Did she send nothing more definite, no more personal word than that?
Indeed, she did, Judge Walczek. That is why I brought this portable record player. She made a recording she wanted me to play for you, if I may.
Please do, Mr. Cormac. Please do.
The record is on the turntable. She was so happy to make this record. Listen carefully.
This is Mary, Joseph. Your Mary, who loves you so much and wants so to be with you again.
That's my Mary, all right.
It's been so long since you held me in your arms, Joseph. So long since you kissed me goodnight.
Too long, Mary, much too long.
It has been thrilling talking to you, even on a phonograph record, Joseph. Please do anything you can to cooperate with the person who plays this record for you.
Play it again, Mr. Cormac. Please, play it again.
Presently, Judge Walczek. First, I would like your cooperation in a matter very important to me.
Why, anything I can do, Mr. Cormac, I would be most happy.
Dismiss the case against Woodruff Harper.
Dismiss... Mr. Cormac, you must be out of your mind.
Before you come to any decision, Judge Walczek, let me play the other side of the record for you. It also features your wife.
Joseph, it's a month since I asked you to cooperate. Please don't refuse, Joseph. Please don't refuse, Joseph. I can't stand much more of this, Joseph. If you don't agree to cooperate, I'm afraid I'll never see you again.
I ought to kill you. Kill you both.
Don't do anything you'll be sorry for, Judge Walczek.
What would you suggest, Mr. Svetic?
That you do as your wife suggests. Cooperate.
Cooperate? With communists, murderers, blackmailers?
If you ever want to see your wife again, Judge Walczek, You will cooperate.
I can't.
You have no choice. I'll be in your courtroom tomorrow morning, listening for your verdict.
As we walked out of Judge Walczek's house, Cormac laughed. What's so funny?
Oh, that sentimental fool Walczek. Tomorrow he'll kill the charges against Comrade Harper just to save his wife.
Is that so funny, Comrade Cormac?
It is to me. I watched his wife die just after I had persuaded her to make those recordings. This has been a very rewarding mission.
A very rewarding mission. The phrase didn't make sense until I suddenly remembered Cormac's yarn about Harper's giving him only $40,000 instead of $50,000. $10,000 would make this a very rewarding mission. Momentarily, though, I lost interest in that subject when I saw two men waiting for Cormac and me in our cab. Only the FBI and the communist MVD knew that we had gone to Judge Walczek's, and I knew these men were not from the FBI. I decided to do what I could to square things for Judge Walczek's wife. I took a wild guess and silently prayed it would come off. As the cab door opened and the MVD men stepped out toward us, I said, I denounce Comrade Cormac for misappropriations of party funds, comrades.
Thank you, Comrade Svetik. We know all about it.
What are you talking about?
You turned over only $40,000 of the $50,000 Comrade Harper gave you.
He gave me only $40,000.
He says he gave you $50,000.
He lies.
Comrade Cormac lies. I'm making charges against him in my report. In fact, just now he was gloating over the rewards of this mission.
He's lying, comrades, lying.
We believe him, Cormac, because we know that Comrade Harper gave you $50,000.
You? No?
Harper's office is wired. We listened while he counted it out to you. Get in, Cormac. It will be easier if you come quietly.
And me, comrades?
You'd better find another cab, Comrade Svetik.
Thanks.
Thank your loyalty to the party, comrade. Had you not denounced Cormac, you would be taking this ride, too.
Immediately after the cab pulled away, my FBI contact appeared. My knees were still shaking as I gave him a full report, including Cormac's account of the death of Judge Walczek's wife. He took it from there and told me about it the next day, just as I was ready to leave for home.
It was a good job, man.
You boys moved fast.
Fast enough to save Harper's $50,000 from going to work for the commies, but not fast enough to save Cormac.
What happens to Harper?
The case is being continued until we have a confession of perjury from the two goons who set the fire. A confession which will exonerate Harper and convict the party.
Can you get that kind of confession?
They were talking when I left them at headquarters, hoping to cop a plea. I was watching Judge Walczek's face when I told him what happened to his wife. I have no doubt they'll pay the full penalty for their crime.
As I walked toward my train, my mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the complete ruthlessness and the utter disregard of all human values, which were the qualities that attracted official attention to Comrade Cormac. Exerted in the interests of the party, those qualities can lead to a place in the hierarchy. Exerted for personal profit, they can lead only to the unpleasant attentions of the MVD. Up toward the hierarchy or down to the MVD. That's the path the great mass of communists must tread, or walk alone. As a communist for the FBI, I chose to walk alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews. In this struggle between free men and puppets, the masters of the puppets bar no holds. It is, at the moment, a silent struggle, but don't let the silence fool you. It's a struggle to the death. To protect innocent persons, the names, dates, and places used in this story were fictitious. Next week, we'll bring you another strange adventure based on the fantastic experiences of Matt Savetic. Join us, won't you? I was a communist for the FBI.
Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. From the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Savetic come many of the incidents in this unusual story. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Savetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI.
9 endless years, but they ended. 3,000 tormenting days and haunted nights. An eternity of nerves, with my stomach in hard knots and my chest bound in steel so I could hardly breathe. How did I last through it? I don't know. Maybe I didn't. Maybe part of a man dies after doing some of the things I had to do. Worth it? Definitely. Would I do it all over again? I don't know.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, Undercover Man. Now, here is Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked Pennies from the Dead.
I don't like it. I stand in front of Comrade Revson's desk while he studies some papers in front of him and looks up at me from time to time with those small, contemptuous eyes of his. Suddenly, out of nowhere, he snaps.
How much do you weigh?
Why?
I asked you.
Well, 180 pounds, I'd say.
Good.
Why?
Eyes brown, hair brown. Height?
Just tall enough for my feet to reach the ground, with apologies for the gag to Abraham Lincoln, okay?
Never mind, you'll do. First, you will go to a passport photo studio and get a photo of yourself.
Passport photo?
To attach to your passport, yes.
My passport? Where am I going?
You are not going. You have just arrived.
Well, did I have a good trip? And where from?
If you were not otherwise such a good man for us, I should find it necessary to discipline you for your impertinence. You will take this passport, made out for one Alexei Borodin. Comrade Borodin landed last night from one of our European ports.
How did he get a passport?
We have methods.
Forged?
We have methods.
Go on.
Comrade Borodin is an important Soviet agent we wish to have in this country. However, for the time being, we wish to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We need money.
We always need money. How does this cure it?
We have here other papers giving you power of attorney to act for a certain Olga Lazarov of Gorodok, a town near Minsk, Russia.
Yeah? Power of attorney for what?
To collect monies due her from the estate of Private First Class Joseph Lazarov of the United States Army, recently deceased. Private Lazarov has no American relatives to claim his insurance and other estate. So we shall claim it in the name of his old forgotten grandmother in Gorodok.
I see.
Get a suitable picture taken, then come back. Then I will instruct you where to go and whom to see at the Independent Veterans Organization. It is quite simple. Go and come back.
I don't like it. I hate it. I don't quite get all of it yet, but what I get, I hate. I've pulled some shoddy little tricks for the party, but this looks like the main event in the Dirty Derby. I go to a place and get a fast photo of myself that makes me look like a B television version of a Balkan spy. Then I go to a public telephone, making sure I'm not being followed, and dial my FBI contact.
Hello.
Drugstore?
This is the drugstore. May I help you?
Oh, this is Dr. Herbert.
Yes, doctor.
How about lunch today?
Sounds good to me. You very hungry?
Plenty. Where?
You name it.
I'm at Main and Temple, and there's a little restaurant with booths on the next corner south.
Well, how about 10 minutes?
Right.
Thank you, doctor.
So long.
Yeah, Matt, we're familiar with the device, all right. It's one of the ways the party finances itself.
Can't anything be done about it?
Yeah, it's a tough order, Matt. See, the way it works, the party keeps a file on all U.S. veterans of Russian origin. Now, when one dies without heirs or legatees, the party darn well digs up an heir somewhere behind the Iron Curtain, see?
You mean they'll have to turn over Joseph Lazaroff's effects and all to me, to deliver to a relative of his somewhere behind the Iron Curtain who doesn't even exist?
You have power of attorney. All legal and to measure.
Forged, probably. Phony.
Probably.
Can't you do something about it?
We don't know yet.
You don't know yet. Meanwhile, I've got to do the dirty work. I've got to be the one who steals the pennies off a dead American soldier's eyes to hand them over to the commies. Well, I won't do it.
Look, Matt.
Yeah.
It's a chance for you to see the inside of the gouge and report to us. We can do certain things about it, sure. But it gives us more research on the trick, fattens our files until we're ready to act.
Meanwhile, I pick dead pockets for the Reds.
If you don't do it, they'll find somebody who will do it. Gladly. They won't report to the FBI either.
Yeah.
Yeah, you happen to match the description of this Borodine person on the passport, that's all. The Reds could find 10 men in this town to match that description.
What happens to Borodine?
Yeah, it's an interesting angle. Looks as if they're turning a Soviet agent loose in this country and turning you loose on PFC Lazaroff's estate at the same time.
Two birds with one stone is the way Revson, the corny comrade, put it.
Don't underrate Revson.
I don't.
And keep in touch. Now, what do you want to eat?
I'm not hungry. I report back to Revson. He appraises my passport photo and then substitutes it for the photo of Alexei Borodin. He gives me the name of the man to see at the Independent Vets Organization and some final words of cheer and caution before I rob the dead.
Be prepared for a hostile reception. Stand firmly, however, on your legal rights as represented in your papers, and which they are unable to controvert. There is nothing they can do but recognize this Olga Lazaroff's claim.
Suppose I'm questioned about my passport, my English, my contact with Olga Lazaroff.
Answer or not, as you please. If the official gets unruly, rebuke him. Have no scruples about that. Assert your rights.
Very good.
Always place him in the wrong if you can.
Leave it to me.
There is a matter of some $12,000 involved, if our information is correct.
A tidy little donation to the cause.
And already as good as ours. All you have to do is arrange to collect it. Go.
Alexei Borodin, is it?
That's correct, Mr. Gregory.
How did this Olga Lazaroff happen to learn of her grandson's death?
The obituary was in the American papers.
I wasn't aware that the American press reached such Soviet centers as Moscow, let alone a hinterland like this, what is it?
Gorodok, not far from Minsk.
Does it?
Pardon?
Does our press penetrate the Iron Curtain?
Well, not quite, sir.
Of course.
However, the Soviet government has the interest of its citizens close to its heart.
Did you speak to this Olga Lazaroff?
I must ask you not to refer to her as this Olga Lazaroff. Olga Lazaroff or Madame Lazaroff, if you please.
Did you speak to Olga Lazaroff?
There's a signature, properly witnessed by 2 citizens of Gorodok.
Yes.
Any data at all is open to your closest scrutiny and investigation.
To whatever extent possible under the circumstances.
Please call me at any time. You have my hotel.
You appreciate the necessity for delay.
Naturally.
A fair amount of money's involved, and these small effects.
He opens a drawer and takes out a soft leather pouch, tosses it on the desk. It's old and dark, with age and sweat and handling, closed with soiled drawstrings. I look at it. I feel it tightening in my throat. This is it. This humble leather pouch containing, I don't know, trinkets, mementos, badges, medals maybe, I don't know. But all at once, I want to know. I want to see and touch the things that Joseph Lazaroff, soldier of his adopted country, thought worth saving. I want to visit the grave of Joseph Lazaroff, dying alone and unmourned in a little rooming house. I want to say, hello, Joe. Want to say, so long, Joe. Sorry.
That's it, and that's about all of it.
You mind if I open the pouch?
Go ahead.
That's right.
What?
Trinkets. Second place, 100-yard dash, Purple Heart. Brass ring. A single old-fashioned gold cufflink with a tiny diamond chip in the center. Some old coins. Discharge button.
And that's all. Does Madame Lazaroff want that, too?
Just one gold cufflink?
We didn't take the other, believe me.
I'm just asking. Could I visit Private Lazaroff's grave?
Why?
It's customary.
You certainly do it up brown, don't you?
Whatever that means, and I don't care what it means, I'd like to see Private Lazaroff's grave.
Very well, Mr. Borodin. I'll arrange it for you.
I find the little gravestone among the thousands in the cemetery. I'm glad Private First Class Lazaroff has the company of his fellow soldiers. It's a fairly new grave. The plot hasn't greened over yet, but it will. I stand there a while with my hat off, I think. So long, Joe. Don't be too rough on us. The job says I've got to rob you and hand it over to strangers. Look at it this way, Joe. It's an investment. It's experience and the inside dope. And it all goes into files where we'll have use for it someday. Figure it this way, soldier. It's your last contribution to your country, way beyond the call of duty. Your country, the USA, even if your name is Lazaroff. Okay? I'm almost at the exit gate when I suddenly realize that there'd been a tired potted geranium on PFC Lazaroff's grave and none on the others. But something else wipes that out of my mind in a hurry. A car is parked at the exit. Sitting behind the wheel, looking grim, is Comrade Revson. Revson?
Get in.
But what are you doing here? How did you know I was here?
Get in.
Trouble?
Enough, and for you.
Me? Why? What?
Get in.
Now back to Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Savetic in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
For half an hour, we drive out into the country, Revson not saying a word, his mouth set and his eyes dark with anger. Finally, he stops the car, and we walk away from it. We never know when the FBI might have wired a car, or an office, or a hotel room to record conversation. We sit down under a tree. Revson pulls up grass for a moment. Then he looks at me and comes to the point like a pistol shot.
They've arrested Borodin.
The police?
The FBI. Very curious.
Why?
Why did they pick Borodin up? He passed customs all right. Nobody questioned his passport.
They might have let him through, then notified the FBI that he was in on a questionable passport.
The FBI have picked him up without any passport at all. You and I alone knew he had none.
Well, that's true, but
You have his passport.
By your instructions, comrade.
Give it to me.
Certainly. You'll have to put Borodin's picture back and get the passport to him.
Leave that to me.
Does that put Borodin in the clear?
I think so. It is very important for him to be in the clear. He's a trained Soviet agent.
Look, if the FBI has picked up the real Alexei Borodin, How can I go back to the Veterans Organization claiming to be Borodin?
There is no reason whatever to suppose that the organization keeps closely informed on FBI activities.
That's true.
The FBI does not exactly publicize its every move.
That's right.
And $12,000 will mean a lot to us right now. Worried?
Not now.
Let's go back to the car then.
Hello?
Mr. Borodin?
Yes.
This is Gregory of the Veterans Organization. I wonder if you could come down to my office and discuss a few final points in the Private Joseph Lazaroff matter.
Oh, certainly, Mr. Gregory. When would it be convenient for you?
Could you make it right now?
Coming right down. Good morning. I took a taxi right down when you phoned.
Mr. Borodin, this is Mr. Darwin Dykes.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Dykes?
How do you do, Mr. Borodin? I wonder if I might ask you a few little questions.
Sure. Go ahead.
May I see your passport, please?
Passport?
You see, I'm new at this job, Mr. Borodin. Simply as a precaution, I called on the FBI to help me out on this matter.
The FBI?
Yes. Here are my credentials.
I see.
It's a curious thing. Another Mr. Borodin entered the country by the same port of entry that you did. Somewhere along the line, he claims to have lost his passport.
This Mr. Borodin has a passport. I can vouch for that much.
Could I see it, sir?
Well, I don't seem to have it on me.
Oh?
I must have left it in my other suit.
Well, I have a car outside. I'll run you down to your hotel.
Could we stop at a pay station somewhere for a minute or two? There's a phone call I have to make. Privately.
Hello?
Revson?
Who is this?
Svetic.
Svetic.
What do I do? That veterans official just got a hunch to call in the FBI. They asked me for my passport, and I don't have it anymore. What do I do?
Who is this?
Svetic.
You have the wrong number.
Revson?
I'm sorry, you have the wrong number.
Hello? Oh, listen. Hello? Ah. I didn't mean the wrong number. Revson, all right?
Hello?
Hello, drugstore?
Drugstore.
Dr. Herbert talking.
Shoot, Doctor.
Listen, I've been picked up by the FBI without my passport. The real Borodin has it. So what do I do? I've called Revson, and he's powdered out on me.
What?
Revson, the second I said FBI, he didn't know me anymore.
Wait a minute. Who is this?
I told you, Dr. Herbert.
Oh, you're the Dr. Herbert I met yesterday at that party over the cafe on 3rd and Moffett Avenue, aren't you?
No.
You sound like him. Oh, sure. I met you and your wife at 5 p.m. downstairs. No, 3rd and Moffett.
No.
Oh, sorry. You've got the wrong party then.
Hello? Oh, hello?
Well, Mr. Borodin, no luck?
I thought sure I'd left my passport in this room.
Think you might have lost yours, too?
I can't find it.
That's too bad.
Just how bad is it?
Well, I'll have to ask you not to leave town, Mr. Borodin.
Oh, I won't.
She will want to have a little talk with you. Meanwhile, you may find your passport.
I'm sure I will.
I'm sure you will. Goodbye, sir.
I'm alone in my hotel room, and alone in the world. Alone and deserted. Revson has disowned me. My FBI contact has hung up on me. One tells me I have the wrong number. The other tells me I'm somebody he met at a party on 3rd and Moffett, and I was with my wife. Wife, 3rd and... All at once it's sunup. All at once the dawn. I grab my hat and take a taxi to 3rd and Moffett. It's a little after 5, but there is my FBI contact sitting in a booth waiting for me.
Don't you see, Matt, by talking to Revson, first you put me in a very difficult spot. If I get you off the hook now with the FBI, Revson will know you've pulled some important wires.
Probably the FBI.
Well, they'll put 2 and 2 together and get FBI, and you'll be in serious trouble.
What should I do?
Well, I wouldn't talk to you over the phone, but I'd see you. Same goes for Comrade R.
See him?
I think you'd better.
Will you keep an eye on me, sort of?
Sort of.
Because someday I'd like to have that wife you invented.
If I live.
You were a fool, Svetic.
An accident of birth, okay.
No nonsense, do you hear?
How was I to know the Veterans Organization character would call in the FBI?
You should not have called me. Then you come to the office. You know the FBI wires offices.
All right, so you took me to this rehearsal hall. We're okay. The question now is, what do we do?
We have a choice. Only one of you can be the real Alexei Borodin. Borodin is an important agent.
Svetic has access to important money.
If we look rotten to the Independent Veterans Organization, we lose this $12,000, and they'll always be suspicious of us. Our whole scheme will be exposed. But Borodin is an important agent. Moscow trained, Lenin Institute. If he gets the passport, he stays.
If Borodin gets the passport, he stays, yeah. He stays. I won't have to steal those pennies from a dead American soldier's eyes. Then I think, sure. But if I don't get the passport, I'll have to get off the hook with the FBI. They'll have to know that I'm FBI, too. I'll get off. But Revson will be suspicious then. Suspicious? No, he'll know. And my usefulness to the FBI will be over. That's the problem, then. Do I want to skin out of robbing a dead soldier for the commies? Or do I want to keep on working for the FBI? I don't know. I just don't know.
Svetic?
Yeah?
Borodin is a very important man.
You want to let him have the passport?
$12,000 right now is important money. Yes.
Well?
Comrade Svetic, you decide.
Isn't that a pretty big decision for me to make?
Make it.
All right. I want the passport. I telephone the Independent Veterans Organization. I'm asked to come down. I show the passport. I'm a good boy now.
It'll take some time for the transaction to be finalized, but we'll have Private Lazaroff's estate cleared for you in time and made over to you as attorney for Olga Lazaroff.
Thank you.
No reason why you can't have this little bag of his small effects now.
I take the pathetic little leather pouch with its poor, eloquent relics of the dead. I find my way out to the cemetery again to pay my respects, to offer my last apologies. A girl edges past me and stands silently at another grave a few yards away. I pour the humble tokens out of the leather pouch. Wanted to tell you, soldier, I hate what I had to do. But the comrades won't be wanting these small things. Purple Heart, cufflink, grade school athletic medal. Wanted to tell you, soldier, with your kind permission. I'd like to keep them for you. Okay? I turn to go. Something in the grass glitters in the setting sun. I pick it up. Seems I dropped the cufflink. Pretty shaky. Pretty dim-eyed. Miserable. I begin pouring the little tokens back into the leather pouch. I stop short. I have 2 cufflinks where there was only 1 before. I look back, and I see the girl standing there. You, girl! I mean you.
I didn't do anything. I'm not doing anything wrong. Really.
Here. Just look at this cufflink.
Give it to me.
Then it is yours.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
And why are you standing at Joe Lazaroff's grave now?
I can't help it. I have to see him again.
Joe gave you this cufflink, didn't he?
I had to say goodbye again. I had to.
He gave you the cufflink?
Yes.
Why?
He couldn't afford to give me a ring.
A ring?
It's an old-fashioned cufflink his father owned. You hold it between the middle finger and the ring finger. See? So. It curls around the ring finger. It looks like a ring is on the marriage finger. See? You see?
Marriage finger?
We roomed in Mama's rooming house. We loved each other. But Mama said no. I couldn't marry him.
Oh.
But I did.
Wow.
Secretly. So nobody would find out. We were married almost a year. We were so happy.
Look, listen to me. This is big news for both of us, but mostly for me. Now listen to me closely, Mrs. Joseph Lazaroff. I tell Soldier Lazaroff's widow and heir what to do to get her legacy, and warn her solidly not to involve me. I don't leave her with her dead until I know she's got it right. Then I go. I'm a new man, washed clean by the tears of gratitude in her eyes. This is a lump sum the comrades aren't going to get, but they won't know it until I'm sure Alexei Borodin is safely deported again. Twin bill, double victory. I hit the pavement. Away from the grave, the girl, and the gratitude, I come down to earth again. I know that gratitude is great, but I know that nothing will save me if the comrades find out what I've engineered with their help. Comes the showdown. I'm a communist for the FBI. I walk alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews stepping out of the character of Matt Svetich to remind you that our story wasn't pure fiction. Oh, no. We've changed names and modified incidents to disguise the story from the wrong people to protect the right people. But you get the general idea. Sure you do. And that's what counts. Next week, another adventure of Matt Svetich, who worked undercover for the FBI. Hear it, because you are the right people to hear it. Thanks. I was a communist for the FBI.
Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. From the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Svetich come many of the incidents in this unusual story. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Svetich, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI.
If you were forced to select a companion from the Communist Party or a bed full of vermin, which would you choose? I had that choice to make once when I was a communist for the FBI. This story explains why I made the inevitable decision.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Svetich, Undercover Man. Now, here is Dana Andrews as Matt Svetich, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked, A Suit for the Party.
Comrade Roger Grennan was an important man among the local commies. He was district committee chairman in charge of Red infiltration into civic welfare groups. But this work accounted for only a portion of his importance.
Comrade Grennan attained his true stature as a Red in another, more unique manner. A manner to be recommended to all party members like him. On his way to a cell meeting one night, Comrade Grennan simply dropped dead. Hello?
Svedik, this is Rivkin.
Oh, hello, comrade.
Be ready in 15 minutes. I'll pick you up in a cab.
What for? Where are we going?
Where do you think we're going, idiot? We've got to see Grennan's wife immediately.
Mrs. Grennan? Now? Have a heart, Rivkin. She just buried her husband. Give her a chance
Never mind the sentimental pap. Be ready in 15 minutes.
Look, comrade, I think
15 minutes, Svedik.
In exactly 15 minutes and 35 seconds, I was in the taxi with Comrade Jacob Rivkin. Rivkin was definitely not the type of commie you see in those red propaganda posters. He was no square-jawed Apollo in overalls. Quite the contrary. Rivkin was a nervous, pasty-faced little man, built like a radish and just as indigestible. Though he was a ranking cell leader in the party, he had the uncanny faculty for making people dislike him on sight. His attitude toward the grief-stricken widow of the late Comrade Grennan was all too typical.
Please, Mr. Rifkin, I'd rather not go through my husband's personal things now. Maybe later on, a few days.
It's imperative that we find the list immediately.
I told you I don't know of any list.
Come on, Rivkin, some other time.
Mrs. Grennan, your husband was on his way to a party meeting when he was stricken.
Yes, I know that.
He was bringing a list to our committee. He must have had it in his pocket, somewhere on his person. I want you to find that list for us.
Please, not now. I haven't been feeling very well since.
Maybe I can explain, Mrs. Grennan. You see, this list contained the names of party members assigned by your husband to infiltrate certain welfare groups.
Really, Mr. Svedik, I don't care. Not now. Can't you understand that?
I know it's difficult for you, Mrs. Grennan, but if those names should get out of party hands...
The FBI, for instance. If the FBI, or any enemy agency for that matter, learns the names of those comrades, it would mean disaster for our cause. We need that list, Mrs. Grennan.
I don't remember seeing any lists or anything like that, really.
What about the suit your husband was wearing? Did you go through the pockets?
No, of course not. I couldn't.
Then, with your permission, I'll do it now. Which suit was it?
His brown herringbone. It was just a bit too large for him. He's lost so much weight.
I presume the suit is upstairs?
Oh, come on, comrade. Not tonight.
Yes, please, some other time. Please go now.
We have no intention of leaving until you tell...
For pity's sake, go away. Let
Where
me
is
alone.
that suit, Mrs. Grennan? We need the list.
You need the list. You need the list. You need the list. Then find the list. Find it. Find anything you want. Just let me alone. Let me alone. Let me alone.
Now then, are his clothes upstairs? His clothes, Mrs. Brennan, his clothes, where are they?
They're gone.
Gone? Where? What happened to them?
Take it easy, Rifkin. Did you give them away, Mrs. Grennan, to some relatives or friends?
Yes, I gave them away. All Roger's clothes.
Where? To whom?
After the funeral, I didn't want to be reminded. I gave everything away.
Will you please make sense, Mrs. Grennan? Where are your husband's clothes? That list must be in the suit, the brown suit.
All his suits, I gave them to charity.
If we've lost that list, Mrs. Grennan, we will hold you fully responsible. The party will launch a campaign of character assassination that will ruin
Shut up,
you.
Rifkin. Do you know which charity it was, Mrs. Grennan?
The Salvation Army, I guess. That must be it. The Salvation Army.
Are you sure? I mean, are you sure it's the Salvation Army?
Charity. You'll have to go to charity for Roger's list. The communists have to go to charity.
Rifkin was frantic to find that list. As for me, I suffered my own secret desperation. It was my job as an undercover man to locate the list before Rifkin did and turn it over to the FBI. But where does a dead man's brown suit go after it leaves the Salvation Army?
and I went to the Salvation Army's main depot in that district to find out.
Well, Svedic, we have a lead anyway.
What?
I said we have a lead. The clothes are collected here and sent to the missions on Skid Row.
Where?
The missions on Skid Row.
Well, they've got 2 missions down here, comrade. You know that, don't you?
Yes, of course. I checked the one on Victor Street. They haven't received any clothes in over a week.
Then let's go to the other one. Just a few blocks from here.
Now, I know you're tired, brethren. I know you're worn and discouraged. But a song, brethren, a song will lift your spirit.
Amen, brother.
A song will send your souls aloft. A song will reach the ears of the Almighty so that He might send the angel of good fortune down to you. You've been accosted by the devil, you men. He has befouled your bodies with hunger and fatigue. But he cannot touch your souls, brethren. Now sing, men. Sing with me to the glory of the unblemished Spirit. Everybody, sing! Come to the church in the wildwood. Come to the church in the dell. No place is so dear to my childhood as the little round church in the dell. Oh, come, 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 come to the church in the wildwood. Come to the church in the dell. No place is so dear to my childhood as the little round church in the dell. Oh, come, 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 come to the church in the wildwood. Everybody lift your voices in the dell.
Just a moment here. You're Sergeant Simpkins, aren't you? Here, you, Simpkins.
Wait till he's done, Rifkin.
Simpkins, you.
Yes, did you want something, gentlemen?
Yes, if you'd stop that infernal bleating long enough to listen.
We didn't mean to interrupt your services, Sergeant.
I'll be done shortly, gentlemen. There's soup on the steam table if you like. Perhaps you'll lend us your voices in this next hymn.
We don't have time for foolishness, Sergeant.
What's that?
Oh, my friend is a little upset, Sergeant. It's rather an urgent matter.
I see. Well, I promised these men here one more song. If you'd be kind enough to wait until it's finished.
Stop it! Stop that infernal clanking!
Well, you're not only being rude, my friend, you're being positively blasphemous. I'm afraid I must ask you to leave this mission.
Just a moment. Just one moment, please.
Well, look, Sergeant, I want to apologize for my friend here.
And, well, you might.
As I say, we're both pretty upset.
You must be.
You see, we've got a problem about some clothes that...
Clothes? Well, you're welcome to look through the clothes in the next room. Take what fits you, and may the Lord bless you both with a little more courtesy.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Come on, Svedic. The suit may still be there.
Find anything, comrade?
No, nothing at all. Svedic, if I don't find that list, the Control Commission will...
Hey, wait a minute. Those trousers there.
Where?
Yeah, down near the bottom of the pile.
Where?
Yeah, right there. Here. Hold these. Here we are. Brown herringbone. In good condition.
That's it. That's Grennan's. I've seen him wearing it. Quickly, the pockets. Anything? Anything there?
There's nothing in this one. No, not in here either.
Hurry, Svedic. Check them all of them.
Not here. No, not in any of the pockets, comrade.
Here, give them to me.
Hey, wait, don't do that.
It may be in the lining somewhere.
Hey, you're ruining the trousers.
No, nothing anywhere. It's gone.
Well, the list may still be in the jacket.
Oh, the jacket's gone, too. Probably in the back of some broken-down bum.
That's hardly spoken like a friend of the masses, comrade.
Oh, these derelicts are typical of the decadence of bourgeois democracy. In a true dictatorship of the proletariat, they wouldn't sing hymns for their soup. They'd work or be liquidated.
Yeah, okay. Come on.
Where to?
Let's start looking for the jacket.
In this concrete jungle down here, impossible.
It was worth a try, isn't it?
Of course. But Svedic, why are you so concerned? This is my responsibility. I'm the one to suffer if we fail to find the list.
No, Rifkin, the cause will suffer. I'm as interested in that list as you are. Maybe even more interested. We explored the concrete jungle of Skid Row night and day. We took mental inventory of the derelicts on every corner, studied the flow of human flotsam in and out of the flop houses. We prowled the alleys, stepping over the defeated forms of homeless men. We wandered in and out of littered doorways, checked the tattoo parlors and 10-cent movie houses. We scouted all the shadows of Skid Row, but nowhere did we see the brown herringbone jacket we were so desperate to find.
It's no use, Svedek. Another day down here and I'll lose my mind.
Yeah, guess I feel the same way. Hey, watch it. Don't trip over that old geezer's feet.
What?
I said, careful.
You useless old fool. Asleep in the doorway.
No place else to sleep. I told you to watch where you...
What's the matter? What are you looking at?
Huh? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Come on.
What's the matter with you, Svedek? You seem so...
Oh, it's nothing. Nothing. I'm just getting jumpy. Too many days on Skid Row. I couldn't let Rifkin know I'd seen it, but there it was. Grennan's brown herringbone jacket, worn by an old derelict dozing in a doorway. I had to get back to that man alone. But how? How long would he stay asleep in that doorway? And how could I get rid of Rifkin without arousing his communist-trained suspicions? Sure. It had to be done. And I had to do it. But how? How?
Now back to Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Cvetic in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
The Communist Party can be quite broad-minded at times. For instance, it will seldom bear a grudge if a ranking party member dies without official permission, as long as he doesn't leave any incriminating evidence lying around where the FBI might find it. The incriminating evidence Roger Grennan left behind him was now lying in a Skid Row doorway in the jacket worn by a sleeping derelict. Comrade Rifkin hadn't seen the jacket, but I had. And I had to get rid of Rifkin before it was lost again.
What's the matter with you, Svedek? Suddenly you're as white as a sheet.
Am I? Just tired, I guess, Comrade.
You're right. We've wasted too much time in this dismal neighborhood. We'll have to devise a more practical plan.
Look, Comrade Rifkin, maybe we should work this thing in shifts.
Well, that might work out.
Sure. Look, I'll stay on the job while you rest up. Then you can relieve me in the morning. Go on, grab that bus across the street. I'll scout around here by myself.
What's the rush, Svedek? Anxious to get rid of me?
Oh, don't be a fool, Rifkin. You know it's the most sensible way to handle this chore. Go on, get your bus before it leaves.
Let's get a bite to eat first. I'm starved.
Hey, you'll miss your bus.
There's a bus every 10 minutes.
I know, but it's foolish to eat in one of these joints when you can go on...
What the devil is the matter with you, Svedek?
Nothing at all. Come on, let's eat. We went into the first Greasy Spoon cafeteria we came to. Just around the corner, the old man in Grennan's brown jacket lay asleep in a doorway. But how long would he stay there? Every tick of time was like a trip hammer on an exposed nerve. But my good comrade, Jacob Rifkin, wanted to relax over his food. I led him to a table near the window where I could keep an eye on the people who turned the corner, just in case the old man should wake up and take a walk. The meal was miserable and seemed to last for eternities. From time to time, I noticed Rifkin studying me carefully. I tried to appear casual, but I guess I wasn't very successful.
You're not eating much, Svedek.
Oh, no. This food isn't exactly the best in town, you know.
How would you know? You've spent more time looking out the window than eating.
I didn't come here to eat this slop, comrade. I came to look for something vital to the welfare of the party, and that's just what I'm doing.
Yes, Fedek. Your vigilance is commendable. Perhaps you'd like to tell me what you're staring at now.
I couldn't help staring, in spite of Ripken. The old derelict in Grennan's brown jacket had just turned the corner. He was shuffling up the street directly toward us. In a moment, he would pass the window, and Ripken would have to be blind not to see him.
Well, comrade, what is it?
Oh, it's nothing, really. Just thought I saw...
Saw what? After all, I'm as concerned as...
Oh, I'm sorry, comrade.
Fedek, you clumsy idiot. Give me that napkin, hurry.
Well, it's only water. It won't stain. Here, let me help you.
Never mind. I'll take care of it. Fedek, there are times when you're as awkward and stupid as a 3-year-old.
I said I was sorry, Ripken. No harm done.
All right. If I'd known you'd react this way, I never would have had you help me.
Well, forgive me. I guess we're both getting pretty jumpy.
Maybe you're right. Let's get out of here. I don't want to miss the next bus.
At least the upset glass of water prevented Ripken from seeing the old man shuffle by the window. Now Ripken was on the bus and gone. But the old man was gone, too. He couldn't have covered too much distance with that slow, uncertain shuffle of his. So I headed up the street after him. Once again, I was scouting the Skid Row shadows, peering into the windows of dirty little pawn shops, tattoo parlors, pool halls. But evidently the old man had gone into none of them. I stopped, trying to figure which way he might have turned, which doorway might have gobbled him up, when I noticed the only flop house on this dead-end street. Plaza Arms, said the tattered sign. Beds, 35 cents. Unless the old man could vanish into thin air, he'd have to be in there.
Yeah.
I'd like a room.
Room? We got flops here, 35 cents. You want a flop?
That'll be okay. What's the matter?
How come you need a flop?
Why not? Man's got to sleep.
You new on the street?
Why?
Them clothes. They're pretty good clothes. Regulars down here don't wear clothes like them.
Look, chum, I'm paying for a bed, not a questionnaire. I'm broke. My wife cleaned out the bank account and took off. That satisfy you?
Okay, mister, okay. Don't get sore. I just don't want no smart guys annoying my customers.
What kind of smart guys? Cops?
Cops is all right. It's them fire inspectors and them health officials. I can't afford no trouble here. My customers, they're entitled to a flop without trouble.
Yeah. Oh, where do I find my bed?
Upstairs. Got 2 empties. Take either one of them.
The place must have been collecting the odors of human deterioration for years. As I climbed the stairs, I could hear the heavy breathing of the sleeping men. Upstairs, there was nothing but a drafty loft. No doors, no heat. Just a cracked skylight for ventilation. Obviously, it hadn't been opened in months. The smell was even more sickening than it was down below. Through the darkness, I could see 5 beds lined up against the far wall. 3 of them were occupied. I struck a match. The man asleep in the middle bed was the old derelict in the brown herringbone jacket. The poor old guy looked like he was exhausted. He was sprawled on top of the covers, out cold. I checked the pockets of the jacket, praying that he wouldn't wake up. There was nothing in the breast pocket. Nothing in either of the side pockets. The inside pocket was empty, too. But I noticed there was a hole in it. I used my pocket knife to rip the lining. The noise split the silence like a scream. The old man stirred. He was quiet again. I reached in and felt around inside the jacket lining. My fingers closed on a piece of folded paper. The list. Grennan's list of party spies working in civic welfare groups. Now to get out of this musty hole and turn the evidence over to the FBI before...
I don't sound good the king as I am. You ain't going upstairs for annoy my customer.
I tell you, I'm just looking for a friend. I told you...
Well, I don't know nothing about you or your friend. Now, you get out of here. Take your clothes off me.
Ripken. He suspected me after all. The trusting soul of a trained
You get out of
Tommy.
here, I'll call the cops. Get out of my way. Oh, no, you don't. Hey, come back here, you.
I looked around in panic. A back door, a closet, a fire escape, anything to hide before Ripken saw me. He was practically up the stairs now. There was only one thing for me to do. I jumped into one of the empty cots and huddled in the smelly, crawling blankets. I knew he was looking for me, but the darkness was in my favor. I held my breath, wondering how long it would be before he discovered me. I heard him strike a match. He was looking at the man in the first bed. He was at the second bed now. I began to understand how Goldilocks felt when she heard the three bears come home. But Goldilocks wasn't sleeping in a stale, vermin-infested flophouse cot. Rivkin had another match going. He was headed for the third bed now, the bed next to mine.
No wonder.
He'd seen the old man in Grennan's brown jacket. I peeked out from under the covers and saw Rivkin drop to his knees and start rifling the sleeping man's pockets.
There's that guy, officer. Look at him.
All right, you're on your feet.
What? Now, just a minute. There's a mistake here. I can
He punched
explain.
in here, forced his way upstairs, and now we catch him picking the customer's pockets while they sleep.
Come on, buddy. Come on.
There's a mistake, I tell you. Look, officer, I haven't taken anything from anyone. I was
Come on, you're waking everybody up.
Hey, here, officer, look. This old guy's jacket, he's like a lining even.
He's out of his mind, officer. I didn't. I had no idea that...
You had no idea. Well, I got ideas. I got some pretty crummy ideas about you. Now, come on.
This is an outrage. This old fool is trying to...
Shut up. Move.
Apologies of the management, gents. Go back to sleep. Okay. That'll learn that guy not to go barging in where he ain't wanted.
Good morning.
Huh? Oh. You get up early, don't you? It ain't hardly light yet.
Yeah. Say, have you got an envelope I can use? I got to mail something to a friend.
Let's see. Here, this okay?
That's fine. Thanks.
Say, I'm sorry about that rumpus. I didn't want to disturb nobody.
Don't worry about it. Guess he had it coming to him.
Yeah. Say, you know something? Hannigan, the cop, he come back later. And you know what he told me?
What?
That guy's not only a pickpocket, he's a big-shot communist. I bet you the Reds will take care of him.
Yeah, they probably will.
Can you imagine? Them Reds. They're liable to turn up anywhere.
That's right, chum. Anywhere. I walked down the street to the corner and mailed the list of party names to the FBI. Then I looked back at that Skid Row flop house. Last night, I'd been given a choice. A bed full of vermin or Comrade Rivkin. The choice was obvious. I turned the corner and walked away. Two broken-down derelicts trudged past me. Defeated men, walking together. No homes, no hope, no dreams. But they walked together. While I walk alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment. Dana Andrews will return in just a moment. Dana Andrews will return in just a moment. Dana Andrews